Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clown, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? My black money in the black bank, me black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your said he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my life, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm only ripping with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and gold, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smoke all of the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, watching spaceships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we are back in the house one more time. What's it do? What it do? What it do? 1 second. We get it together. Got that. All right. What's up with it? Back on the Friday afternoon blast. We got Friday summertime events coming. Got that direct deposit that's been hit, so I know a few people will be coming in a little bit later. But on the last stream, we kind of ended on some sort of historical timeline. Not sure which century or which realm we were in, but hopefully we'll get back there. But come on in, welcome back. Jackson, B1 in the house, Groove, Pigeon Feather, GQ, True Storian, Sabio, Memphis, what's up with it? Let's see, Rio. All right, I missed anybody that's in the clouds. We're gonna get the link out and get that pent up. So we are 200-300 years later, trying to still figure out what happened in 14 and 16 and 15. What they gonna say about 2025? How we gonna look in the history books when they go to school in 2050, 2070? Are they gonna look back and say Black Power was being corrupted, taken over? Is it still gonna be called Black Power? Or how they gonna word it? They're gonna change the word black. Black gonna mean something different in 2050? What's up with it? Let's get to the bottom of all that. All right, can you hear me now? My bad. All right, moderators, I appreciate you very much for help passing and down in North Carolina as well. Giving our youth extra resources, more options, getting them better prepared to operate in society. So as you heard on the last stream, we did have some people try to pretend that they were, I guess, providing some historical references, but had some difficulty referring what they were saying to actual documentation. Uh, Kind of difficult to point to somebody else's opinion. And so if I'm sitting on the side of the river, you hear somebody say, uh, black people were in America or in the land known as America prior to 1492. Am I supposed to take that as validation or verified fact? And does that apply to mathematics? If I overhear somebody saying that 2 plus 2 is 5, am I supposed to run down to the market and say, "Hey, didn't you know 2 plus 2 was 5?" You know, when they're counting money, they don't never get that wrong, right? If I'm trying to find out how to build uh, a building, how to run electricity through a structure. If I need to learn how to purify water for drinking and other purposes, where am I supposed to go for that? Chat GPT is not a source. Where the Chat GPT at? You need the Afrocentric Chat GPT validator or something of the effect. Are the pseudos gonna open up their own school? Do they pass out certificates? You need to find out why the information that's being put out is important. What is the purpose of putting out some of this pseudo information? My bad on the background, catching a good breeze. That's what I'm talking about. Actually doing work. Shout out to Brother Moses for this work in Flint and the Delta South. Good attendance. As long as you show up for pseudo class every day, you get credit for it. That's cool. I'm pretty sure employers and uh, major institutions will take that as a one-up and an advantage. And your resume is going to get moved to the head of the line once you tell them black folks is already here. What's up with it, Domo? All right. Whoever was up on the panel at the end of the last stream, they might be still up on the panel. The link is out. Make sure y'all keep passing the link around so y'all can continue that discussion. As much as I was trying to avoid some of the current news items, it seemed like everywhere I turn, even on the street, somebody's talking about where to get some ice at. I ain't tell you, I was in the gas station trying to get gas. What was that, yesterday or the other day? Somebody was asking, man, it's hot out. And the cashier said, you looking for ice? And then as soon as you said ice, it was three Hispanic people that Hussein bolted out the goddamn gas station all the way across the street. They didn't even get in the car. They was gone. It was like, damn, man, this shit bad, yo. Okay, I put the link out. I know y'all trying to get y'all lunchtime snacks in. I'm trying to get mine in too. So it is Friday the 13th. I'm sure Jason will be back around a little bit later. In the meantime, in between time, Dr. Lamb. What's up with it?
Yeah, they were having a really good conversation. I was just doing the dialogue timeline expression.
Yeah, I
But it
was
was
just
kind of
letting them
cool.
go. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I seen a little video at a construction site in New Orleans, and I don't know, somebody may have said ice or something, and a whole bunch of people was running. And first, I was looking at the video, and I was like, why are they running? Because some people running and some people not. So I had to rewatch it, and I was like, oh snap, they must be Mexicans. I mean, I'm talking about they were gone. They were gone, man. Like, I'm out of here. It was, and then after a little while later, you see a helicopter fly over the site. What I'm like, oh man, this is crazy weird.
Yeah. So I guess folks is gonna be walking around with ice jackets, uh, clearing out
We don't have
Hispanics.
with alerts.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't have a huge presence, but I know at the flea market we have a whole bunch. I've been meaning to go over there to see if they still out there selling their products, or you know if they some dispersed in some sort of way. I'm gonna go. I think I'll go Wednesday when I get back from Atlanta. And I heard you mention that Atlanta was having a protest. Was one of the people having a protest today, and I wanted to go to Juneteenth downtown, but I was like, shit, I don't know if I need to be going down there if they having a protest. But the protest would be going on right now, right?
Tomorrow.
And it's supposed to be like, oh, tomorrow, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
They all.
Damn, that's when Juneteenth starts tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah. I haven't heard any cancellations in the Atlanta events. I got your Milwaukee link. They're gonna be doing the Pan African up there in Milwaukee also. RBG up there with Juneteenth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That link I sent you, they were protesting, man. They were deep. I was like, good God, they were big. They were big time deep. I don't know. I don't know. I guess what they're trying to accomplish is to allow them, or allow the ones who have asylum or seeking asylum to go through the process, and then those who are already who have some sort of temporary citizenship for them to renew or to continue, right? And if not, well, if not, then they're saying that they cannot renew it, that they have to, go back where they come from. I suspect that would be probably the majority of who's left.
Yeah. I don't know where to find the total number. I guess they got a database.
Right. I don't think you would have one. I think you can only go off of those who may have applied for some sort of assistance, or those who may have participated in a hospital or medical facility of some sort, and the rest would be, oh yeah, if you have kids in school, um, uh, maybe you've obtained some type of ID card, and then the workforce, an address from the workforce, and then the remaining would be how he say she say. So a weird situation.
Yeah.
Have you obtained Have you obtained your real ID?
I'm actually supposed to go get that today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because they've all would have expired in May. We have a real ID card. That's going to be the next big problem with midterm elections. I bet there'll be I bet that'd be a big problem.
on the registered voter.
Yeah, having the proper documentation, having the right ID card, having a real ID card. What are you doing? What are you doing?
What's up with it, Camille? Booker T. Yeah, they kind of blending in Pan African with Juneteenth, but I don't think Juneteenth has anything to do with RBG though. That's some Galveston, Texas history. Yeah, it's gonna be busy tonight. Yeah, I think she was in motion. Man, that mother came all the way up here. Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with it. Okay, yeah, her connection going in and out.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, you good now?
Oh, yeah. I was saying that the real ID card, I think, will become problematic because a lot of individuals have not changed or updated their ID cards, and provided that we're coming up on midterm elections, I think that's going to be a problem for many because they're not going to accept that, even though it's even though it's saying it's only required for travel, but I think they're going to use it as an opportunity to keep you from doing a lot of things. They're going to be like, that's the only acceptable ID.
Yeah, I heard it was for federal buildings, the federal museum. So the post office is a federal building, so you can't go in the post office.
Probably not to make a transaction. Of course, there's no guards at the door of the post office, but um, yeah, the post office would be a little weird because you don't usually show your ID card. They just let you swipe your card in a device unless you give it to them and they have to do it for you. Maybe to get a package, maybe if you have to pick up a package, it may cause a problem.
Hey, let me ask Deb a question right quick. So
What's up?
those slaves who were freed down in Galveston, were they Indians? Were they already here? Were they Abos?
I ain't seen nothing that said that. Who said that?
So where were they from?
Those were the
Because
slaves.
What continent were they from?
The 250 slaves in Galveston.
What continent were they from? What was their race? Who were their people?
So we talking about the African slaves?
Yes, we talking about the statements you made when you said Pan-Africanism ain't got nothing to do with Juneteenth.
I said the RBG.
Yes, ain't that all the same? RBG don't represent Pan-Africanism. What are we doing?
Yeah.
So don't the flag represent everything black?
So we're going to incorporate everything that's considered black, RBG. That's what we're doing.
I'm asking. I ain't even know no bullshit. I'm asking because that's how I've always viewed it. Like when Q Butter break out his RBG flag, it's for anything black. That for my understanding was that flag was for us as our representation. So when you see it, it's some black shit.
Right. But Juneteenth and specifically is supposed to be dedicated to the people that were over here in America that were slaves. That's the reference that I was making, Taz. I was specifically talking about the Juneteenth celebration.
Yeah, but
you don't typically see Pan Africans
you don't see
hyping up.
You'll see RBG flags out there. Yeah, the RBG flags be at the Juneteenth celebrations. They bring them out there, bro.
I've seen them. I've seen them as of late, like pop up here and there, but they're not like the highlight. Like the highlight of the Juneteenth event, I haven't been really seeing that as being like one of the main events or attractions from some of the Juneteenth that I personally visit. Like when I go to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Juneteenth, I'm really struggling to try to.
I would agree with that. RBG flag ain't dominant. I would agree with that.
Because I was in Tulsa in 2020, and I specifically looked around, and not saying that they weren't there, but you know it was.
They weren't dominant though. Nah,
yeah.
I would agree with you on that.
Yeah, so that's all I was saying. Pan Africans had their different events scheduled just for them. They don't necessarily try to isolate slaves, the events of slavery.
That was it became big controversy here in the Carolinas because in Greenville, I think the county or the city tried to head it up, and they did not.
Columbia,
No, Greenville. In Greenville,
Greenville, yeah.
Columbia just started. Columbia just started um, actually paying attention to it as a and making it larger and using larger venues to support Juneteenth. But the controversy piece came from the Greenville area because Greenville, I think their county and their city was the one who was initially hosting it, and they had mixed in photos, and they didn't have the RBG flag flying or the colors, for that matter, or majority black representation, and people went crazy. So now when they do it, they turn it a little differently, but it was a big controversy on who could support the event, like who could actually organize it, and it was crazy because they had the banners. You know, if a city or a county does something, they normally market it on the poles. You know, they put those banners up, and they just have mixed pictures up on there to represent with the title Juneteenth,
Yeah.
and it went crazy. Um, so smaller groups started trying to head it up, and the county support the organization. But I think the county since then moved towards a jazz festival instead of trying to host the Juneteenth.
So
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. So I see the I guess the edu. Oh, am I over talking somebody? I'm sorry.
Nah,
No,
nah,
nobody.
Oh, what I'm trying to figure out the when Juneteenth is hosted, it's musical. I'm trying to figure out what a conflict I see, or not a conflict, but the crossover or the separation between the Juneteenth celebrations and the Gullah celebrations, or it seems like they're in conflict with one another, or they are, or there's a withdrawal of participation, and I find it a little weird, but it seems to be happening. So, um, usually Juneteenth is just for modernized music or just regular entertainment, um, and people selling arts and crafts, food, and that type of thing. And so the cultural piece of it or educational piece of it comes from more of the Gullah festivals or reggae or international or things of that nature. Not saying that those international festivals should be
That's
black related.
interesting. That's interesting. You say that, Dr. Mo, because he was just talking
Yeah.
about it in the chat. He was saying that they celebrated in Mexico, celebrated Juneteenth in Mexico first. But what he left out was who those people are. That's actually those people, the quote unquote Seminole people, the quote unquote Black Indians that went down there to Mexico, and they started celebrating Juneteenth, or excuse me, June 19th down there, because in 1833 that was an abolition of slavery day for them down there. So I do think there's an attachment to it, but those people went to Mexico. They were some of the first
Right.
slaves that went to Mexico before Harriet Tubman. Because she took slaves down there too. But even before her, you had Seminoles down there that were the quote unquote Black Indians, or whatever they call themselves. I don't like doing that shit, but you know what I'm saying.
it might not have been Seminoles, but I know what you're trying to say.
Well, that's what they call themselves. I don't know if they was.
Seminoles?
Yeah, that's what they call themselves as Seminoles. I don't know how complete their attachment is to the Gullah tribe though, but they definitely called themselves Seminoles, and they came from that area.
Yeah, I had to see a timeline because most of the Seminole reference is mostly in the Florida area. Although you did have the Spanish colonization in that uh, central Mexico area coming up.
Oklahoma, Kampala. It was moved from Florida to Louisiana to Oklahoma to Mexico. But yeah,
In the mid 1800s.
yeah. Well, before the mid 1800s, like more like 1830s, 1830s and 40s. See if I can find some.
So were they free or
Yeah, they escaped to freedom. Yeah,
under Spanish rule?
under Spanish rule, you say?
Yeah, the slave owners were Spanish.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know who they were. I don't know nothing about that part of shit. You talking about when they went to Mexico?
Yeah, who was it? They were running from who?
Oh no, they was leaving here. They ran from here. I thought you were saying in Mexico shit. I don't know, but yeah, they left from here.
Yeah, maybe guys can come up and clarify some of that.
Oh no, I was saying that just watching people trying to host these events and present the presentations of who's what. There's a conflict between those who came from West Africa, those who was already here, or who has mixed in, and it could be the information of the people who's hosting. But I think at some point they got to get it right because we like all over the place.
Yeah.
Let me
And
show you. Show you these things I'm talking about.
and I think that's why this time is a good time with all this tourism opportunity is for people to actually share the right information so that the ones who coming up can continue it but have the right information.
Do me a favor. Share my screen, Dad. Let me show you this article. Says the cross-border cultural heritage of Black Seminoles can be found in cuisine. The Chicago descended from Black Seminoles who escaped slavery in the U.S. While many live in Mexico, they still celebrate events like Juneteenth. So I'm talking about these cats, like, and that's why I say I don't know their complete history down there,
Yeah.
but you know what I'm saying they definitely escaped from the Carolinas, Florida. Then they were moved up into the Oklahoma region, then subsequently down into Mexico. So like I said, I don't know all of that history. That's why I was wondering if they are related to the people who now are Gullah or Geechee Gullah.
They don't like to claim
You said they don't?
them. No, they have a set that there's groups because when you attend these events, you was and there's I guess it would be all about the people who's telling the story or who's hosting, right? They try to set a clear distinction between the two. Um, Now whether they're right or wrong, you all know more about our history than I do. But I've been observing, and I'm like, okay, this is a messy historical uh, educational moment right here. Um, and so this year, I know they've left the Indians out of the actual event, and I was like, why did you guys do that? I thought there was a part. I thought y'all were the same people. Um, so I don't know the offense about it, but I do see it happening. But when I attend this next one, that's going to happen at the Atlantic City Beach, which is the black-owned beach here. I want to see how they're going to present the story. See what's going to be the difference between what's happening down in the Beaufort area and what Atlantic Beach is going to do. Because they're so the one in Beaufort, they like to pride themselves on just Gullah, and then Port Island and St. Helen Island, they'll say Gullah Geechee, and then they'll go Gullah Geechee in the Atlantic Beach, and in some of the other places, and so they have their own information on who they are, and then you have the Black Indians who also will come in. I forgot what they're called, but I'm gonna get that information too. Same thing, kind of similar what we have going on in New Orleans. Say it again.
Yeah, that's perfect because yeah, I don't be knowing. So when you say that, to be honest, it just lets me know that okay, at least I'm not incorrect, right? When I'm saying Gullah Geechee, Seminole, Gullah Geechee, I mean I know they're all at some point different, but if they're typically thrown together, then that's my understanding of it. You know what I'm saying? Is that people kind of use it interchangeably when they want to, but I'm pretty sure they all
Yeah.
have some meaning.
Now, Vorsa, I wish Vorsa was in the chat. Vorsa or Gullah Rock TV, they probably have a better explanation. But I know there's some division because we be trying to learn it and you get confused. You be like, okay, what's the contention here? Same thing with New Orleans and Louisiana. We have when we do Zulu, the Zulu ball or the Mardi Gras, and you have Black Indians, and then you got the Congo folk, and you know, it's weird.
Yeah, because even saying Gullah Geechee, Gullah is one people, Geechee is different people.
Hmm.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. But if the understanding is typically to say them together, you know what I'm saying? How do you make that intellectual separation?
Yeah.
Right. So I know what they'll do is they'll stick to more of the craft or the food that was brought over, and so you won't get a lot of the um lineage conversation, but you will get a lot of how we economically survive or how we build or build food, how we harvest. What did we harvest, and then how we bartered or partnered to what we sold, that type of thing. So the educational piece of the people where they came from, a lot of those educational workshops kind of be like limited in time, and then you'll get more of the hands-on stuff. So that's what we're trying to bring out, you know. And I think that's where people with the, say, oh, we've always been here, the Native American conversation or Indian conversation or Gullah Geechee or Creole or Congo or, Black Indians, Seminoles, we like, all of that, we kind of like all over the place. But it makes for a good conversation if you get the timelines and the information in there correct.
Yeah, I listen if anybody ever do it, but I've never heard people actually having that conversation. You know what I'm saying? So again, I think that lends
Right.
to the issue. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and then if people start down that lane, it typically like go left and shit. So like that would be something for somebody to debate. It
Right.
would be a good debate though. Like you know what I'm saying, where people kind of forced to get
Yeah.
information, use no feelings. That would be a good debate topic. Though.
Yeah, where you can hear both sides, or you can hear enough information on each argument.
Yeah, because I would like to
We're
hear
trying to
that.
bring it
I
together.
would like to at least understand the difference and know the difference. Like I said, I know there's a difference, but I would be lying if I tried to go into what that difference is. I have no idea.
Yes, because you could sit two people next to each other, and you'll hear them give you the rundown, and then they'll start debating amongst each other. You be like, wait a minute, how y'all both? It's so weird. Yeah, it's definitely a conversation to be had. Because right now your kids are gonna grow up. That's why the kids will say, "Oh, I'm American," because they don't know the true history or the lineage or how to break it out. It's confusing. It's all over the place. Okay, true story. And this your assignment.
Yeah, no truth, no. Yeah, I kind of still kind of got to dive a little bit deeper into that. Um, I don't really know really what the connection is in general. Like in general, with some of us in the tribes down in the south, it do seem like it get a little bit murky. I think my dad's side is they supposed to be Creeks. Uh, I think my brother's dad's side, well, both of my older brothers, they dad's side is also Creek.
You
They
say preach.
Creek, like what is it? Creek, Creek.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, in Alabama. But they are like the Atmore area, the um, what is it? I know Atmore area is one of them. I can't think of the other name of it.
So here's the other thing. So when it comes down to reparations, then what I guess you would just go off the connotation of enslavement, right? If you could trace and trace your people to if you had someone in your lineage who was enslaved.
Are you talking about as far as for me personally,
No, I'm just saying in general,
in
reparations.
general? Well, yeah.
They,
I mean, I think the connection is there. I mean, to me, I don't think it's a either or. I think people be trying to force it to be a one way or another. But I think it, like there's an amalgamation that happens here is what kind of makes us unique here. You know what I mean? And it's part of that amalgamation is with natives. Part of that amalgamation, unfortunately, is with other people. You know what I mean? But that exists, and it's like, that's all a part of the story, though. At the same time, of you know what I mean, of the people that people being kidnapped and brought over here. I don't think you can separate those though, like to where it's like, nah, it never happened. It's like, nah, it's all a part of that story of you getting brought here, and then the people that you kind of have to interact with because you're here.
so is it enslavement only, or are we saying enslavement plus those who was disenfranchised?
Nah, I would say enslavement. Um, well, no, it can't. Well, actually, it would have to be the disenfranchisement as well, because I think Taz kind of make that argument as well that that's probably what one of our strongest arguments is kind of starting um, with things where we got victims that are still alive for it. But when I say that, I mean as far as dealing with black people.
So it seems like a lot of the conversations in the states where reparations is a topic or it's being studied, they are coming to their conclusions for whatever programmatic or funding that they're going to do is based on redlining what things that they can that are still going on today. Seems like proving that certain this group of people were not able to get loans for homes or for businesses during this time period because these banks are still in existence or may still be practicing the same thing.
Yeah. Uh, wait,
Shout out
that's
to
one of the things.
only with the $5 super chat. Yeah, you don't have to take no courses to be a coon. Yeah, you don't have to take no coon courses. But yeah, it's not automatic though. Depends on what you're pushing.
For real.
But yeah, go ahead though.
No, I would say like when to your argument or to your point, I think it definitely does still exist. That's part of what I argue against with capitalism and the predicament we in economically because of the redlining. I think a lot of the people look at that as well. That's something that happened back in the 20s. But if you look at how it was redlined, it's still the same. Like them same places like how they were labeled and marked as undesirable or what I mean and all of that them same places are still are still that way today, what I mean, and if they not well really they still are, and if the people ain't still there owning them homes, the banks got control of the homes now, what I mean, and it's like they managed to kind of keep it in a way to where them houses, I mean, basically we lost money. Like we invested money into America, and a lot of us lost money in the investments that we made just by them writing shit with a pen on paper. We still ain't recovered from that. You know what I mean? that's something that's still gonna be hard to recover from. Um, that's one of the things I was talking about, the Jackson Divide, in I think it was Indiana. See the Indiana, yeah, I think it is Indiana, the house that the Jacksons grew up in. You look at the house that the Jacksons grew up in. I think it, and I might have it backwards now. It's been a few years since I went over this, but um, their house is like literally $20,000, the same exact house, and then across the street is the house is $100,000. Same floor plan, same house, same everything. It was just one side of the street is considered a black neighborhood, and the other side isn't. And just because like that type of stuff, they gotta undo that. Like we can't really maneuver around them. They gotta undo that type of stuff. And part of that is which is a tough conversation to have. It the main reason why is the relationship of whiteness and blackness in the system. And what it, you know what I mean? Like, there's really no getting around what it is in the system. You know, outside of our heart, what we believe and you know what I mean, but how it correlates to the system, it's 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 a reason why there's white and there's black. And so when you selling shit, that matters. When you you know what I mean, when you talking about property value, it matters. Getting loans to certain communities, all of that matters.
Okay, I think I'm back now.
Definitely. You got the floor.
Oh no, I missed all the whole conversation. I was like, I can't hear
Uh-oh.
nothing. So
well,
I'm
I
sorry. I don't know what you were talking about.
I'll run it real quick. You know, I was basically just saying though that, you know, just agreeing with you as far as with like the red lining and how some of the places we still can't get the loans. I was saying the reason why that's still going on is because they would have to fix the issue that they created with the red lining. And because of them, what they created, it put these communities in such a hole. People practically invested in the country and lost money because of how they wrote out, you know what I mean, how they mapped out things with the redlining operation.
Okay, I was gonna say, everything else. I was like, maybe we could concoct our own survey study, qualitative and quantitative. Do our own data analysis. Get an IP. Get a I. What is it? Is it IRP? IPR.
I think it's the IPR.
IPR. Okay, yeah, yeah. You get when you go to the university and ask them to sign off on, give you permission to do a survey, um, and get that permission and get out here and create and survey based on what we think reparations. Well, not what we think, but certain create a survey that gives us the data that proves reparations is should be awarded to this demographic and also how it can be funded. Got a lot of
Uh,
folks running around with a lot can do who knows how to do really really good unbiased research. All it takes is and then present that to an elected official who can present it as a resolution and then hopefully it gets enough votes to be a bill. We need to get go before a committee and then placed on the floor for vote.
so since y'all leaked over to reparations, what are some of the key or one key, the main key compelling components, uh, like in your wording, like to mention that white people lynched black people for no reason. So, from our perspective, that should be obvious. But from their perspective, they're just enforcing their version of white supremacy. So, their descendants are going to argue that they didn't see anything wrong with that. So that I think that's one of the humps that a lot of people are trying to get past.
I think there's some cases where some of those people were wrongfully accused that have been proven, isn't there?
What are you
So
talking
you
about,
can
Emmett Till?
no, not just Emmett. So I went to African American Tourism Conference, and there were about three organizations that were doing mobile lynching museums, and so they were documenting all the individuals that they have information on that were lynched, basically collecting soil from their location, putting them in jars, and they were of those persons. So what I'm saying is that of those individuals, there are some accounts where um, people or organizations have done their due diligence to find out if the person was guilty or innocent of that punishment or that crime. They say. So one of my areas would be to backtrack into those cases that have been proven, even though the people are probably transitioning on, that may have proven that they were probably innocent. I think that we may be able to find some of that. But then I don't know if that would support the storyline of a people, which is a group. It may be for that family.
Yeah, I know I would. I think talking about redlining, I definitely would. I think that's something we could definitely jump on. Not being able to pass down wealth, and not only that, them being turning something that should have been wealth into debt, like
Now,
that.
oh, go
They
ahead.
owe us for that. No, I was getting ready to land. I was just gonna say they owe us for that.
Now, so we know the Community Investment Act was the banks have that guidelines to open the doors for people to get that home assistance, right? But the flip side of that is they came up with this checklist that would wean you out, and so I think that our um, responsibility is to ensure that who's ever going for home, one of the things is to ensure that don't have collections on their credit report. Um, they have cash flow. Um, let's see, what are the things they lean you out for? Watch out. Just one more little petty deal that's on it. Because there's a group called Community Works, and they were one of the organizations that were authorized to fund for underserved or low and moderate income areas. But just that one category of not having any collections on your credit report keeps a whole lot of good people who probably have a job, can actually make a payment um, from landing that home loan. So it's like a barrier or a limitation on top of to say, okay, no, we have opportunities for you all. You could go and get a home loan, but let's do the statistics on who's not qualified or who's eligible but not qualified. And they put in these little checklist items that they know that a lot of people don't have. So I think having that understanding of, okay, what keeps me from getting a home loan, and then if the only thing they can rely on is redlining, then you may have a case. But if we go in there and we start off to try to get home loans, and we have any of those little um, points, and we can't check all of the boxes, then they're gonna use that as that statistic as an opportunity to say, no, we're not redlining you all. You all are not eligible because you're missing this, and this, or you have this, and this. Well, we dropped the credit score down to 580, and you still not eligible because you're not paying your bills, you're not paying your debt, or your debt to equity ratio is off. So I think that they kind of get away with redlining because we are, or who's ever going to these institutions, are not ensuring that they're not giving them a reason to deny them.
Well, I would say that it's not that I disagree with you. I would the way I would word it is more like it because of how it was set up. Like because a lot of the places like where we talking about this is how these were the places that are redlined. Like you still in them same places, and so it's like you you're in the place that was redlined, and now it's all of these other obstacles. Now the credit ain't right, but that probably would have been right if you didn't introduce, you introduced installment credit for us, and then you gave them revolving credit. You know what I mean? Like it multiple factors that came in, like they had it. We relate to the mortgage party. They didn't even want to introduce the mortgages to us. Like it's a lot of that there, and so now the communities that we occupy are the same communities that they labeled uh, undesirable all of these years ago, unless this is a community that they gentrified. You know what I mean? That has been under gentrification, and even in that, once that happens, you ain't gonna be able to afford to live there anyway.
So I know, oh, True Story is here. You coming to help us with our Gullah Geechee timeline? Gullah Geechee
True. What's good, God?
seminal
What up,
combo.
everybody? No,
Hey, wait,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
nope, it's on you.
No, ain't that on me like that. I just came and say what's up. But it is an interesting conversation just because in that regard, like it becomes a case of like who would have the dominant culture after a while. You know what I'm saying? And while it's how you say this, you got syncretism upon
Dominant in terms of what? The
dominant.
most people doing it.
The more people doing it and practicing certain cultural aspects of it. um uh what would be okay, so in Jamaica there is this that the Ashanti in the case have a more dominant culture, right? They got Nancy stories, they got Cromartie and all this other stuff, right? But they're not necessarily the largest ethnic group that were on the island. It's just that's what people thought. It's actually the Igbos, right? The culture did that, right? So in the case of the Gullah, their influences and their culture stuff is going to come from low country culture, which they have, right? Which doesn't blend in or have parts of so much the Catholic culture. Catholic culture. Why? Because that leads to, okay, how we gonna express or frame creativities is gonna be in the particular nuanced area we get to play with. Within Catholicism, what I mean, you can see more of an expression of it. So then if you're gonna go to even Seminole, but more even like the Cajun Creole culture and all that stuff, you're gonna see celebration. You're gonna see all that. Why? Because Catholic tradition has more celebration. So you
That's true.
mentioned,
That's me.
right? So that whole Louisiana, even parts of Florida, Mississippi, all that, that's Catholic influence, which allowed during certain holidays for then you express yourself, and then we maintain the culture. We do blah 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 blah, all
Right.
the way to second line, to the funerals, to the fact that you can have jazz lay root in New Orleans because you're allowed to express yourself in Congo Square, and that was the only place in the whole colonies that you were allowed to do it once they banned the drumming. You see what I'm saying? But that's only going to be able to take place even to that degree because there's Catholic influence already there. The Protestants ain't allowing that because they don't express themselves in that way. So low country is different. The low country, now you looking at the basket weaving, what's happening in the praise houses, what's happening with the call and response, and all the musical stuff that you got in that regard that
Hmm.
you're holding on to.
And see, they wanted to disrupt that because that shit leads to revolution.
Not
That
necessarily
shit
that
lead.
you're able to hold it longer when you're isolated, unfortunately. So right, so
What?
you're gonna see. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go
What?
ahead.
No, no. My point was like why they were so big on banning. Like they banned the drums. They pretty like here is the one of the few places, bro, where basically African spirituality in itself is banned. Like
But
you
that's
can
the
go to
reason, though.
court for that.
That comes after Stono Rebellion, though. So
Hmm.
the Stoner Rebellion takes place, and there's certain things that come within the drumming and how they communicated with each other. Then they banned the drum not only in the colonies but in certain places of the Caribbean, because in St. John and other places they got rebellions going on. But the only place that is not banned is in Louisiana, New Orleans, right? So this is why it's allowed to come up. And then you have Congo, because Congo, I heard Dr. Mill say earlier, Congo just becomes a catch-all name for enslaved Africans after a while. So you don't necessarily have to be from Congo, and by virtue of you being a slave, you might be called the Congo. So that's why Congo Square got the basically slave square. But you're allowed to go out and do two things. Now you can hold on and syncretize voodoo within the Catholic elements, and switch guards and hide guards, and do all the stuff you're gonna do, right?
Right.
As well as you can celebrate it through what does Catholic tradition have? Well, they have masking ceremonies.
Hmm.
You are people who come
The
from
Day of the Dead.
masking ceremonies. So now you can go through, what is it? I think it's Pentecost holidays and other holidays they may have, or Lent holidays, where they got parades, what you did, and masking, what you did, and costumes, what you did. That you can now have room to mix and sneak your stuff up in there to keep it going.
It can really be voodoo, but to them, they looking at you thinking it's Catholicism.
And so Catholicism has that same thing where they have a little bit more, pomp and circumstance funerals. So by virtue of you having that, now that's the reason that you can have your second line funeral type of processions.
Wait, true. I thought masking is in West Africa as well.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you're
Oh.
allowed to express it and syncretize via that, because you hide it. This is what
Ah,
syncretism is. You hide it
Hmm.
through
you
the
got it.
Catholic
You Catholic.
celebration.
Got you.
We did it as well with the Protestant church. It's just not as easy as because the Catholicism they got so many saints, and you can match the saints with an Orisha. You know what I'm
But you
saying?
go back to that side. Now you go back to the low country, and then now you go
Hmm.
back to the praise houses, and now you can see how we maintain it as
Hmm.
part of that Holy Spirit catching is those same type of not necessarily spirit possession, but rituals and dances that you're doing, and that's what's taking place in the low country in South Carolina within the praise houses, within the call and response songs and how you responding and this, that, and the third. is there. Within trying to even maintain culturally, that's why they are speaking. I don't want to say pidgin, but broken English, whatever the hell you want to call it. The Gullis and Mocha and Dr. Mocha understand them way more than I can. You get what I'm saying? That's cultural remnants in there.
Well, you put me on game because they showed try to make it sound like that I was something other than.
Right. And then you call somebody a goober and this word, and you say hep comes from there, and this, that, and the third, and all this other stuff, powder on the damn the door thing and all that. Yeah, that's West African culture blended in there, becomes low country culture. Next thing you know, looks spooky to some people, but that's blended in culture from, and that's our influence. That's not all West Africa. That's the fact that that's centuries of here, and you having to navigate through Protestantism, this, that, and the third to find ways to express it and keep it. That's why it's there. South Carolina, like you were in those rice fields doing all of that stuff. You got a whole culture. This is where they get work songs from. This is where you still can go down there. What is it? The sweet whatever baskets them Negroes is building and all that other stuff. Right down there to what? To carry the rice,
Wheatgrass.
the sweet grass, to do all of that. Bring all of that stuff. The indigo is down there. So now they got a season why
Indigo.
everybody got indigo bottles on all the trees and all this other stuff
Yep.
like that. That's
Iron,
all.
iron ore.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So all of this stuff is going on, and that's how it's, keeping the culture and making a new culture, because that's something distinct to us that ain't going on in the jungles back across the water quite like that. But then to what Taz was saying, so now you throw in, okay, Seminole, and now you over here in South Carolina, Florida, whatever, but your whole thing is now you getting pushed out west with some other stuff going on. Now you really engine. Well, the low country Gullah folks ain't necessarily. Yes, there are Native Americans all through there, but that cultural influence is starting. That's backseat. Them Seminole people going out west crying on what's this? The crying of tears. Sorry, I'm gonna stop. But you get what I'm saying? That's a whole different culture.
So there is a division. Okay.
Just the fact that
Slightly.
it's different cultural influences coming into play, right?
Gotcha.
That's all. Like any of us. Okay, I got a cultural influence being born in New York. You have it being born in Bama. See what I did there?
I ain't no Bama. That's, you knew I was gonna say that.
But yeah, we're gonna have certain cultural whatever it is. Okay, let's just take the classic example. We may favor certain musicals. Let's even drill it down even further. Pause. Even certain rap musical tastes. You might love everything, but okay, now I still love this particular sound or group or whatever because that's your cultural influence from where you may have grown up.
So true. Asari Motep says that hip hop came from New Orleans, Congo, with the drums.
That's ridiculous. I have on my channel, I put it up. I did a whole 2.5 hour presentation on Give the Drummer Some. So to give credit to any one particular place in regard, well, hip hop, yes, but as far as that, it goes way back to the drums before that. Sounds cute though. Jazz, okay, arguable. Hip hop, no. But okay, great. Jazz, yeah. The blues
He-
down there to a degree, yes. Robert Johnson, his crossroads did not take place in a migrated to city in the north. That was down south.
So, so we were talking about where I was talking about how the Juneteenth celebration and the Gullah celebration seem to have some conflict, and I suspect because the people in RBG, the people influence just being black in general, tries to use the Juneteenth as a way to bring out the educational information, but it seems to be crossed or mixed up or territorial.
Yeah. And the further we get away from, sorry to say it, like real organized and structured like historical societies and all these things in reference to us, it's going to get worse because it's going to be people guided with, in some cases, not the full picture or misinformation to show like it's not even like you're bringing up an argument that does not need to exist if it's all
Right.
about black people. Now you're gonna celebrate. Okay, this is a FBA holiday or RBG holiday, and what people when they was getting off them plantations, whether it was in Louisiana or Virginia or anywhere else, was talking, oh no, this is ours. This is the FBA, RBG, Pan African. So you get further away from what it's all about, in my opinion. Negroes gonna do what they gonna do, but so what that got to do with Juneteenth? You know, and if it may be, I think I saw Psycho. With some degree, I see it may go to be some co-opted white holiday, and they're gonna frame it, but that'll be black folks' fault once again. Because the more and more we play games with it, this is what's gonna happen. So I just don't understand what people expect to happen when Negroes play with it like this. These are the results. And the white man sit there, okay, we don't need to defund this because they don't know whether it's RBG Juneteenth or Pan African Juneteenth or Comedic Juneteenth. Niggas be having Comedic FBA Juneteenth and Moorish Sundry Juneteenth. Yeah, it sounds funny online, but look at the real world, Dr. Mo.
Yeah. Yeah, I can tell you it's happening.
Right. Sounds funny, don't it? Oh no, that's not us. Them people was really aboriginals. I bet you that's sleeping in there too. Oh no, we need to do this and celebrate the Indian part of this. Well, there you go.
Yeah, so so I worked the registration, and one of the conversations that was being had was, okay, so tell me about the Gullah or the Gullah Geechee, or they'll say come on Gullah Geechee, and then if I have someone who's from there that was there with me, they'll make a clear, they're giving this long lecture on it. So one of the ways we try to this to have more just cultural, like I said, is to bring in those workshops. And so people will say, well, we come in for the information, we're coming for the education. Yes, y'all have entertainment there, but that's not what we're not here for. That we here for. And so we sold, the workshops went crazy, and the tours, like our tours, we were sun up to sundown every hour pushing out a tour, because the people wanted to know. So that's what I was sharing with that mayor on that Black Beaches, that you're gonna need that educational piece if you want a distinction. Now Juneteenth, I gotta go see what they got going on, because I think it's just entertainment and food trucks and selling of crafts. I'm
Well,
not I'm not
that's what it resorts to, and that's what it's gonna be, and that's what we expect.
yeah.
As you go, okay, well, what do you expect? Well, then the next argument comes, well, niggas they ain't got no culture. So then all you resort to believe in that, think all you guys see is some African drummers and some buying some dashiki and some shea butter some damn place, and you went to something connected to you. I mean, y'all don't really want to talk about this shit. Oh,
Yeah.
well, we went to the Black Festival and got a low. What Taz say when y'all was going to the Black Panther movie? That's what Psycho said. Black Panther turned white, and oh y'all, yeah, that's how I look. Oh, the Juneteenth festival, dust off the dashikis. Here we go. Come on, man. If you don't respect it, that's what Dr. Claus said. You know who you think else is gonna respect this? If you play games with it, what you think is gonna happen? You have FBA, whatever, as some phrase talking about all this. We got a damn month called Black History Month that niggas have neglected, but now you grabbing on the FBA, you suddenly know your goddamn hit. Negroes, please, man. It's all a rap. Martin Luther King Day about to be wiped off the record. My bad, Psycho. Go ahead. I know you gonna yell at me about something.
No, you good. I agree with you saying. You good. Martin Luther King Day though, like that was always a huge issue too. I,
I
a lot of
take it
people didn't
though.
want that to even be a holiday.
Right, I take it though. Stevie blind as hell. He don't even work like that. He work now, but and want the day off at least. But goddamn, man, like Yes, but why is it did the what is it, Mansa Musa posters and all that? But God, who else was gonna do it? Niggas ain't
But
run out here to do it.
if we keep it a buck true, motherfuckers didn't wasn't celebrating no Juneteenth up here
One
until
hundred percent
recently.
facts they weren't. One
Yeah,
hundred
I
percent they were not. I'm
my,
agreeing with you.
I didn't even hear about Juneteenth until about 20 some years ago when I went to Texas. That was the first time I heard about this holiday or what this celebration of Juneteenth. Like it's a Texas holiday.
But
You
if
know,
it's the regard that if we had a calendar where we keep saying we're gonna make our own days and our own holidays, rah rah rah. Well, if this is a start, this is a spark. Somebody says, you know what? There was a Juneteenth that day X. Well, in I don't know, Texas. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. In Ohio, Taz, there was something else that happened on this day, and niggas decide, well, that was Free Ohio Day, and that becomes a day. It's not limited to Juneteenth, but we automatically give it away. Like, yeah, we'll take that. I'll take MLK and Black Solidarity Day and Black August. Like, we have to take some control at some point if you're going to call it your culture. I don't know, man. Like, otherwise it's, oh, they did this and they did that. Suppose a white man ain't do nothing for Juneteenth. Well, what was Negroes going to do? Go online and text their favorite quote about either how Juneteenth was good or how Tariq said it was Aboriginal Olmecs who did the first Juneteenth on June 18th.
has Tariq done more to damage Black history in the last? Is there another person besides him in the last 20 years that done more to damage Black history?
I'll say the white man is ahead of him, so I'm not gonna go that far
You
just
think the
yet.
white man did more? I disagree.
Yeah,
I disagree. You think the white man did more to damage Black history in the last 20 years than Tariq?
sure. When you go along the line
You
where
got
you have
niggas
to
saying
fight,
that they Israelites.
when you're going along
That
and
ain't
you have that fight, when you
that
have
ain't coming
that
from the white
fight,
man though.
where your response to what was Afrocentrism at a certain point is to then open up onto multiculturalism. So you got to soften our story and pick and choose how it's to be told. So they're the ones who are going to ultimately soften it up. That leads to where we are in a certain way, and then it also leaves rooms for this. Because what happened, you being in Newark, know it. What happened was a lot of those independent think tanks, whether it be Asala, which is goddamn Carter G. Woodson's group and
Mm.
all that stuff that's still around today. John Hope Franklin or
Remember,
and
I
what
said
was
the last 20 years.
no, I got you. But that was
Okay.
the absence there. That was the absence. That was those type of people writing those materials and doing that research was the absence, and it began to rely on university presses. And I'm getting to what you're saying. Which university press books are written in a certain way, and it's not necessarily to you. So there's a void. You get what I'm saying? I could run on the titles. That's not the point. The point is what we talking about historically. I mean, in that 20-year period, ain't nothing. Where was the challenges to this? Because the people in academia sat quiet like it's a joke, and they just started coming around during COVID with Karen Hunter or Dr. Greg Carr or my other boy who write a book every damn. I'm getting old, y'all. Hit it come back to me.
Yeah.
No, anyway, it'll come to me. The point is, they weren't necessarily involved in the social media world like Tariq or the y'all conscious leader was and
Yeah.
all that.
Hence my claim. He has done
Hmm.
more damage over the last 20 years against Black history than anybody else. All these pseudos that we push back against and kill all the information, everything else. He promoted all of them. He did that Hidden Colors DVD series is detrimental to the Black community.
And it gave a leg up to what was left. It gave a leg up to those remnants to a degree. It gave a leg up to Professor Kaba to assume a certain place, or Phil Valentine to assume a
Mm-hmm.
certain place.
Live winners.
Yes, and people
So,
who were on the fringes to some degree to give them a certain place, like this is what validation is. So then opens up to what they were talking about. Well, these are the same people who told you was alien Moors from Kemetic police back in the 80s and what have you. So this is how we get here.
so what would
Because
be
then,
your
yeah, I'm
recommended?
sorry.
Oh no, I
Mhm.
was gonna say what would be recommended video material Because when people are out looking for, okay, where do you start, you know, with understanding history? I'm talking for the younger folk. I ain't talking for people who already know, and then they always come across your hit colors or your because it's audio. So what are some recommended?
It's the same thing I started from day one, and start
We
where
don't
you
really
stand.
have none.
It's start where you stand, and it's just as simple as that. Because there's not a place damn near to a degree, and I put this up challenge since the first day I got on YouTube, is to find me a place where you think a Negro ain't got no history at in America, whether it be Montana, Utah, any trick up your sleeve you want. So I say that to say often when people go, they go and look over to 17,000 BC or what Lucy was doing or what they was doing in the pyramid and all that other stuff, whatever. When right in front of your face, you can figure out this stuff. Yeah, I think personally it's easier to walk backwards than try to walk forward from nowhere and you don't know where the story starts. So what I'm saying with
Yeah,
that,
that's
you talk about this and you talk about Charleston and you talk about the things you're doing. You know how much rich history is right there that you not know, which could put so many pieces together
Mm.
I
of
might have to
yeah, that's
American
throw.
what someone
of,
was recommending.
hmm
That's what someone was recommending I do. They was like, you going around with these festivals or tourists, are you going to do a documentary? And I'm like, I don't think I'm the person to do it, but I know some people we can contract out.
yeah, but
We can
it's as
put it
simple
together.
as
You tell the
go to
story.
ChatGPT, Black History of, and you put wherever you from. Newark, Lima or Lima, I always get it wrong. Bamaville, where Dad from. Out the Mars, where Blue is from. I guarantee you, if you just put that, you will have enough material. And if you don't find it on your state, yes, I will. Here goes a free link for you to start. Come
Yeah.
on, like it's not. And then what
You
that
should
does,
know your state's history. I agree. You should at least know
but
your state's
yeah,
history.
but what that does is not just that; it's narrowing it down to you. Because if you're gonna lead with you being the point of the story, right? To know where you are in history. Where are you in the places that you name in 1776? Where are you in 1436? That's how you know that's bullshit. But you get what I'm saying? Where the hell are you in 18 this or 17 that? Whatever you as a people,
Yeah,
because
you
then
touched
that's
on something.
centering you in a story.
A lot of people are ignorant to their own state history. A lot of people don't even understand how their state even came into existence. None of this other stuff, right?
So what it does is this. What it does is this, and then this is the other part. So I take the children, I go, okay, we're gonna start where you stand, then it's stop, look, and learn. So what do? The same annoying stuff I do there. Okay, well, who is this person? Who was Pulaski Psycho? Well, who was Stuyvesant Psycho? And we can run down the names of the streets in your town and the same things as mine, and none of us ever said, well, how and why.
Right, right. Yeah, because it's
Then
got
we find out
Stuyvesant
this.
Avenue out here, got Stuyvesant out there, got like it's a
You
main
see,
street every
and I
goddamn way.
take
That was
children
that was
outside, psycho. I take children. I got adults playing and they just don't want to tell me. And then they go and it's like, damn, why is this name Frederick Douglass? Why is this name Kosciuszko Bridge? Why is this name Pulaski? Ain't this over here? Yes. Well, you know what that is? That's your story. That's the American story. That's how you could play the games. Those help with, what is it, memory clues and all this other stuff. So now it goes, okay, well, I know damn Pulaski or Kosciuszko. I told you this before. Okay, why all these Van Sicklins and Von Brunts and Von Bruins
yeah,
out in goddamn East New
Van
York?
Sicklins and
Well,
yeah,
those are where the Dutch were. Well, okay. Well, where were you during the Dutch history? Well, nigga, you was on the plantations right out there in East New York and Brownsville where the Vons and all those people were.
yeah.
So now you're centering yourself in the story and you realize you can go and look this up that Brooklyn at one point was the leading vegetable producer for the colonies, and it takes place in fucking East New York and Brownsville.
Hmm.
You ain't left East New York and Brownsville, if you get what I'm saying, if you a kid in East New York and Brownsville to know all this shit. But you're
Dutch
walking
started all
around,
that shit in New York. Dutch started they the ones who brought it from the Indians.
right, but it's not limited to, oh, you in New York. No, I'm telling you, whether you live in Beaumont, Texas, or whether you live in Colorado, or whether you live in
Said,
Montana or
oh my.
Kentucky or anywhere you are. So we're looking, it's like, where do you start? Start right where you stand, because then this the next point. You'll stop overlooking that AME church right there. And believe what I said, we got landmarks all around the way. You're not putting the key. Yo, whenever you see an AME church, well, guess what it was? There was a fucking black community. Pardon me for cursing, Dad. But you get what I'm saying? Well, if a
Yeah.
black church is there, guess what was there? A black community. You can play the same game with the other ones. Well, how that random Jewish church is there? Ain't no Jews around here. Well, guess what it was before? A
It's
Jewish
the first thing
community.
Cool Joe Lewis and them built
It was a
was a
ghetto,
black church.
before you got there.
Right. So
Yeah.
you're playing these games in the community you live in now and stop now taking for granted the fact, oh, that's just some old bum ass church. And look on that little plaque. What is it? They sit at the northeast
Yep.
corner or whatever, with a, what is it, the first brick or whatever is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then what happens? It says this was established in 1936 if you're walking through Bronzeville somewhere. So now what? So now you realize, well, damn, niggas was in Bronzeville since 1936. And okay, people who go to church, well, they play ties. Well, guess what? They must have had some jobs. What was they doing? Guess what the church got? They got records of births, marriages, deaths. And you see what I'm saying?
That's why
Where do
you.
you
That's
start?
why I say you got to go back to the black church at the end of the day.
No, you got to start right where the
We
hell
gonna
you
have
at and
to.
stay the hell out of Kemet and Israel and all this stuff. What you talking about?
But that's
Then
the
you will start
identity
to
crisis,
appreciate,
though.
but then you appreciate what's going on in Beaumont, what's going on in Newark, what's going on here, and then all of that comes together. That's the story of a people, which was how we've been doing it for over a century. This isn't new. Go look at the writings. They have the black history of every goddamn state. They have it written. Somebody's written a paper, a document. I can guarantee you. Go do it. Black History of Utah. They had a goddamn newspaper. It's called the Broad Axe. If they had a black newspaper called the Broad Axe, guess what they had? Black people. Guess what they had? Literate black people. Go look it up right now if you don't believe. I took the whitest place in America and started there. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
You gonna have me? Oh, oh yes. Okay. All right. Keep going.
No. I'm
Hashtag the
good.
black
I ain't
church
trying.
is
I
back.
ain't trying. I'm just saying to answer your question of something which is fair or where do you start. And as much as I mean, you have materials. You want books? You talking about like John Hope Franklin. Start there. Google John Hope Franklin. You can go to archive.org and you can type in Carter G. Woodson, and you're gonna see all of the works on his organization and the works that he did besides Miseducation, his other writings. And then you got a resource right there, archive.org, which is all free materials. You have the Schomburg online research. You have the African American Museum. If you actually go to the website, not you, but you know what I'm saying, people go to the website, they'll give you the book recommendations and whatever. You'll have the names. You don't have to go and pay for all of them. You can go to archive.org, and many of them are free. Then we'll see, okay, well, who were the black historians? Our first black history book was written in 1841 by James W.C. Pennington. So we've been writing our story since 1841, at least. Then you can find George Washington Williams. You can walk through, if you want the names, here they go. You got John Hope Franklin. You got Carter G. Woodson. Oh, you mentioned some earlier about lynchings and how we find about that. You have a person called Rayford Logan. And the period I'm surprised Taz ain't yelled this before, is the Nadir period. And if you can look it up, the Nadir is the low point in race relations in American history. And that's when the lynchings are highest and all the violence is really at the high point. And it's roughly, I forget the whole year, but look it up.
We brought
Um,
up we brought up
Where
lynchings
you at?
because I
the year,
um
okay, Dev. I knew Dev and his demonic self was going to do it. I'm going to Google it right now and show you, Devin. I knew he was going to do that, which is a damn good question. I think they might Nadir uh, of okay, 1877. And then Taz going, yo, dude, after Reconstruction. That's right, after the Reconstruction, all that, 1877 to the early 1900s. And then roughly 1901, Rayford Logan bases his material on. So 1877, after that Reconstruction and all those, that issue to 1901. Within that period, you're going to see that what they're talking about with the lynchings and the riots, um, coming out of the Gilded Age, which they're trying to the Roaring Twenties, and the Gilded Age, which is trying to early Gilded Age, which Trump is trying to reproduce. That's where you get your robber barons and all this other stuff. I'm not getting into all that, but the point is, the Nadir period is the point of history that you want to look at it. And Rayford Logan has a book on the subject. Slavery to Freedom is a good book. It gives like an overview. That's the book I would recommend, but you know how niggas be. I'm sorry, my phone for Psycho. Slavery to Freedom, which by the way, Psycho, you could probably find on archive.org for free, so that it'll run you through. And the only reason I ain't recommend that other demon, and the people who know me know I hate Henry Louis Gates, so I'll never recommend him. The end.
You don't mess with. How can you don't mess with Henry Louis Gates?
I don't mess. The Psycho, you've known me long enough. He's a goddamn Tom. He's a goddamn interpreter of the drums. The only reason that you silly ass wokes think he's smart is because Harvard gave him his keys.
No, because I know a lot of people got smoke for him. I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent. I don't hate him.
I got a lot of smoke, and you started it, and you knew you was gonna start it, didn't you? Huh? He's a damn Tom.
What's the biggest thing, Thru?
I'm giving you specifics. I'm not yelling for no goddamn reason, Devin. Okay, well, one of them is he's a goddamn interpreter on the drums. And the only thing that separates him from a lot of historians is Harvard gave him the keys because Harvard owns the primary documents of your goddamn cotton-picking history. That's the only difference. And so what he did to get up the ranks is he tried to barbecue the real people who was doing the work, just like they tried to do to Arturo Schomburg and John Edward Bruce, the goddamn Du Bois and Carter G. Ass. But I'm getting back to Henry Louis Gates. Not just stealing people credit, he's downplaying them, and he's trying to act like they were pseudo-historians. Look at the article in the goddamn New York Times.
Who do you call pseudo? Who do you call pseudo?
John Henry goddamn Clark and others. Mother F. Henry Louis Gates. Nigga, you ever disrespect Dr. Clark. So let me finish.
Was Dr. Clark pseudo on Egypt?
It's partly, but that's not what we're talking about. Partly? Who wasn't pseudo? You really want to do this? Who was not pseudo? Smart niggas, name them. I will point out where they were.
Dr. Clark work and Dr. Ben's work is
cannot compare Dr. Ben to goddamn Dr. Clark. That is two different ends of the spectrum, my nigga.
I think both of they work those important.
Yes, but you can take, that's the problem. Too many of you wokes lean toward Dr. Ben for the last 20 years instead of Dr. Clark. That's why not you, but most
I would say Dr. Clark was less pseudo than Dr. Ben. I definitely would say that. He was less pseudo.
Super pseudo.
Yeah, Ben was.
Don't make me do it. Get back to Henry Louis Gates. So what he does, on top of that, you want to disrespect Dr. Clark. You want to disrespect J.A. Rogers. And then your punk ass turn around and redo J.A. Rogers' book.
Was J.A. Rogers pseudo when he said when he
my nigga? Then why did he do over
Africans coming here?
Okay, there you go. I'm a motherfucker said it, Psycho. Why did he redo his book over? If he wrote the article and said that they were pseudo people, you put out the same goddamn book, you demon. Why? Because that was the way that they had the information at the time and the way that those people resonated with our people. And Tom and ass Henry Louis Gates can't do it. And he tried to steal the magic and still couldn't do it because none of you niggas even knew he put that book out. Now let's get to it. You see some PBS shit go.
Rogers is the person that
about Vecchiano. That's the same goddamn way we've been telling the story.
J.A. Rogers, outside of Leno Weiner and Darl Hamadal, J.A. Rogers is one of the people that I've met Sermon referenced the most.
Okay, then let's get to it, nigga. Yeah, I told you the book. I'm the one that told you the book. Nobody else in Woketopia told you the exact book. Africa's Gift to the Americas, showed you the Olmec heads, showed you the Leo Wiener, showed you the exact quotes. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Based on the information they had, because niggas are running around today talking about some Harvard professor saying it today and talking about his fact and law. Pseudo than a motherfucker. Barry Fell, Harvard. Kemites, Israelites, and all these other ites is Barry Fell picking at. What do you think all this pre-Columbian, crazy, biblical and America wackiness is coming from? Barry fell.
Yeah.
You're gonna mention Henry Louis Gates in front of me. You know I'll blow a gasket every time I hear that. Taz, I told you I'm not here to debate
Where did
nobody
he
on like
go
this.
after Dr.
Bring
Henry
me
Clark
Henry
at?
Louis Gates and I'll body that nigga.
Where did he go after Dr. Henry Clark at? Was this literature or was this like
Yo, bro, it's an
interview
article
or
in the
something?
New York Times, and he was calling them pseudo historians.
Oh, it's the New York Times. Okay.
Yes, man. Played himself. But what it was, it's the
You
same
think
problem.
Drusilla Dungy was pseudo?
Yes, ish, with that Ethiopia book, ish. And her
So
family, actually, you could ask Vyasa because that's actually part of his family. Them Dungy, that's them old
the
Oklahoma
Dungy.
Indian niggas. Yeah, the Dungies and all that shit. That's
So
his.
what does that say about Herodotus, dog? And
Uh-huh. No one
I
is
said,
exempt from a little pseudo, Blue. No.
I mean, so tell me this though. When you say that, how far do you think that the Kush kingdom actually was able to reign, was able to go?
Hold on, Blue. One more thing before I finish. Let me just finish with Psycho because I just saw in the chat. And another thing, I dismiss him, and this ain't for Afro. He came on all this black super knowledge and got all this money telling them white people they connected to niggas. You sat up there. Well, who do you think you are? Well, what people on the planet need to put together the pieces more about what happened to them, but his own, my nigga. Do you really want me to go here? But you sit up there and watch him
That's
tell
my
them
issue
Ben
with
Affleck
my issue.
and all these white folks who they related to. Who do you think you are?
I
The
got
only
issues
question
with
that
him.
applies to is us, Psycho. Go ahead,
Now, I
bro.
got issues with him because, when I saw he had did his DNA and everything else, and he found out he had a large percentage actually of Irish DNA, and he actually went out to Ireland to go find his lineage out there. I was like, wait, what? He didn't even go out to Africa to go find his lineage
That's
out there.
crazy.
Psycho.
He went out to Ireland to go find the white boys, his white family he related to, and found them.
It
Them
wouldn't have
folks
been a
looking at
cooler
him
way.
They
Hold
like,
went
on,
to a
listen.
family
It
cookout. They
wouldn't have
went
been
to
a
a
cool.
family cookout with him. I was
It
like,
wouldn't
this
have been
is
a.
disgusting.
It
What
wouldn't
is
have been a
this?
cooler way if Henry Louis Gates take his whole time and getting knocked on the door ass to the PJs and pick random Shaquasia and tell Shaquasia, you know what? You related to, I don't know, the Booker T. Washington or Mansa Musa or somebody like that. Random ass black people like, yes, your lineage is great. But no, you're going to sit up there and stroke white folks and tell them, oh, you related to the King of Scotland and goddamn Shaka Zulu. And get the fuck out of here with that shit, nigga. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Blue. I interrupted you. Who do you think you are?
no. That's actually a solid point. Yeah, I kind of wondered though, cause what I will say too, a lot of the work that Drusilla Dungy was going off of was Herodotus work, which was kind of, which is it kind of begs a different. I think he used a lot of. I think we determine that as pseudoscience now. Was it going by like craniology or whatever?
Blue, ain't nobody entertaining that shit. Go ahead, brother. Maybe Wall Street really will. You done brought us to Herodotus
Yeah.
and have us talking about Josephus and Jesus in about 3 minutes. You think you slick. You think you slick, right?
No,
One day
nah,
too.
I wouldn't. Nah, I wouldn't go that direction. Nah, I think we was kind of going into to Dr. Clark's work, uh, and I think Drusilla Dungy's book kind of details that. I think hers is from a different angle though, as a part of, instead of like from the comedic angle, it kind of takes a from the Kush from more of a Kush standpoint, and she kind of has Kush going all the way out as far as India, I believe.
In the book of Enoch, it says,
Oh shit.
Book, it's the book of Enoch. Oh,
Like I said, Henry Louis Gates, you gonna fuck up my whole Friday, Psycho. I hate you for that one, yo.
No, I mean, people be ripping him, and and like I said, I don't got no strong opinion about him one way or the other. He done stuff that I ain't too crazy about, but I don't like get triggered when people mention him. But people be getting triggered, like, don't mention him. He's this, he's that. Da, da, da. I'm like, God damn, what the hell did he do?
Hmm?
Did I
I'm
miss something?
I'm more academically. I'm not, that's where my thing is because I actually know what some of my elders are old heads from back then and all that stuff. So some other, crazy stuff with that brother. But just
How
the
long ago was
present
this article? How long ago was this article? We talking like decades ago? Because they got a lot of stuff on him on the New
nice. I
York Times.
wanna say 80 something.
Oh,
Hold
this is
on.
like the '80s. Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
We
yeah,
go way
yeah.
back. All right. Yeah, I gotta go.
Let me see if I
He,
can
he,
find
he's
it.
he's all in the New York Times. Like
Yeah, yeah, no question.
I'm scrolling back and back. I ain't even out the 2000s yet. And
Let
Hmm?
me see
he
if I
popping
can.
up.
What?
Okay.
No. What was it that
Oh,
was
here
said
it is.
again?
It's called. Here it is. It's called. The article is. Wow. This is why I'm so mad. I was a freshman in college. Okay. Okay. This is July 20th, 1992. The name of the article is called "Black Demagogues and Pseudo Scholars."
oh shit.
That's the title of the article.
I'm looking at it right. I
Okay.
can't read the whole
You said
thing, but yeah.
July. You said July '92.
July 20th, 1992. That's an op-ed.
I got
They
June
call
28, 1992. Between living and born. I got June 3rd, 1992. Afro
no,
American
this
Studies.
July 20th, 1992 is a
Yeah,
Monday.
they don't
Black
got nothing but July.
Demagogues and Pseudo Scholars. That's the name. Let me see if I
Let
can
me look
find a
that up
whole version of
specifically. You said what was it? July what? 92?
it. July 20th.
20th?
Black Demagogues. Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can get the article right here. View on Time Machine. Continue. I probably done tried this too much. Hold on. I don't know why I don't got the article. Just for demons like you keep bringing it up. All right, you could read it. Oh, damn it. Now you got a paywall.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
New
I
York
got it in
Times.
a
The New York
slide.
Times be
Hold on.
tripping, dog. Like I'm gonna break down. Go ahead and just get a subscription because I get tired of that shit. Sometimes
What is
these
what is
motherfuckers.
it? 5 times more than an actual newspaper?
Yeah, you gotta buy it by like the year, I think, or something. A month, monthly.
Yeah,
It
you
might be
gotta buy a
monthly.
real subscription.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one though. Hold on, let me look it up. I actually got the article though. It's on the slide. Let me see.
Every time I go,
Now remember, let me set the settings. What's going on in 1992 in academia?
Academia.
And I don't mean to go like that because that's a lot, Dad. I know you was gonna say that. That's a whole lot, nigga. But I'm talking about remember that whole Jewish thing that's going on. Remember that whole
Holocaust denial.
Lefkowitz thing and Khalid Muhammad type of things in the atmosphere and all those other type.
The Rodney King video is in April, ain't it?
Right, and there's also a push. There's also a push for what Afrocentrism and African studies to emerge. This is where Malifi Asante does what he does at Temple, right? And then other schools start to include Africana studies as I think an undergraduate degree, right? So I'm talking. There's a lot of things going on that's happening, and here come old interpreter from the drums, Tom from the goddamn ivory tower. Oh, let me go battle somebody who's been doing it for 50 goddamn years to try to call him a black demagogue and pseudo scholar. I gotta go on mute for a second. I'm so goddamn furious, psycho.
is it safe to say you was more pseudo in '92 than you are today?
Fuck that. 'Cause white people live in the pseudo.
Truth don't answer that question.
Hmm?
This is backdoor Truth's X-Clan years. That's why he's so pissed off. He's traumatized.
Nigga used to have a leather kufi.
Yeah, he was part of Native tongue.
Why would you say that they left Europe to establish the Americas?
Who left Europe to establish America?
The English.
The English, they did. They came to colonize. Yes,
No, that's just it.
colonization. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you talking about, are you talking about like the Pilgrims, like like
Yeah, 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 yeah. The
the
Pilgrim.
Pilgrims? They came allegedly for freedom of religion. That's why they came. But
Some pseudo shit.
when the English started coming out here in droves, they was coming to colonize.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The English. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
did they come or were they pushed out?
Oh, the British, a little bit of
The
both.
pil
A
like the
little bit of
Pilgrims.
both. You did. There was a penal colony at one point in time where they did have people come out here and serve time or whatever. That did happen. So I would say they.
Yeah, I would like to see if there's a correlation from quote unquote the founding fathers end of it, and because even when I was a kid, it I never got the relationship between the quote unquote pilgrims, Plymouth Rock, and founding fathers. To me, they were two separate. One of them ran, and then the other one did like you did. They were explorer, or at least that's how it was told to me
Like it's
earlier.
one of them is more of a criminal aspect of why they here, and the other one
Yeah,
is
not
more
like
yeah.
fucking misdemeanor either. Like
They were
straight
the
out
worst of the
fucking
worst.
killers. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why penal colony. They did the same thing. Australia was built on. It was a penal colony at first. That's where they dumped their prisons at. So yeah, they did that for a little bit out here too. That didn't last too long. They ain't last as long as Australia, but yeah, yeah they would take their worst of their worst and exile them, ship them out. I heard y'all was struggling with an apple. Well, not struggling, but beating up an apple earlier.
King J. I don't think he's been on your panel though.
Nah. I think I seen him over here before though.
Yeah. He been over here a couple times.
Yeah. Seemed like he wanted. He seemed like he a product of Hidden Colors as Negro.
Yeah, he kind of just slipped into it. Diddy was talking about something, and then
They
he
always do.
said something. Yeah.
They always do. It's a religion, and it's a game for these people too. It's actually a game for these people.
Hmm.
These people who found out some new BS online that don't equate to nothing. They think they got one up on anybody else because they the only ones who know this secret hidden information that they just found out, and they just it's a game for them. They want to they want to see if you can dispute what they're saying, right? So they'll just introduce some random wild thing into the conversation to see if it sticks.
Yeah, Sebia waited a long time before he came up.
Hmm. Yeah, I saw Truth having fun with him. He wasn't on the come up there.
Hmm. That was funny. Yeah, Wale looking up 14th.
Yeah, he said 1436. I was done. Anybody talk about Negroes being here in 1436? Yeah. I'm not even hearing you. I'm not even listening to that. You said 1436. Negroes did not exist on this landmass. Did not.
Yeah, he was saying everybody was here. He said Spain, then try to switch to Portugal.
They'd be breaking their necks trying to be Indians, boy. Sad.
They don't want to have nothing to do with Africa, slavery and nothing.
Some people don't want that. Some people it's because they don't want nothing to do with slavery. Some people just don't want nothing to do with Africa. Some people are cool with the idea of slavery. They just want to try to flip it and make it seem like it was Indians that they was enslaving, not Africans.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then you got some that just deny slavery altogether. That never happened. That was all cap. Like, which is even crazier. So it depends on who you're talking to, where they getting their pseudo information from.
Yeah, that mulatto dude gave me a damn migraine yesterday morning, boy. I was like, man.
Oh, that troll, he's a whole troll. I don't pay him too much money. I only let him up because it was past the 12-hour mark. It was slow. I was like, hey, let me see what the hell
Same thing, yeah. We was past 12 hours. I was gonna restart at 7 o'clock, boy.
Yeah, that dude, a whole troll. He just wants some attention.
He be getting it too.
Mm-hmm. He would be like when people like him come up, you can't have no real conversation with him. You just clown him. It's certain people you just got to clown because it's not even a real conversation. Some people trying to have real conversations because they really think their information is solid and they really think they on to something. I don't mind talking to them too much, but yeah, them people that's intentionally just to troll, they just want to, yeah, just try to get a reaction out of people. I'm cool.
Yeah, by him saying checkmate, it sounds like he's been around a bunch of jail motherfuckers.
Oh, uh, freaking weirdo. He get on my nerve. That cracker side was coming out because he kept talking these little gay jokes, thinking it's funny as hell. I'm like,
Yeah.
That's that cracker coming out of you, dog. Only white people say gay stuff and laugh at it.
Yeah, he's definitely more white than anything, yeah.
Yeah, that's not cool. What are you up here doing?
What up with it, Wale? He found a way back.
Probably get his mic together.
Yeah, man, I was actually trying to get my screen share together. So I brought it on the screen share so I won't have to be relocating and stuff.
Oh,
Can you see it on the screen share? Yeah.
He already know you about to get asked the source up. He came with the source before we even asked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what they asked me for it about 2 hours ago. I've been looking for it for about 2 hours. I still didn't find the one I wanted, but this will suffice rather nicely. This is from PBS. The other one I wanted is more concise, but I don't see it. So this right here is from PBS. And if you would, I'm going to try to get it at the top so that you can see from the beginning to the end what's going on. This is kind of in the middle. Virginia slave codes, la-di-da, the rest of that story. And I think that's something. Anyway, down at the bottom, that's where I was centering at for the answer for True Story, and he asked me to find this answer here. The 17th century slave in Virginia, disputes with the master could be brought before a court for judgment. That's in the 1600s, and that's what I was saying. The slavery of the 1600s was different, and it morphed up until the next paragraph. With the slave codes of 1705, this no longer was the case. A slave owner who sought to break the most rebellious slaves could now do so because they changed the law. But before that, the slave could actually take the owner of the barn to court for brutality or whatever. And that was the point of that part. I found something else you were saying too while you were talking. Oh, here it is. This is the third paragraph is what I'm referring to, but in 1775, which is the second paragraph, but you can see from the top it says the status of blacks, Negroes is how they put it in the original text. In Virginia, slowly changed over the last half of the 17th century, which means the last half of the 1600s. The black or Negro indentured servants with the hope of freedom was increasingly being replaced by the black slave. In 1705, the Virginia General Assembly removed any lingering uncertainty about this terrible transformation. It made a declaration that would seal the fate of Negroes for generations to come. And the declaration they made, it is quoted right here. All servants imported and brought into the country who were not Christians in their native country shall be accounted and be slaves. All Negro,
what people would that encompass?
all Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves within this dominion shall be held to be real estate. If any slave resisted his master correcting such a slave, and shall happen to be killed in such correction, the master shall be free of all punishment, as if no such accident never happened. As if such accident never happened. So it says right there where you had mentioned Indian slaves, and it says right there, Indian slaves in the 1775 Virginia Assembly declaration, right? It says right there, Indian slaves. Okay, so if you want to say there wasn't anybody died, I don't know what to tell you.
That's in Virginia. And
yeah, Virginia was okay.
Yeah,
according
expounding on what you just read. That's all, Wilder.
According to their actual words, Virginia was also including New England. New England was included in Virginia.
Virginia can't make laws for New England. Virginia can't make laws for New England. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Virginia can't make laws for New England. New England can't make laws.
Cousin, just listen to what I'm saying before you object to what I'm saying. Will you please?
Well,
the original
Virginia nowhere. Yeah, I don't even know where New England came in at.
Because New England was part of the original Virginia. Virginia, the original Virginia colony by the British, included New England. They separated what they called North Virginia and then renamed it New England.
1705.
Hey man, I'm just talking about from the 1600s. New England. If you know, you do it. You know, whatever you do it. It's okay.
Well, in 1705.
Meanwhile, I'm just reading what the thing said.
Was that New England in 1705? Is that what you're saying?
Say what again?
Are you saying that was New England in 1705? Is that what you're saying?
No, New England. Are you saying New England?
Yeah, that's what I just said. New England.
Okay. I'll find the paper on that in a minute. I was just making a comment.
I just did yes or no, Wilder. It's a yes or no. Well, are you saying that was considered New England in 1705, Virginia?
Oh no, Virginia was considered. There was no New England. So it was all Virginia.
Why are we talking about New England?
I'm saying now because I was saying that also New England was trapped out of Virginia. It used to be part of the North, 39th parallel, and above still was Virginia, because Virginia was the first colony from the British, period, the end. And then that's what they saying. I don't know. I'm just going by their words, and I'll find the stuff to say that. But I wanted to find this stuff here that people were talking about. I found it all in one page, and I was able to bring it up and display it on the presentation. And that's where I'm really at, man. And I'll get the next paper. It's somewhere in my text right here. I got it. I got 25, 40 tabs open up here that I have to go through and find the one that you're asking about now relative to the splitting of Virginia from Virginia to New England, how they split that over. But there's a paper I got also on
I'm
that.
reading
I
right
didn't.
here. Virginia was never New England. I didn't think so. New England was never.
No, it was never New England.
Right.
I didn't say it was New England.
Right. That so again, my initial statement stands. Virginia can't write any laws for New England.
Mm-hmm. I'll be back at you.
Why'd you argue with me when I said it?
Because I'll be back at you with the proper wordage, reading from the proper source, because I don't want to argue with nobody about nothing. I'll be back at you. No problem. Give me a few minutes. You can go on. I'll find it. Just like I found this. I don't let shit go. I'll find it.
All right. Well, yeah. What are you looking for? I'm confused. What are you looking for? You looking for to prove that Virginia is a part of New England? What was a part of New England?
No, I'm
I
looking
think
where
he said
New
it the
England.
opposite way
I'm looking.
around.
Thank you very much.
New England
Yeah, I
was
think
a
he said
part
it.
of Virginia. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think he
Exactly.
said New England was a part of the original Virginia. Then they split and turned it into North Virginia
Nah, Virginia was
or
Virginia.
whatever it was.
Nah, Virginia was actually. Let's see. What? How this? What? It's. All right, I gotta try to remember how this went. Virginia was big. It was bigger than it is now, and included West Virginia and everything else. And North Carolina was bigger than it was too. And then it split to South Carolina and then Tennessee. And Virginia split from Virginia and West Virginia. But it was never a part of New England though. New England was always up in the northeast. That's where New England was.
Was New England already established?
Yeah.
That's one of the first.
That's when the British. That's when the British. That's when the British started trying to colonize. We were just talking about that when the British came over to colonize everything else. That's what it was called in New England, and it was up there by Boston and all that, where the Pilgrims was at, and all that.
My fuck, my timer was going off. Clock in.
New England was just a section of the 13 colonies.
All the servants and porters.
Is this thing on?
Virginia was never that though. Yeah, there you go, Alex.
I was saying, is this thing on? I don't know if it's on or not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. I get rid of the screen share. That way I can. Yeah, but yeah, man, I'm gonna look that up and come back at you. I might have been mistaken. Who knows? That's why I like to go back to the source, find the source,
Now
check
Virginia,
it out. And
but
if it says something different, I definitely will bring it. If it say that I'm mistaken, I'll bring you that too.
no doubt, no doubt. Now
Okay.
Virginia has some very strict slave codes in place. They like that's where the Anthony Johnson case took place and everything else, where they kind of codified chattel slavery and everything else, and it spread out and everything. So they kind of use Virginia as the example of how to handle slavery throughout the rest of the counties. For the most part, a lot of stuff happened in Virginia first with these slave laws. Kind of like how they use California now to push all the progressive stuff first before it spreads all the rest of the country. That's how they was using Virginia when it came to slavery.
That shit wild. They still rioting
They said what?
or protesting? They ain't no
Oh,
riot.
protesting? Yeah, I believe so. I believe so.
Yeah, I ain't seen a riot yet. I'm waiting on that.
I like to call them riots. When we do it, they call it riots. When we do it, they call it riots. That's what they call it. They don't call it rebellions. They don't call it peaceful protests. They don't call it nothing. Nope, they call it riots.
Well, I say that because of
With them motherfuckers.
the history of LA. It's like, nah, that ain't. When I see the Koreans standing on top of their stores with choppers, I know we in a riot. To then, these folk playing around, man. We gonna know when it's up. When it's up, it's up. You can't sit that out. You gotta go to the store. You eventually gonna have to go outside. You can't sit that out.
Mm-hmm.
It's chaotic, but it's a lovely time. I ain't gonna lie. So you be proud to be black. I just wonder how this shit gonna go. It kind of suck though because they're not ready to deploy the damn National Guard. It's like that.
Well, that was in California, and I think they're going now. National Guard, at least. Now I don't know what's gonna happen this weekend. I don't know. It'll be popping off today. I think so we'll see. I don't think it's gonna be as bad as last week, but
Yeah, they need to chill out, bro. You gotta chill out. It's gonna be up. I wonder though if it is if riots do pop out, how do they look this time? Like, what is the racial dynamics and shit?
yeah. As far as
I know last
the
time,
protesters, it wasn't a lot of black people at all. I barely saw any.
nah,
Like, I ain't see none in the stuff that I saw. And then somebody said they saw one black dude was in front with a whole bunch of Mexicans behind him. I'm like, that don't count. That's a token. That don't count. I want to see like
shit,
black.
I'm barely
As
seeing
long as I'm not
Mexicans.
seeing black people in mass, seeing large numbers of black people, we stick out like a sore thumb. If you got one or two blended in the crowd, I don't care about those tokens. Like, I'm talking about in large numbers. I don't want to see black people out there.
Shit, I barely been seeing Mexicans out there to be real.
Yeah, I
Like a
want to
bunch
see
of
more
white folks
white
been
people
out
than
there.
anybody. That's what I want to do. More white people than anyone, but
I'm looking like
the hell up
I
too.
don't know where if they is. I don't know what part of LA they from because I don't know. That's is it dressed like dressing like that. Them folk must have moved up in life. Shit, them ain't no exes I know. Mm. They've been out there though for years, bro. That's what's wild.
Is he
They've been
is he
downtown
is he done with that page?
protesting, covering that shit up since I was a kid, and probably before then. Then they had the day where they would have like sit out days where they would all not work, not show up to work and shit. They've been doing that shit for years.
Afro stupid. Yeah, he must have got beat up pretty bad. He ain't come back.
Cool.
That King J dude.
Uh,
He said he got treated like a dead gazelle in the mouth of a lion.
yeah.
Hey, Must have been pretty bad. He ain't come back. I caught the ass end of it. I saw Truth was in his bag though, so I was like, yeah.
Man.
That Tariq Nasheed stuff, it don't fly over. That shit don't. They come outside their church, they get their feelings hurt. They get their feelings hurt every time.
That's what I was gonna say. You said earlier, Tariq Nasheed, and the reason why earlier I was arguing. I said when Dr. Mo raised the question, I thought she was more so saying like, what do we have to combat that type of shit? And twofold to that, I was gonna say I would have said Dane Calloway probably was worse. I think I think
Well,
his
he,
production made him way more of a like he had way better production than that
I've
hidden
seen
color shit.
he put people in this he put people in a trance with his videos and everything else, but he getting his but he got I would argue without Hidden Colors you don't have Dane Calloway. I would argue Hidden Colors birthed Dane Calloway. That would be my argument. Because I think Hidden
Yeah.
Colors takes people down that rabbit hole, and plus it gave him some master teachers to go study.
The only thing about hidden colors and the different, I think, is more people. Like it's only to me, it's only a certain type of people who would have even been like interested in even watching that. The Dan Calloway
Mm, nah, not at the
opens
time
up
it
the
came
deep
out.
psyche.
At the time it came out, he was riding the wave, man. People was just Trayvon Martin and all that stuff was going on and everything. Obama had just got into office and all this other stuff, that, and the third, and like, it was a lot of stuff going on. Like black people was that black people ain't been more on code since that time. Like this is when the conscious
Yeah, but
community,
we was in an echo
this
chamber
when the
though. C-
this when the conscious community first blew up. Like remember when the conscious community first blew up because everybody was getting on race code around this time. This is when things were getting heated. You know, this is before this right around building up towards Trump and all that other stuff. Everything else,
Yeah,
like people it was up. This is when all that BLM stuff first started and everything, and this that, and third. That brought in a whole new crowd of people trying to get in touch with their blackness, right? Like people was getting on race code, so and that drew people into the conscious community. And that's where a lot of people ended up going because they were trying to, get in touch with their roots and everything else that third. And yeah, that took them down these rabbit holes.
mm,
And he rode that wave. He rode that wave, and that DVD caught fire. Oh, we lost him. But yeah, that DVD caught fire around that time. And that's how he was able to come with a part 2, 3, 4, 5, everything else, and each one just kept getting more and more pseudo.
yeah, my fault. Pressing buttons and shit.
Yeah, Sinetta ain't never been as big as he. Sinetta channel is minuscule compared to what it used to be back then. Back then,
Yeah,
Sinetta channel was popping. That shit dead now compared to what it used to be. That shit is dead.
I'll tell you
Sinetta,
who might have even did it worse though too.
mm,
Don't forget your boy.
well,
Once, what's his name? Ronald Dalton with the Hebrews to Negroes.
oh well, that came later. That came later.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that shit was crazy though. That shit, that was
that was
number one
also a
on
product of what
Amazon.
I'm talking about. Another product of what I'm talking about. Explosion of the Hebrews. Hebrews
Hmm.
exploded around this time. From 2008 up to now, the Hebrews exploded. The Hebrews was really
Yeah,
local.
they really been winning.
The Hebrews was really local before 2008. 2008, once they started getting online and everything else, and this, that, and
Yeah,
third,
them niggas in Puerto Rico.
them exploded.
They in Ghana.
There are people that didn't know nothing about Hebrew Israelites 20 years ago that know all about them now. Like, and they knew nothing about them
Yeah,
20 years ago. Like I said, like if you was in this area, you seen them. You seen them, you heard them. It's no big deal. But people outside this area didn't know too much about them.
Now they everywhere, bro.
They everywhere now, all over the country. All over the country. You got a camp somewhere, something. People identifying. They ain't even got to be camps. It's identifying as Hebrews.
Yep. Even if they don't, you know what I'm saying, they ain't even a part of a camp and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But every now and then I'll see somebody with their fringes now. I'm like, yeah, the Hebrews. They definitely been winning. They got to clean that shit up, though.
Huh?
You gonna do that shit. I ain't against it. You just got to clean the shit up, man. And they got too much issues going on. And part of the issue is every time somebody disagree over one fucking verse, they feel like they got to damn start a whole nother camp. That shit is stupid.
Yeah.
I'm like, the one West split, the dumbest split I ever seen in my life, bro. Them niggas split off.
You talk the 2000 prophecy?
Yeah.
Will you share my screen? Can you share my screen, anyone? Because I got the info that I went to search for. I mean, in between. It's up on this thing. Oh yeah, there he is, my man. I'm gonna go into that window so I can maneuver in that area once I find it. PBS.
You see your screen. It says 1600 and 1775.
I wish I knew where it was. I'm trying to find it on the tabs. Okay, I think this is it. Okay. Is it moving? Is it moving?
Yeah, it's moving, yes.
Okay, I found it. Okay, this is what I was reading from. Was this thing here when I was mentioning this thing about Virginia and whatnot and that and about New England? I think it's on here. Damn. I just saw it. Oh, yeah, this is it. For a brief period during the 16th century, Virginia was the only English colony in North America. The first settlement was established in 1587 on Roanoke Island in what is now North Carolina. By the 1600s, the Virginia colony comprised the entire coast of North America, including the shoreline of Acadia and a vast area of inland Canada. In 1607, settlements were established at Jamestown and at the Potsdam colony, but only Jamestown survived. By 1620, the portion of Virginia north of the 39th parallel became New England. Despite the emergence of other English colonies in North America, the Virginia colony was by far the most influential in the 17th and 18th centuries in defining the country's social and cultural character leading up to the Revolutionary War. It was in Virginia that colonial governments first established slave codes, which became more extensive and were later adopted by other colonies. So what I was saying about the 39th parallel, that's the part I read that for. And it became New England. And I got that from NBC News. You see it say NBC News. Back. I didn't get that from out of my butt cheeks. I got it from NBC News, okay? And I'm reading it just as it reads right here. So it won't be no issue about that.
What
and
most of the
I don't know. Who is this?
Boogeyman.
Oh, yeah, man. I had your thing up here a few minutes ago, too. You weren't here.
1506?
No, not that part. The part about something. I'll find it because I didn't get rid of the tab. I just got to relocate the tab. But while I was reading that part I had brought for you, me and Psycho had went into another area of conversation, which I just brought that up to him to show him where I had found in NBC News, that Virginia went all the way up to parts of Canada as far as what was Virginia considered. And It
Go
was
ahead.
at 39th parallel. They broke it off of Virginia and called from the 39th parallel north,
Yeah.
New England.
Now
But
I
it
did.
was all Virginia
Well,
I
in the
didn't
beginning.
disagree. Yeah, I didn't disagree that Virginia was much. I said that Virginia was much bigger, and I thought it was. I thought it was a part of North Carolina and all that at first. So you just confirmed it was. But
it
yeah,
was
and
just
then
it
that
was just
split
the
off.
Virginias because it was for the Virgin Queen. I saw that area, like just
It's,
like in, go ahead.
go on.
That's
I
all.
was
I
just
ain't
I
trying to
was
jump
just
into
going to
something
read
else.
for
That's
you
all it
just in
was.
case you miss it,
Go
because
ahead.
they gave the comprehensive territory of Virginia,
Okay.
and and the first settlement was established in 1587 on Roanoke
Oh
Island,
no.
and what is now North Carolina, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And by the 1600s, the Virginia colony comprised the entire coast of North America,
Mm-hmm.
including the shoreline of Acadia and a vast area of inland Canada. In 1607, settlements were established at Jamestown and at the Popham colony, but only Jamestown survived. By 1620, the portion of Virginia north of the 39th parallel became New England.
Right. That's before. That's before the other states, like and everything else. So yeah, it was no longer Virginia. It became other states.
Right, but that's just
And
because
other states
there
came
was the
out of that.
Virginia. Right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Despite the emergence of other English colonies in North America, the Virginia colony was by far the most influential in the 17th and 18th century in defining the country's social and cultural character leading up to the Revolutionary War. And I should say another thing too that I wanted to point out, if this thing is still on here. They
Right.
said something about Bacon's rebellion, making
Wait,
it
hold on.
strict.
Also, because the Roanoke didn't Roanoke nobody weren't they all dead?
Okay, I'll tell you what it reads again.
I saw the
For a
Roanoke
brief,
part. That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, the first settlement was established in 1587 on Roanoke Island, which in what is now North Carolina. By the 1600s, this 13 years later, the Virginia colony comprised the entire coast of the rest of that story. It didn't go into nothing else about the Roanoke Island, so I don't know what you're asking and how to answer that.
Right. So even then, the Virginia colonies wouldn't take it. It depends on what come on the 1600s, because in that you got New Netherlands and Virginia, New Spain is below that. So they don't have the whole East Coast at no point like that. That's a bit
They
because
said,
Spain is
you're arguing with the article or me?
yes.
Because I ain't arguing. I'm just reading the article.
I'm just putting
Okay, well, there
clarity
you
to the
go.
article. So you have Spain and you have
Clarity.
the Dutch there and you have the French up there.
It said by the 1600s, Virginia comprised the entire coast of North America, including the shoreline of Acadia and a vast area of inland Canada. Now, I
Right.
don't know what you're
That's the
talking
equivalent.
about.
That's
So
the
what I'm
equivalent.
talking about, is the
That's the
Dutch.
equivalent of saying Louisiana was once touching Canada. Like
No, he's talking about because a grant is issued by
It did.
James. I think his grant is
right,
issued
it
by
did.
James or Charles over there. 1613, the old boy goes for England and all that, but the Dutch, for the Dutch, and have the territory in New Netherlands. That's in the 1600s, so they don't have the whole seaboard.
So I don't see New Netherlands on here, though.
Well,
I
I'm
see New
telling you,
England.
New Netherlands is there
It
because
might
that
show up in
New
another
Netherlands is
paragraph.
right.
what?
New Netherlands.
It might show up in another
New Jersey.
paragraph. I don't know. I didn't read the whole
New
thing.
Netherlands is Jersey.
No, when New Netherlands goes from Hartford to
Jersey.
Delaware. To
Oh,
Delaware.
to Delaware. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then then the Swedish take over the Delaware and the Pennsylvania part, and that becomes New Sweden.
Okay, but the British, Virginians got their slave code and had an idea about slavery from the Barbados.
Yes.
Barbados Island was the forerunner on this slavery thing altogether for the British. And they did all kind of experiments and social stuff over there. And then they brought it and moved it around. They commercialized it and then franchised it.
Well, it was the same people. The same people that had colonies in the Americas also had colonies in the Caribbean. They were the same British.
Oh yeah,
people.
the British, the English, British, like that. Yeah, we agree on that. No problem.
So they're going to be the same people. And in a lot of cases, what will happen is if they were up in the north in particular, during the cold months, they would go down to their plantations, whether in the Caribbean or otherwise. That's why you might
Okay.
have like Livingston and certain. I think you got Livingston in Jamaica actually, and I think Livingston and Morris. That's where Morris Senior in the Bronx come from, but he went to the Caribbean in the winter as well. Same British
Okay.
people.
Like I say, I ain't much on European history, but the other history I mostly look at. So yeah, I can
So
dig they all British.
in this point, by 1614, a black man named Juan Rodriguez becomes the first non-native resident of what will become New York. So there's a black man involved, as well as Matthew DaCosta, a black man from, I believe, Benin, was in Canada. He's one of the reasons that you have a Canada and a Montreal in particular. So those are the
What
black.
year are you talking about?
You can look up Matthew DaCosta.
Yeah,
16. Matthew DaCosta, once again, is a 16. I want to say 11. You can look him up. I want to say
1611. I thought
I
you
might
said.
have the year wrong, but it's around that point because him and Juan Rodriguez are around the same time. So
The only thing I'd like to say about that, as far as just to make it, like to broaden it out a bit, those weren't the only niggas up that way. That's all.
Okay, but the one that we have the one that we have the actual records of is Matthew DaCosta and Juan Rodriguez.
Okay, then I'm not arguing the point at all, 100% at all. My only statement is them was not the onlys.
Right, and the
That's
ones
all.
we actually have actual records of are those two.
Okay, fine.
So what were you saying? Did you say you found something earlier about 1606?
No, not at all. I'll have to find it again and tell you what it was about. Hold on a half a second. It's not too far away from me. Because I just was reading it just before I came up on that thing with him. So it might just be right here at the front. Just have to locate it again. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. What were we talking about? What was it? 1606? We were talking about
that
something.
the 1606 to 1624 was the slave laws of Virginia.
Yeah, they also mentioned the slave trade, glue, la-di-da. They also mentioned the Indians and stuff, Native Americans as they Algonquin. They mentioned a lot of that in the early thing, but I'm trying to find out what was the contingency of our conversation so I could
You said there
find
were
which.
slave laws in Virginia 1606 to 1624.
Oh, no, my point was, this is the point that I was making at the time, that half of the people are about half were slaves and about half were indentured servants. That's what I was making the comment, and I used 1602, and you said, no, man, I'm looking at 1606, 1607, 1608. I said, okay, well, somewhere around that time.
No, I never said anything, Wale, about 1606, 1607, or 1608.
But
you
I
were
thought for
talking
sure
about
I heard you say
Virginia,
that.
and you were talking about slave laws, and you mentioned the slave laws of Virginia. You said from 1606 to 1624. And then you were looking for that, and we sat silent for about 10 minutes. I think I was on the last before we made the control.
Okay, so now I got it. Because I wasn't talking about laws. I found that the things I was talking about, they call them codes, slave codes. They
Okay, I'll take the slave codes of 1606. No problem.
Not 1606. They didn't start then, but I'm saying that the whole language was misused. In 1660, that's when they wrote the first slave law. But there were slave codes, and there were de facto what they call common law codes and stuff like that. That some of them weren't even written down.
Okay, so what were the slave codes of 1606?
No, I'm not saying a slave code of 1606. That wasn't my point about it at all. No 1606 or no 1600 nothing. Really, that's what I'm trying to get you to let go of, because I'm not trying to say.
That was the main emphasis that you held on to, was the Virginia slave code of 1606 to 1624. That's what you spent 10 minutes looking for. So instead of why don't we just say that's not real?
Because what I was looking for was the actual paper that read that way.
Okay, did you find it?
I didn't know, like I said, I didn't find that actual paper, and that's why I was using these other papers. And I was attempting to signify what my reason for even that paper was to say that half of the people that came up into, and I still haven't found that dissertation, but I have seen it on here before. I just have to locate it.
So
But
which of the? Okay, I'm sorry. Well, which of those people that these laws applied to in 1606 in Virginia?
I'm trying to see if this is the paper I was reading from earlier. It might be. Because like it says, Virginia was moved early 1600s to the mainland, away from Roanoke Island. So that's what I'm talking about, and that was in the 1600s. So I'm saying from Virginia, the starting of Virginia, when I started saying 1602, I was talking about Virginia on the mainland. And that's why I used that 1602. I didn't mean to refer to race laws, but there were codes that the people refer to as codes. And I was attempting to find them codes.
Were they slave codes?
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm.
So, right. I would like to see the slave codes of Virginia in 1602.
Yeah, that's what I don't know if this, I didn't say it, that the code started as of 1602. You keep saying that, and I keep saying I ain't saying that.
What codes applied in 1602? Is that better? What codes applied in Virginia in 1602?
Exactly. Once I find it, I certainly will read it out because I read it out a minute before. I don't mind doing it again.
Okay, my fault. So y'all heard the 1602 codes, psycho, Taz?
No, ain't nobody said nothing about 1602. Really? Bringing that up as though that.
What did you read before about the codes of the 16 anything?
I read about the whole thing just like I did before. I've been telling you since you've been here.
What code is in the article that you just scrolled to right there?
This one that I'm on now?
Yeah, you scrolling you want to point out something?
No, I'm going through it looking for something. Huh? This is the one that I already got up here talking about the Roanoke and the 39th parallel and stuff like that. So I'm looking for the other one, the one that I started this on. Oh, okay. This might be it. This is the slave code 67. Slave codes. Okay. How can I read this? I'm trying to see. The status of blacks in Virginia slowly changed over the last half of the 16th century. This is what I'm reading. I don't know what else to tell you. The black indentured
the last half of the 16th century, so there were slaves in Virginia in the 1500s?
No, I'm going to read it again.
16th century.
Maybe I mistake. Maybe I did. So that's why I'm going to read it again.
That's important.
Of course it is. And I agree. That's why I'm going to read it again. The status of blacks in Virginia slowly changed over the last half of the 17th century. The black indentured servant, with his hope of freedom, was increasingly being replaced by the black slave. In 1705, the General Assembly removed any lingering uncertainty about this terrible transformation. It made a declaration that would seal the fate of African Americans for generations to come. This is the declaration in quotes. All servants imported and brought into the country who were not Christians in their native country shall be accounted and be slaves. All Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves within this dominion shall be held to be real estate. If any slave resisted his master correcting such slave and shall happen to be killed in such correction, the master shall be free of all punishment as if such accident never happened. That was the Declaration of 1705, Virginia General Council.
So now we're at 1705. Okay. So
Because I
nothing.
was looking for the earlier stuff, but I haven't found that particular reference I was looking for. So I just satisfied myself with the first paragraph of this thing saying the status of blacks in Virginia slowly changed over a period of time. Now I'm gonna reach back to that time because I thought that I don't know if this is being shared, so you can read it for yourself. If you want, I'll try to share it on the screen. Yeah, I have to get rid of the other one and bring this one up, and then we can maybe deal with that. This one. I don't know which one I got up. I had up. I got so many of them. I'm just go with this. Try to find it and read it. Maybe this is it. That ain't it. Oh man, come on. Which one is it? Oh, this is it. Okay, I got it. Right. This one is it. And it goes down to the second to the last paragraph. It says the code which would also serve as a model for other colonies went even further. That's talking about the 17 something, 05. The law imposed such hard physical punishment since enslaved persons who did not own property could not be required to pay fines. So it stated the slaves needed to be written permission to leave their plantation. The slaves found guilty of murder or rape would be hanged. That for robbing or any other major offense, the slave would receive 60 lashes and be placed in stocks, and branded and maimed. For the 17th century, slave in Virginia, this is meaning the 1600s, before this paper about 1705. That last paragraph, that's the one I'm reading now. It says, for the 17th century, slave in Virginia, disputes with the master could be brought before a court for judgment. With the slave codes of 1705, this no longer was the case. A slave owner who sought to break the most rebellious of slaves could now do so, knowing any punishment he inflicted, including death, would not result in even the slightest reprimand. So what I was saying was during the 1600s, it was a different story about, what was allowed, what the codes did and whatnot. Because even then in the 1600s, a slave, as it says, could bring the master to court. That is usually unheard of in the minds of people thinking about slavery. However, that's how the early enslavement in America was functioning.
That's because it wasn't codified.
Well, it was code, but it wasn't law in that sense until 1705.
It's because then by 1601, because then by
1661.
Right, because then by 1664, really 1667 is when they have command. This is when they have command of the East Coast.
Okay,
because they are now because in 1664 they are now kicked out New Netherlands, and they have control of it from what you call in New England all the way down to roughly South Carolina, and they have East Florida. Then they start pushing the Spanish out.
Man, if I could find that paper, I wanted to show you that paper that I actually found that gives the deadlines and it gives timelines and everything.
Yeah, 1664. Then you're going to have in 1667.
No, I mean the actual source I was looking for. I know these other things got information, but the one I was actually looking for is it's beautifully written. I'll find it sooner or later, man.
They use those laws because they are the same colonies, and Barbados has laws. So they take the codes that the big plantation or the sugar manufacturers are using in Barbados and St. John, and they become the basis for, I believe it's called the Queen's Laws. And the Queen's Laws are what they go on by. This is when slavery becomes to get more codified in the colonies. It's because of what you mentioned, what's going on in Barbados and St. John and a few other places.
And the different rebellions, like I forget the name of it already, some rebellion. Bacon, the Bacon thing,
No, well,
changed
before
stuff.
no,
That
well,
was
yeah,
interesting.
Bacon's partially, but Stono Rebellion, and there's actually
Don't
rebellions
know changed stuff.
In
Yeah.
Barbados. There's a St.
Lost.
John Rebellion. I can't remember the year, but I'm seeing if I can find it. There's a St. John Rebellion in there, and then there's a Barbados Rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
And those become two big catalysts. The insurrection in 1733. I think there's one before too, in St. John.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Barbados one.
Mm-hmm.
But then, that's when they then codify because of system. And then England actually makes a, what is it called? Bureau of Plantations and Colonies or something like that, where they actually make it a whole governing system. It's called, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Well, the Plantation Act in 1740 is one of them. But
Mm-hmm.
there's stuff that precedes that, and these acts, basically. Oh, here it is. The commission of was it trade and something, trade and plantations,
Uh-huh.
right? And then
Yes.
those are like kind of laws and that they're starting to implement to govern their whole system and way that they're doing this whole plantation system type of stuff. Because they have to work with those people that they're giving the contracts to, like the Virginia Company and the London Company and all that other crap.
Mm-hmm.
And they want to keep out the Catholics. That's the main thing.
Oh, I found another paper that's similar to the one I am still looking for because it gives like a preface or introduction. The one I'm looking for does that also, but this is still not it. However, it did say different things that might be of use just to bring it out. I don't know. But it says as an introduction, when the Virginia colony was founded in 1607. That's why I keep saying 1602, because the seven, I'm dyslexic to a bit.
No.
The majority of unfree laborers in the colony were indentured servants. In 1607, the majority of unfree laborers in the colony were indentured servants, men and women who signed a legal contract called an indenture that bound them to work for a certain individual for a certain number of years in exchange for which they received room, board, and some type of education or training. During their indenture, the servant was legally subject to the rule of their master, although there were laws to protect servants. Virginia spread out settlements meant that working conditions in actuality varied widely. No matter how oppressive their master, however, at the end of the indentured period, the individual servant was free to leave, usually with a set of supplies and a sum of money adequate for starting out on his own way in the world. The second class of unfree labor consisted of slaves. At the beginning of the colonial period, records indicate that the most significant difference between slavery and indentured servitude lay in the expectation that, in the later case, the individual would receive a sort of training and tools necessary to eventually take their place as a free person. In the early 17th century, race-based slavery for life did not exist in the Anglo-American world. That's what I was saying.
Right, that's what
In
you
the
want to drop
early,
on, right? Because
I'm
that's
just making sure we sink that in because a lot
no,
of
you
people's
can't think that
concepts.
in. You're trying to make it a period to make it a point by something that has nuance to what you're talking about.
I'm agreeing, however, I'm repeating a sentence that I just read, and I want to finish the whole sentence this time.
You
In
just
the
asked me a
early,
question. That's why I answered. I didn't interrupt you. You
okay,
asked me.
in the early, I asked you this question. Okay, fine. In the early 17th century, race-based slavery for life did not exist in the Anglo-American world. Oh, there was a period.
Okay, you can have the
Instead,
period there, and once again, I'll tell you because there were no laws for it. Because in 1607, as far as the English is concerned, they really don't have no institutions yet to implement it because they're not really doing anything in 1607 in the English colonies.
Instead, there were there where it existed. Instead, where it existed, slavery was linked to the cultural and religious background of the enslaved person. Non-Christian captives taken in a war, for example, might be enslaved, but not Christians, regardless of their racial or ethnic background. Nor was slavery always a permanent and inheritable condition. In the early years of the colony, individual slaves were able to win their freedom by demonstrating proof of their conversion to Christianity. In addition, enslaved persons were sometimes able to arrange to purchase their freedom, and policies regarding the status of children born to enslaved persons remained in flux until the mid 17th century. From the beginning, both forms of unfree labor coexisted in Virginia. The founders of the colony relied upon a mix of incentives: free land in exchange for a period of labor, and the bad economy of in England to encourage laborers to come to the new colony as indentured servants, while the colonists took captives as slave hostages during their frequent conflicts with the local native population. The first slaves from Africa arrived at Jamestown in 1619. Last paragraph reads, initially, the majority of the colony's labor force consisted of indentured servants, but over time, as the English expanded their participation in the Atlantic and Indian slave trades and market conditions in the mother country improved, the balance shifted. By the end of the 1670s, black slaves began to replace both white indentured servants and Indian slaves as Virginians' primary source of labor.
Why didn't they mention black indentured servants? Oh, my fault. You didn't write the article. But anyway.
Oh, I got another
Okay.
article that mentions black.
No, that one. We're talking about that one specifically.
I don't
mention
know.
White indentured servants, but they didn't mention black indentured servants. So when they were talking about indentured servants previously in that article, they must not have been talking about black ones.
Oh, I don't know. I just know that the next
Well, they didn't
article
mention it in the last paragraph. They mentioned the white indentured servants in the last paragraph.
I saw that.
That's the closing argument. So if that was the case and they were talking about indentured servants, one would think they would include the black indentured servants in the closing paragraph.
Okay. I have no problem with what you are saying.
Okay, so we weren't talking about black indentured servants. So what do we like?
Okay, I did see black or white indentured. Oh, here we go.
In that article?
No, this is a different article.
Okay, so you got to go to a different article. So the one that you read.
I told you the article I'm actually looking for, I haven't found it yet.
Right, so why did you just read that last one?
Because it has some of what I'm looking for, which is what I haven't found yet.
Right, but you didn't find black indentured servants in what you just read.
Not in what I just read, but what I read before that one, I did.
So and why did you read the last one?
Okay, because the last one was relative to the information that was in it directly about the time and the place of the people. Here it is, of the 17th century. And that's why I read this one, because I'm still trying to find the one that speaks specifically of the early 17th century, and I haven't found it yet. But like I said, with this other one I just did find before I read this one, it spoke about the black and white indentured servants. So it didn't matter to them if they were black or white, it's this indentured servant. I
No,
think
no.
I
In the
got
last
that.
article, it did matter because they didn't mention black indentured servants. And you
I'm
just read
agreeing with you. In the last one I read, it did not. I
right.
agree with that already right away.
Okay.
I saw that when I was reading it. However, I had one up before that one, which is what I'm continuing on to say, where it did say that relativity. It did mention that there was black and white. It didn't matter at that time, at that point, once they changed it over.
Right, but
And
also
then,
one thing they mentioned that those white indentured servants came from England, correct?
yeah, they did in that one, especially that one I just read.
Where'd the black ones come from?
The one in the other article said that they came from Africa.
I thought they
And I
said the
have, like
slaves
I
came
said, I
from
have yet
Africa.
to find.
I thought they
Huh?
said the slaves. I thought they said African slaves. The slaves came from Africa. They said that black
Uh,
indentured servants came from Africa too.
as well, yes,
Which article
indeed.
is that? Could you read that again for me?
That's the one I haven't found yet. That's why I keep
Oh,
looking.
okay. My bad. All right, I got it.
I'll find it though. Ain't no problem. I'm gonna just keep looking till I find stuff, man. Because I had it before. I'll get it again. It's
Mm,
just sometimes I forget the pathway,
no
how I
problem.
found it the first
Take
time.
your time.
But I'll find it. The one I'm looking for. I don't think it's been taken, but it might have been the Park Service. I hope it ain't the Park Service because they didn't change the Park Service.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Take your time. It's Friday, Friday 13th. Some good information. We're gonna find this.
Virginia. Oh, maybe this is it. I found a
Oh,
download about Virginia.
Hotep.
Let me see if this is it. Okay, let's see what this one says. Ba-da-ba-da. This is not the one I'm looking for. No,
Mm.
this ain't it either. But this a download. I didn't expect it to be a download. But I gotta look till I find it. So I'm gonna look through every source I got. Yeah, this might take a while, man, for me to find this. That's why I say just go on. When I find it, I'll come back up with it.
Why don't you use AI?
For what? I
For what
mean,
you looking for?
I already tried to Google it, and Google didn't give me a satisfactory
Yeah,
location.
no problem. Just try AI.
Ask AI what?
Whatever you ask Google for.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what I be doing when I be asking Google for stuff.
Mm.
It's AI. The response comes back as AI.
Up top it says AI overview when you Google.
Yeah. Uh
Yeah.
huh. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
mean.
Or you
Step by
weren't
step.
satisfied with the AI response?
Oh no, it didn't give me the doggone link that I was looking for. I
Mm.
mean, you know what? I'm gonna go to page 3 and 4 because I could have
Okay.
kept going to page 3 and 4 and
Keep
stuff like
going,
that.
Free.
There we go.
I'll be back, okay?
Oh yeah, man. I might be back too. So I ain't in no hurry. I just have to stay on it till I find it. And I will, because it's available. Virginia, huh? Okay, that's the one we're looking at now. Okay.
You found it?
No, that's I just located the one we were just looking at. I'm trying to identify and get rid of all these other things, all the
Mm-hmm.
other tabs I have.
Yo,
I
Deb,
got
you there?
about 25 tabs here. Gotta get
Psycho,
them.
one of y'all there?
Can't find nothing.
No one's there? Mama? Mama?
They gave you keys to the car, right?
No, they'd be discriminating against me. I think it's racist
Oh
because
yeah, you keep talking about the man's hairline. I know that.
Wale, you dirty.
Gotta do it every time.
Come on, Wale. I'm never gonna get the keys if you mention that. I didn't talk about his headline in months.
You were trying to let that cool off.
Yeah, so I
They
can get the
know.
keys. You know, Dev somewhere he done drove to, I don't know, Utah or somewhere by now. Psycho somewhere causing a revolution on the low. Like, ain't nobody around. The damn
Yeah.
shame. Really, they wouldn't trust for nothing. And out the blue somewhere, I don't know, exploring outer regions or something.
Hold up, my brother.
Habarigani. So
I got Thomas Carlyle's occasional discourse on the nigger question.
Okay.
1853. But I'm just saying I'm passing through stuff because I got a lot of stuff on these tabs. So.
You know what Negromania is?
No, is that kind of new or what? I don't know.
No, it's been around for a long time, but I won't get into it right now. I just thought it was
I don't really know. But I like what Don L. Lee. I like what Don L. Lee did. That little
Don L. Lee. People gonna know him as Haki Madhabuti, my friend. They might not know who Don L. Lee is.
He did a haiku, and it goes like this: A black hippie is a nigger imitating an imitation of himself.
You said a black what, by the way? Nigga?
A black hippie. A black hippie.
Hey, watch it, buddy. I'm a black hippie. Now you being disingenuous.
I'm just saying, that's what the man said. A black hippie is a nigga imitating an imitation of himself.
All right. Well, yeah, then that means I'm a hippie. I'll take that. Yeah.
I found that to
be mushrooms and marijuana. Fresh fruit.
I could dig it. I could dig you saying that. Hey, I could dig you saying that.
Yeah.
I don't see it because my history go back so far. Man, I got so much history. It only goes back to March or something. I would have to do. Yeah, it only goes back to March. I have to go before that.
So there were indentured servants in Virginia.
And then they say the first 20 or 30 years, a decade, 2 or 3 decades of Virginia, the people coming from Africa were like half and half. Half of them were
right. That's the one we want. That part right there.
That's the one I'm looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for, man. I seen it in another location, but I didn't like the location. The other location is too nouveau. You know, they too new. They got an agenda and all that kind. Like Pentagrass, you know, Pentageist, Penta something it's called. You know that
Pinterest.
Pinterest, yeah.
All right, so
they say,
hold on, Wale. Pinterest is just a posting board, basically. If not necessarily a historical resource.
Right. But they have things on there that people have posted. And I was saying,
many of them stolen from me. I can show you.
Stolen from you. Okay, that's beautiful. But anyway, like I was saying, that they seem to have a lot of bias stuff, and some of the stuff just don't ring like I can take it for real.
It's just a pen-up board.
So I don't really want to use them as a source when
Yeah, I wouldn't use something as a source. That's a good idea.
Okay, I got the true and historical history of Georgia. That might be something.
Okay, we can go there. You want to do Georgia? We can go Georgia. No problem.
That's not really what I'm looking for, though. That's what I'm saying. I'm not the one I'm looking for. I got other stuff, but
Georgia's fine. I mean, Virginia's fine. Whatever you like. Jersey,
Oh,
Massachusetts.
you like the Naturalization Act of 1790? We were talking about the free white something
Okay, you got a
comes out.
Naturalization Act that comes after the Revolutionary War, and there's a lot of things going on. You want to talk about the 1790s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying it just came across because I'm looking for this stuff and things are coming in front of me. That's all, man.
Right, but
I
that's
just
leading
the
into
history of
something else. Now you open up the can of worms when those indentured servants start becoming free. You got westward expansion. Now you got problems going on in the country because the white folks is killing on the Indians and starting other problems.
I even got some Black Seminoles, history of a freedom speaking people. So, anyway, it's all kind of stuff in here. I didn't download it. But I'm gonna find the one that I'm looking for what we're talking about. I don't think it's a download.
Haven't found
Pretty sure it ain't no download.
what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Google. I found it, like I said, it might take me an hour or two. The last one took
No,
me
no,
two
no, no,
hours.
no. You can Google. Google. You just told us Google take you about, would you say, 2 seconds? Stuff that used to take you
Mhm.
hours at the library. You told us that,
Mhm.
bro.
Of course I did. And the thing that I'm looking for is a particular paper, though. I'm not just looking for anything.
The paper about the half indentured servants on the slave
Uh
ship.
huh. Yeah, man. Otherwise, how am I validate that for you?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I gotta find the actual paper, man. I can't just be slacking off. Otherwise,
Well,
I'm
you
not
got the
doing.
whole chat waiting for that one.
I'm not on my job. I need to be on my job with this.
The chat said you should
And I
just
saw
Google
it. Okay, I saw somewhere else. They, like I said, it was one of them more or less black sites that was saying the same thing, but I didn't want to use that because of people have different kind of
Go ahead, you can use
attitude.
that. Use the black site.
Yeah, if I find it again, I'll definitely bring it up instead.
Chocolate, we looking for the indentured servants, excuse me, half indentured servants on the slave ships from Africa.
Yeah, I think it's the
See what
Park
your
Service. I
word
just found the Park Service.
at my
I
door.
like the Park Service. Where y'all at?
Melodies pure and true. This is my message to you.
Okay, I see what they're doing.
Every little thing gonna be alright. Don't you worry about every little thing gonna be alright. Woke up this morning, lying bloody rising sun.
Yo, I think Sabio was in the back.
Savior, emenda by pause. Melodies pure and true. Message to
Whoa, matter of
you.
fact.
Yes, come on, Blue. Saying don't worry. I'm gonna have a chat singing this. They act like they ain't singing it at the crib. Thank you. Don't you
Cause
worry
every
about
little
nothing.
thing.
Uh-huh. You know what I mean? Come on, son.
Okay.
You got it?
It's gonna be alright.
Yeah, man. For real though. Everything cook up nice, Blue.
That's my shit.
Hot lava.
Yeah, that shit was classic, man.
Jesus
I ain't
on
gonna lie,
me.
Eddie Murphy had a pretty good reggae album too. but
Reggae?
people slept on it.
Nah.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. He made party all the time. He made a reggae song too.
hell yeah. He had two of them that inspired him. That oh John John, oh John,
Wait,
we going back
hold on.
to
Blue,
Zion.
I got
Yep.
Him
one.
and Snoop Dogg. Him and Snoop Dogg did good pieces.
Goodness
Yo, Blue,
gracious,
I got
Lord
something. I
have
need you to be honest.
mercy.
I know you a hip hopper and psycho too. I see y'all up on here. Be honest. I heard the other day that Nas wrote "Getting Jiggy with It." Y'all knew that?
Getting jiggy? Nah, I'm not giving him that.
Yo, who was I saw? I saw who was talking about
Nah,
it? Was
he
that
not gonna steal Will
Oh,
Pen,
that was
man.
on Cameron and Mace was talking about it. It's a clip. I'm
Nah,
dead serious.
man.
It's Cameron and Mace on the clip because Mace said he wrote. I mean, Cameron said he wrote 3LW songs, and Mace wrote who for Lil C's and Kim and whatever. And then they were saying it's a lot of people who you don't know wrote songs. They said Jay Z did, Still Dre or whatever. Nas did, Getting Jiggy with it, yo.
Damn, that's crazy. You know,
That's
Will,
crazy, right?
that's Will,
Nas.
that's my top two all time. I got Will in the GOAT.
All right, Blue. That's a bit much. I just wanted to bring that up, though, brother.
Nah, Will the GOAT, bro. Will Smith and
I'm not
LL
falling
Cool
for
J.
that.
That
Nope.
was pseudo.
Yeah, no, nobody buying that.
LL Cool.
Nas did not write that
Shit.
song. That was pseudo.
That's what Cameron said. I didn't say it. People in the chat know I ain't making it up.
Yeah, Will Penn crazy, man. Will Penn crazy.
GQ, since you missed to read the credits, man, did you know that? Look on what is it? The Jodeci album. Look on the Jodeci album, and I think who is it? Suge Knight is the executive producer. How about that, GQ? I think that's the first Jodeci album too.
Hey, yo, Suge Knight going out with a bang. That nigga in there bumping, bumping Usher confessions and shit. I'm gonna tell it. I'm gonna tell it all.
You found it, Wale?
No, but I'm getting in on it.
Pause.
No, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I just read that article. I just read that article.
Which one? Okay, and
Yeah, well, he definitely had the cape on for the small hats.
and
He didn't say a whole lot crazy about John Clark, Dr. John Henry Clark. He didn't
do
say.
you see the title of the article? Let's go, Psycho.
Yeah, the
Since you
title of
want
the
to open
article
up
is
the
pseudo
room,
scholars, right? But you know why he said that though.
based on, go ahead.
He is saying it based on that infamous book, The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Small Hats.
Thank you. Now let's open up. I dare anybody. I will put in. We talking about the first one, not the second one. I dare anybody to pull up them facts and tell me they wrong in that book. I'm telling you, I'm not an NOY nigga at all. Sorry, Afro. That book, as far as the factual information, is 98% factual. All of it. All of it.
Now the title says pseudo scholars, but well, when you read
Uh-huh.
what his beef was with the book, his beef with the book had more so to do with
Caping for the
exasperating
Jews at that
exasperating the
time.
numbers. Kind of like he made reference that the whole premise about the small hats funded slavery and everything else. He made the claim that when you dig through the records, the small hats only accounted for about 2%, funding about 2% of what happened with the transatlantic slave trade. That's it. But the book makes it seem like they funded the whole damn thing.
No, that's Gates' interpretation because he caping for the Jews. This is around Jaime
He
Town
definitely had the
and
cape on.
Khalid and what's
No,
going
no,
on
this is
in
after
City
Khalid.
College.
This is
And
around the Khalid. Yeah, 92 was around Khalid and
that's
King
what I'm
Khalid.
telling you, bro. I was a freshman in college in the thick of this shit. That's that whole Dr. Clark and Lefkowitz shit that y'all love. What was going on at City College? The problem with Leonard Jeffries. Jaime Town, the other Jew
Bahami
stuff.
Town, that was the 80s. That
No,
was
but
the
what I'm
80s.
saying though, it comes back up because Lennon Jeffries started getting in trouble, and this is the other thing. And they was getting mad at Dr. Clark and who else? One of them other heads was up at City College teaching, and all this other stuff is going on in academia. And like I said, and what's coming from Asante is the push for Afrocentrism to be like you get an Africana Studies degree on I think it was the undergrad level first, and that's what he did at Temple, which they thought was going to create a ripple effect. And now they're pushing back against Afrocentrism. Black folks kowtow to them, and this is where you get what you get mad about, this whole multiculturalism type of shit. Now we got to share our story.
I actually agree with that's what I said when he said that about he said that in an article about Dr. John Henry Clark, criticism of multiculturalism. I agree with Henry Clark.
Right, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's where this coming from, because we're doing us and telling our story. An old interpreter drum, short shoe, light-skinned nigga come up here, and now our scholars or the demagogues and pseudo historians. Well, if that's the case, J.A. Rogers here you see in there, then why did he write over J.A. Rogers' book and he wrote over somebody else's book? Why did he took what J.A. Rogers' format did when you look at life upon these shores and you look at those different sections. Go look at what J.A. Rogers doing, everything from the Pittsburgh Courier to Sex and Race to how he presented the information. That's why Henry Louis Gates has that book like that, Life Upon These Shores, my nigga. Let's get to it. Okay, back to you, Wale. You find that yet?
No, I promise you that the moment I find it, I will alert you. You don't have to even ask. Because I'm gonna be on it.
Program? I did not know that one.
I'll find it. I'll check it until I find it. I ain't tripping.
Well, you said you're not going to use Google and AI, correct?
No, I am. I'm on Google page now. That's how I found it before. But what link I found it under? That's what I'm looking for. The link I actually
the Google
found.
AI. You're not going to use that, right? Because you could just type it in Google, and the first thing will say AI overview.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll do that, but I don't know what to type in there just yet. I haven't thought about it.
You type in what you're looking for. Same thing you're Googling for.
Which would be, would they give me this paper that I'm asking for, what I want? I have a Google page here. I'll open this one up and say,
Marcel, please stop, Marcel.
Let's do this. We're there. Y'all like black?
No, it's whatever you like, brother. You don't have to put black.
Sure.
No blue. The chat demands you return your keys to the hip hop community. You are no longer welcome for calling Will Smith the GOAT. I'm just laying the message.
Hold on, LL is the GOAT. Hold on. Will Smith #2.
Okay, I found what they say. I'll read it to you, but this is still not the paper I'm looking for, which I would love to find. This time I'm going to mark it heavily. But it says in the question, were there black indentured servants? It says yes, there were black indentured servants, particularly in the early colonial period of North America. That's what I was saying, particularly in the early.
Right, and so no one disputes that. You said they came over on ships.
Yeah, but while many Africans were initially brought to the colony as slaves, some were initially treated as indentured servants, meaning
Once
they worked for
here.
Huh?
Once they got here. That's different from being on a boat that is half indentured servant and half slave.
That's why I'm looking for the paper I'm looking for, because it don't have this ambiguity placed in corners.
Right. So the ambiguity once again takes place because there were no laws established. So in 1619, when the 20 and odd Negroes are brought here, there is no law or precedent of what their status will be. Why? Because there were no codes or laws. So within this period, not only there, but in the Netherlands and a few other places, Black folks like Anthony Johnson and others were able to manipulate those systems to their benefit. So then when you see Anthony Johnson later, who owns his grandson owns Angola, it's a part of Virginia that they called Angola, as well as him suing for who is it, John Castor, which I was thought you was going to bring up right now in that case where people are suing or whatever. This is why Anthony Johnson and others in that Virginia area as well as New York are able to do that. Once the laws begin to get codified, so there is now harder for you to see your freedom. This is in fact what then starts to lead up to rebellions like the Stono Rebellion and others, because the avenues for you seeing any hope of freedom have been dissipated.
So it went on to say limited indentured. Indentured servers, both black and white, typically work under a contract. That's what it's. This Google, this AI information. After completing the service, then they were free to go on their own. Shared conditions. Black and white indentured servers often shared similar living conditions and worked side by side. So, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, you got a lot of ways to say things happen, but I am only just reading what I'm reading. I'm not
No, because
really
you're
trying.
not coherent on what you're trying to say happened. I'm trying to be coherent and succinct on what happens. You're pulling
Yeah, I'm
random
just reading what they
for a
say
story.
happened, and then you're, of course, putting your slant on it, which is
No, it's
okay.
not a slant. Would you like
It
the
must be.
document? The documents are
Of
what you
course,
should look for. Anthony
of course.
Johnson's document.
I
Anthony
already
Johnson
know about
database.
Anthony
That's
Johnson.
right.
I
So it's
already
not
know
what I'm
about
making up.
all
If
that.
you already knew these, then you knew I'm not making it up. So why
I
would you
didn't
say
say
that?
you doesn't. I said you're putting your slant on it
It's
because
not
I've
my
already.
slant. It's based on records that you're
Oh, it's
claiming
definitely
to
your slant. When you won't let me finish a sentence, it's your
Pause.
Yeah,
slant.
yeah, it is my slant when you
There
want to
you go.
lying on me, and I'm
Yeah,
telling
you
you,
won't
nigga,
let
go
me
get the
finish
record.
a sentence.
Go get
Do
the
your
record.
thing,
Don't try
man.
to turn this into you yelling to
Or
get
you
out
go
of
get
the
the
video for
record. You say,
16
"Do
on
I want to see
sophisticated,
the
my
source?"
nigga.
I say,
I
"Yes,
gave you
please."
45 minutes and you ain't found a goddamn thing yet. You came up here and told me how you love the internet because you used to have to go walk up and down hills to the library, and I sat here patiently and did not spaz out. So don't you try to turn this to get out of this and get this defensive and start yelling at me. You sit quiet, sir, and find us this information, can you please? That's all. This ain't about me.
It must be about you, cousin, because I done found information and just recited it, and you started talking about how it's not what it says it is.
You
So
need more people,
I
not
need
me,
that.
nor anybody on this chat believes that, sir.
What's the claim?
Okay, whatever you say.
The
What
claim
Whatever
is
you.
him saying that black indentured, the slave ships were half black indentured servants and half slaves, my nigga.
I
what
said half.
Jamestown?
Mhm.
No,
You
And
talking
slave
James
ships coming over here
until
in the
Virginia.
early
Into,
1600s.
mhm. In Virginia, as it says, the imported people were half. That's why I'm looking for it because I don't like this noise kind of noise. I'd like to just be
No
able
one
to
was
read
saying
it
nothing.
off and
That's
then.
you being defensive and trying to find a way out of it. We'll be all be quiet and let
Oh,
you
I
make
ain't
your
gonna
point.
never try to find a way out, cousin. I can't do that for myself. Not for
I
you,
know you can
for
because you died
myself.
a long time
It
ago,
cannot
Wale.
be done
Everybody
for
in the
myself.
chat knows it. They just want you to submit, Wale.
Go ahead and keep saying those words, and maybe some people will believe you.
No, it's all fact, brother. We don't. It's not about me. You're looking for stuff. Did you
Oh, it's
Google what you said
definitely
you were going to
about
Google
you
yet?
at this point,
Did
because I'm
you
still looking.
Google
I
what
just
you
happened to
said
take
you
a
were
moment to
Googling
go look
yet,
through it.
Wale? Stay
Mhm.
focused.
I am focused, and I just read what I got from AI, which is what you suggested I do,
Right.
and I
And
read
did
what
it
I
say
got from
anything
AI.
about what you mentioned? Did it say
Of
anything
course,
about what you mentioned as far as the slave
of course
ship,
it
the
did.
half indentured, half slave ship?
Of course, here we go again. Of course
Okay,
it
read it
did.
again.
Mhm. It says here, shifting status. As the colonial period progressed, laws began to differentiate between black and white people, with the status of Africans increasingly shifting toward enslavement, especially in the 18th century, which I mentioned the 1705 law. Share conditions. Black and white indentured servants will often share similar living conditions and worked side by side. Freedom dues. So they did say black and white indentured servant. Limited indentures. Indentured servants, both black and white, typically worked under a contract for a specific term, often 4 to 7 years, to pay off their passage and receive freedom dues. Similar status. In the early 17th century, Africans who arrived in the colonies, including Virginia, were initially treated as indentured servants, similar to white indentured servants.
Okay, so I know you paused there for dramatic effect. They have reached the
No,
colonies.
cousin, that's the last thing
The
of the
colony
AI.
has determined the
Well, you
status
really got
of the African. The slave ship was not half indentured and half slave. That was determined once they reached the colony. The 20 and odd Negroes are an example of that. Why? Because there are no hardened slave code and laws yet. The slave ship itself was not a half indentured, half slave ship, like you were saying. That status does not come until they reach the shores of Virginia. And in 1619, that case, they determined that. Why? Because they don't really need no slaves. There's no institution of slavery. What are they exploiting? They got goddamn tobacco.
They said already at that time they were using Native Americans.
They bought the
for
convict servants in. The indentured servants were really convict servants. They brought them
said
in
at
there.
the time they were using Native Americans for forced labor.
Yes. And the convict servants they were sending in. They emptied out the poorhouses and sent them over here, and those became the early settlers. They emptied out the poorhouses and the whorehouses.
And the streets and the
And the streets.
corners.
And the
All
streets. They
going
kidnapped, yes,
sidewalks.
they kidnapped the children as well. The wives were called, I believe, the tobacco brides. You can look them up. And the king's wives. I forget what the kids are called, but later they became the Oliver Twist kids. Yeah, they get wrapped up and then they empty out the poorhouses. But in that, none of those people were black. As far as that slave ship is concerned,
I agree with that part. I hear people saying they were. None of them people were colored people, man. They were all crackers.
but my point
I
of
agree with that.
contention is what I was trying to get at, and I think the chat was waiting for of you stating that the slave ship had the slave ship was half indentured and half slave.
Okay, when I find that paper, because it's
Okay,
two of them
well,
now
look,
that I
no problem.
recollect, it's two different papers. When I find either of them, I'll bring it. Whether I
Gotcha.
find the one from the so-called black website or not. Because sometimes people tell me, oh, that's revisionist. And I don't want to get into that. So I'm trying to find something that we don't have that kind of, that's why I go to PBS, NBC, someplace like that, you know. And I did go find something here. Some kind of way they put it. It's not it, though. This thing I'm reading is by someone. The one I want is from somewhere else.
Melodies pure and true.
I see dead people. Oh, my fault. My fault. Damn.
Message to you.
So, Wale, are you going to ever show the source saying that they were indentured and slaves on the ship at the same time?
Yeah, I am. No doubt.
How did that work out? How did that work out? They were half indentured. They were half indentured servants, and half of them were slaves. How did they figure out on the slave ships who were going to be indentured servants and who were going to be slaves? How did they figure this one out? What was the determining markers?
I don't know. That wasn't listed in the paperwork.
So you mean to tell me when they was getting them off the slave ships, they were just saying, "You indentured, you slave. You indentured, you slave. You indentured, you slave." They was just doing it like
Like
that, just randomly asserting this shit to people while they.
like I said, in order to answer your hypothetical question, I would have to go into hyperbole, such as you're doing now, and I refrain from doing that, and stick to the fact that of what I read only. and not testify to
Nigga,
something else.
stop
I
lying.
don't know.
You are a hyperbolic ass nigga if I've ever met one. You live in
Okay,
hyperbole and
go ahead.
makeup.
Oh, that's okay.
Again, we've been looking for this for maybe you done made a lot of claims. You claimed 1602, 1606. None of the things that you mentioned that you claimed
Yeah.
didn't mention anything that you was talking about. Like,
Mhm.
can we get something at least on base online that you've been talking about? Please, one thing.
And wherein I have brought up several things so far, if none of that satisfies you, then just be patient. I'll get the other stuff.
I don't want to be 70 by the time you get a source that says something similar to what you're saying. While they damn,
You think you're going to make it that far?
I know I am. I might make it to 90, as good as my health
God
is.
damn.
Oh, good for you.
So again, I'm not trying to be your age by the time the source says something similar to what Wale's been trying to hint at. So, are you going to give a true story in the source he's been asking for, or you
Well,
just
of
gonna
course.
run around it?
Uh-huh. Well, of course.
And Chat
Oh,
GPT isn't a source, all right, guys. Chat GPT isn't a source. It is a reference. It is a starting point. It'll help get you the sources. You should not use that as your final source, though. If you're using Chat GPT as your final source, you, sir, are limited.
interesting.
Damn, my fault. I thought that was me. Trying to set up my damn parlay for the night, man. I gotta hit tonight. I missed by one last game.
I told y'all about the Pacers. Y'all ain't want to listen to me.
Yeah. So I'm glad, man, Ben getting a chance to put this game together because he should have. I always been arguing. I didn't like what Rick Carlisle got there.
Troop another one. Troop over there on mute, mad. He another one. I tried to tell him about the Pacers too. He wasn't listening.
Hey, Blue, you not gonna help Wale out? Sheesh. Huh, Blue, you not gonna help Wale out? Help him find his source. Helping better his argument, his set that we was always in the Americas or something. Huh, Blue, you ain't gonna help him? We know you a fence straddler too. You be walking that tightrope between pseudo and information too. So Wale might have said something that parked your L3 interest, your out of Asia interest or something. I'm just playing. What up, Blue? So I guess we're gonna wait till Wale pull his source up or something. Yo, Psycho, can you hear me?
Yeah, I,
Yeah. I guess we're waiting on Wale to get his source to show that there were indentured servants, African indentured servants and African slaves, and they figured it out when they disembarked them. They had two different lines, one for the indentured servants, one for the slave. Yo, that's crazy.
Hey, hey.
Hey, true story.
We
Did
learned
King
about
J ever?
George Washington
Did
and then we
King J,
learned about the Booker T's.
did King J ever pop back up? Truth to body bag you? I know he wanted his revenge. He said he had some sources. Did he ever join back and show the sources? I fell asleep.
What's coming today? I got the coming Sunday. I leave. I'm about to leave in a couple of days. So Booker T. Washington collection, hardcover, hard copy. You know, hard copies are not cheap. I like hard copies better though. They last longer. The Negro problem, after slavery, the people of the American Negro, history of slavery, the whole compilation. Mm. Mm. Book is a must read. Mm.
Thank you.
Taught himself. Booker T. Washington, the greatest orator of all time, taught himself, educated himself. Yep, you know that. Once a slave. Yeah, come on. Booker T. Negro problem. Mhm. Draw strength. You can't draw no strength from that, from Booker T. Then me, then ooh wee. Can't draw no vigor from that, man. Rising up from the trenches of the trenches. Yeah. Talk about trenches. Psycho, you know, oh, Psycho, I know you going to shit. Actually, you know what Shinor is. Shinor. He's not smiling either. Yeah. Smile on Booker T face, man. Booker T, get on your shit. See Booker T, that's the he is. Get on your shit. For real, black man. Mm-hmm. Okay. Change my oil. I change my oil either today or tomorrow. Or like tomorrow, yeah. It's Friday. Yep. It's out for delivery. Okay, about to be here today. Well, Chicago, here I come. Damn. Right through Montana and Idaho. Damn. Idaho, Montana. We're gonna make it happen though.
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. Is that
Yo,
wheat bread ready yet?
wheat bread.
And I asked somebody to hold two veg loaf for me. Okay, so I'll come and fetch it. Thank you.
Well, hey, I'm back. You found it yet?
No, man, not the paper I'm actually looking for, but I have found
Mm.
some papers, and I've been perusing those, and I plan to get back to this. Like I said, it might take some time to actually find the paper that I'm physically looking for, but I
Mm-hmm.
have across other things that so show some promise and stuff, but it's not exactly the paper I'm looking for, the
Mm.
one I was quoting, and that's the one I want to find, the one I was actually quoting. But I see a lot of people referring to the same concepts, but not the actual paper I was quoting.
Mm.
And I want to be able to bring that actual thing I was quoting forward. And like I said, if I'm mistaken, that's why I want to get the actual thing, because maybe I remembered it incorrectly or correctly. But until I find it, I cannot say either
Mm-hmm.
or. I
Mm-hmm.
must stick with my memory so far.
Got it. Hmm. Dev came back? Guess not.
Yeah, I'll find it though.
Three
Good.
little birds down my doorstep. Sweet songs, melodies pure and true. This is my message to you.
You still haven't found the source?
Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing gonna be alright.
He's still looking, true story.
Yes, it might take a while, but he did find some other stuff that relates, but just not the document that he's looking for. Every little thing gonna be alright. This morning.
Man, we gonna be Wale's age by the time that source manifests, true.
It's not nice, Savior. Three little birds without my
It may be
doorstep.
a fact though.
This is my message to you. Saying the word. Saying, ain't too proud to beg. Please, baby, please don't leave me, girl. Ah, she said, David Ruffin. Don't make me get up my David Ruffin up here.
Spinning. I manage businesses, but
Oh
suffer
my.
from a lack of friendships.
You gonna get the
Partner,
Thanos truck all the way down, huh? I hear that. I ain't too proud to beg. But Eddie Murphy said, I know you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go, Lillian. I got to beg and plead for you to leave. So, we done with Virginia? Yeah, okay. Where's King J? He resurrected yet? Pause.
No.
Ashe, Queen. Ashe. Nothing changed much since you left. Wale's still looking. We just waiting, sister.
Like, okay, I just found this one thing. It has one sentence about this occasion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, excuse me, one paragraph, I mean. In
Okay.
the 17th century, when the British established colonies in North America, people of African descent were among the first settlers, arriving as slaves, indentured servants, or free people. Although historians continue to debate the legal status of the first black arrivals in the colonies, black
Mm.
residents and white indentured servants alike often shared the same state of half freedom. In
Mm-hmm.
many cases, black status was indistinguishable from that of white indentured servants until the mid 17th century. A number of black colonists were able to benefit from permeable racial boundaries that often allowed them to successfully petition for freedom, purchase their liberty, and own property. Nonetheless, census records and other documents show that white colonists routinely differentiated between themselves as English and blacks as Negroes, and black colonial residents experienced different treatment than their white counterparts. So there you go about the white counterpart thing right there.
I don't deal with European history. I like
Yeah,
Africa.
not much. I like to get it from the indigenous people.
Yeah.
So, like I say, I haven't found the actual paper I'm looking for yet, but when I do, I sure will alarm you, man. I might do this for 2 days. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know.
So in the meantime, chat, like I was saying, there is indentured servitude, and I point to places we can look up. This is where Anthony Johnson and others come in that Virginia area in particular. Also, when he mentions half freedom or those other status, or even petitioning or having land ownership, you not only can look to Virginia, but you can look in New York City itself. You can look at the first 11 Africans in New York, and you see that as early as 1641, they began to get their freedom as well as land granted to them. These land grants end up becoming what some of you may know as Greenwich Village in New York City. That was owned by those Africans who had a half free status that eventually became free, and they were able to have land. So we have examples. If you want to go back to the Virginia, you have Anthony Johnson as others. So this is when legal case and precedents come in, where you can see him basically suing to get his slave back or whatever. Anthony Johnson also brought other people along the way to free them, because the process was trying to get somebody's free is okay, I'll buy you, but you could not just free them because there were fees that you would have to pay in order to free someone. So in essence, somebody that you bought would have to work that off because you had to pay the colony when you freed them. But those are just some of the things we can go if everyone wants to know real stuff. But go ahead. I was saying. I know you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. You had to beg and plead on your sympathy. And it means that and that
What
this is
happened?
also what
I'm
a
here.
oh Dev, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, it's sharing now. You ain't too proud to beg. We can knock some of these down. Now I had the ability to share my screen. Thanks, buddy. All right, number one. So when we talk about those slave codes and what I mentioned before, as you can see, I mentioned Barbados for a reason. You can go to the Wikipedia machine and notice that I said 1664. 1661 is when you have the what? The Barbados Slave Code. So these are the acts because remember, Virginia is under the same people who have Barbados being the English, right? It was part by the Parliament of Barbados to provide a legal basis for slavery in the English colony. Why? Because Barbados, along with St. John and other places, are now exploiting sugar. Sugar production requires a massive number of enslaved people in order to get done in this case. So you're having laws on how to govern these things. Because why? Sugar is the drug of the day, basically, amongst other things. So now ostensibly to standardize procedures for managing the island's increasing slave population, like I mentioned, which had tripled since 1640, which is where you're switching from tobacco to early sugar production. So it's the first comprehensive slave act, and the code's preamble was stated that the law's purpose was to protect them slaves as we do men's as other chattels, right? Established that blacks may be treated as chattel property in the island's court, right? So what we do is the things you talk about where this is the Christian comes in, and any Christian, you see Negroes already in there for the abos of the fruit, Negroes, and they're going to argue who the Negroes were. They're not talking about engines. But all these things are occurring because things are beginning to be codified. The institution of slavery by the British is coming into fruition for them. And so this is what is going on. These Barbados slave codes served as the basis for the slave codes adopted in several other British American colonies, including Jamaica, Carolina, Georgia, and Antigua. In other colonies where the codes are not an exact copy, such as dun, 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 Virginia and Maryland, the influence of the Barbados slave code can be traced throughout various provisions. It becomes codified in America, like I'm saying in the 1660s. When I go back to what I was saying previously, is by then you are getting the whole Atlantic coast or Eastern seaboard because you're kicking out the Spanish to a degree, as well as the Dutch, which is allowing you to harden institution so you want to exploit it, but you can't do sugar. Why? Because the land and the climate ain't permissible, although they tried it in what? South Carolina and Florida. But you got to have laws for what? Your tobacco that you are doing where? In Virginia, to try to compete with the tobacco in the Caribbean. That's what your ass was getting played for. And you was making the food to feed the Caribbean. Why? Because islands have so much sand. Can you grow vegetate food on in sand? No. like I said, the more people really want to learn, it's right all there. They don't. It's fun playing fantasy and making this shit up. So what are you saying about Virginia Wale? Hmm?
What's that?
Now what's that? Three little birds outside my doorstep.
You still ain't got your source, Wale?
Oh, I see a lot of mention of Anthony Johnson lately in the past 3 pages I've been looking at.
Yes, I would be one of them. That's why I mentioned him and I gave you the exact example of what you're looking for. I mentioned him more than one time today.
Yeah, I'm saying that I see him mentioning a lot of these references here.
Right. Sometimes white validation is important.
Anthony Johnson was an indentured slave. He was an indentured slave, Wale. Is that what they're saying about Anthony Johnson? He was an indentured slave.
No, they from what they just the last paper I saw reference to him as an indentured servant. This might be
So
the
he
one.
wasn't half indentured, half slave.
Hey, cousin, I only just told you what I read. This other stuff you like to bring up, I'm not dealing with all that.
Nah, we're still looking for the half indentured, half slave. So I'm trying to make sure Anthony Johnson didn't fall under that.
He was an indentured servant. So, yeah, he did. That's what Truth keeps saying. He did fall under that. And that's why he mentioned the guy.
You fall under it, chat. Once again, why chat? Because there were no slave laws.
But
So
there
the
were slave
in chat,
codes. But there
there
were
were
slave
no
codes
slave
before.
codes there
Yes, there
because
were
you
before.
saw the
Damn.
slave codes did not happen to 1661. They got them from Barbados. I just read
Listen,
it.
that was the slave laws that you
Holy shit.
1661.
So
The
what were
slave
the
code
slave codes of Virginia then?
This man is slow.
that was before the laws.
Show
The
me the
slave
slave
code.
codes of Virginia then.
I actually already made reference to them, man. I'm
You
trying to
made
find it
reference, can you
right now.
show them?
But when you keep talking, that brings my
I don't
mind back
want
to
the
what
jibber
you
jabber.
talking
Don't you
about.
get that about me
And how
yet?
you
Just
talk
cut to the
about hip
chase.
hop.
TLDR. Ain't that how the kids say it? So once again, you can see Anthony Johnson and the people of New Netherlands, and there's a few other people in there. Black Anthony in Delaware and his lineage and whatever to a degree. Were you able to navigate it? Why? Because for the 99th time, they don't have the slave laws and codes. Because why? They're not really exploiting the institution of slavery to a great degree. This is why only 19 and odd Africans they wanted. And the only reason they brought them here is so they could sell your ass for food so they could go back to America, to England, because you were refuse slaves, my friend. That means you were refused everywhere else. Don't make me really tell you what them people was. You were refused by the Caribbean and other places. That's how your monkey ass ended up in Virginia. 20 and odd. Yo, I got some 20 and odd niggas for you. You want them? I'm sorry. This is the truth. There was no slavery going on. There was no industry to exploit. The little tobacco shit was English and a few little featherheads they round up. But even with tobacco exploitation, that is primarily in the Caribbean. This is why Virginia tried to market theirs so different. And then you guys go, not you guys, but people then go and manipulate the pictures of the early tobacco people and say, look at this dark thing. This is a nigga.
Right.
Wrong.
I'm gonna go pick up some things from the store, man.
Okay.
I could log out or leave it on. It don't really matter to me. But I'm gonna pick up these things before they close business.
Okay.
And like I said, if it takes 2 or 3 days or 2 or 3 months, I will find what I'm looking for.
I
That doesn't matter.
still haven't found.
No, I still have it, man. Like the last time when I had to do this with Psycho, it took me almost 2 weeks.
Still
So no,
haven't
man, I still ain't found it, and I ain't got it set up. But I don't mind searching because I learn a lot as I'm
found.
searching.
Right, but
So I
you're the
don't,
guy that touted, you yourself touted the efficiency of AI and you used it earlier, but now we have problems. Interesting.
yeah, because I'm looking for a specific thing. As far as
Mm,
AI is
specific,
general information, as you well know.
general. Right.
You
Okay.
already know that part. That's why
AI
you
is
be
not
saying
general
check
information
your
at all. It's how you
sources.
use it.
Whatever AI give you, check your sources. You say that yourself. Come on,
Right.
man. What you tripping on,
And
man?
what
Come
did
on.
AI give you, Wale, in this case?
Why are you tripping? I don't get
What did
that.
AI give you in this case, Wale?
Like I said, a bunch of general stuff that it's been
Right. That
picking up.
did not
That's
agree
why.
with you. So now
Oh,
you
it
switch
does
and I'm looking
agree.
for a source that it doesn't at all.
Yes, it does, and so far it has agreed with me. But I'm. It's not the exact paper I'm looking for. That's what I said several times,
Chat,
and I
chat,
showed you where
chat.
it is.
Excuse me, chat. Does anyone believe that that source agreed with what Wale was saying? Put a one in the chat if you do. Put a two in the chat if you don't.
Mhm.
Because I don't want to think it's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. One in the chat, you agree that Wale's source was what he was talking about, and two if you think that's false.
Well, you let me know how the toll works. I mean, the poll works out when I come back, and I'll listen to what you got to say on that.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna go and get me some couple of things I want. I
Yes.
did this yesterday. I did this yesterday. I put the chat on. I mean, the panel thing on, and went out and cut down some bushes and stuff. Came back, people still talking trash the same way they were an hour later. And I'm like, I did all that work in an hour instead of just sitting here on this useless thing all
Oh, so
that
now
time.
it's trash and useless.
No, at times. That's why I
Is
say
it
I'm
trash and useless now?
no. Right now, I'm going to get some. Like I said, to go get some groceries, and I'll be right back, man. I was just giving an example of the fact that I have
So
to put
basically,
this.
I'm my fault. So basically, yesterday, y'all was on here talking about trash. So
I wasn't even talking about anyone that you're going to do that for because you like doing stupid stuff. I mean,
no,
stuff
I
like
like
that.
to hold you on the bullshit that you're
Yeah.
saying. You just said you was
Oh,
on here
hey, man.
yesterday. You said you were on
Yeah, I was
here
on here
yesterday,
yesterday,
and they
meaning
were
I was on a
talking that
YouTube.
trash. So I want them to
I
let you know you feel that they talk trash. That's it.
I said when I said I was on here yesterday, I was talking about on YouTube.
Oh, now YouTube. Okay.
No, it's not now YouTube, cousin. You never even got into. You like to try to
I
lead a
like to try to
narrative that you
listen
don't
to
even
exactly
know.
what you're saying and call
I
you
don't
on
know
the
why
bullshit.
you be doing that, man. What's the
Because
gravy for
it's a
you? You
search
feel
for truth,
superior?
and people who come up here to tell these lies, it's just unfortunate. And I try to do my
But why
best
do
to
you
subscribe
stop
to it.
telling them? Because
And that's
everything I
not one I
said,
told, Wale. I'm asking you for the truth. I actually give you the proof. That's the difference
I'll
between
be
me and you,
back like I
Wale.
said. In,
Right. Run very fast, flap your wings, and up, up, up you go till you reach the sky. El Indian for a whole decade. Then I tell you, same scenario. Dane Calloway pulling the plug on the internet. This is what happens. Talk all that hot shit until you slow the conversation down. Now, I got the fine and Demi fine and what if you look at it this way? Slow the conversation down and they look crazy as hell, don't they, folks? 16, what is it? 1436 explorers and half indentured, half slave ships and good God Almighty Jesus. Do you see how these the same people that could believe in a flat earth and the Nibiru, Dr. Mo? Now you question why these niggas stand on the corner talk about the
Hey, you
world
don't
about
want that
every
new
day.
barrel smoke.
Here we go. I know Blue got some Nibiru. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
I forgot all about the barrel. You
Yeah,
don't
I
want
knew
that the
Nibiru was
barrel
gonna come
smoke.
out.
Hey,
Go ahead, Blue. I know you got. Go ahead. Tell us
the,
about
the
Nibiru.
two sons. I gotta brush myself back up on my new barrel shit. I forgot. I forgot all about that, man. I was supposed to do a debate.
Ain't they? Wait, didn't they find Nibiru or something like that the other day or something? They found something out there, didn't they? Hold on.
Thanks. I know for a minute it was supposed to be like right. It was showing like whenever a certain time that the sun rises and shit, you can see that shit. But I think that shit was like Venus or something. Turned out to be.
Wait, what was that? Yeah.
No,
Nibiru.
Saturn. Yeah, Saturn, I think. Whatever
Oh,
shit.
okay. So it
Lucifer.
says since 2012, the Nibiru cataclysm has frequently appeared in the popular culture, usually linked to newsmaking astronomical objects such as Comet Ison or Planet Nine. Oh, I never heard of Planet Nine. You heard of Planet Nine? Although the name Nibiru is derived from the works of the ancient astronaut writer Zachariah Stitchin, although the name Nibiru is derived from the works of the ancient astronaut, that's in quotes, writer Zachariah Stitchin, and his interpretations of Babylon and Sumerian mythology, he denied any connection between his work and the various claims of a coming apocalypse. A prediction by self described Christian numerologist David Mead that the Nibiru cataclysm would occur on 23rd of September 2017 received extensive media coverage. Would you like to tell us more about Nibiru, brother? Go ahead. That Zachariah Stitchin created? Go ahead, Blue.
Hey, Zacharias was on point.
He was at
I had to put on my Madonna voice for that. Zacharias. Hey, you talking about pseudo and the pseudo. What? You on the ladder. You damn near on Jacob's ladder at that point.
yeah, the Zachariah Stitchin. You gonna start holding pale horses in a minute and everything.
Shit. Yeah. I be but now that beware the pale white horse now. I don't throw all of it out. I don't throw all of that shit out. The Illuminati shit and all of that.
Nah,
I
nah, it's
don't.
Friday the 13th. Shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we might as well crank it up. Break out the spooky shit. Fuck it. Now I do. You know, it's levels for me with the Illuminati shit. I'm turned off by the celebrity shit. You know what I mean? But I think we start talking about um, your trilateral commissions and shit like that, and
Here come
the
Afro.
build a
Afro
bird.
about to be up
Yeah,
here. Here we
you
go.
definitely, you definitely in that. You got that mix going. To me,
You
it's
gonna
your
have
lawmakers, the people who actually affect policy and shit, not just here but globally. They
Afro
do
gonna
that shit.
start bombing the chat. You better stop. We're gonna tell you about the Trilateral Commission.
Yeah, man. You do
Shaq
shit
had to pay out $1.8 million settlement for his crypto scam.
Who? Shaq?
for a crypto
Yeah.
scam. Oh, he fell into one.
Nah, he was convincing motherfuckers to go in.
Ooh.
And he had to pay. He wasn't no victim.
He still could be if he don't know.
That ain't what the judge said.
Yeah, I mean you're gonna have to pay regardless though, especially because you damn near. Like I wonder if it's charged. He being charged like a financial advisor because he ain't no financial advisor. You giving people financial advice, that's gonna be a problem. That's why every time I mention that shit, when we start talking about stocks, I always make sure I say that shit we just talk about it for entertainment purposes. This motherfucker come see you about that money, bro. I don't even like doing shows like that no more, man. It was too much. People asking me about what they should do with 70, 80,000. I'm like,
Hey, Blue, I
that.
just want to be clear to you and the audience. There were 2 funerals today. I just want to be clear what happened today, okay? I'm going to go back in the
Uh-oh.
chat so Ebony could probably curse me out or call me all type of names. Afro's probably in there too. I'm more comfortable with that type of abuse. But I want to be clear to the panel, Devin, there were 2 bodies today. Have a good day.
Uh-oh. Damn. Damn. Probably will be back to respond to that a little later. Like for real. But I do think there's something to it though. And as the case heats up, I'm still interested to see, man, what they gonna do with this Jonathan Oddie testimony. That's the one for me. I'm waiting to hear that because I'm like, at what point is he? Are we gonna say he crazy? And at one point, are we gonna say, okay, this is valid, but this part is a lie? Because all of that shit is kind of muddy and murky when you listen to his argument. But the fucked up part is his argument. What he was saying in the interview is the case. They got 50 Cent baby mama. She done flipped already. I have forgot all about her. I forgot all about her. 50 Cent baby mama, and then the other girl, Carisha. As soon as that shit dropped, they was all listed as sex workers. I see. I guess Carisha ain't gonna flip on him, but it looked like what's her name gonna flip. Been flipped on him. 50 baby mama and shit. And that's gonna be a problem. But now they say Lord London was one of them too. That's how he got. You said
Man,
Jane Doe is 50% baby.
yeah, you might well start talking about the Iran Israel situation. That
Shit,
celebrity shit is dead.
that shit gonna be wild too. That shit wild. I, I mean, really, I raised the question because I was wondering once that happens. I think we kind of always been in agreement that once that happens, the U.S. is gonna be drawn into that shit because Russia gonna be drawn into it.
But we got
And
all our
I
troops
wonder, do
in
we still
Los
look at that?
Angeles because the motherfuckers was throwing rocks.
Yeah, that definitely. They gotta clean. They gotta get that right, man. That don't even look like a riot yet. I gotta see a riot. I don't know if we gotta show the Watts riots again or the Rodney King riots so niggas can know what a riot look like. That shit was hectic. And the moment it's a riot in LA, it's gonna be racial. There ain't even no getting around that shit. So while they were to get the sources together. Yeah, it's gonna be funny though. I'm wondering how we gonna pull out of it without going to war with Iran. Yeah, get to Iran, that shit over with. I'm just taking off. What day is it? Thursday and Monday, right? All right. Yeah, Israel. So they said that they don't believe Israel would have done it though without the U.S. having some sort of knowledge of that shit and giving the okay. Well, not even just having knowledge, giving the okay. I just feel like that's the one thing nobody been okay with for a minute. I think everybody know the consequences of once you go into Iran, it's up from there. They did knocked off a general and two heads of I forgot of the defense already, bro, in like one night. Did that shit the same night they struck. The head, I think it was, yeah, head of defense and and somebody else and some other shit. I don't think Russia not gonna take too kindly to that type of shit. Man. They ain't supposed to, but you never know. I think a lot of us don't really believe World War III is possible, but when you got Israel on the table, it's possible because them niggas want it. And then not only that, where I would agree at, where they could have gotten the okay, a lot of the people now who is in charge of the military are fucking neocons now. You know what I mean? Like, so I definitely wouldn't doubt it. Shit, I don't think Mark Rubio. I don't think this nigga said no to one fucking war they ever had, that was ever brought to the table. Bro, been trying to go to war with everybody over everything. Bro, just ain't never had them. Like, bro, real deal neocon. So I can see the okay coming from the administration now, setting it off, knowing it's a domino effect. It's definitely a domino effect. But I think it also my conspiracy to it, and I put on the pseudo hat. I think the reason why they did that is I think they had to weaken Iran before they destroy that temple. It's time for the third temple. they already got everything ready. They ready to make the sacrifice. They just can't do that shit with that the temple that Muhammad ascended from there. They gotta destroy that shit. And I think if they instantly they do that, there's consequences coming from straight from Iran. And I think they wanted to go ahead and shut that down first. So now they can start re-implementing their sacrifices like they've been trying to do. But multiple things had to happen in order for them to do that. To reinstitute the sacrifices and everything. And Trump played a major role because the first election, the first time he was in office, he turned, before he left, remember, he turned Jerusalem to the capital, make that the capital and move the U.S. embassy there. And when he did that, that now makes, because Jerusalem, even though it was in Israel, it was technically a holy land. So you couldn't make it a capital. You know what I mean? You weren't supposed to do that because everybody should go there, can go there. But once you make it a capital, now this is Israel's to protect, period. And so that whole spot there, that Holy Land part, where everybody kind of usually get to go, whether you're Muslim, Christian, or Jew, that shit finna be shut down. Which is, they already start doing that, which is what crunk up the shit that when Palestine invaded Israel that night, which allowed for Israel to just ever since then just wipe that shit off, keep going, which has been the goal, wipe Palestine off the map. They getting that shit up out of there. All that Muslim shit, they finna destroy that. That shit finna be up.
Yeah, they're doing a strictly genocide. You're right.
Yeah, real. That's what I was gonna say too. When he was talking about the Trilateral Commission, even all of that stuff still links to the Human Genome Project. You know what I mean? And how we talk about the discussion that we have on genetics and all of that, and then mapping the human genome globally. The reason why they even do it. Like, for real. Yeah, man, that shit wild though.
Did you say genome?
Yeah. The human genome.
They're gonna kill off everybody that's got a Quran.
Nah, they just gonna start that war up though. Like, put it like this. Muslims they be tripping for a lot less shit. If you bulldoze the damn temple where Muhammad ascended from, it's gonna be hell for a minute. It's gonna get ugly. Like, whether you believe Muhammad ascended from that damn temple or not, they do. They believe that shit in their heart. And they be willing to die for shit like that. Like, they would that crash out that happened in Benghazi. Remember that shit was sparked after a damn preacher in Pensacola made that cartoon on Muhammad being a child molester. They did all that shit over a fucking cartoon, man. If I was over there wildin', you destroy that temple, that shit go crank some shit up. And they go get rid of it because you can't have a temple to Yahweh and one to Allah in the same spot. It just don't make sense, bro. Not when one side got clear control. How long is that supposed to last? That's the only reason why they ain't started doing their sacrifices yet. That shit gonna be crazy. Yeah, I'm just cleaning up the space with the flow. Y'all could also speak. You back,
Ain't
Dr.
nobody up
Mo?
here fighting. Yeah, I don't want to say nothing now. I'm waiting on the next fight.
Yeah. People, I mean, people kind of sleeping on the pseudo shit, man. That pseudo shit is getting ready to cause the world war. Like, for real. Over some shit that never happened. That's gonna be the crazy part about it. Like for real, for real. Like 4 minutes.
Oh, what's up with me? The that, that dude that came Camaro, he came to see a white chick. They gone now. Back to Cali.
Who who was it?
Somebody in my building is like a me. That was
I'll be forgetting about the chat. Let's see. What up, Afro? Let's see. Yeah, so Aaron said they made South Park quit playing with them damn Muslims. Yeah, bro. That shit. You sabotaging everybody for no reason. Like for real. You could do a lot of. You could play them games with Jesus, bro. You play them games with Muhammad. There's consequences for people for no reason. Like, bro, folks ain't have shit to do with that shit. That's the real crash, y'all. They gonna crash for real about that temple. Why? Crash about that temple. I'm finna have to clock back in though. Once I do it, I can still chop it up, but I may get a call. So if I do, I'm gonna have to mute. Yeah, let me go ahead and put it in my damn vacation days real quick. This nigga happy and mad every few seconds. I don't know.
You heard me
Figure the
about the
Gemini's out.
Camaro?
You said who?
Oh yeah, it's a dude in my building that had a car like a mean Camaro with California license plate.
Uh,
Then come to find out, he came all the way over here for a white girl.
oh
They
yeah,
go on
you
back now.
tripping. Tripping.
Yeah. California to Illinois.
That's how you get hurt. Being reckless like that, yeah. You can't even, yeah, that's a no go.
That motherfucking nose is wide open, boy. They probably met online or some shit. OnlyFans.
Gonna stop doing that shit. I don't see how they don't like, man, it's even worse. Like dudes getting beat, like robbed over doing crazy stuff like that in just random cities, traveling. You still just reckless, like I don't know, man. I watched the dude that this dude went to Puerto Rico or something. I think it was in Puerto Rico. Forgot where he was at, and two women pop up on him, like you know what I mean, giving him attention, bro. Walk back with both of them to the room. Then next thing you know, that you see them running out of the room, bro. He dead in the room.
Yeah, you saw Taz told us about that Las Vegas shit. And
Mm-mm.
that was on some flag in the YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, that Manny. Yeah, they
Yeah.
tripped, man. That ain't it. That ain't it. Yeah, that wasn't it. They ended up flagging, dude. Well, yeah, it was bad, man. It was bad. It was bad from the start, and it's sad to say, man. It really all could have been avoided. Like that shit, the most cliche shit to say, but it really all could have been avoided, like for real. And pride sometimes, you know what I'm saying? You know you wrong. You can't let your pride get in the way of just fucking admitting that shit. Like for real. Especially to the point, man, it ended up costing you your life, bro. That shit wow. Let's see request. Let me hit this holiday vacation. Don't come up here fussing. Let me see what days I need to be off real quick. That's July 4th. Uh-uh. Stop. Third. Stop, stop, stop. Try to put these hours in right. There we go.
My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Was that you with the infant immortality rate last night?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. That was some.
I guess ain't nothing kicked off on Israel Iran shit.
Nah, they ain't dealing with that one. The infant mortality rate. That's gonna do it, dog. Niggas gonna want to talk about abortions after that. For real. Definitely. Oh, that's number 4. I got 4 of them, bro. My oldest is 11.
So Taz was talking about a social media trend into convincing girls not to get pregnant or not to have as many kids as Generation Z or baby boomers.
You said convincing people not to get pregnant?
Yeah,
Yeah. I think both sides did that. I think that was the purpose of both sides of the argument.
Dr. Lamb, you coming up on your phone? She must came in on the iPad. Dr. Lamb. Oh, shit, come back. Oh, there you go. Yeah, go ahead. Let me
Yeah.
see.
My fault, I'm doing 2 things at one time. You could.
Yeah, it's Friday, man. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
doing something in a minute.
Get this damn vacation time.
Here she come.
All day. See, I think I gotta do it separate.
Uh-oh. You about to get your Friday boogie on?
It's for that. What is it? We're gonna go to San Francisco on the 4th.
Driving?
Yeah, I'm gonna actually do it. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and drive it. Yeah, I think this one I ain't gotta really. It's only 12 hours. I ain't gotta do it solo because it ain't gonna be like going to Colorado or nothing. It's like slab all the way, so she could drive too. So
Out of all the days, get on the road. You pick July 4th.
well, I'm gonna leave that Thursday. Well, yeah, it's still.
That's
Crazy,
crazy.
bro. I know,
You're
right?
right. That's gonna be bad. That Thursday, yeah. For real, for real.
Traffic gonna be crazy.
I might have to figure out a route. For now, we the plan is to drive for now. We'll see. So last time I was supposed to fly to Colorado, the tickets was bought and everything. We ended up driving. Like, not a driver. Drove through a damn blizzard.
From what state to Colorado?
Uh, Arizona.
Oh, what's the scenery like? Desert?
Nah, actually, it's to be honest, it's the Utah. We went through the Utah way, and even Utah was kind of beautiful. Yeah, even though it's like a desert, but it's more like I don't know. The rock landscape to me is different.
Hmm.
Like I'm into the nature, like to nature in general. So the rocks I was interested in how the rocks was formatted and all of that, like the different rock formations. Uh, The mountains is crazy. Like they look more like cliffs though in Utah, but once you go into Colorado, that's the most beautiful thing I ever seen in my life. I ain't, like,
You ain't going through the Grand Canyon?
yeah, I got to. Yeah, I gotta go to the Grand Canyon. I don't know. I might do that today. To be honest, I don't know
Oh,
what to
I'm
see.
ready to do the Grand Canyon at the end of when I go to Vegas at the end of July.
I think I might go ahead and do that today. I got nothing to do once I get off.
Yeah, do that shit in the fall, boy.
There, well, I saw some in Augusta, some bike rider at night. They got this bike club at night. They put some colorful reflector lights around their wheels
Hmm.
Right.
and hit the streets.
Nah, for
Oh,
real.
just around town?
Yeah, and one
Oh,
guy he
okay.
had like a 3-wheeler. I said, man, I'm gonna go join them.
Yeah, it's a couple guys around here got them. They'll probably be out in a little bit.
It's kind of cool. They were live. Yep, that's good exercise, good recreational.
For real.
Whole bunch of lights coming up the road.
You know what's even more crazy? The truth in the summertime? Fucking Colorado shit.
Mm.
Motherfucking snow coming up. The reflection of the sun coming off the goddamn snow.
That mountain, yeah.
Mm-mm.
And
I'm
then
like,
up
where all that light
Colorado,
coming from?
it's crazy.
And heat. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have another moonshot. We had another moonshot this morning. It looked like another storm coming.
You took pictures?
It's on the last stream.
Oh.
Yeah, about 7.5 hours in. It wasn't as bright as the strawberry moon though.
Yeah.
That was Tuesday morning. Everybody was saying it was the sun.
Uh-oh. Baby not happy. Baby say you want to play.
Yeah, he want to play with everything that ain't a toy.
You want to play. Ain't no colors on them toys.
At all.
Yeah, y'all got them toys gotta make some noise.
Yeah, not happy about that one. Got him a remote that looked like every other remote. That still ain't do it.
Uh-uh.
Then gave him the remote
He,
that he destroyed. He don't want those, man.
yeah, you said don't flip the channel.
Nope. He could tell. He could tell
Man,
if you looking at the TV like he could tell.
yeah, like y'all trying to trick me or something. I done pushed the button and everything.
I just say that. Yeah. He just turned one last night. So we was singing him happy birthday. He was looking around like he reckoned like, hold on, this is for me.
Yeah, that's crazy. How old is he?
He just turned one last night.
One?
Yep.
Oh. Oh, you about to be into everything.
Yeah. That's what he do. He come
So,
up here, start pulling out all my stuff for work, shut my
mm,
computer off, whatever
start
he can.
yelling. Start
Soon as
yelling
he
at you
don't do
like
that
you
till I get a
slow.
call. Yeah.
And so that
Like,
nigga at home ain't doing nothing.
dang.
It's too
He was
cool.
chilling the whole time. Then as soon as I just got a call, he just started yelling every time I said something. I'm like, all right, bro. For real?
Like he don't want to teach me. That's too
Uh,
cool.
that motherfucking year went by quick. I remember when you came on the live and announced it when you was here.
I know, man. That's fast, bro.
I
And
know,
what's
right?
Fat.
crazy? He ain't grew none. He think he's still a
No.
newborn.
You see, well, hey, one day he will, and you gonna be like, oh my God.
Yeah, that
That's
3 to
what's
5.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, they
But
just spring up.
between the 3 and 5 and the 5 to 9 shits.
Yep. And
That's
then when they
all
get in
good.
their teens, like
Yeah,
16
it's
to
all
18,
over.
you be like,
Yeah.
what in the world happened?
For real. But
Come
right
off
now,
that
he
sucker.
think he's still a baby, baby. I'm like, hold on, man.
Don't worry. See, you better suck it up as long as you can.
Yeah, that's that game.
Cause once you get that school front, you ain't gonna be no more my friends.
For real.
Mm. What happened to Wale? He out selling
I think he
stuff.
said he had to go hit
I'm
the
in here
stores.
searching for
All that.
some papers. I'm in here
Oh,
searching for some papers.
I forgot they got you on a mission.
I have me on a mission.
Hey, I ain't mad at it.
All
What
that.
else
You
you
ain't
been
going
doing?
out to no Rasta concert. Yeah, I be thinking while they be in the
Find
crib,
me
shit.
one.
While they be stepping out, boy.
Yeah, every time I see one outside.
On the
You
15th
had
of
that all white
June, on the 15th of June, there's
shit. That's Sunday. I mean
a
Monday.
That's
found
Sunday.
there's a founding fathers Rastafarian founding fathers celebration with Leonard Howell. Leonard Howell was the founding father of Rastafari in Jamaica.
Yeah, yeah. I knew it was coming up.
That's gonna be fire.
So, yeah, Leonard
Y'all,
Howell.
y'all better
He
turn up.
wrote he wrote the books. He wrote the books on Rastafari.
Y'all,
The
they be
PB.
still smoking Reggie out there, huh?
One of the books is called the PB. PIBY. If somebody care to read it, the PB. It's a very interesting work if you care to read it. You
All
know,
right,
if
man.
you
I
got
want to
that
go
kind of
smoke some of that. That 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 Jamaican Reggie.
very few people are smoking that right now, and everybody's on what they call high grade,
Nah,
Hi.
I'm good.
or they just call it grades.
Oh,
You talking like the chronic, the dispensary shit, basically.
Right, because I only deal with the lemon sativa. I
damn!
mean
They got your ass. God
that's my
damn! It's over now.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I thought you smoked Reggie, Wale.
yeah, of
Fuck
course.
around
I
and
took you as a
Ballet
Reggie
exotic.
smoke. He like, nah, nigga, I gotta add a Zyle.
that motherfucker said lemon. God damn.
They got Wale too.
No, I've been known since I've been here for smoking high grade herb.
That's
Even the Jamaicans ask me for herb because they know I'm smoking high grade. They may pick up on some reds or low grade in their travels, but when they want high grade, that's when they call me because that's all I smoke is high grade.
that might be
I
the
got
only
a
place
whole
I'm gonna
quarter
travel to
ounce.
smoke some
I
Reggie.
got I got a whole quarter ounce of some Reggie here. Some guy sold me, swearing it was high grade. It's still here. I bought that 5 months ago. I smoke
You like
high
my
grade.
brother.
Mm,
I'm gonna smoke that shit at some point. My brother ain't gonna touch it. That nigga
it's
just
too
get that
much.
shit away.
That's what I do. I give it away. When people ask me for herb, I give them that. I got a whole batch. I call it giveaway herb.
Mm.
Man, my brother's so picky. If it make him sleepy, he like, nah, this make me go to sleep. You can have that.
That's me.
I'm
That's
looking
me.
like,
So
what?
we just somebody. You're right. That's why I smoke sativa, man. Sativa keep me awake so much. Sometimes I can't sleep.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'm smoking, sativa. And that's usually what people call Reggie, I guess, sativa. But yeah.
Gotta, yeah, kind of do. I mean, nah, the flavor though is there though.
You know, that's what happened when the herb freed up a bit. The people got a chance to get jiggy with it and start coming up with their own species, yeah, what you call it, their own lines of herb and all that kind of stuff, and take their time to build their own cultivars and grow a better herb. Period, because they can do it freer now. They don't have to hide, duck, and stuff like that. You could just grow it and be deliberate, and it makes a better herb and a better product.
Hey, did you know what I'm mad about? They deployed those National Guards and only put them on 29 days so that they wouldn't get the BAH. That's not funny, Wale. That is not. That's
Hey Mo,
yes.
catch 22.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I'm so mad about that because them same individuals gonna have problems on their job when they get back. If they get injured or hurt, they're not gonna be able to get no type of benefit for it. They just
Go.
screwing them all around.
And saying how much they love them at the same time. That's like a guy beating up his wife and telling her how much he loved him. How much, and you go see her,
I
she
got
got black eyes and broke arm, and he talking about how much he loved her.
so I was like, if that is a if they but I bet everybody not gonna be on 29. It's gonna be the lower rankers that's gonna be on 29 and the rest of them gonna be on longer. And they not if they on less than 30 days, that mean they don't get hazards pay. But they in harm's way.
They got game for you. They know that. The upper heads know that. They scream. They skimming off the top. So they say it's gonna cost 143 million for that maneuver. Somebody skimming millions off the top for their personal pocket. Millions.
Yeah.
Every time you move that kind of money, millions get skimmed off the top.
Yeah,
You
I
think
ain't
you
like
can spend $2 billion and somebody didn't just fill their pocket up with at least a million or two? Come on, don't happen. That's just in transactional funds, just to pay for the transactional fees of 2 billion is a million. It's just transactional fees. No, just that alone. It's money being grifted all the time.
out of control.
That's why they're using them big old ass numbers. The bigger the numbers, the more that falls on the floor. I was in a real estate deal and I watched $10,000 just fall on the floor. And I told my client, I say, hey, dude, that dude just dropped your 10,000 on the floor. You didn't see it? No, Wale, I ain't see it. Because we were dealing in so much money, 10,000 was like, a dime or something dropped on the floor. Nobody gonna go down there trying to find a dime.
Mm. No go at the station.
The bigger the money, the bigger the grift. And the more
They say
likely it is to work.
Wale, they say you're not concerned about the chemicals in the weed.
No, man, I get weed from the factory. These niggas grow their own weed. They all rosters, so ain't no chemicals in their weed. And I even grow my own weed, and I know ain't nothing in that either. Because I do that myself at the house. I got weed growing, and I pick it up when I want fresh weed. I go to the roster, people I know who grow herbs, and I sit with them 2-3 hours a day at a time. We talk and have fun for 2 or 3 hours, and then I come back home. I'm not buying weed on the corner from some stranger in a package. I don't do that, man. I'm a grown man.
Yeah, but I'll say one of the things that a lot of money does fall in between though, especially when you depending on what type of website that you are trading on, especially in like in the market, they'll call
Mm-hmm.
it slippage.
Slippage.
But
Oh, that's a beautiful one.
yeah,
Slippage.
and that slippage basically goes to the floor. But yeah, the
Oh,
more money that you making, the more slippage it is. But it could
yeah,
be
yeah.
anywhere from $1, a couple of dollars to a couple of hundred or $1,000. You know what I mean? It just depend even more than that,
Depends on the
depending on how
deal.
much you're making. Yeah. And
Depends
that
on the deal.
whatever is in there, that's on the floor. That's left to them.
Yeah, this is beautiful to me. I love it. Doing big business is fun. The bigger the business, the more fun. The United States military was doing such big business, they were paying $400 for one hammer. $400 for one hammer.
Yeah.
Sometimes the military buys some stuff and never uses it. They just don't get around. By the time they get around to using it, it's obsolete. They need the next thing. La di da. What they gonna do with this? They put it on the. There's a websites for auctions of United States material and real estate. Right. The IRS got a regular auction. They do all the time for confiscated stuff like boats and stuff, houses, whatever you want to name it, jewelry, anything, and also for real estate. I get their thing 2-3 times a week, telling me all the different, and the VA, not the VA, the military, they also have an auction that you can look at. They sell stuff on auction. You can buy cars for a few $100s, whatever. I mean, it's an auction. You just go in there and start seeing how it works. But it's been constant over the past 20 years. I've been looking at it. So like I said, it's
You
all
think that they gonna continue to let the different growing companies that are producing these brands that in the dispensaries, you think they're gonna continue to allow them to just get away with the money that they made illegally?
of course, yeah. Especially if it does, whoever you're talking about that's going to allow it make any money on it. That's what it's all about now, man. They want to make some money on it, legal money on it. So they start handing out licenses. When you get a license, don't you have to pay the government for that license? That's their grift money. So they getting the grift out of it. That's their grift money. Ain't no such thing as license for weed, man. You just go throw some seeds in the ground and grow it. But they got license because it's legalized. See, they got the grift going on, the setup. And now you got to get a license. That's $4,000. Then you got to do this. That's another 4,000. They just like Trump. Trump said, "You want to be a citizen? Give me 5 million, dude. I make you a citizen tomorrow." It's grift money. You want to sell marijuana? Give me 5,000. We'll get your thing right to the processing. Get you processing right away through the grift money. It's all about the grift money, man. Because we grow herb, we smoke herb for hundreds of years, whatever, and we ain't never paid no grift money. Now they didn't codified it and legalized it and everything. Now you got to pay grift money everywhere for a tree. because they found out how to codify it and got people mind to where, oh, I'm willing to do that. Once the value of any product is what a public is willing to pay for it. You can have whatever you want and value it however you want to. If the public ain't willing to pay that much for it, there you go. It could be the same item, the same public, but they think they're getting it from somewhere else. Like, okay, you can take a thing that some girl down the street made a design and you won't buy it, but that same design with a Gucci label on it, you'll pay like 18, 20 times more than she asking for it. Because it's just in the mind of the person that's paying it. Ain't got nothing to do with the product or the quality of the product and all that stuff. Got to do with the mind of the individual and what they're willing to pay for it. Some people are willing to pay $300,000 for a vehicle, a car, and then get 3 or 4 of them. Yeah. It's just another way to move money. Because ain't no car, really worth that kind of money, man. You can buy a car for $20,000 and get around. If you just want to get around, you just want a vehicle. No, but you want a status and all the rest of that stuff that goes with it. That's why you would spend $300,000. Anyone would spend it. And it don't fly? $300,000 and it don't fly? Oh, come on. I'll go get a Ford. Give me a little Chevrolet or something. Toyota.
Yeah, I like something reliable and ducked off. Zero attention.
There you go. Because I'm thinking you got something else to do with that $300,000. You could be doing something else than just investing it in a dead car. Hopefully it'll come up to something in 25 years. It'll be worth something. So,
Man, I definitely don't want people thinking I got another 300,000 that I'm
I hear that too, man. I hear that. Jealousy is a hell of a thing. Yes, it is. Jealousy is a hell of a thing. I was talking to a dude. He owned 13 KFCs. A colored dude. I didn't know the colored dude owned that many KFCs. He owned 13 KFCs. I was sitting in the thing waiting on him to come because I was doing business. I wanted to pitch him some business. And I'm in the thing with the receptionist, and she's colored, which is no exception. And I'm just waiting, and she didn't say nothing to tell me this man was colored. She said, "Oh, he'll be in shortly, Mr. Wale." I said, "Okay, cool." So he walks through the door, and this little colored guy walks in. Man, I was flabbergasted. I was like, "This is so beautiful." He owns all of those stores. And I talked to him. He's all business. He wasn't tripping. And he didn't accept my deal either. He said he can't use it. Not that he just felt like it was nothing. He just couldn't use it. But it was beautiful seeing that he was in that kind of thing. I learned about a lot of stuff dealing with them guys, man. Like the meat, they got to get franchise meat, but franchise meat is adjustable. You can get the high quality franchise meat. You can get low, high, and middle quality. It's up to you what you want to spend on your customers, how your customers moving, how your customer, you read the room. If your customer is highfalutin, then you want the high quality meat or product from your franchisor. If your people are low class, they willing to buy the stuff, anyway. You can get that 3-day and 4-day old stuff and sell it to them. They're not going to complain. But the people who be complaining, you got to bring them the better product. Otherwise, you can go out of business. So you just judge how you want to do your customer.
I do think though it's an issue that it looked like we haven't been able to get really a lot of footing outside of celebrities in the cannabis industry. And it seemed like a lot of the folks who was the other, like a lot of the other people who are leading in it was able to turn their illegal money, you know what I mean, and build something, a legal empire off of illegal money.
Well, of course,
And we know
that
that they
was
did it that way.
a guy I know did it that way, but he still got busted in about a year in, and they took all his stuff anyway because it was bought all with illegal money. They were able to prove that. And some people they're not able to prove it, but he was. So there you go. That's what the mob did. Try wash all their money and put it in legit business and send their kids to college or something and make them lawyers and doctors, so they can have a legitimate excuse to have the money. That's what a lot of these art shows and paintings, they talking about that painting sold for $3 million. More than likely, drugs was just a way to move money legally. Something illegal just got moved, but you can't move that much money illegally. You'll get busted. So you say you bought some art with it, and nobody can argue with the price of art. $3.50. They sold a banana for 300,000. Just a banana taped to a wall or something. See what I mean? That's all grift money. That's a game. That's how you move big paper illegally, legally. Because
What
now
up
you
with
say,
it,
hey man,
Brandon?
I gave this guy $40,000 for this artwork here. La di da. Not for the coke, whatever else I got from him, just for the artwork. Anyway, that's one way to move it. That's all. So yeah, I took a break. I went and got me a little munch, and I got to go back out. I'm gonna get back on this search I'm on.
Now, what exactly are you searching for?
I'm looking for a particular source that I had made mention of
Hmm.
earlier today, and I want to find that particular source, even though I found other sources that speak on the subject, but not as plainly as the original source that I want to refer to. So even though I brought up those other sources, they have spots in it that can be picked at. And the original source, there's two of them I recall now. When I find those, I don't see where you can pick at it. As I recall it. So I want to find that original source and then bring that forth so that they can validate or invalidate what I'm saying. Like I said, maybe I'm remembered it wrong, or I read it wrong, I misinterpreted it. I'm okay with all of that stuff, but I won't know until I find the actual source, because no other paper has said that you know that I've been wrong about my memory so far. But I do want to find for other people. Other people can't go by my memory. They want a source. They want some reference. They want some kind of evidence. So I don't mind doing that for people, providing that source evidence and stuff. And so I'm gonna go, like I said, I'll just go back into doing that work right now. I might be close. I might be far away. I don't know. Okay. Because what I was saying, the thing that I was implying is some of the people who came in, the colored people, some were enslaved and some were indentured servants, according to the paper I had read. So that's the paper I want to go back to. Hmm.
Somebody taking a nap?
Hmm.
Somebody taking a nap?
Not me.
Oh, that was Dr. Lamb. She getting up
I was
at
about
four
to be
o'clock in the
going.
morning.
Man.
You
Oh,
weren't about to do a GQ.
Yep.
Nah. They got the game coming on tonight, so I don't think nobody's gonna be going to bed no time soon. Friday night, direct deposit and kicked in.
You said
Y'all
direct
good?
deposit didn't kick in.
Yeah, man.
Should have got it last night. I had some that's that Jamaican food. I just had some oxtails and rice and peas and cabbage.
Just now?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Oh Lord. Everybody did you watch the movie Straw? Because everybody who I see watching this movie crying.
Nah, they
Oh,
still talking about sinners.
on Netflix. What's a sinner?
Oh, I'm trying to find out. I'm still waiting on it to come out on bootleg.
Yeah, I haven't watched that either. Oh, oh yeah, I won't be watching that. Oh, investing. He trying to get back in. Blue trying to get back in there.
Oh,
How was Straw? What was it? Oh, I don't know, but um, everybody they like his deep or it's like it's I don't know. I never watched it. My nephew's watching it right now. One of the characters looked like his mom, so he. I know my
What
niece
movie
watched
is
it. She crying. Straw.
Straw?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Tyler Perry movie.
Yeah, you watched it.
Nah, I kind of stay away from it. I ain't watched that in a long time.
what's up, Brendan? Man, this dude right here thought I was talking to him. I
Yeah,
know his
Brenda.
name ain't Brendan. What's Straw supposed to be about?
I don't know. I never watched it. They watching it right
What's
now.
the what's the big time actor's name? What's the guy in it?
Taraji.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think I seen the review for that.
You seen the trailer?
Yeah, yeah. The sound was down though, so I don't know what was said. I was just watching.
What? What happened?
Mm-mm. No, I never watched it. I'm not a movie person anymore.
Yeah, I checked out the movies way back in the '90s. Boy.
Yep, every Friday.
I know, right?
Remember, it was like almost a blockbuster every Friday. Yeah,
Yeah, that was the last time I actually rented.
Brandon said he gonna buy you some lunch this weekend.
Oh, appreciate it, yo. It's gonna be pretty hot. I'm trying to see if I can do the down by the riverside. We'll be having a little festival down there. That's what's
Oh,
up.
oh, y'all having one too?
Oh yeah, they got them all going all everywhere. I think the anti-Trump thing is supposed to be over at 3.
Should be over right now, right?
No, tomorrow is the anti-Trump day.
Oh,
It's Flag Day and his birthday on the same day.
oh, Lord, Missouri declares a state of emergency.
The whole state.
He said Missouri governor declares state of emergency ahead of Trump administration protests.
Yeah,
Oh
should be a
my
little bit. It should
God.
be a few more on that list.
Missouri National Guard mobilized. So we just gonna have all the National Guard mobilized right now tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Texas, San Antonio, Texas,
Ooh.
Spokane, Washington. It's still kind of early.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're God, huh? I
Hmm?
like it. Oh, my mic is on. Damn.
Be quiet,
Yeah, just turn
violator.
your speakers down. For these fucking.
I'm wondering when did that epiphany light go off for you, Dr. Mo, yet or not? Because you can almost see it. I can see you kind of seeing it. You see the brightness of it, but you haven't. I don't know if you've identified that light yet. Of epiphany, because now you realize not only is there a big military parade that's outlandish and extravagant, but also a military a mandated, not mandated. What do you call? Uh, uh, what do you call it when the king puts out an edict of military presence all over the United States?
It sounds
It's
like
an
it's
act
orchestrated.
that's is that, to me that is so beautiful that all this stuff is being militarily exonerated against, specifically in verbiage against American citizens. And furthermore, do you realize that the Sudan has been a deal has been made with the Sudan to accept United States citizens that the United States government decides to what they call it, deport. Are you familiar with that? I just read that yesterday or the day. It was very recent in the last 24 hours about that one. You
That
can
was
look
a
that up.
lot.
Yeah, it was only in the past 24 hours. I just read about that one, even though it
Yeah,
happened a while back.
23. Yeah, 23 states.
They opening up the armed guards. I mean the military, not the National Guard. Is that what you're saying? In 23 states?
Trying to see the list right now.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know why. Every time I hear somebody talking about the parade tomorrow, I'm thinking it's gonna be like the Asian in Russia with the big ass, long ass motherfucking missiles coming down the boulevard.
That's right. That's what they
That's
saying
what
over
Yeah,
there.
man.
that's what he
Yeah,
want.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
what he
That's what he
want.
was.
Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
but and that's what I'm saying. Like you see how we so beyond the pale that, like, let's say about 20 years ago, that type of imagery was
Yeah.
like, oh, that's the opposition to the United States. We don't move like that. We don't have parades for dictators.
On American
And here we
soil.
are.
Yeah,
And here we
not
are. You know what I'm saying?
listen.
On this nigga birthday, bro. And then nigga,
Not
it's like, bro, this is why I say Donald Trump is like the greatest example of white privilege. Because all of the sucker shit that he does, for whatever reason, niggas just make excuses for it. If anybody else, if Barack Obama had a military parade on his birthday, how would the people responded?
man, they go wild.
If Barack Obama was like, on my birthday, I want to spend 30 something $million of taxpayers' money to celebrate me with a military parade. Think about that.
They would
Any
have deported
Democrat,
him.
so it
They
ain't
would
gotta
have
be just
deported.
him.
They would have
Nah, but see
deported him.
the reason why the reason why I say Obama is
Cause
because specifically it's because he's a nigga. And niggas
Oh
like
yeah,
to this day, niggas still talk bad about Obama, like routinely when they want to talk shit. Like, yeah, oh, Obama ain't dead, and Obama, and it's like this white man is looking y'all dead in the face and say, yeah, throw me a parade for my birthday with your bread, and niggas is like, but see the Democrats, but the Democrats, yeah, like all right, so yeah, buddy, we niggas is gonna be there clapping, applauding. But it's supposed to be like a nationwide protest. It's gonna be a couple of them out here. My boss was talking about going to one of them.
oh yeah. It's gonna be all
yeah,
up
it's
and down
right
Cali.
there.
Most of them gonna
Yeah,
be
the No
east of the
Kings.
Mississippi River.
Yeah, the No Kings or No Kings
No
protest.
Kings protest. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, hold on. So what's crazy uh is because I work in Beverly Hills, so um the dynamic out here is kind of wild because not only have I seen a lot of these No King protests like yard signs because they got yard signs for them hoes.
Yeah.
Um, After Trump won, so it's like a mix, right? Like rich people is confusing as hell because on one hand, like after Trump won, in front of the Beverly Hills sign, it was a bunch of people holding a rally for Trump, like a bunch of Trump supporters holding a rally with a megaphone and all that shit. And then to turn around and see a bunch of No Kings yard signs, it's like, yeah, this shit is they confused out here.
Well, I don't think they thought. Well, I don't think that they they thought that they were gonna lose anything in it, and so when them jobs and those benefits started being revoked, those grant, I'm gonna tell you, you know, a lot of them
Brenda, good
are
looking out, man.
nonprofits
Bye
who
bye.
take the I mean, who were getting those grants, and that those funds got revoked. A lot of those people were doing those environmental grants. We were hardly getting them, but they were getting them to come into our communities to upstand these different programs. And so a lot of them lost money when they revoked those federal grants. See, it was for our community, but it was they were the ones awarded. So of course they're
Yeah,
anti-Trump now. They losing a lot of money.
yeah, losing that bread. That's how that'll do it, as they say. That'll do it.
See, people look at the contracts and they always say, you know, white woman, but they forget about the grant world. They making a killing. And if they about to cut some of the Medicaid, that mean if they tap into home health care and in home health care and residential care, community care, it's gonna be
Nah, but
crazy.
Dr. Mo, that's not a part of the script. The script is white women benefit.
Yeah,
That's it. That's the script.
yeah, it went over their head. I
So
can tell you that.
the script is white women benefit. They get it all.
Not many
Damn
articles.
white women. Yeah,
Lots of funding from a whole nother angle. So those
yeah.
people, you know, you lose a job for working for the nonprofit, you lose the grant funding. If you're in the universe, you was researcher, you lose that money.
Those grant money. Yeah, yeah. Research
Yeah.
money, research funding, all of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Oh, but white women. Oh, but the white women. Oh no.
Yeah, I heard they can't do nothing in DC, or at least not down in the area where the parade gonna be at.
oh, DC probably on lockdown right now. Are they?
Yeah, the tanks are already out on the street.
Set the streets up and they go.
What's going on? I mean, is this what is this? I had to get on some folks in the chat earlier, but I'm done.
Nah,
But I'm done.
this Donald Trump is having a military parade for his birthday.
No shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now this dude's a draft dodger. He's a draft dodger. He
Yeah,
dodged the
holding
draft.
holding the military parade. Yeah,
Spurs and dodged the draft.
yeah. But but Kamala's not black though, so it is what it is. Oh, well, you got
You wouldn't, Domo, you went on here for the immortality rate topic last night?
the more time. I was around. I wasn't tapped in though. I was I had a paper due, so I was too busy working on that shit.
Yeah.
Uh, so and then I had to do some reading for my debate. So nigga, I've been in books and deep in research. Uh, but I heard I really was confused because I heard it was GA and
Mhm.
GA was going back and forth with was it Willie?
Um, yeah, he started everything because his friend, private investor, signed for a old hospital in outside of Columbus, Ohio. And when they was asking him questions about it, he was like, "I don't know nothing about research and development. I'm just looking to get a profit, and I'll be out by the year 2030." And it was up from that. So I think the infant mortality rate came out a little bit after that.
Yeah, like I was trying to listen and work at the same time, but shit just wasn't. Like I wasn't.
I
I
know.
was really confused as to what the disagreement was about.
Yeah, it was kind of all over the place. You know how we'll do, boy.
Then I heard the niggas was going at it this morning too. I heard it was kind of up this morning.
Yeah, you bet, Dr. Lamb.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Are you talking about Will?
yeah.
Yeah, he is a for private, no, venture capital. No, not venture capital. Private
Private
investment.
equity. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I'm telling y'all.
private
Y'all gotta
equity.
stop. We can't talk to this nigga Will about like community development and you know what I'm
Private
saying?
is.
Like a nigga named Wall Street Willie,
Yeah, he
and you
got
talking about
interrupted. Dr. Land, you get my email? You gotta answer that email right now. Stop talking.
Oh Lord,
I'm
don't
like,
talk
nigga,
unless
she
you're gonna
finna go
answer.
shit, blow up pop on you. Shit, you seen the good side of her. Shit, she got the other side too. Shit.
Don't tell him, Dev. Don't tell him side of that. I just want to keep that under your
Yeah.
belt.
hey, so hold on, so because GA said he owe Willie an apology. So what? You was wrong, GA.
Wait a
Was
minute.
Willie
What?
was Willie really on to something?
Shit, price was
He
going
said
off
he
too.
owed
Shit.
Willie. He said he owed Willie an apology
Yeah, he said
He
he owed
trying to
Willie an
redeem
at
his
apology.
the
reputation.
hospital.
Yeah, they was calling him. They said he flipped last night.
He
He
did.
whoa. So
He
GA crashed out.
Yeah,
yes. He
damn
was
near.
mad because
Ah, damn, I missed it.
that hospital is in a black community, and
Yeah,
so
yeah. Out of all the shit to
And he
he
was
went
and,
to
and,
be
and hold on. Let
capitalism
me guess.
on,
Let me
yeah,
guess. That's what I was about to say. Let me guess. He was more focused on the profit, right?
yeah, the
See?
accounts receivable and accounts payable, and
yeah.
GA was like, "Where's the accounts receivable? What's these people
Yeah,
loans?"
yeah. Nah, I mean, listen. I'm glad GA was there because I would have popped off. Because it's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like a counselor, you talking about the people that's constantly putting black people in medical debt?
My bad.
You talking about that type of shit? Them accounts receivable? The niggas is fuck
Yeah, they
the
owed.
accounts receivable that's fucking up black people credit just because they had to go to the emergency room? That accounts
Yeah,
receivable?
he's saying they owe
Yeah,
10 million, and he got in for 6.5
30.
or something like.
Oh, what's the 30 million thing then?
That's what he was looking to make before by 2030.
Yeah. Yeah, Brandon. He said, yeah, private equity. They saw the opportunity and they're looking to sell it in 5 years. So they're looking for a way to make it lucrative again or get services popping so they can make their money back.
That's
That's
what I'm
why I
saying. And
started.
niggas and
That's
niggas
why
be
I
and
started
niggas be
Operation now.
but that's what I'm saying. And niggas be like, oh, we need to get hospital. Because when he was talking about it, and that's why I was curious what GA was going off about. Because I was like, well, damn, they got a hospital in the hood, right? Like that's a black people hospital. But like
Yeah.
the focus, but the goal ain't even to provide the services. To get the goal is supposed to be to get their money
Nope.
back. Oh yeah, we fucked.
Yep.
Yeah, because I was over there coming up ways they could get the money, and he was over there, and she was like, "Wait a minute." Oh, Willie was on a
Yeah.
whole nother wavelength, and I wasn't catching it at first.
Yeah. Medical research is like top motherfucking out of all the stuff to get income off of. They don't really depend on insurance that much, but the research money is usually a
Mm-hmm.
little bit more guaranteed. But man,
Oh yeah, but that shit done.
yeah,
Yeah, that shit done.
yeah. Prior to the administration,
Yeah.
but yeah, he kind of close to Mayo Clinic anyway. It's outside of Columbus. I mean, other than Ohio State, in terms of like a work study type of situation. You gonna
Yeah,
be in
hey, GA,
it.
you was beyond triggered, bro. GA was letting everybody know. GA was just getting it in Willie, but man, it was
Yeah.
crazy. Willie didn't care because Willie was like, bro, in 5 years, I might be able to. They told me by 6 months I can get off my job. I'm about to make this money.
I mean, and that's why it's like if that's your focus, then do that. Like nobody's saying niggas should be broke or don't whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like when shit gets introduced, like oh we putting a hospital in the black community. It's like for are you doing it for profit or are you doing to provide health resources to that
Both.
community?
Both. Now, if he didn't say both, I wouldn't have been mad. Because I mean, you can't do it. You can't. It's not going to sustain by itself, and you got to have the capital.
Yeah, they went over a little bit better.
Yeah,
But
and
but to profit though,
he didn't
but
introduce.
see the thing, but the reason why you can't do both is because
Yep.
to profit, you got to put them black people in debt. To profit, you got to tax them black folks. You got to
Yeah.
you
They
have to
got to
do
get taxed.
where every
Other high.
healthcare
Mm-hmm.
institution does, which is overcharge niggas for healthcare services.
Yeah, because if the services, because this era, if they're taking away benefits for them that be able to do that, I mean, like affordable care and all that stuff. If they get ready to get rid of
Hmm.
that stuff, then you ain't gonna have no leg to stand on, and people not gonna be able to afford it anyway.
Yeah.
You're gonna end up being a primary care of emergency room. That's what you're gonna be. And that was the reason affordable care. That's why they was trying to get it so much because the emergency room became the primary care because they couldn't afford to get a regular doctor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And
Crazy.
that's like me growing up. Shit, we went to the emergency room for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
everything.
Sore throat.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nigga, it wasn't no, oh, shit. Nah, we had to go where shit. We could find some type of way to be able to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why it's like, shit, nigga, man, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. Cause
Yeah, we
cause
had
on
it
one
worse
hand,
in the South. Where that was one of the reasons my mom came up there to grab that teaching contract because the teachers in the whole state of Arkansas and the whole state of Mississippi was like minimum wage like a motherfucker. I was damn near making the same amount of money part time at the goddamn radio station. And my mom busting her ass for the goddamn degree in fucking college trying to fucking make it through.
That's true.
Yep.
It's making about 23,000 an hour of the year.
The checks used to come in the mail from the state of
that
Arkansas in a
shit,
yellow envelope. I remember
that
exactly
shit
how much they
crazy.
was. I know, yeah, right.
Well, niggas making $20,000 a year, 30,000.
But
I mean, shit. Now imagine making $20,000 a year today.
yes, and people do.
Cost
And
of
that's
And
living,
that, and, that,
yeah.
hold on, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Dr. Mo.
yes.
There's people that make 27 to
Oh,
$30,000 a year today.
imagine your seniors on the fixed income making $1,800 a month, and then they tax them
Damn.
On
the
top of
ten
it, yeah.
percent. That's crazy, but that's where we are. And then give them $26 EBT. What you gonna do with that?
And they're trying to get rid of that.
And
Shit.
they trying to get rid of that.
They
Yeah.
trying to get
Yeah, I
rid of
think
that.
Indiana, Oregon, Utah, and Texas. No more candy, pop, and soda with food stamp.
EBT.
Yep,
Oh.
July 1st.
And see, I wish it was some balance, right? Because when niggas be like, all right, let's compare Texas and California.
Yeah,
All right, Texas, you can only get like you said, you can only get like the fundamental food items on food stamps with food stamps,
yeah.
right? But in California, you can get Jack in the Box, like you
I
can,
done did it before,
you
yo.
know what
Dude,
I mean?
I was out in
Jack
San
in the
Diego and North Hollywood. Like you said, Jack in the Box, fucking
Yeah, for
what's the
sure,
other
North
one?
Hollywood for sure.
caboose.
All that shit. What's it? Hardee's or not Hardee's out
Yeah,
here? It's not called Hardee's out here. What's it called? Carl's Jr.
yeah. That's where
Carl's
exactly
Jr.
where I went. Yeah,
Yeah,
Wait,
Carl's Jr. with EBT.
with the EBT.
wait. I just caught on to what y'all saying. Did
Yeah,
y'all just
yeah.
say you can swipe your
Food
EBT
stamps,
card at the fast
food
food?
stamps, food
At the
stamps
fast food
at the
spot, it say
fast food.
EBT accepted. It say EBT accepted.
What?
I went off
Yeah,
route. I was off route and did the shit. Loaded up. I spent
yeah.
about $25.
I mean,
I
I
ain't even
think
eat all the
shit.
shit.
Man, motherfucker, you can go to a motherfucking it's like a taco truck take motherfucking EBT.
Oh
Everybody take
yeah,
EBT.
it was a bunch of places, but them was the only ones that I can get to with me in the truck. But yeah, you right. This was
It's just
28.
like
This was 2018. This ain't no recent shit.
no, I said yeah. Oh yeah. You've been able to do that.
Oh,
Yeah, as
they
long as
say it's
as
called a
long as I
hot
done been in
meal.
California.
The hot meal program. Wow.
St. Louis
Yeah.
used to do that with the grocery store that had the kitchen in the grocery store. They cut it off. I think they cut it off during COVID. Maybe I would say
I think Publix you can do a deli sandwich.
if you buy the meat and then have them cook it right there.
No, just buy
Oh,
a like a sub.
oh, a hot.
Thank you so much. You saved my day.
Oh, so you talking about Dev? You used in St. Louis.
Yeah,
You can buy the food with your food stamps there, and then
fresh,
they'll
cold.
cook it in
Yeah,
the kitchen.
I
with the
was trying
kitchen.
to turn
Yeah,
around when I
What?
Uh,
yeah, yeah. Shit.
That's crazy.
uh,
Wow. That would be a big
yeah.
house, man. That's crazy. Well, if they get to keep it.
My bad, Price. Come on up with it. Give us the post game.
Uh-oh.
What
Oh,
happened, GA man? I missed the crash out.
you missed it. He must be gathering himself. Go ahead.
No, I'm having some connection issues. So yeah, I got a little triggered because
Lou?
yeah. Well, I mean, we act like we don't see across the South. Well, I'm gonna say east of the Mississippi, all these rural areas where you got these regional hospitals are closing, man. People have no medical care in the hospital. One like it's a level 2 or level 3 trauma center, and I just got a little trigger when bro said, "Yeah, we just really trying to get this debt, and then we gonna flip it in 5 years." But you was presenting it like we on the come up.
That's what I
Yeah,
said.
the way he was presenting it. Yeah, it's been like that for a minute, G. You know, in the South, man, healthcare, academic education, kind of like at the bottom of the priority agenda.
But folks act like they don't see that stuff, man. Or maybe you're not paying attention if you don't live in these areas or if you don't have people in these areas. But that's a
Nah,
reality.
GA, they don't give a fuck, GA.
That's
They don't
crazy,
give a
bro.
fuck. I'm keeping it a state. Because like when I be up here going back against capitalism, who am I always talking about? When I talked about tariffs, who was I talking about? Poor people. People that have nots. When I'm talking about capitalism, I'm talking about the impact on poor people, the people that work the hardest, the people that have the less. You know what I'm saying? The least amount than everybody else. Like them is the motherfuckers that's hurt the most by this type of shit. And that's why I say niggas get on here. We talk about who be playing B1 or who be playing pro black or who be playing like they care about black people. Bro, if your analysis doesn't involve the way that poor black people, you know what I'm saying, or like what they have to deal with in a white supremacist capitalist institution, you not talking about what go on with black people for real. You're not. You're
Yeah,
not.
man.
That's why all these niggas will take. Oh, y'all want niggas to be broke. Y'all just want people to be broke. See, that's that dumb shit. Niggas is class traitors. Like
You
that's the
know,
real. Yeah, we can talk about the beef, the internal black beef, but the class traitors, the niggas that you know what I'm saying, that run with that broke nigga mentality type shit. That gotta get the bag, gotta get it by any means. You know what I mean, the hustle or die. Like y'all niggas is destructive. But you know that ain't really for this audience.
but yeah, that's crazy, man. And the very government that's supposed to protect people and safeguard the general welfare, that's who executing the agenda on shutting down these hospitals.
Yeah, Chicago, GQ will tell you, Jackson, Mercy Hospital, those were not only healthcare providers, but those were job providers in the black areas. And when they got shut down, that sent the whole. That was just like tearing down the Cabrini Green. Even worse than that, because people came from a long way to go to them hospitals.
And we about what,
So,
4 years removed from a pandemic? Dale, it's like we ain't
hmm,
learned nothing.
nope,
We ain't learned nothing from that. Or like Domo said, we don't care.
nope.
Yeah, shit. The hospital I was born in out there in the hood, that shit been gone.
Oh,
Been
damn, straight
gone.
up?
Yeah. Actually, but the funny thing about it is, my sister used to make fun of me for being born there because they called it was called Bethany Hospital, but back
I
in
remember
the
Bethany.
day, yeah, they called it Bethany because
Yeah,
niggas was dying in
God damn.
yeah,
like, niggas was
yeah.
like,
We was
so
talking
my
about
sister
like
used to be like, "You was
like
born
most
in
big
Bethany,
cities got
there."
one of them. Yeah,
You was born because like you had Bethany, then the only the other big hospital was, I think it was like, nah, Providence wasn't, they ain't built Providence yet. The other one
nah,
was
they was just
KU.
coming when we got there. Yeah, they was just finishing it up.
Yeah, KU Medical Center.
Yeah.
And so my sister was born in KU and I was born in Bethany. And she did not let a nigga forget that.
You from the city?
Yes, sir.
Oh, cool. All right. I didn't know
Yes,
that.
sir.
Nah,
You're a
Born and
homeboy.
raised.
You're a
you
homeboy of
say you
mine. You're a homeboy of
Yeah.
mine. I mean, where'd you go to high school?
I went to in Kansas City, Kansas. I went to Sligo for 2 years, and then in Kansas City, Missouri, I graduated from Central.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so I went to I went to Quindaro
Yeah, I did too in
in grade
kindergarten.
school.
I went to Quindare
Yeah,
Elementary. Yeah,
in grade school I went to
yeah,
Quindaro, and
yeah.
in junior high school I went to Northwest.
Northwest, okay. Right down.
Okay,
I lived right down the street from Northwest. I went to Argentine for 2 years, and then I went to Coronado, which ain't
okay,
there no more. They call it
okay.
something else.
And then
Yeah,
for high school I went to Wyandotte for a year, and then I went to
yeah.
Southeast over on Missouri side, Southeast.
Over in Missouri, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So you did what I did. I went to Sligo for 2 years, and then I graduated from Central.
So
Yeah.
now you see, even though I got a few letters behind my name, why I put it down.
Hey,
Now
no,
you
for sure.
understand.
Hey, respect. Yeah, respect. And that,
Now you understand.
nuclear engineer. Yes, sir.
Now you
Yes, sir. Mad respect.
understand
Mad
when they
respect. You.
tell when these clowns start, I put it down.
Yeah, nah, for sure. You went
Well,
to
you
you went to
know my
Wyandotte?
background,
I live right down the street from Wyandotte. You grew up in this. You in the same area where I grew up.
right?
They know
So
laughing and all that
you know
shit.
me.
Y'all
Yep.
better.
Yeah, somebody need to go on mute. Shit, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I grew up on 6th and Quindaro when I lived in Kansas. You know where that's at?
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Cause I forget the exact address, but I lived like literally 2 blocks from Quindaro Elementary. I walked to school.
Okay.
I used to walk to school, but where I grew up for the most part of my life in Kansas was off of on 32nd.
Okay. You was in the safe
Uh,
part.
shit, the 32nd. I was right next to. I'm talking about right off Parallel.
Yeah,
I
32nd
was
parallel. I know where you at.
nah. It was 32nd in Wood. It was 32nd in
You
Wood,
would.
but
Okay. Yeah, I
yeah.
know where you at. I'm just joking with you. But you know,
Yeah, that's
when you
yeah.
get
Cause I'm like,
down
if you
that,
went to Northwest, if you went to Northwest, that was the school I never went to the school I was supposed to go to. I was supposed to go to Northwest, but I ended up going to Argentine to go to school with my cousins and shit.
okay, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
when you get on that end of Quindaro, when you got single digit numbers,
Yes, sir.
you know what's happening down there, right?
Yes, sir. And look though, you know they turned Quindaro into a historical landmark.
Oh, really?
The Quindaro Park used to be a part of the Underground Railroad.
I didn't
Damn.
know that.
Yeah, yeah. That's why they gentrifying Quindaro right now.
Really?
Yes,
Hmm.
yes.
That
Like for
is.
those that on the Kansas side, Kansas City, Kansas, Quindaro
Yeah.
was that was you know what I'm saying. When you trying to if you're gonna see crackheads, if you're gonna see prostitutes, if you know what I'm saying, if you're gonna get robbed, if it's somewhere you don't want to be at night, you don't want to be in Quindaro.
Right. You saying
And
it's
they
not
starting
like
to
that
gentrify that
anymore?
motherfucker right there. No,
Oh,
it's
it's not.
still well to a degree. Like to a degree, you know, like so pretty much they out there in the Fairfax area, coming
Mm-hmm.
back towards camp, like towards back, you know what I'm saying, towards the hood.
Yeah.
They done bought up all of that property and they done renovated all those houses. So it's like a bunch of really nice houses, like coming
Okay.
from Fairfax to
Okay.
Quindaro.
Yeah, and they coming
And
down that way.
and yeah,
Okay.
and they coming down that way, yeah.
All
So
right.
that's why when they turned it into a national landmark, it had that shit had me thinking like, hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Like shit, Quindaro was with you know what I mean? Like I know niggas that done got killed on Quindaro. That shit is no joke. And they calling that shit a landmark. Now the mayor and them standing down on Quindaro. Yeah, that's what's up, Mike. I ain't know, man. And you made it out, became an engineer, man. That's what's up. A nuclear
Well, you
engineer.
know
But
what? I sensed something about you, bro. It was, but I sensed something about you when you were talking, and and now I know. I mean, we're pretty much from the same stomping grounds, really.
yeah,
I was before your time, though. You
yeah,
know.
way before my time. Shit,
Yeah.
you probably know my people. For
What's
sure,
your
for sure. You
last
probably
name?
know my people.
What's your
Uh,
last name?
no, Rolling.
Roland.
Yep.
I mean,
Roland, Anderson, Morgan,
you know Alonzo
all of
Washington.
that. Isaac Washington.
Have you heard of him?
Nah.
He's your time too. He's my age, but yeah. So we came in the 80s. 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when we came through. So yeah, so we're before you. Yeah, like my aunt still lives down there. I got a buddy that lives down there still, and he tells me now it's more that area is mostly Hispanic now. Yeah, it's mostly Hispanic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, they didn't move. They didn't kind of expand it out of El Centro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so yeah. But yeah, man, that's dope. That's dope. Especially with all your credentials and shit to be able to
Well,
say you came from Kansas
I
City
tell
and did that.
anybody I wasn't supposed to be shit. You
That's
want to
hey, I
get
say the
ready?
same shit. I
I
say
wasn't
the
supposed to be
same
shit.
shit.
I mean, that's just a fact.
Yeah. I say the same shit, man. And now niggas is all educated, you feel me? Yeah, man, niggas. That's what I be trying to tell them. Mike, they don't know,
Ooh, you
man.
gotta love it. That line.
They don't know, Mike. They don't. The niggas here in Kansas City, you think flyover shit. Like, man, nigga, please,
Right. Yeah. No, they
niggas
don't
is
know what time it is.
blessed.
But you know, here's the thing, though. Here, I don't. I'm not. I'm proud to say I'm from that area, bro. You know why? Because the things I learned there, man, growing up, young teenager, before I left and joined the military, that's what sustained me, man. I mean, when I got environments that were willing to challenge my manhood, I saw it before. I saw it when I was growing up. I saw it when I was
Yeah,
growing up. I had to stand up, you know. And back then, back when I was coming through, it was a bunch of shooting and all that. You had to be able to throw them hands.
you had to
You had to
fight.
be able to throw them
Yeah,
hands. Yeah, you had to be able to throw them hands. So basically, I already got used to growing up in an environment that would challenge me and I had to face that opposition. And you know, and you can't walk away. You got to face it. So having that foundation, that stayed with me no matter what environment I went in. No matter what environment I went in, from the military to commercial nuclear power to even today. You know, one thing able of me, but at the end of the day, I'm still a man. I was a man when I came in, and I'm gonna be one when I come out. Period. So that's my take on it.
yeah, that's what's up. Shout out to J Cal in the chat. J Cal from Kansas City too. I think he's from the Missouri side.
Okay.
Shout out to Jackson County, the 816. Boy, you know I still got my Kansas City driver's license.
Well, I went to Fort Scott Community College. Do I get some Kansas love?
Hell
There you
no.
go.
Hell
You said you was good till you put the word Fort in front of it.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put Fort in front of
Hey,
anything. We
what?
not.
I mean,
They
my little
what it
rodeo
is.
school. My little rodeo school.
No, that was a nice
Uh,
JUCO
Oh yeah.
farm school there.
Not
Listen.
Kansas City was full of them JUCO.
Yeah.
It's a
Number one.
bunch of brothers from the hood. Bunch of
Number
brothers from the
one
hood went to
junior.
play JUCO
Number.
ball.
Yeah. Number one junior college league in the U.S. That's we have.
Uh,
That's where they send a lot of athletes get them grades up.
Yeah.
my cousins played football and basketball for Coffeyfield.
Oh yeah, we used to spank their butt.
Yeah.
We had a couple. One that I know NFL athlete from Fort Scott and two I think. One from New York, one from Florida, and then I think a basketball player that I know of. But Kansas Junior College just have a whole bunch of athletes that either went straight D1 after that or to the league if they were that good. I need to go visit them.
Yeah. The place where I used to live at, that motherfucker is a parking lot now.
Uh-oh.
Whole goddamn
Wow.
block gone. Yeah.
Listen, my little school was so small. I think we had 3 buildings down there in Kansas in that area. They probably done built up a couple now. Whole little trip down memory. Uh-oh. Willie here.
Oh, I mean, that's gonna be up.
No, he ain't gonna be up. Not with me. He may be up with me, but I ain't gonna be up with him.
He gonna ask me if I got that email, so I better start looking right now. Let me see. Mm. Okay, where'd y'all go?
Hey, Dr.
It's
Pro,
Friday.
did you say you're Fort Scott?
I went to Fort. Yeah, the junior college. Yes.
So are you from there, Fort Scott, Kansas?
No, I'm from
Oh, okay.
Louisiana. There was a coach from Lake Charles, Louisiana, that went to coach there, and
Okay.
he asked me if I wanted to. I was playing AAU
Cool.
ball with him, and
Okay.
he asked me if I want to go with him. I
What
was like,
happened?
sure.
Oh, okay. All right. You went to the community college there.
Yep, that was my first 2 years. I didn't. I thought the big university was too large for me. I was coming from a little town, so I was like, nah. Let me go on in. I wanted to go to Southern, but at
Mm-hmm.
that time, they wouldn't really. It was hard to recruit female athletes, so I went to play basketball. So I went with the coach from Alexander. I'm
Oh,
sorry, from
okay.
Lake Charles to Fort Scott.
Yeah, I know where that's at.
Hmm.
Yep.
That's what you close to, Miss Mo? Alexandra?
Yeah, I'm
What?
close to. Yeah, I'm close to
Okay.
Alexander. Opelousas, it's like 45 minutes from Alexander.
Man, I don't know, man. I go through Louisiana. I'm trying to not run off one of them bridges
Ah,
on 10.
don't be talking about our bridges.
Y'all got too many.
I thought when I left Louisiana, I thought something was wrong that I did not see bridges. I was like, "Where's the water?" Especially Kansas, all that flat plain. Number slaughterhouses in Kansas.
Yeah, you
Y'all
out there on
still
the
like?
plains, the gateway to the west,
Yep,
I
yep,
think.
yep, yep. And brick roads. Yeah, yeah. I traveled around a lot in college, so I had all the. Well, that little junior college, of course, was predominantly white. So with the rodeo, but that's when I learned that, man, they make money in rodeo. Y'all tripping on my little school shoes. They used to make like 30,000, and they come back with those those buckles mean something.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Hmm. Yep, riding the bull and bucking on them horses, and I thought that was the funniest thing.
So y'all had cattle at the junior college and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, street rodeo. They stayed down there in Oklahoma competing. Yeah, it was a rodeo school. Their rodeo school probably got just as much respect as the football players.
Yeah, in this part of the country, yeah, yeah, I would say so.
Hmm. Yep, they was serious about that thing. Yeah, yeah, that was my first little 2 years. I got my little associate's degree. Then I moved it on down. Then I went to the ride in Irving in Dallas, outside of Dallas, for a year. Then I met another coach, and that's how I ended up in the Carolinas at Voorhees at the HBCU, and I had a culture shock.
What was the shop?
Yeah, coming from all the white schools, man.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
I was like, oh my goodness, it was crazy because then I had to really get acclimated back into my own, and ooh, look, then we had a little bit from everywhere. And they used to drive me crazy at first. Then I got acclimated into the HBCU life. Hmm. And then I joined the army. Yay.
Price, some motherfuckers go and they'll never flip back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So my
I know.
PWI.
The culture, period.
Oh, culture,
Mm.
No,
They go,
HBCU.
they go, they go heritage.
Oh yeah.
well, I know a few jokers that went PWIs for their bachelors and then they went back to a HBCU to get their masters. And then, like you say, I know quite a few that went to PWIs and did, they ain't never looked back. But hey, man, Mississippi is like ground zero. It's
Yeah.
a lot going on. So
I I mean I liked it. I just had to get used to I had to get used to just how the academia was set up. That was the hardest part. But the people, they love to party um on campus, whereas when I was at the PWR, we partied off campus, so that was a little different.
now, how
Um,
was that in Kansas, Miss
yeah,
Mo?
because I was at because it was so small, you had to go down. I had to go down the either we were either in Joplin a lot, messing around with Missouri.
I just
What
say
was
that's
that?
Missouri though. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to drive there though. And then we
Dang.
would go to this little town. What was the name of this place? Oh my god. I don't remember the name, but it was like up the road from us. And that's where we would go to the club, get in trouble every weekend. So we would end up in places we should go down to Kansas. We go to places we shouldn't be. Because when you have that many junior college, that many competitive uh schools in one spot, they're never good for you to be
Right,
in the
right,
streets.
right.
So and then
What's up with it, Q? Pin the link up.
at Voorhees, we would be messing around with South Carolina State Claflin, which is right up the road. But then they did it like it was far up the road, and unlike there's some people that had vehicles, but everybody didn't have a vehicle, so you had to party on campus. That was in a small rural area. Denmark ain't but so big, you blow, you fall over.
Mm.
It wasn't like JSU, okay? It was
No, well, it's, JSU is like right in the middle of
Jackson.
the capital city, yeah, but
Hmm.
something like a Alcorn or a Mississippi Valley, you got really the same scenario going on
Yeah.
because they're out there especially Polar Little Valley is like in the middle of nowhere.
Hmm. Yeah, but Kansas reminded me of Carolina because Kansas had all the junior colleges, and Carolina have all the HBCUs.
Yeah, Carolina locked in pretty good, but I mean, it just makes sense with the population that was there in
Hmm.
1870. Well,
Hmm. We came 1879. No, 1897. 1890. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah. 1897.
yeah, see, yeah, y'all got some older ones there too, though. Well, North
Yeah,
Carolina, I know, but
yeah. They probably are. Because we got Voorhees University, Catholic University, South Carolina State University, Benedict College, Allen University, Morris College. So seven. Hmm. So, but what's weird is that we also had. I think this is a challenge too. Now you have a lot of international instructors. You know, in our HBCUs.
yeah, we do. And I, I don't know. I don't even want to get into it, Miss Mo. It's much bigger than that. I don't want to get into blacking up to aptitude with the administration. I mean, I don't want to
Oh,
get involved with the whole IHL. And yeah, I'm trying to have a good Friday. I really don't know.
okay.
Good.
Well, I'm just I'm trying to be
Damn,
good, Dale. I just
damn
don't want to
good
Mhm.
get into it, man. You know.
Good Friday. And it's the 13th.
Yeah, yeah. Let me have a
Friday
good Friday
13th.
13th, man. You know, I'm at the house, just sitting out here on the patio, and just yeah.
We're gonna see
Man,
how
and
long that gonna last.
how long you
Yeah. You set up, Price?
Yeah, yeah, we getting there. You know, wife is just buying furniture now, man. It's you know, she like a little, just like a Barbie house. So she
Yeah.
buying stuff, and you know, I'm trying to throw stuff away still. So
man, listen, I remember having to move one good time to a PCS one good time after coming out of the barracks from a house to another house, and I said I would never ever have so much stuff again. Moving,
I
huh?
no, go ahead, and finish your thought. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say moving to me drives me absolutely crazy. Especially when you
You,
put stuff over here, you put stuff over there, you put. Oh, I learned not to do that.
I blame COVID. You know, we just accumulated so much shit when we couldn't go outside. This, I'm like, man, what were we thinking? You know, just we gave so much stuff away.
Look, stuff being the cut, you be like, damn, I still got stuff over there. You
Yep.
you gotta you gotta try to do it room for room. And I mean it's two of you, it's one of me, and so it never makes sense for me to have had that much. Well, I learned my lesson, especially coming from Germany back to the States. Oh man, I could have cried. It was horrible. I was like, never, ever again. It took me, y'all ready for this? When I bought my house, you know how long it took me to buy furniture? I wouldn't invite nobody over because I didn't want them to know I didn't have no furniture. I was so scarred from buying stuff. It took me about 3 years. My friends wanted to come over here, talking about, well, we don't never go to your house and hang out. I'm like, you don't really want to come to my house. I don't have no
Yeah.
couch.
You say,
I
I'm working on
look,
it.
look, I had, I had one plate, one bowl, one. They was like, damn, we gotta go buy everything. I was like, I tried to tell y'all, it's just me. Oh man, it took me forever. Oh my
So
goodness.
you didn't buy one of them huge trunks when you was over there in
I
Germany?
did. That was another problem. Oh, listen,
Let me guess, it
after
didn't fit.
nope. After I moved from Fort Stewart, after I left Fort Stewart and came to Columbia, I was like, listen, y'all can come get whatever you want out of here because I'm not taking it with me. I'm sorry. I'm going
Mm.
to take enough and that's it. Everything else, take a picture. I
Yeah, we
can't
gave
do
a lot of stuff away, man. I'm like, hold up, woman. But
it.
Boy,
Yeah.
y'all know I'm just not wrapping my goddamn dining room table that I didn't even put in my last spot. That's this from 2018. Goddamn it. Still got the goddamn shine on the
hey,
motherfucker.
hey, Dad, we don't be in no hurry, man. Guys do not be in no hurry. Let me get the internet going. Let me
Hmm.
get that's let me
Yeah.
get some
Man.
TV set up,
Yeah. That was the first thing I set up, the TV.
Yes.
all that
But
other stuff is kind of irrelevant, man.
Yeah.
I hate it, man. Oh my goodness, I hate it. And then when I did get like sometimes I get well not sometimes every quarter I have to move stuff around and they'd be like, "Did you just move furniture?" That's a habit from my mom. It's like I can't leave stuff sitting in one spot. I have to move it around.
That's a good habit to have. Change up, breaks up the monotony. Oh man, am I still here?
Yeah, that's why I don't like coming to the stores on Friday because they ain't got more than one thing that I need that I actually came here for. And I ain't
Well,
gonna
you
feel like coming tomorrow when everybody else in the goddamn dog is in this mug.
said they ain't stocking the shelves to the night.
I see the boxes in the damn in the doorway in the back now. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's up the bar.
Yeah, I missed that 2 o'clock in the morning shopping, boy. Shit. I heard it was a few Walmarts that was still around the clock though, but they ain't nowhere near here.
Yeah, they're kind of hard to find out there. Most of them be shut down. I noticed
Yeah,
most are shut down before 12 or
yeah.
11.
11 o'clock, yeah. That shit used to be so relaxing, man. You had to worry about running around, getting ran over. Damn, I can't even find a backup. What's another location? They got I put the link in the chat earlier. All you shrimp eaters, a recall on the shrimp.
No, man. Wait.
Yeah,
Where?
man. It's on my other phone. I can't remember who the distributor was.
No, don't say it's the Argentine Reds and them Gulf shrimp. A lot of that shrimp are local here.
You might be alright. I think this is like Midwest in other parts of the country. Chocolate. Right. Yeah, boy, that food recall, boy, been off the chain, boy. The food recall and the automobile recall been like overtime. They've been banging like Las Vegas slot machines.
Yeah, but the food more scary
I
to
know,
me.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Most of that car shit is electronic shit.
exactly.
Yeah,
And at least they being honest about it and going doing the recalls. But we've
yeah,
had everything from milk to eggs to
yeah.
vegetables.
Them
But it seems
eggs,
like
yeah, the eggs kind of threw me off.
every summer it seemed to be some type of cross contamination with the vegetable. Well, if it's not onions, then it's gonna be tomatoes or hey man. So the system's still working, y'all.
I don't know what brand name the shrimp is, but they said it was having people come down with listeria.
Damn.
Yeah,
With what?
Listeria. That's a real bad intestinal uh
yeah.
type thing, I believe. I want to say just I mean an extremely bad case of diarrhea. Food poisoning to the utmost on steroids.
To the umph
What?
degree, yeah. Hospital shit. Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
that's coming
exactly.
from?
I don't know.
It's a brand of shrimp.
Oh, you serious? I love
Yeah,
shrimp.
I got it on my other phone. I don't have it now, but if you just look up shrimp recall and listeria, it'll give you right down the UPC number. I haven't bought shrimp out the stove since Bush was in office.
God
Really?
damn, Dale.
Damn. You
Yeah.
think it? What? Why you don't eat? You just don't eat it?
No, you probably get them
uh,
at the market, fresh market or something like that.
Man, boy, back when they had them $7, boy, shit, them days over.
Mm.
You used to get 2 pounds for $7. Shit, come to think of it.
Yeah, I used to go to the flea market and buy it, but then in some crabs this time of the year.
Yeah.
Man.
We can just shoot on down to Galveston and throw our net in the water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. That kind of messed your gumbo situation up, Doctor Lamb.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
No, well, listen, it ain't on my mind right now because it ain't the winter. But boy, if
yeah.
it was December, January, yeah, you'd have messed me up for real.
Shoot. Hey, gumbo and etouffee, I eat that in July though. I eat that anytime.
That's
Yeah,
too
ain't got no time of year. Oh shit, hot as hell. I don't give a
y'all
fuck.
crazy
Yeah.
as hell.
Hell yeah,
I would eat that. I would care if it's triple digit heat outside.
man. Yeah, shit.
Oh,
Find me a damn shade tree, boy.
y'all sound like my man. He do the
Yeah,
same thing. Oh, can
hell
you
yeah.
use some more
Curl up.
pepper? Hell no, nigga, it's hot. It's hot as hell out here.
Mm-mm.
Mm,
A comfort food, that's food that's made with love. So
yeah,
Yes,
man.
sir. Uh,
that's year round.
I told you about when I was in Iraq how the Louisiana National Guard was there and they took over the dining facility.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did.
Yep, and that's man we stayed with. They was like, what?
Wasn't that in the summertime?
Yeah, yeah. Well, hot as hell
See?
out there.
Yeah.
Hey, hey,
Prove that point.
Iraq
Yeah.
hey, Iraq heat is disrespectful, bro. When the salt come through your sweatshirt and salt come through your uniform, man. Listen,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
disrespectful. Oh my god.
A salt be like starch.
Uh huh. Yeah, yeah. You talk about. I remember the sandstorm, man. It used to be orange outside. Your whole
Yeah,
face. I probably still got some sand in my ears somewhere from our.
it
It's
should be gone now, Mo. Come on now. It should be gone now.
You talking about some 20-year-old goddamn leftover
Hey,
dust?
it took
hey,
it took forever to get that sand,
hey,
man. It seems like that sand would
that
just
that
pop up.
shit, man,
You sound
be
like you been
all.
stepping in that red dirt out there in
Hey,
Utah, boy.
look, that
Yes.
shit be all in your eyebrows. You know
Oh,
you how you look like.
Yeah,
stop.
Yeah, you
all up
come
in your
in,
nose.
man. Yeah, jokers know you been outside.
No, you
Yeah,
been outside.
all up in every cavity. You like, how the hell did this get up here? You
Yep.
know.
Mhm.
Just horrible. But,
Yeah, it
no.
bring a whole new meaning to Dusty.
What? You never wanted to put them sleeves down up, I bet you that.
Mm.
Keep tear up your skin. I think that when they used to deliver those pallets of water, that water out of that heat, I think that's where a lot of those people got cancer from too. You know that plastic and water and heat
Yeah.
don't go.
But I thought it was the little fact. You know, we had a plant. They had a plant where it purified the water, and then you put these little plastic molds in there with a top on it, and it heat the bottle up, and then fill it up at the same time. But
What? I
yeah,
never had that.
that's what we had a couple of the falls. And
Huh.
when you thirsty, I mean, you drink what you drink. But that's what I
Uh-oh.
was thinking.
He said you drink what you drink. I'm
And
not gonna
well,
leave him alone.
okay, yeah, am I lying? Maybe you never been thirsty then. I don't know.
Ooh, I forget I be talking to grown soldiers sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I still got one of them little moles around here. Son. If I ever unpack it, I'm gonna bring it up and show it.
Is that a 20-year pack up?
Yeah, you know, man, I got all kind of little trinkets there.
MRA.
You know,
Hey,
30 mic
yeah.
rounds. You know,
You
just
know them things last forever.
yeah,
I
little
had one.
Yeah, yeah,
memorabilia.
boy.
I had blank rounds. I had blank rounds in my duffel bag. I don't know how I clear customs.
Yeah, what in there?
Them blanks.
Oh, damn.
Mm-hmm. With a little black tip, you know.
Uh,
Yeah, I used to.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that either, cause them
I
guys
don't.
was asshole. That was the Navy too, Dev. They was the
Mm-hmm.
customs. Man, you had to dump all your shit.
You had to dump
yeah,
it
yeah.
all. Yep. I think they were like, you know how you had those little pockets,
On the
not on the,
side, I
not on the side, but at the inside. Yeah, man, I stayed in the
oh,
field. I never got a break. I stayed in the damn field, so I don't know. Probably packing that stuff in a certain kind of way. Mhm. I was telling we were out on the Tefali River. My cousins were fishing, but they had their tents up, and so one of them had like shelter half. And so I was like, "Oh, I don't know, put one of those up." And he was like, "I bet you can't do it now. I bet I can't either." I I try to remember how to put a shelter half up. Oh my god, you would have swear I was not a soldier at all. That was horrible. I couldn't figure it out.
it's only two poles, man. What you talking about?
I know, but you no. I mean, I know, but it just didn't work out.
I well, hey, get you some string and secure two ends to the tree and then the other to the ground.
Yeah, now that would have
Hey,
probably worked.
I had to step away for a while. I had to take care of something. But hey, brother, I mean, I don't even know your name, man. I'm sorry, because you got Agent Freeman on your. I can't even call you your real name.
Oh,
Uh,
this GA, Mike.
okay, yeah, GA. Okay, so do you go by GA? You use that as your. I
No,
don't know, brother, but you
that's
know
my
it's all
first and
love,
middle
though, right?
initial. No,
You
yeah,
know it's all love, right?
it's
I know that we got on that. We got kind of, I guess, a little tense with the uh, the healthcare thing that we were talking about before with the hospitals
yeah,
and the infant mortality we were speaking about. We got a little tense on
yes,
that. Yeah,
we did. But I mean, yeah, bro,
I
this
still don't
it.
understand, huh?
No, well,
But
go
it's all
ahead, go
love,
ahead.
though, man. It's all love. I'm just letting you know, it's all love. I do disagree with you still, in regards to your perspective, but I mean, you can still disagree.
Wait,
So,
you came in broken, bro. Hey, you came
oh,
in
I
broken.
was, yeah, I was saying that, we just, I can't say I disagree with your perspective on that, but we can still disagree without being disagreeable. Did you hear?
Yes, yeah,
Or am I?
and you're right. Yeah, we don't.
Okay.
This the internet, bro. It's all good. There's no
Yeah.
ill will. I am not
Right.
trying to you know what, you know, drop addies or nothing like that.
You said drop what?
I said I am not trying to drop addies. There is no ill will or nothing like. This is
Oh,
the
yeah, yeah,
internet,
yeah, yeah.
and conversation does get intense. I don't think disagreement equates to disrespect. That's just that's
Exactly.
how I'm wired. So
I agree.
and yeah,
100%.
yeah, but we don't have to get disrespectful. So yeah, just to your point. So yes,
Right.
so
And then, for me, I will tell you that whole topic, when you talk about the disproportionate statistics associated with black infant mortality, I mean, that's to me, that's very that's a hurtful topic because killing this and the unborn and the innocent, that's like the worst thing that you can do. And so when you see a system that targets our babies, that targets our un and our infants, it's a serious thing, a serious thing. And when we looked at just the raw numbers of that, it's obvious that there's some intent, there's some serious intent in those statistics that they speak to. So
but
that's all I was going to say.
wait, but you do understand that's what I was trying to get at. Well, what was the best practices that these black professionals was implementing other than being black? That's all. At least that's what I thought I was trying to say or
Right.
trying to ask.
Right.
You
Right.
know, because agree, it is problematic. It is something. I mean, you're talking about a future, you're talking about just, I mean, that's just biologically sustainable for the race, for lack
Right.
of a better term. That if we
Hey,
identify
what's up
best
with it?
practice, you know,
Right.
how can we ramp that up? How can we scale that up? But and get that. So it's not that I didn't understand where we are, but that's what we, or at least that's what not what I was trying to say. I was not trying to say that it's not a factor, that it doesn't exist.
Right.
And it's comprehensive, in my opinion, and it spills back over to healthcare. Just what do you call it? Is it prenatal healthcare the right term?
Mm-hmm.
Just that alone.
Dev,
Yeah, my bad.
all your little beeps.
My
We
bad.
And
Yeah.
I think GQ was just trying to make the point of, at one point in time, at their lowest, our ancestors was still. I mean, that's just how resilient our folks was, that they were still outpacing the odds.
right. I would say that, when and this is just
Mm-hmm.
you know I would say that when the uh, I'm not even going to call them explorers. I would say the colonial powers came out. They had science and technology, uh, the remnants that was taken to them by Asiatic blacks, Moors, that gave their cities lights, sewage systems on their towns, and then they came out of Europe, with this colonial mindset. And the only thing that they were really advanced at, the ability to deceive, and a very, I'm going to say, demonic, warlike uh, mentality that was geared towards the subjugation of other people on the planet. And so when we look at a lot of people who are misguided, especially of that persuasion, Caucasians that don't think correctly, and not all are in that boat, but there are some who are in extremist groups who don't think correctly. They look at the exploits of these colonial powers as a semblance of superiority, and really it was the mindset where their orientation was geared towards the destruction and the earth itself. And we see that. We see the remnants of that mentality with the condition of the planet right now, the soil, the air, water quality, all the things that we see going on with the food supply. This is all a result of a colonial European mindset that destroyed the environment and, of course, oppressed the black and brown people of the earth. So when we look at that, there's a couple ways to see that. You can see it as that was done because it's a Darwinistic approach to life, where survival of the fittest, where you don't see humanity as a family, but as opposition, something to be destroyed and conquered, which is what we see in the European colonial mindset. Or you can see it as uh, inferiority, where a degraded mental state, something that's separated from mankind and the creation itself, and in direct opposition to it. I would say one of the things that show the reality is the latter in those two descriptions, is that we were able to keep our birth rates up, coming from the civilizations that we came from under extreme conditions in chattel slavery, sleeping in mud huts, dirt floors, being fed pig remains, pig guts, scraps. We were still able to maintain a certain level of cleanliness, sanitary conditions that our kids were born at a much higher rate than even those who were our slave masters, our slavers. And so it shows that we came from a social mindset and culture, and we were just exposed to culture that utilized those talents that we had to build their kingdom while imposing standards on our lives. So the whole of slavery, colonialism, their impact as anything other than just a decrepit evil and that's built on oppression, theft, murder, rape, all the things that show a basic hatred for mankind and for the world, the creation itself. So that's how I see it. I don't see it as a superior thing whatsoever, and I think they superior. No, you rule the world. You sign a charter to oppress and bring under subjugation the other people of the planet, other peoples of the planet, so, in a very negative way. I would just say that, and I'll stop. One statistic that the GQ was it GQ? GQ or G? Yes, GQ. The one statistic.
GA.
No, GQ. He did bring a stat out about the gap increasing between white and black, and that particular region being like ranked 10th as the 10th worst. But go ahead, bro. I'm tracking with you.
She was basically saying, hey, even when we were put in these positions in chattel slavery, we still had birth rates higher, and then they had to come back. Had to come and look at what our ancestors were doing, such low mortality rates, infant mortality rates, and what they found is it was our cleanliness standards. Even with mud, dirt floors, living, the most impoverished conditions, we were still able to maintain a level of cleanliness and sanitary conditions that we were able to keep our birth rates up. And they learned from that. So I'm just saying that is an indication that the knowledge we brought over here is what really built the country. And it was advanced beyond what those colonialists that came out of Europe had. And they basically got they got from the Asian, from the Moors. At the end of the day is that we're ruled over because we're inferior. And that's not the case. The only thing that we were inferior in the deceptive ability of the people who and with that imperialist and colonial.
So I don't ever think we're inferior. And I hope that's not what I was conveying last night. I really don't think that's what I was doing. But I mean, you brought up two really good points that I think about, and that it's some stuff that I'm kind of unqualified to speak on. If you look at the continent and you think about the Olympics, well, hey, you have these Nigerian runners that are able to always be in the top of the heap for the long distances. Not Nigerian, Ethiopians. They're from that east side of Africa, and then you have
Kenyans.
these Nigerian, yes, Kenyans, and then you have these jokers from the Congo or the Central that are like very, very fast. So I really think another thing, and this is just caveating on what you just said, not, more than just the sanitary standards, but I think something happened genetically, but I'm not even qualified to speak on that. But when you just start mixing the best of the best of two ethnicities or two people, you know what I'm saying? Because apparently they had different eating habits, diets, or whatever, even though they are black people from the continent. But these genes just start making like I think superhumans.
What are you
And
referring to? Which genes are you referring to? Which one?
I'm referring to as the our ancestors were brought over here from different tribes,
Oh yeah,
different nations, and
yeah,
everything, and they started to commingle together. That I think that was kind of part of the resiliency, and and
right.
just it, and I think they all practice that same communal
Oh yeah, yeah. It was
communal
definitely
type.
communal
I
culture. Yeah.
argue though that they have it on the continent. Ours just look different because ours is to a different rhythm.
Well, it may be more concentrated, Blue, but I'm glad you're here for that because you can speak more to that whole gene stuff. If I'm tripping in
Hey,
that analysis.
one thing that I heard about and I heard someone say this about 2 weeks ago, um, but they were talking about the genetic diversity that exists in just the Congo, just one country, and they said that genetic diversity is it's there's more genetic diversity in just the Congo alone. It is in any non-black nation combined. All the
Right. Yeah.
non-black nations combined on the planet don't have the genetic diversity in the Congo alone. And that genetic diversity is directly related to intelligence and uh, physical capabilities, advanced intellect, advanced. So um, we just been. Malcolm said we've been hoodwinked, we've been bamboozled. We don't understand that. You know, and it's we talked about this was actually talked about too when the guy was discussing this that genetically fully human people on the planet, where other ethnicities of people, um, you know, um, they're not. They actually have, uh, you know, the genes that come from the uh, losing the term. Somebody help me out. What is the term I'm looking for?
Say that again, Mike, because you
The,
kind of like
the,
going in
the
and out.
caveman gene. What
Oh,
is
the
that? What is the
Neanderthal.
Neanderthal? Thank you. The Neanderthal gene.
They're
There's a lot.
Neanderthal.
The other ethnicities have a certain amount of the gene in their DNA. Um,
Yeah, I agree. That's the other point you brought out that I didn't want to speak to. I don't get into the whole R2D2 C3. I don't know genetics, man. I
I
don't.
don't either. I don't either. That's why I don't want to get too. That's why I reference what I heard someone else discussing because I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. I mean, and that was one of the reasons why I was arguing it, and a lot of what I was arguing, it kind of goes in. I think earlier they was mentioning Dr. Henry Clark, some of the work that he kind of put out,
Mm-hmm.
and the reason why I mentioned him and Dr. Ben, because to me, this may, in my opinion, the main part that I get out of the work that they did was that we weren't we weren't just strictly sub-Saharan African. And I think sometimes like as much diversity as we have, they've been able to just kind of like put it under an umbrella of just black. And because everybody is black, you just all supposed to just, you know what I'm saying, like figure it out. Like for whatever differences y'all got going on, however long y'all been having these differences, that's supposed to be squashed. And it just it really ain't. I think it kind of really goes to tell first off, I just don't believe all black people just ain't the same. And, like nor do I think all white people are the same. And you can see the diversity. I think we see it in the culture amongst people, but once they map the genomes, you see the diversity even more. Like you said, in the Congo, West Africa is one of the most diverse places genetically on the planet. Uh, so you definitely do see that. It's one of the few places you're gonna see every phenotype.
So okay,
You know what I mean?
blue,
Like any
blue.
every gene expression, you're gonna pretty much be able to find there.
Let me ask you this,
So
blue.
it definitely is it's and I think it's when we kind of gotta I think we gotta understand it, accept it, and figure out a way to use it to our advantage. And
But
I think our diversity, like it has been a disadvantage. It's being used as a disadvantage, but I don't
but
think that's something that has to be that way. And thinking that we can change our diversity, that's white supremacy. Like in itself, you're not gonna do that. Like
hey,
you
blue.
basically,
Can I
and at
interrupt
the
you?
end of the day, you have to convince a bunch of people who aren't in the system. You know what I mean? Like globally, like we know we black because we raised in the system. Like you have to check that off and shit. You pull up your birth certificate. They ain't got that in other places.
But
So that
blue,
reality check
can,
is
can,
kind of
can,
hard to get people to kind of get along on just that fight alone. When a lot of them don't really have relation to it because like that they can visibly see the way that we can see it.
blue, can you hear me?
Yeah, you coming in, Price?
But I think it's room
You
there. I
on
think
he in his bag.
we
Can
can
you
grow
hear? Can
here
you
with
hear
our
Price?
diversity,
Blue.
regardless of what people should you know what I mean is talking about,
You might
and
not
we
be able to
can
hear
grow
nobody.
I
globally
don't
You,
know. He can't hear
with our
nobody.
diversity. We just got to figure out how to
He
get
just
it
hear
under an
himself.
umbrella
type to him in the back
so we
and
don't
tell him
get
to come
rained
back out
on.
and come back in.
Yeah. Blue, can you hear us?
He obviously can hear whoever was the last person talking because he came in right after they got done. But I hope y'all don't spend too much time on the world coming to an end and we can't do nothing about it.
Oh no, that's definitely not where I was trying to go. That's why I was trying to ask him a question. You know,
I don't ever hear nobody talking
Shit,
about.
hold on, my fault, y'all.
Yeah, I think he done discovered it. I don't never hear nobody talking about. And even though it's like this is how we get out of it and avoid it.
I mean, damn, see, that's kind of where I'm at with it, man. I want to hear some solutions, man. I just get
Even
tired of
if it
us
ain't all the way,
complaining.
yeah, shit.
Yeah, at
And
least
cut down on it or
a
something.
call to
Yeah.
action, a course of action. Oh, this is fucked up and it's just over. And yeah, I
It
get a
might
little
not work for
triggered.
me, but yeah, another person I talked to, yeah, it worked just fine for him. Yeah. Oh,
My fault, y'all. I thought y'all was quiet. That's why I kept talking like that. I was
what you
No,
had your
we
speakers off?
nah, yeah, I got my damn Bluetooth out, and the damn sound just cuts out on the
This
iPhone.
why I snatched Bluetooth out my ear in 2004
Yeah.
and threw it away on the highway.
Shit, the iPhone, man, that's why it don't work well with StreamYard.
yeah, it really sucks. But see, Blue, I had a question about that, man, because don't you think we can even go cross discipline if you just start, and I don't want to even go back too far in their history, but there was forced migrations just due to the environmental changes with the whole Sahara turning into a desert and
Right.
people start, migrating out. And in my mind, that would explain how the Congo became so diverse because you had people move from one region to another just following the wildlife or whatever, So I mean that'll be something worth pursuing. It's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I
But
wouldn't disagree with that aspect of it. I mean, pretty much that's what the diversity is. You pretty much getting people from different locations and regions. A kind of and well, to an extent, it could be a lot of things that is causing genetic diversity, but the main thing is going to be isolation. So what it's showing is that those people are isolated, even though they that close. They are that much isolated from each other
Wait a
genetically.
minute. So coming from one area, one region that had particular characteristics, going to another region and switching up diets and starting to, uh, for lack of a better term, commingle and interact with this with another people in this new region. That when diversify the genes.
Ye- It could, it would be one aspect of it. My fault. But for the most part, like when they, what they explaining to you is that though these people like we'll say like West Africa, right? Though you might see uh the Akan and the Ashanti people right next to each other, and I'm just throwing out tribes for it. I'm not being exact or nothing like that. You might
No,
see
but
them
you ain't got to.
sharing, you know what I mean, sharing the same region or that same area. There's a they're very diverse genetically from each other. You know what I mean? There's there's a difference due to isolate, like they're isolated genetically from each other. They not really intermingling like that.
That's what I'm saying though. So what I hear you saying is the environmental changes are still going to have more impact or more influence on genetics than even different people groups interacting with each other. Or did I mess that up?
My fault. I missed you. My damn alarm start going off. I gotta clock
No,
back in.
no, I was just asking. So what I think I hear you saying is that the environment is still going to have more influence on genetic change than different people groups interacting with each other.
It can. It can. Like what I'm saying is it won't have to be just one thing. It don't have to be just people interacting with each other. It could just be as simple as you eat fish all of the time and we eat motherfucking rice. That could cause a you know what I mean, you being genetically diverse. Like or like Ethiopia is a good example. Like even though it's Ethiopia, you got people who was in the highland, the Ethiopian and the Eritrean highlands, and then you got the people of the what is it, of like the Omo Valley and shit. Like
Yeah, but
they
see, that be my
genetically
point.
different.
Not to cut you off, that I mean the Ethiopian looks a lot thinner than the they don't look like the Chala, or they don't look like they're not as thick as the people in Central Africa.
Yeah, at all. Yeah, I kind of that's why I kind of challenged the DNA. I'm not sure. Um, I'm not sure if I accept some of the shit because to in my like when you mention shit like that, like to me, like you got twat people who are probably gonna be like 5'3" on the males, 5'5" or so, and the women is gonna be like 5 feet tall, if that, at probably at max. And at no point will they ever create a 6 foot shiny Sudanese, but somehow they come from them. You know what I'm saying? It's I'm not seeing it. You know what I mean? A lot of that
Yeah.
shit I'm just not seeing.
Yeah. No, so and then I got a curveball I'm gonna go and throw out there because we got a sister, and I learned about her from one of Neil deGrasse Tyson shows that she does epigenetics, and she's working on research right now. Uh, one of them damn schools up there in New York. It's either New York, somewhere on the East Coast, but she's working on the thing, the environment, uh, not environment, but conditions, social environmental conditions are almost like socioeconomic conditions also impact your genes. She's working on that study right now, and I'm gonna try to while y'all talk, I'm gonna see if I can pull her name up
Yeah.
and drop her in the chat. That's why me and Leela was talking about that a few months back. I thought she was
She
gonna
must
come
be
drop some
talking about
jewels on it.
epigenetics.
I think that's what it is. She's doing some stuff with
Yeah,
some rats and stuff, and just observing them over time on how environment, and it's based off of just people going through famine, or extreme conditions like chattel slavery, how how that impacts genes.
facts. Yeah, yeah. I was watching where they were changing the age of both of the rats. They made two rats that were two different ages. One was older, one was younger. They made them both the same age. What they found is that the epi genome, it basically reads your DNA like a dish reader, and while it's reading it, it'll leave scratches over time. So they found out if they implant a virus into the DNA, it'll cause the DNA to break itself down and then recreate and then rebuild itself brand new, basically. Scratches gone. And with that, once that happens, basically you're no person. So I'm like, man, CRISPR is one to watch. And the fact that the FDA approved CRISPR only, you know what I mean, specifically on, well, we ain't gonna say specifically on our community, but we'll say they allowed it to basically roll out on sickle cell, on removing the sickle cell gene. I think that's one. That's the to me that's something we got to look into and watch how they maneuvering with that. I think they've already done like it's about four surgeries. I know that they successful so far that they done. Uh, I have to go back and look and see if we got an update since then. The last time I did it, it was a 3 year gap between the update. So it should be about another 3 years now. So it's about time to check them again.
Uh-oh. What y'all were talking about?
Something. Yeah, he was something that I'm not familiar with. I don't, you know, I think these guys were talking about genetic diversity. I don't know anything beyond what I've heard people talk about
Oh,
genetic
gotcha.
diversity in certain parts of Africa.
Oh yeah, like the sickle cell, like the sickle cell trait stuff. Like if you like blood types, right?
Yeah, that was Blue discussing that. So I don't,
Gotcha.
I definitely can't talk about it. I don't know much about that. I don't know anything about it, actually. So, but I believe it's true though. I mean, I always look at like if you could if someone tells you an opinion or a viewpoint on something, no matter how little you know about it, if you can correlate what they're saying to something that you do know that's factual, then there's a high likelihood of what they're saying is valid. It has some validity to it. like when I think about it, I think about, when they start talking about genetic diversity, the first thing I think about when you say different parts of the world, I think about where's the richest soil at? Where's the richest soil?
Hold
The
on, Mike.
blackest.
Dev, they trying to get back in.
Oh,
I apologize.
yeah, you good. I think about, the darkest or the richest, the blackest soil on the richest soil, and has the most diverse diverse potential when you talk about the, so you can pretty much grow anything in it. So I just look at it like that. I mean, if you got those areas of the world that are like really mineral rich, then you're going to have, say, the people as well. That's probably a stretch, but the land is definitely going to have the most genetic diversity. It's going to have the ability to, to produce. If you think about it, just about there is no continent on the planet other than Africa that is completely self-sufficient. Like Africa doesn't have to import anything at all. They don't have to import. There's no that they have to import. There's nothing. They don't have to import anything. Everything in Africa is self-sufficient. But as you go out from Africa, then you have certain regions of the world that their soil can't produce certain crops consistently without, soil or manipulating it. So especially when you start going up north. I mean, I talked to a guy one day that was from their biggest crops about is potatoes. You can grow a potato anywhere, but a lot of their
I think. Are you breaking up or is it me?
You breaking up, Mike? Your
am
signal. Yeah, you was breaking up. We missed after the potatoes. We missed that
real
everything
bad,
after
huh?
that. Yes.
I got to check on this, man. I got that AT&T. I switched to the AT&T internet, and I think they're coming up short on me. They're trying to. So I'm
I
going to
mean,
check on.
did you get the
Huh?
fiber? You got the fiber?
I don't really know if if it's in this area or not. I don't. I'm not sure.
Sound like a robot.
Yep. Now
Huh?
you can get that app if you got AT&T. Pull up that do that app and do a map of your house because it sounds like you probably got attenuation, and your favorite spot is probably gonna be the dead spot.
You said attenuation.
Yeah, like wherever the router or the point of where the
Yeah,
it comes
yeah,
into
my
your
modem.
house. Yes, wherever it comes in at, and
Yeah,
it's like a
yeah.
So he's gonna have to run those boxes in his house where he could get.
Is it that bad? That bad?
yeah, you go in and out. That's what I'm saying. You're probably in a dead spot depending
Oh,
on wherever that damn
in and
modem
out a lot,
is.
huh? Do I
Well,
go in and
Yes,
out a lot?
you better
yes,
now, but
yeah.
before
You are better now, but yeah, you
But
have
I go
been.
in and out a lot.
Yes.
I didn't
it,
know that. Thanks for
it
telling me that.
it was just this last conversation when you were speaking about.
Yeah, you were loud and clear last night. So it was only today.
Okay. Yeah, I think uh,
Hold
like
on.
I'm not at my house now. I'm in a condo. So there's
Oh
like
yeah,
30 something units. So I could be splitting the sinks between
yeah.
these other
Handshakes.
units.
Yep.
It's a high traffic. I guess from an internet standpoint, it's a high traffic. That could, I don't know, but
Yeah, it's probably bouncing like somebody fighting over your phone's attention or whatever device attention.
Yeah, I'm on my laptop.
Yeah, that it got to be
I don't even,
bouncing.
yeah, yeah. Well, I'll cut my business to short sounds.
Oh man, that's crazy.
So, Dr. Bo, did you have any progress on the issues you were
Oh
with that
yeah,
fuel?
well um we well, since they passed that energy bill and we have that nuclear reactor company coming in, the attention got diverted. But yeah, we still the attention got diverted off of Westinghouse onto this energy bill and this
Mhm.
new nuclear reactor company coming in. So
They
we
are.
hmm?
Are they called new scale? What they are?
I don't even know the name of it. Let me see. Hold on.
So, yeah, that's right.
Let me see. And that's I don't know if you were on that day when I was asking that question about economic development and community, where when it as it relates to public health, like when economic development meets public health. So
Right.
you see what's going on with in Memphis with
No,
the
I
data
don't.
center in Memphis?
No.
Yeah, but
Uh,
that's methane generators and not nuclear power though, ain't it, Mo?
Yeah, well, we have a battery pack company interested in coming to the area as well.
Yeah, they trying to do that in North Carolina. I'm tracking on this company, and they say they got like zero. I don't believe them, but
they got zero
Right.
what?
waste.
Oh,
I find that hard to believe, bro. I don't know anything 100% efficiency in the universe.
Yeah, because they try to say things like um they recycle it and they clean it and then they treat it to be released.
Oh, see, I got to go find it and send it to you, Mo, on this company's name, because I'm wondering if they got bids in multiple locations now. But yeah,
mhm. I'm at uh, I'm gonna have truth. I've got a lot more time on my hands now. So that's why I get. I think that's why I get a short fuse when I'm in the chat because I don't have a lot to keep me. I still my gig and everything I go to, but I'm not doing any. I'm not doing research. So I
Let me see.
basically the first couple of weeks of the summer, I did some stuff, but I'm taking the rest of uh, probably 2 months. I'll be off for 2 months. So before I start here, so understand what's going on out there too, and I'm pretty sure I know for a fact if I can't answer the questions that you guys have directly, I know,
Okay.
you know, yeah, and I can do. I mean, obviously, I can do research on it too myself to figure out that door is still open if you need it. You know?
Okay, let me see if I
But I'm not doing anything.
have that report. Okay, I'm gonna give you my email and then you email me and then I'll have it and I can reply.
Right.
Put it in the back chat.
Yeah. All right. Is that you? Oh no, that's not you in the back.
Not yet. I'm about to text
Okay.
it.
You got mine?
Here you go.
Uh, too too blessed at.
Blessed underscore 28 at Yahoo.
I'll take a picture of that. Let me see. Yeah. If you guys got any documents or anything like that, because even though I'm getting ready to ramp up on like uh ramp ramp up on some things in the next week or so. It's not. It's going to be self-paced where I'm doing something that I want to look into, but I don't have any real obligations
Gotcha.
uh, to no set in stone obligations in regards to my research this summer. So
Yeah, Department of Energy getting ready to release some grants. Um, we just had
Really?
we yeah we had a call. We had a call with them. They wanted to know because after the administration made the agencies change their language, right? And so
yeah,
we had um so the grant that they had already um released that people had already been awarded and had been distributed, they was telling them, hey, if you allow your subgrantees to operate, make sure that they don't mention Department of Energy because they can get us all shut down. So what happened was, um, people just kind of just took the name off and continued business as usual. So they had a meeting with their awardees, which were larger, either nonprofit companies or universities. So we fall
this
under
is
Clemson. Hmm?
the DEI thing that you're referring to.
Oh yeah, when they changed the language, yes.
Yeah, they changed the language and all of
Yeah.
that and
Right. So
deal
so we
in government. I'm gonna leave it at
in
that.
government, yeah. So we had a meeting with them. I think it was a week or two ago, and they wanted to know. Well, we everybody had to present, and our representative, he's over our program, so he presented, but I was on the call. And DOE wanted to know. They had us in breakout sessions, and they wanted to know what could they do to support and help the community organizations to do better community engagement. And we were just sharing, some helpful handouts, templates, samples, examples, what's allowable cost, what's unallowable cost, maybe some YouTube videos. EPA does a good job with that. So they have a grant they're preparing for because they want they looking for new awardees. Um, a lot of times, like I was explaining yesterday, was the reason um, a lot of the organizations don't get awarded is because of the partnership. So when you have new grassroots organizations don't have that relationship with academia or a government agency or have a support letter from them, they're least likely to be funded. So one of the so what I try to tell people is like, hey, make sure it looks or it may appear like you cannot or it's unachievable, but it actually is. You just got to gain a relationship. Get a relationship with a professor. If maybe you have a friend who know a friend, get involved, allow them to maybe be a part or to kind of share the idea of whatever your program is because you're going to need them or even if it's just them getting the IPR for a survey for your program because you have to be able to evaluate your program or just allow
Right.
them to evaluate your program and that will open up some doors for you. The other thing is that if you cannot or if you have never managed a large sum of money, then that's where the government and agency comes in. They come in to where you could have them serve as your fiscal agent. And how do you know what type of agency to select? It needs to be under the umbrella of what you're doing. So, for example, if you're doing something in STEM, you wanna it'd be either maybe someone like Department of Energy, Department of Commerce, uh, NHI, National Institute of Health. Uh, who else?
No, no, EPA, EPA.
Yeah, EPA. Yep, EPA. Yeah, I mean, STEM could fall under multiple, but if it's an immediate agency within your community, um, any of those Department of Education, any of those could serve as a fiscal agent because the only thing they would be doing is tracking. You would be pulling down money, they would send it to you, and then you would be sending them copies of your invoices and your cancel checks. And so they would just be checking you to make sure that whatever your budget line items that you're spending those appropriately. And so once you've done that for like a year, or the first maybe your first grant, the next time, if you do the right thing, then you could possibly manage your own. But the way to create a track record for managing your own is to go after corporate funds or foundation funds, and they will release funds to you, and then you begin to increase your capacity. Um, and then don't try to do all the work yourself, you know, but write in positions. I would write it in for in kind, maybe the first time, and then maybe next time you start to add part-time staff, then full-time staff as it grows. But you have to try to grow a staff, grow your capacity. And if you don't have a capacity, you don't really understand how to do that, then you look for capacity building grants. And a lot of foundations are funding grassroots organizations so that they can learn. And then a lot of government agencies are doing classes on grants. But I kind of spit a lot of game here lately on the logic model, federal budgets, and summaries and budget narratives. Those two right there is half your battle. And then the third piece of the evaluation with the survey will kind of help you over the mark. So, like for you, Mike, when you get your letters, or while you are a candidate, because you're a PhD candidate. Right? Well, actually, you already got a PhD, right? Dr. Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as having your PhD already, you could actually. So you're very familiar. Am I saying that right? IPR, right? No, I ain't crazy. So usually with the universities, so what I've noticed that a lot of the grassroots or the nonprofits who have been getting funding for a while, they're getting professors or PhD candidates to submit their IPRs for them and co-sign on their program, so that would be a plus. So it wouldn't be just them coming up with a Word document or Google Doc survey and analyzing their own data. And so that's how. So they were looking for feedback on what can they do for us, and we were looking for opportunities like, okay, who is the best approach if you're not already affiliated with a university. How do you make yourself marketable to receive thousands or millions of dollars? But if you're gonna go after those high dollars, you have to be connected and partner with someone, because
Yeah,
if
well,
not,
the university or something.
yeah,
Is that what you're
because
saying? Yeah.
if you've never because think about it, if you've never managed 10,000 before, who's gonna let you manage 1 million?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what I'm doing right now, I mean, I won't be, probably after I'm done, I'll probably be in that space. But right now, I'm not. I'll just like,
Yeah,
uh, yeah. Because right
yeah,
now there's, church that I am, going to get more involved in as time goes on is, high temperature materials and applications um, in nuclear. So basically, some of the nuclear power plants that are coming out now deal with excessive temperatures and pressures, even in the fission, and even when in fission reactors. When you talk about the molten salt reactors,
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and some of the fast fission reactors have excessive temperatures and pressures. And so the materials that we use, they're going to have to be able to, um, they're going to have high temperature applications. So
Mm-hmm.
there's some of the things that the research I'm doing, well, that I'm going to be doing a lot more of as time goes on. That's going to be in those areas, in those areas. So, but I won't be that. The research is already set um, in regards to what needs to be mined and the areas we need to look into.
Mm-hmm.
So I won't, it won't be anything. It won't be anything new. It'll just be a continuation of what's already being done right now. So if there's, yeah, that space that you're talking about, that's above I do professionally and also, different from everything that I do right now academically. So I'm not really in that space.
Right. So that's what I was gonna ask that question earlier in reference to sustainability. Like, everyone speaks about increasing and gaining, sediments, whether it's reparations or anything. And I'm always thinking about, okay, what's your sustainability plan? Because you can get capital, even if you got capital and you were not, and you had a business model and the bank give you some money, but if you've never tested it, or there hasn't been a proven high demand for it yet, do you know? Or if you don't have an alternative product to go with it, do you know if it's going to sustain? And so I think that sometimes people have, with their business ideas or their community ideas, it's one dimensional and it doesn't have longevity. And so they
Right.
tap out early. And so
Yeah.
I think when,
Is
go
that
ahead,
what you guys are looking for
sustain.
ways
Hmm.
to write different grants where you can get, money for those proposals?
Yeah,
What do
for
you
those initiatives. Yeah,
okay.
we're looking for one of the areas we're looking for is career path. And so we figure if we could get the students on a career path and corporations help fund that way, then those students can in turn come back to the
Okay.
community and work for that corporation.
Okay. Well, I can
Versus,
tell you right. Go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say versus students only receiving scholarships and then they off and going and live in other places. We're looking
Mm,
for a return. Like if
right.
I create this opportunity for you, or if this company can create it in return, kind of like what they do with USDA, right? They pay for, you go to an A&M school, they pay for your schooling, your undergrad, and you're obligated a year for, back to that agency or one of their agencies, right? And then,
Right.
or if you go for your masters, you know you're obligated another year or so. Or
Yeah.
similar what they do at USC with the medical, they get to go work at the VA hospital 5 years, and then they write off their student
Tuition.
loan debt.
Yeah.
So we're
Okay.
looking for that avenue,
All right.
similar.
I do know that well, if you want to apply that to nuclear, I do know there was like a American Nuclear Society. There was a meeting about I'm gonna say 3 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago. There was a meeting where they were discussing um, recruiting. They didn't call it diversity. They just said, recruiting in from different communities because what they're finding, and this is, I can testify to this because I saw it with my own eyes. What they're finding is that these nuclear power plants are being built in rural, secluded areas because the big cities, especially when you come off the
Yep.
coast, when you come off the coastal cities, they're being built in rural, isolated areas
Hmm.
um, where you got a pretty monolithic population,
Mhm.
and so you got a lot of people who are coming into the nuclear power plant based on nepotism, uh,
Mhm.
unprofessional relationships and ties, and they're taking over like major positions eventually in that nuclear power plant without having the background or the necessary education and requirements to do that. I saw it. I saw it. I saw it to a degree that would blow most people's minds
Mm.
when I worked in commercial nuclear power. It's sickening, to be honest with you, and it really it speaks to the problem that commercial nuclear in the United States has right now, which it's only built one nuclear power plant, constructed and brought that power plant online and put it on the grid, on the power grid to produce electricity. Only one in the last 30 years.
Mm.
Where China, I think between 2017 2018, they built like 8 or 9 AP 1000 plants and put them online, and they did it at a cost, 25% of the cost that you see, 25 to 30% of the cost that you see those same plants being built. So it's just one of those things where they're recognizing that one of the problems that they're having in the commercial is that it's got a very monolithic culture and leadership and workforce. So, when you have everyone in there that thinks the same, there's really no innovative capital. There's no innovative capital that exists there. And so when they come into complex, changing environment conditions, rapidly changing environmental conditions, when you only have one way of approaching a problem based on your cultural uh, monolith that you have, you can't deal with dynamic environments. You don't have the innovative capital to do that. And so they're starting to realize that one of the reasons why they've only built one plant in the last 30 years is because of that. And it's also because of the corruption that occurs in commercial nuclear as a result of that good old boy system that exists. I'm just going to say the monolithic mindset and culture that they have, which really translates to a good old boy system that's built on nepotism and cronyism and not on raw skills, abilities, education, and experience. So it's starting to come out. And so the American Nuclear Society had a meeting on that about 2 to 3 weeks ago. And so it speaks to like a program that you guys uh, would probably want to, I don't know, be involved in, where I guess it seems like the recruiting that they're looking to do in these other communities is to address that problem. And then you guys could be like a resource, a human resource place for programs like that if you had a curriculum that kind of taught um, the kids how to be kids. I mean, teenagers, you know, how to become power plant operators.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that association just had a black female president. I wish, man, I wish you'd have mentioned this a little earlier. You probably could have
Yeah,
attended
I I
it.
I like that model, man. And that's because we was just talking about HBCUs, and that's one of my biggest pet peeves is that there are no environment. So you're a graduated class of students, but you don't have any jobs to keep them in the area, and
Mm-hmm.
so they have to leave. And and then you just came in from a whole nother angle and said, yeah, you got people that's just using this and they're using nepotism, put unqualified people in positions, and they have no vested interest in the community. So that's a hella hella approach to look at. Yeah, I like that.
They have they have a conference in Chicago starting June the 15th through the 18th.
Okay, what is
Have
that
a,
conference?
your American Nuclear Society.
Oh, really? Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Uh huh.
but I don't want to say this, man, without sounding like a tool. So in a lot of these marginalized communities, we don't have institutions that are teaching nuclear engineering. They're just not at that
Right.
level. So I mean, but I mean, I still like it's a lot in that food chain that you just described, in my opinion. So
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we stay in touch. I mean, I would eventually that would be something I'm interested in doing, but I just got to put one more feather in my hat. I mean, one more hat, which is going to take me a couple more years to do that. Really, the sky's the limit after that. To okay, to be I'm going to say this, be authenticated in the industry. One of the first things that you read is since you need an operator's license. You need an operator's license from, and then after that, if you're going to get into like the brass of the commercial nuclear industry or the nuclear industry at large, here in the United States or anywhere in the world, you need a PhD in nuclear engineering. And so, those things kind of, if you have both of those, there's a lot of people that have one but not the other. There's a lot of people that have, there's not a lot, but there are people that have, the NRC license, but they don't have the PhD, or they have the PhD, but they don't have the license. And there's more people who have, but there's very few people who have both. But if you were to have both, you write your own ticket. And it's not just here in the United States, but all over the world, because there's a certain amount of authentication that goes along with those credentials. And so, that's basically what I'm doing now. That'll program like what you guys have, Dr. Mo, and it'll
You the man. You're gonna be the man. How did you get into? What made you? Where did you get your interest for nuclear?
uh
Is it because when you joined the military, they made you a
yeah,
nuclear
that's
person?
pretty. Yeah, when we get right down to it, when I joined the military, I joined the military really early, really early. I was 17 years old, like right after I turned 17, and I met a brother. That was already in the Navy, and he got accepted to their nuclear power program, and he was telling me about it. And sharp dude, sharp brother. I don't know where that brother's at now, but I'm sure he went on to do great things. But yeah, I met him, and he encouraged me, just talking to him, and he let me know what he was doing. And I was like, man, I want to do that. So, and it just, it basically, I had to get. This is a lot of things that happen in my life. A lot of people on this channel don't believe in God, but I do. So I do know that there were certain things that happened in my life, certain breaks that I got, that I know was God's hand. And so, that's what I'll say. At the end of the day, I took the exam that they had for Naval Nuclear Power School, and I was able to make the score to get in there, and that's all she wrote. And then that's when all that hood training took over, because I wasn't gonna let that program, or anyone in it, the people who were running the program, I wasn't gonna let any of them wash me out or stop me from achieving
sink or
my goal.
swim.
Yeah, I was gonna make that happen regardless. So, and I think really the mindset that these young brothers need to have nowadays, you got to want it more than you want to breathe. You got to want it more than you want life itself. I mean, it's got to be, when you go at these type of goals, when there's institutional roadblocks and gatekeepers, in certain environments and fields that they don't want us in, you have to want it more than you want to breathe, and because that's what it's going to take. So
Sometimes I don't know if. Sometimes I don't know if individuals even want. Let's just stop right there. Sometimes it's just more of, you know what? Let's just earn enough for me to go spend
no,
versus to. achieve a particular task, or
Right.
to create, or to invent, or to solve a community problem.
Right.
Because and I think that's why they're so um, nonchalant or naive to what's going on. If you bring up anything environmental or what factors affect the community and why things go a certain way, they can't really follow the conversation because
Mm-hmm.
they're really just into how much money, what job can I get
What
that's
can I
going to
get?
pay me the max that I deserve without getting any type of education. And then, oh, by the way, when I get paid, I'm going to turn up.
Nah. Yeah, you definitely got to a much wider mindset than that. I guess I don't really know what I really don't know what lit that fire under me. I think it's because just like I said, I believe in I believe in God, but I think that obviously He put the Spirit in me. But I think the thing is I just looked at like when I got into certain environments where I had racist people telling me that I couldn't matriculate in those environments, and I just wasn't trying to hear that. And I think that type of thing that came from my father too, which reminds me I need to make sure I call him in the morning. But put in me, it's certain things that a man's got to be willing to give his life for if needed. And if you don't have that disposition where you're not willing to give your life for something, then you're living a life that's not worth living if you're a man. And so that's kind of where I am in my life. There's certain things there's certain things that I've done and I do that require a tremendous amount of sacrifice. And so it really comes down to what you want out of life. And for me, it's not about money. It's not even about the degrees or any of that stuff. It's about making a difference. It's about making a difference. I want to be able to say, all those things that you said about what we couldn't do. Well, you're a damn lie because here I am. You you know you, so whatever your grandfather set you on his knee and told you when you were little growing up, he lied to you. He lied to you, and I am the testimony, the testament that he lied. So uh, that's what I'm out to prove, and then you actually make a difference. But I know that you got to be prepared, and I'm one of them people like, and I'll say this and I'm gonna stop. I'm one of the people that I don't want to be half cocked. When I come in, I want to come in and dominate the situation. I want to be fully prepared. So when I come in, there's absolutely no questions whatsoever. You can't raise any questions because what I found is when you go into these environments as a black man, they're not looking for excuses to give you a break or give you an opportunity. They're looking for excuses not to.
To wean you out.
They're looking for excuses not to. So you got to be 100% irrefutable in your qualifications and the things that you bring to the table. You got to be ready. And so that's what I do, some of the things that I do, because I want to be fully prepared. I don't want somebody to say, oh, well, you got this, but you don't have this. Or you did this, but you didn't do this. No, 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 no. No, I'm going to be my intent is to be one of a kind in regards to this particular field. And it won't be anything that they could say or do outside of just being an outright blatant racist piece of shit to deny me. So
I looked up. I put in the American Nuclear Society to see if they had any funding opportunities. Q, I sent it to you, Dev and GA, because I know you guys be working on those STEM projects. And so I put in the website, and then I um, extracted the sponsors, and then I asked for grants as it relates to the sponsors. And so 3 or 4 of those sponsors are offering some grants. So there's an environmental sustainability initiative grant for a clean program. There's some stuff y'all might be able to tap into. They have a lot of sponsors on there.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
if I have some time now, just like I said. So if you guys want me to look at something, I can. I can look at it. I don't know how much time I'll be to put in it, but I'll definitely look through it and give you an opinion on it. But just like I said, my main over these next couple of years, my main goal is going to be to finish up my second doctorate. And then once I'm done with that, I'm to be honest with you, once I'm done with that, I'm done working for other people. I'm done.
oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna,
your consultant stock is gonna be out the roof.
it's going,
You
and
may
that's
not be able to present both of them.
yeah.
No,
I'm not
go
gonna
ahead,
be
bro.
work. I'm not gonna be working for anybody after that. I'm done.
You develop that damn Iron Man thing like Tony Stark's, a little old bitty thing to sit on the desk and power the whole city. And then your Joker can't say nothing. I'm on that walk in your trap, take over your trap type moment. That you know,
Hmm.
I, go be great, bro. I mean, we had this conversation before, and I appreciate your approach, but
Now, what
yeah,
the reason why I'm saying that too, man, is because I want everyone that can hear my voice to understand that we all had the responsibility to do the same damn thing. We all had a responsibility. Ain't nothing unique about me.
no,
I
no,
grew
I
up in the
agree with
hood.
that.
You heard me talk to the brother that earlier. You heard me talk to
No,
Domo.
yeah,
We from the same hood. We from the same hood. I grew up in the hood, man. I ain't supposed to be nothing. I'm supposed to be dead, bro. I'm supposed
well,
to
I
be six
mean,
feet deep. I'm
we
supposed to
we
be
all
six
got
feet
that.
deep right now. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is this all? It's each of our responsibilities
I agree.
with the self. And
You
so
robot.
I um, share, the motivation, the spirit that these other brothers listening. But I also want
You
them to take up your cross, man, and not walk through this life with a mediocre mindset. You got to be ready to go to war.
Okay, why?
Period.
You know, hey GA, I've been on my little tourism kick, so I put in how does nuclear relate to tourism? I mean, how does nuclear and tourism relate to 250th anniversary time period? And it gave me a STEM festival and tour to host an interactive exhibits nuclear power tour or science fair. Oh, it said to teach the youth and tourists
Oh, it's
about
saying you can
how.
host a festival.
Yeah, it's a
Oh, okay.
host an interactive exhibit nuclear power plant tours or science fair to teach youth and tourists about how nuclear tech benefits medicine, energy, and national defense.
That's all good.
Miss
That's all.
Mo,
Then there's another one, huh?
but so bro, already part of the national. I just messed up the name, and I was talking about this 2 weeks ago. He already registered.
He registered.
Yeah, Q is a science advocate or I don't know what the right title is,
Oh,
but
boom!
you can get in under him, and you can be competing in that area in South Carolina
Look at that. Then there's a
under that guys. I mean, that's my intent to do here in Texas is become a just under that umbrella, man, and just expand that and compete. And your students will get scholarships. Well, they can get cash rewards. They can get scholarships. They're building portfolios at a
right.
young age. I mean, just all kind of stuff, man.
And then look at that. It says arts and cultural storytelling, oral histories capture stories of nuclear workers and communities affected, especially in regions with legacy contamination or transformation efforts. And then another one is art installation. Use recyclable art and interactive storytelling to showcase energy transitions from coal to nuclear to renewables.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
I'm trying to get y'all in. Hey, that nonprofit, where you at? I'm trying to get some money, man. Then there's
That
a
you're reading.
oh,
Those are
I'm put. Well, tourism is really big right now, and America is high right now on the 250th anniversary of the Revolutionary War, and coming out of the war into Daughters of Confederate or Freedom Day or Independence Day or Declaration, and they're looking for people to do tours, which would, and tourists attract money into your communities, and
right.
so there's a lot of grant opportunities. And so what I did, I just threw in nuclear and tourism, and to see what would come up.
Right.
Like this one, it says eco and energy heritage trails, self-guided or app-based trails linking nuclear history to clean energy future narratives. There you go,
Mm-hmm.
GA. Your QR code. There's a South Carolina, Georgia-based tourism campaign linking nuclear sites, African American workers in energy sector, and youth STEM camps. Ooh. These are some out the box ideas for tourism that's probably
Right.
would likely get funded.
Huh. Yeah.
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 Yes.
I mean that.
So someone wanted me to move my tourist project to Aiken, and Aiken is near Savannah River Plant, which is a nuclear power
Yeah.
plant, right?
Yep.
So I might just have my initiative, my
I don't know.
idea.
Yeah. Santa River is a boiling water reactor or a Savannah River.
Hmm.
I don't know if that's a boiling water reactor or a
I'm not sure. I
pressurized
have to
water.
look it up. Yeah,
Hold on.
I
The
have to look it
river.
up. But I like this South Carolina, Georgia-based tourism campaign linking nuclear sites of African American workers in the energy sector and youth STEM camps. I think I may be able to work that
Right.
because a lot of our people work in those plants.
No, not really, but
You say no?
not really. It's a few of us. Like that one I just worked at. I think
Hmm.
they had. I'm gonna say 30. You say 3,500 employees.
Oh, that's all I need less than that to make my keys to convince a group of kids.
Yeah, 3,500 employees, but it was only like six black people.
Oh, that's all I need.
Yeah, it's only six black people, so it's not a lot of us. Savannah. Okay, Savannah River has boiling water and pressurized water reactors.
Hmm. If we're wanting to bring in some interest for them to be interested, we gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. That's
Yep. So I'm gonna work it
if
out.
anybody, huh?
No, you said anybody what?
If anybody wants to know uh like the basics of that stuff, feel free to ask me, and I'll tell you. I mean, the basics of um, nuclear, basically what it does and how they're produced, and the difference between PWRs, boiling water reactors, pressurized water reactors, that kind of stuff. I'll be willing to tell you. Um,
I'll be
and I would
interested.
say also, if anybody is like close to a community college or a technical college that has
Mhm.
like a power plant operator course, I encourage you to take that, or curriculum. I encourage you to take that because that is a way into the industry. That's a way into the industry. taking those, not just going into the Navy, but there's other avenues in, like taking those nuclear power plant curriculums at some community colleges that they have, technical colleges. And a lot of those colleges are located around where the nuclear power plant is. So, it may be in the next town, but if they got a nuclear power plant to them, they usually have some type of power plant technology curriculum that has a nuclear emphasis on it. That type of stuff is a way to get into the industry as well. But I will tell you, don't be surprised when you get in. My experience in the commercial nuclear industry, you have to have tough skin.
Tough
Your skin's
skin.
gonna have to be tough. You're gonna deal with a lot of racism, especially if you come in there ready to take care of business. You're gonna deal with a lot of racism, a lot of it. So
would you say one of the best gateways of getting in would be through the military ranks?
yeah, but the military is changing a lot too. Shoot, I've
Yeah.
been retired from the military for a while now. So, but the military is changing a lot too. So I can't really speak to the way it is now exactly. I can just speak to the way it used to be. But I would just say that if you want to go to the military, only thing is when you do the military, it's gonna be different. I mean, your freedom and your ability to make choices outside of that environment are going to be limited. Um,
Oh
but
yeah.
if you want the best foundational education in the world on how to operate those plants, then go to the Navy. You'll have the best foundation in the world on how to operate those power plants. Especially if you go in there and really apply yourself 100%, but you're gonna have to do that to pass the curriculum anyway. You'd have to do that to pass the curriculum anyway, but going into the Navy is good. But if you don't want to do that, because that's not for everybody, you find like a technical college that has a nuclear power plant curriculum, and then you do that, and that's a good way in the nuclear too. And you just build on it. Build on it. I mean, I didn't start off as on top of at the top end of the curriculum. I started off at the bottom, and I just grew, as time went on. So that's probably, not everybody's going to be able to start off in a leadership position or on top of in management in the industry. Not everyone's going to start off like that. A lot of guys that go and get their master's or their PhD in nuclear and then go into like a commercial nuclear power plant and get their NRC license, then they start off at the top. But a lot of guys are not going to be able to do that. You have to start off at the bottom and build your way up. But even at the bottom, I mean, those guys make six figures easy. I mean, you got guys that come in at the bottom of the nuclear. Then I will say this, and this is, I don't know if this encourages anybody or not, but if you come into the nuclear power industry, those community colleges and power plant technology with the nuclear emphasis, or you do the 6 years in the Navy, 5-6 years in the Navy, you're going to start off well above six figures. You're going to start off at like 130. That's after 2 years of college or 5-6 years in the Navy, which you get paid while you're in there. I mean, they pay you pretty decent. I mean, in the Navy, I think right now, I think the bonus is something like $90,000. They give you a $90,000 bonus once you complete their power plant curriculum. And then that's your bonus, and then you still make your regular pay and all that stuff. So,
So how hazardous is it though? Are you exposed to? Are you
Oh no.
exposed to? Okay.
No. You not even, and a lot of people don't understand that. That nuclear reactor is inside of a containment structure, and that containment structure has all types of shielding So you don't. I mean, when I was on those submarines and I served on five of those joints, five of them over the time that I was in. When I was on the submarines, I got less radiation and less dose than people that were walking around in the sun every day. If you went outside, people that were not under the ocean like I was, but was walking outside in the sun every day, they got more radiation, they got more dose being on that submarine. And I was right next to the power plant, right next to it. But there's so much shielding that's there that the radiation levels that comes out into the spaces where the people are outside the reactor compartment, it's nothing. It's you get more dose just going out into the sun, 4 hours every day. Yeah, yeah. So no, it's people a lot of times, especially that's what I hate about the lack of knowledge about the industry is what makes people scared of it. But it's nothing to be afraid of. You got to respect it. You got to respect, just like a weapon, a loaded weapon. You got to respect that. Same thing when you're dealing with a nuclear power plant. If you operate it within its limitations and you know the science behind it, then it's harmless.
So
You know,
Israel blowing up one of Iran's nuclear facilities or whatever they blew up. What's
right?
the what's the harm? Is it
I
is
don't really know what happened, so I don't know
let
the
me see.
specifics. I don't know if you can give me more of the specifics, but I will tell you this: all the reactors that are after Chernobyl back in 1986,
Hmm.
where Russia had the Chernobyl accident, all the nuclear reactors after that, by law, international law, are designed to be inherently stable. So basically, um, there's no more running away of the reactor and reactor meltdowns and all that stuff. There's no more of that stuff because there's different reactivity coefficients that prevent that from happening. So as the reactor heat, huh? What's that?
No, that was my nephew. Go ahead.
Oh, basically the reactors are inherently stable. So as you have certain things change in the reactors, the reactor will shut itself down naturally. The problem is that you still have fission products that are in there that they are decaying. And you guys probably heard me say this before, but when they decay, they give off certain decay heat. That decay heat is roughly about 7% of the operating thermal power of that reactor. So if you got a reactor that has 3,000 megawatts of thermal energy that it puts out, 7% of that is still going to be around as the fission products decay, the radioactive isotopes decay after that reactor shut down, after the reactor shut down, which means the fission chain reaction has stopped. There's no more fission.
Mm.
There's no more production of thermal energy from fission itself. That's everything after that is just decay of radioactive isotopes. That's 7% of the actual operating power of the reactor, the thermal power.
Those
3,000.
radioactive.
Yeah.
Okay, go
Go ahead.
ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So, are does that mean that during the decay process, there's no effect, or there's limited effect?
Yeah, those radioactive isotopes are contained inside the reactor vessel. As long as you don't breach the reactor vessel, then you don't have the release of those fission products. But those fission products or those radioactive isotopes, which are fission products, as they beta minus decay or gamma decay or alpha decay, as they give off uh, radioactive energies through alphas, gammas, betas, that adds thermal energy. That thermal energy has to be taken away, has to be cooled off. And so that's all happening inside the reactor vessel coolant system. If it happens to get outside the reactor coolant system, then you have the containment itself, the containment that keeps those fission products in. But the biggest thing is you have to worry about is getting rid of that decay heat. And if you don't get rid of that decay heat, then you're going to reach temperatures inside the core that produce hydrogen. When you have the zircaloy cladding and water and excessive amounts of heat, you produce hydrogen. Once you produce hydrogen from a 4 to 74% ratio inside of the coolant system, then it becomes a bomb. Hydrogen is explosive. Hydrogen is explosive when you have 74% hydrogen in the atmosphere. It is explosive at that point. So that's what you saw in Fukushima when they couldn't out in Japan when they had the tsunami and they could not remove that decay heat. They exploded their containments. And when you explode the containment, then you release. So at that point, that's when you have the issue. So I don't know exactly what Iran did because I haven't been watching the news. But if they attacked a power plant, the issue is not radiation from the meltdown of the power plant or the nuclear power plant. The issue is if they blew up the containment and they blew up the primary coolant system and released fission products into the environment then. And even then, it's not going to be the same type of accident as when you have the nuclear fuel melting down and releasing all the fission products that's contained in that nuclear fuel. You're talking about fission products that are being released as a result of fission fragments that are inside the coolant, which is on a whole different level of magnitude, and it's not going to produce those type of issues that you had with Chernobyl, and definitely not anything that you saw with the atom bomb that was dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Completely two situations. So would it be detrimental to people who were in the surrounding area? No, it's not going to cause anything. Obviously, they would have excessive dose from radiation. There could be some type of radioactive isotopes that are in the air, in the atmosphere, that can affect the amount of dose that they can have or that they do receive, but it wouldn't be anything that would be life threatening. So yeah, I don't even know if you understood what I was saying there, or if I lost you, but I guess.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't lost, but I guess
Okay.
to blow up, I was just thinking like, oh my goodness, they blew up a nuclear facility. Like, oh my goodness, does that mean everything in the area get dissipated? Like
No.
that's what I was thinking. Like,
that's a good question though, because a lot of people think that there's a difference between, and here's the big difference, right? Just to put it in a nutshell, the big difference is the commercial plants nowadays only have certain amount of enrichment of the fuel, right? Nuclear grade fuel is highly enriched. You're talking about 97, 98, almost 100% enriched. So that's weapons grade nuclear fuel. Weapons grade nuclear fuel has very high enrichments, like up there, way up in the 90s. The nuclear fuel in commercial plants is only like 3 to 5% enrichment. So it's not nuclear. It's not weapons grade fuel. It's not weapons grade. Well, it's a bomb. It's a nuclear bomb. That doesn't exist in the commercial nuclear industry, because that, just like I said, you got to be up in the high 90s to get that weapons grade.
So
that weapons grade nuclear fuel.
So why is nuclear
only 3 to 5% enrichment? Go ahead.
So you want to go, GA? Okay.
No, I just had a quick question because I didn't realize Chernobyl was that close to 3 Mile Island. And then the question is, so did they have the high 90s or the weapons grade plutonium in the plants during that time?
My understanding is that Chernobyl did not have highly enriched uranium. They did not. None of those plants did. What the deal with Chernobyl is that they had is their temperature coefficients of reactivity. So, and I don't want to get too deep into it, man, because I don't want to be confusing people. But at the end of the day, that Chernobyl plant was something. It had something that's called inherent instability.
They're not confused. The chat is tracking.
Okay,
Yeah.
it became too. It became
Okay.
unstable. I got you. I
Okay.
got
So
you. I
this is
got you.
this is what I'm saying. Okay. So you got a temperature. So when you deal with these, so the people are tracking me. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and say it. So when you deal with nuclear fuel, there's coefficients of reactivity that have to be considered, right? So if you got nuclear fuel, the fuel itself has a temperature coefficient, a fuel temperature coefficient of reactivity. So typically, that fuel temperature coefficient reactivity now in the reactors that are designed now, the FTCs, they are negative. That means as the temperature in that fuel increases, its ability to produce fission decreases, its reactivity decreases. So eventually, the hotter that fuel gets, it will shut the fission process, the fission chain reaction will get shut down based on the temperature of that fuel. When you look at Chernobyl, it was directly the opposite. As that fuel heated
Uh,
up, as the fuel heated up, it became more reactive. It produced more fission chain reactions. And that's why that plant melt down. That's why it melt down. Same thing with MTC. MTC is the moderator temperature coefficient, and it's inherently stable too. It's negative. So as the moderator heats up, the moderator actually slows the neutrons down so they can cause fission. Uh, because the cross section of fuel, uranium 235, is higher when you have lower energies in your incident neutrons. As your incident neutrons get less than zero point 0.1 or 0.025 electron volts, they become more susceptible to causing fission in that type of fuel. It's because their macroscopic cross sections get really large. So at that point, you have a moderator that takes those neutrons that are born fast, and they're born at normally about 1 to 2 megaelectron volts, 1 to 2 megaelectron volts, and they're slowed down through interaction with water, light water, and then in light water reactors, they interact with hydrogen that's in the water molecule that takes energy away from them through scatter reactions. And once they get down to 0.025 eV from 1 to 2 MeV, then they're able to cause fission in uranium 235. And so that maintains your fission. That maintains your fission process. The moderator temperature coefficient is negative because as you increase the moderator temperature, then basically you reduce the amount of reactivity that occurs, and that's based on the density of the water. As you increase the temperature of water, the density actually goes down, so the amount of water molecules that you can have within a particular volume decreases, and as a result of that, you have less water molecules there that can scatter the neutrons and remove energy from them. So it's a step, and I didn't want to get too much into that, but since you said you're tracking, I went ahead and did it. If you got a question, ask me. Or if
No,
anybody has
the
a
chat
question,
is
ask me.
really the chat is following you very well.
Okay,
Um,
good.
they're co-signing and adding and sharing and all that great stuff. They
Oh,
should get
okay.
on
I'm
the
not even
panel
reading
and
it.
chop it up with you because it would be
Yeah,
a
I mean, if you guys
make
want
for
to come
the
up,
yeah.
if
I'm
you
the
want to
only
come
one
up,
on the bus
I'll,
that's
I'll,
learning.
I'll holler at you. I mean, if you want to come up, we can talk about it because it goes. It's pretty deep. I mean, if you guys ever want to know, like, more about it, just let me know. I mean, I'm more than willing to go into some deep discussions about it. The stuff that I'm talking about now is really just on the surface. So if you ever want to go into it deep, let me know.
I thought you was already deep into it. That's what I mean. I thought we was already
me and you did to
on that
me
already. We
did
was
to
already
you and I like over here.
we already encroached past the fundamentals. We passed
Well, I mean, if you want to go through the fundamentals again, we can do that.
we
I
passed
mean,
the
but if you
intermediate.
guys want to go deeper into it, we can.
We
We
got to skip
can.
the
You know,
intermediate level first. Intermediate,
We need
intermediate.
remedial classes.
this is not. Hey, but you know what? The reason why I can discuss this is because I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing it for a long time. So
Oh,
I
Mike, you got a
understand that.
question?
Yeah, go ahead. What's the question?
They said, Mike, can you explain the process of uranium enrichment?
Yeah. So I've never been involved with the actual enrichment process itself, but usually what it is there's a certain amount. Okay, so normally uranium is about 0.7% enriched naturally, right? So when you get, say, you get a piece of uranium from, you dig it up somewhere, where there's a uranium deposit, it's going to be about 0.7% enriched. So that what that means is out of that uranium 238 that you have, about 0.7% of it is going to be uranium 235. Uranium 235 is what we need because it's a fissile. It's a fissile, not a fissionable isotope, but a fissile isotope. So that means that it can actually fission from a thermal neutron population as it from the neutrons being slowed down. So when you enrich it, there's a centrifuge process that they usually are participated in, and then there's different types of columns of exchange, ion exchangers, things like that they use to enrich. I've never been involved with the enrichment process myself, so I can't tell you the details on it. But the goal for commercial grade nuclear for the production of energy or electrical power through the thermal energy that's produced from fission is to get 3 to 5% enrichment typically right now. And there's moves to get higher enrichment. There's moves to enrichment from like 6 to 10, now, or 6 to 8
God
now.
damn.
Yes,
Six,
yeah, that's what Westinghouse is doing.
yeah,
Just what
and
you
they want to
just
do
said.
that. They want to do that to be able to extend core life.
It,
So basically,
yes,
Oh, okay,
from
okay.
12 to 18 months.
yeah, because normally, yeah, you're right. So normally the cycles are 18 months, but they want to go 2 years now. A lot of these plants want to extend it to 2 years, so 24.
Okay, you got another question.
Hey,
They
hey,
say
before
what?
you ask that, wait,
Oh,
can I ask this? And hey, but if it's off where we at right now, Mike, just tell me. Depleted uranium. Since we talked about enriched uranium, can you speak to the depleted uranium and its inertness and all that, or
Yeah,
is that off?
no, that's fine. Like normally, like depleted uranium that's actually been used, uh, and usually you don't get to that depleted status until you run it through 3 cycles, typically in commercial plants. So you'll run it through three times the radiations, 3 18-month cycles, and then it becomes spent fuel, and it goes into a spent fuel pool and decays those long-lived radioactive isotopes that are produced in it. And then after that, it goes to dry fuel storage. That's usually what they put them. They used to have a program that they were going to set up. The federal government was going to set up in Yucca Mountain, but that fell through because of funding. So now a lot of the commercial plants are building dry fuel storage facilities to put that spent fuel or that depleted uranium in. Um, there's actually some research that's going on right now on depleted uranium. I have to. There's so many different programs that I've got some of my hands in now that I'd have to look up my notes on that depleted uranium to get back to you on what the research is on it right now. But
Okay,
yeah,
oh, they asking all kind of questions.
no, but and the only reason I asked it, because that's the application of reactive armor, and it's supposed to be an inert to get straight,
oh
and
yeah,
it's
oh
like,
yeah, yeah. It can be used for it can be used for armor without a doubt.
okay,
Okay,
And tank usually they use it for tank armor.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
yep.
Yeah.
You wanna ready? Because you
M
got
rounds.
three questions in the chat. So the
I'm
first
Go
going
ahead.
on mute mode.
okay, one love asks, what are some problems with plasma confinement?
You're talking about fusion reactors.
I suspect.
You're talking about fusion reactors. When you talk about plasma confinement, you're talking about fusion reactors. I'm talking about fission reactors. That's what I
Explosive.
do.
Okay.
That's what I do. Now you guys come back and you tell me if this plasma confinement that you're talking about, just verify that wherever you read that comes from the fusion reactors, fusion, not fission. That's fusion reactor research. Uh,
Okay.
so you guys in the chat tell me if that's verify if that's what you're talking about.
Okay.
What's
We'll come back. Um, Nicholas Howe, are theorem reactors safe?
Thorium.
Thorium. Yep.
Yeah, thorium reactors, without a doubt. Yeah, thorium reactors are the reactors of tomorrow if that technology can really get put into play. Thorium, you guys look this up, but the last there's the last I heard about where thorium reactors were at is $100 worth of thorium. $100 worth of thorium will last a person um, their entire life. $100 worth of thorium in a nuclear reactor can provide a person all of the energy that they will ever consume from the day that they're born to the day that they die. 100% thorium. $100 worth of thorium. And so thorium is basically thorium ends up producing uranium 233. 233 is a fissile isotope, through neutron absorption and beta minus decays. It produces uranium 233, and it's very cheap. It's very plentiful. Thorium is very plentiful. Only thing is thorium usually uses a moderator. Typically, these thorium reactors use a moderator of molten salt. Molten salt and the thorium reactor technology has been around. Molten salt is an issue because, as you can imagine, salt that's molten, very hot salt, is very corrosive with those hot temperatures, and so you have to have the materials that can have longevity in that of high temperature environment. So a lot of the materials research right now is supporting the reemergence of thorium reactors, and really the limiting factor is the materials have to be able to withstand those high temperature and high corrosive environments. Am I going out? Is my internet still hanging in, or am
No,
I
you
losing?
hanging in
Hey,
there, but I'm like, I don't even
listen,
know what the hell thorium is, man. I gotta even
you
go find that on the periodic table.
you you've been cooking. Hey, listen, your internet has not gone out since your conference session.
God, that's funny.
Um, but Rob, why is the decay of uranium completely random? Can it be predicted now?
The decay of uranium. Well, I mean, it's got a half life. You know what I mean? So uranium has a half life. Depending on the isotope, it's got a half life. So I mean, it's predicted based on the half life, right?
Yeah, what is it 6 billion or 6 million? I get it mixed up, man.
It depends
It's
on
been
what uranium you're talking about. There's different isotopes.
let's do the 235.
I don't. Yeah, I'd have to look at the isotopic table. I have to look at the book of isotopes or the table of isotopes to see what uranium 235 half life is. Somebody tell me what it is.
Now, I thought it was 6 billion, but then you brought a valid point, and that may be where the randomness comes in. If you're talking about
You have to say tell me what isotope you're referring to. Like uranium
bro, you know
238.
I am not equipped to talk 238,
Yeah,
235,
yeah. You
233.
yeah,
Okay.
Nah. I got introduced to that in geology class.
All right.
yeah.
So Sirius B asks, why radiation is harmful to the human body?
Yeah, that's good. Good question. So it depends on the type of radiation, right? You're looking at different types of radiation. So each of those types. So the main types of radiation we look at are betas, gammas, alphas, neutron, right? Neutron radiation. Neutrons have both fast and slow neutrons, or thermal neutrons that can interact with the body. So each of those types of radiation have something called a quality factor, and that quality factor will determine how much biological damage is done to the human cells when they interact with them, right? And so neutrons definitely, they have fast neutrons are going to have a higher quality factor than slow neutrons or thermal neutrons. But the most damaging outside of neutron flux is the gamma because it penetrates the whole body. Gammas penetrate the whole body. They actually go past your skin layer into your vital organs, your whole body organs vital organs that can actually cause damage inside there. So your gammas, they interact with the body tissue through three different primary mechanisms. There's one that's called photoelectric effect. You guys can look this up. Photoelectric effect, Compton scattering, and pair production. And based on that, usually what they do is they interact with the electrons in the electron shells of the atom. The atom has the nucleus with the protons and neutrons on the inside, and it's got different electron shells on the outside. And those three interactions usually typically interact with the electrons and electron shells. But what they end up doing is they ionize those atoms, and that and where they're actually having that full outer electron shell. Those electron shells are missing. Those electron shells are missing electrons, and they end up getting a residual charge on them, and become ions. That that produces issues, cancer, things like that over time. So there are gammas that are strong enough, have enough energy, and I think it's about 9 to 10 MeV that can actually interact with the nucleus itself. And when they interact with the nucleus, then obviously you're dealing with the actual core of the atom, and that's it's called photoneutron interactions. And now I don't really know what else you're trying to ask me there. Alphas are betas. Okay, so when you deal with betas, they're not that damaging, because betas and alphas, if you actually have a sheet of paper, you can stop the beta or alpha from penetrating the whole body. They'll just stop at the skin layer, the outer skin layer. So you can get skin damage from those, but they're not going to go in and have an impact on your organs unless you ingest it. Like if you have airborne betas and alpha particles and beta particles that are airborne, where you breathe them in, then you can get an internal dose to your lungs. And the only thing about when you ingest an alpha releases or deposits a lot of energy into your lungs, so you can actually die from that, from too much alpha ingestion. There's different types of or levels of exposure that you can have that will guarantee death once you get a certain amount of exposure over a certain amount of REM that you take into your body over a short time, or your body's exposed to. It guarantees death. I think it's about 4,000. I think it's about 4,000 to 6,000 REM, but you guys look that up.
So, a microwave. What's the classification of a microwave as far as the radiation and
the microwave radiation?
Yeah. And also, mind you, most people don't know that the microwave, if you have a microwave, it has the radioactive symbol literally on the plate. I know that's deep, but it has that radioactive symbol on, literally on the plate of the microwave. Check that out though.
Yeah.
If you got a microwave, trying to see that.
Yeah. So
as far as the emitting of radiation, how is it true that we should discontinue the usage of microwaves?
Well, I mean, typically the belief on that is that because microwaves are they're called. Remember, I was telling you how you can have interaction with the with atoms, and those atoms are they have a nucleus that have protons and neutrons on the inside. Most of us already know this, but and then they have electrons in the electron cloud or the electron shells. If you dislodge one of those electrons from that electron cloud or those electron shells around the nucleus of the atom, then it's called ionizing that atom. You ionize it. Ionizing atoms causes cancer. Microwave radiation at that range in that band, it's not ionizing radiation. It does not dislodge electrons in the electron shell from the atom. So typically it does not cause cancer.
Okay, even with like constant usage over time, just constantly, just because. Okay, so what about as far as, so you just so you're what's what I want to say? So you're affirming that microwaves are not carcinogenic, but what about as far as that whole methodology of the microwave actually killing the nutrients in said food? Is that true? As far as like when you
That's what I hear. That's what I hear.
Kill the nutrients in it.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear. But I don't.
If it's dry, if you know how to use it, you can. It can work. It can be your best friend. But you gotta a lot of times, because what happens is that shit go from the inside out, so it'll just kill off the moisture. But as long as you able to keep the moisture in whatever you're using it on, then the microwave you could rock with the microwave.
So
but you gotta have that moisture level.
I have to, that's interesting. I'm not, I'm not.
Like if you want your chicken back crispy from the next day or some shit, throw a little wet paper towel on top of it, then heat it up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Keep that shit from drying out.
I just was curious. That's all.
Yeah, when you said that, I hear that that's what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, that's what I've,
the nutrients
I've heard, and all that, but I haven't done no like rigorous research on it. So,
right, I haven't either.
But when most people, if you think about it, you could really say yeah, because just think when most people put their shit in the microwave, they ain't really covering it like that. They just throwing it in there, putting that shit on damn near 30 minutes, and then come back in a second and see the chicken really being recooked and shit. Like yeah, like all of that's gonna be. So yeah, how much time you put that shit
I don't
for?
use microwaves at all. I don't.
Yeah, I typically won't.
I've never
really,
used,
you know what?
I have used microwave, but I was trying to.
You know what this stuff is about. It may sound like it may sound. Hopefully, it doesn't sound like intimidating to anybody. But if it does, I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's just a language, man. It's a language. It's like whatever profession you're in. There's a specific lingo. There's a specific vernacular. Specific vernacular that goes with your field of endeavor.
Correct.
Yeah. It's just a language. That's all it is. It's a language. The only thing when you talk the language of nuclear power, you have to have the mathematics and the science background behind it to really understand it. But it's just a language. That's all it is. It's a language, but it's also a language that can be expressed mathematically. And so you have to, just like you can speak the literal language, you have to be able to translate that literal language into mathematics, into equation manipulations and analysis. And so that's the only difference. And it's like that with everything, any type of science,
Facts, law. Yeah, and I'm honestly big on. I'm big on, eloquent. I'm big on being eloquent. I'm big on like articulating myself because it's literally communication is an art. Like having the ability to express yourself, that's an art. Not everybody has that mental capacity or just aptitude. I ain't gonna say mental capacity, but yeah. So it's I'm big on
100%. It is, it's the one thing really, to be honest with you. And this is a European perspective as well. It's the one thing that separates man from animals is your ability to communicate thought and express thoughts through proper communication. And so that's why it pisses me off, because I can talk hood. I'm from the hood. I can talk that way if I want to. You guys saw me in the chat. I mean, and sometimes when I go in the chat and I do that kind of stuff, I'm just playing the dozens with them because they don't realize that that's what, that's my basis, man. I was playing the dozens before you was born. So you guys probably don't even know what playing the dozens means, but
But the point is that I've been doing it, so I can get on with that too. But at the end of the day, it's not cool just to be able to talk Ebonics. If you can't express yourself literally and vocally in a way that shows that you've mastered your primary language. Like if your primary means of communication is through the English language, and you don't understand the English language, or you don't have a vernacular or vocabulary that can support your thought patterns, the concepts that go through your mind, then you're behind the 8 ball. You have to be able to express your thoughts in your primary language. That's why I'm not impressed when you see a lot of these dudes on the internet, and the only thing they know how to do is use, slang, Ebonics. It's really a mark of you selling yourself short and falling right into the paradigm that you're subhuman, which is really one of the premises of white supremacy. That if you're black, then somehow you're subhuman.
May I say this about that? What you just said, only just what you just said about language.
Mm-hmm.
Ostensibly, and I know this from my own historical existence, what I mean, experience, that most of the Aboriginal people speak 3 to 4 languages. Did you hear me? Most Aboriginal people speak 3 to 4 languages.
Aboriginal people from where?
Anywhere.
Are all Aboriginal people not the same, man? Damn, what the fuck you talking about?
But what I'm talking about is the anywhere thing.
But while we were respectfully, we were particularly talking about the command of this bastardized English language that we've
no, because what I'm saying now, in Africa, people around. In Africa, you go to Congo. You probably thank you. Go to Nigeria, trilingual. They speak 3-4 languages there. You go to almost any place Aboriginal.
Yeah,
you go to
There's plenty of Aboriginal places where they don't need to speak all them languages. So that's cap. Just say the places that you know of. We'll ride with that, man.
I'm mentioning the places that I know of. You go to Thailand. You go to Thailand. They speak 3-4 languages. You go to any place that I've seen in the whole cultural existence, and people.
So I get your point. The point I'm trying to make is that's not the case here in America with African Americans.
We agree on that.
The only language that we know how to speak here, I'm talking about people that are born in this country, raised in this country, come from the lineage of chattel slavery. The black people that live here, most of us the vast majority of us only speak English. And for that to be your only and your primary means of communication, and for you not to have a mastery of it, it speaks to the white supremacist paradigm.
But I have to say this too, respectfully. Black English is real too, though. Like, remember, because I gotta look at it. There's a case, a case in regards to discriminatory practices that that black youth, when it comes to our urban vernacular, there's an urban dictionary. So let's not sully, you feel me, our distinctive way of speaking too. But I know what you mean as far as like only or certain there's a small segment of black people that are there's a small segment of black people that use a particular type of verbiage constantly, so it's more so, I would say it's more so expanding vocabulary, like not really a vocabulary deficiency. I would say it's more so, but by expanding is reading.
So you're saying that this
in a large lexicon is due to reading, it's due to constantly reading articles and books and stuff. That's why I have my language is I read.
So you're giving legitimacy to the urban vernacular to say that is a way of communicating as well, right?
Yes, it is.
The only thing I would say is
contextually, yes, it is. It is contextually.
Right.
Way.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
contextually.
But what I'm saying is that okay, we know that how we know that that's a legitimate way to communicate amongst within context. But what I'm saying is that to kind of cast down the assumptions of white supremacy,
Mm-hmm.
uh, it's not advisable that that's the only version of the English language that you master is the urban aspect of it because um, you know I would just say even though it's the urban aspect of it, it is that's almost a dialect or an offset of what the actual language is. And we have to be able to walk in these circles, in these environments, and utilize their language properly if that's the language we speak as our primary means of communication. Anything less than that can be determined, and it feeds into, those stereotypes of being subhuman.
Facts. But
That's
also,
why I brought that up about more than one or two, three languages, because traditionally, culturally, our people speak 3 to 4 languages on average. Just
Yeah,
there you
we ain't
go.
talking about
brother Wale, you have to understand that.
I'll do respect Wale, but
Oh, I understand.
we're talking about African Americans that only have one language.
Hey,
The vast
cousin,
majority of us.
I understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
I was born in America, raised in America for over longer than you are all born and raised right now to this moment.
Oh,
And I
Okay.
still speak I still am able to converse in more than one language.
Yes,
That
sir.
don't stop you because you're on a landmass and you born on a landmass, so you can't learn more than one language. That sounds crazy to me.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the reality is we only know one. Most of us only
Yeah,
know
that's
one.
because that's a
but
matter of effort. That's a matter of effort. Wouldn't you say so?
Sure.
Of course, then.
Sure. Yeah. I'm saying that since you only know one, it's not responsible that you don't speak that language properly.
Even that one, just one. At least speak one.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
that's my point.
I got that. I was just saying, culturally speaking, though, so it can maybe encourage our people to see that we got a basis and a culture and a tradition and a heritage and a lineacy for speaking more than one language. And
Yes, sir.
maybe we'll take that as some kind of, encouragement to say, hey, man, let's do it.
Right.
Because I know several little brothers, man, from Nigeria, from Ghana and stuff. They speak Chinese, Japanese, and Taiwanese.
Wow.
Not Taiwanese. I mean, from Thailand, they speak Thai.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not Taiwan. I mean Thai from
Yeah.
Thailand.
I
And they
get it.
all born from Nigeria, Ghana. Nigeria and Ghana. But they speak, and guess what? They speak English. They speak
Yeah.
their own languages as well.
Yeah.
Their
You got to
home language.
You tired of the nuclear power talk? You on language now?
No,
We can
I
have,
say,
cousin.
what happened?
we can have the I can talk to most languages contest if you want to go that route. We'll give out
No,
headphones
the
or
man just
oh,
mentioned language efficiency. And all I was doing was, as I said just now, offering a bit of encouragement
to who?
to anyone as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, all Aboriginals are dark skinned. That's a done. So I'm talking about all Aboriginals as he did, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
How you brother
Yeah, let us know when the book come out, man.
language mixed with
Which one? Because I'm on my third book now.
Y'all got all the nuclear power questions out in the chat. We were having some engagement.
If you
But your
guys want,
nuclear power guy
if you,
mentioned the language thing, so I was just inserting
Okay,
something.
man. We got it.
if
Yeah,
you guys
I know. I just want to say that because the next time you come at me, I just want to be prepared.
No, you ain't gonna never be prepared. You act like I'm gonna give you a goddamn warning or something. Shit, you ought to know me by now. The elephant foot in Samoa.
Oh,
if
I
you
see.
you know if you guys if anybody in the chat or anybody wants me to come in and like do something a little more involved than what we talked about or today, just let me know, and I'll put
You
something
mean
together.
relative
Yeah.
to the nuclear thing?
Yeah.
I really want to talk to them students over there, the teachers or something, see if they want to get involved in that, man. I'm gonna get back at you on that. I'm gonna check that out this month.
Right.
And see if they want to do that. This is like a kindergarten to 6 years old children.
Oh, well, I probably wouldn't go with those
No,
with
it's
that
online.
grade. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't even go into what I went into today with them.
I understand that, but I'm telling you so you could direct your whatever toward that mentality. That's all. And you
Yeah,
see how easy it got just real quick, man. That's
I'm
all.
talking to the grown folks now. I mean, if it's something that you guys want me to go into, that reiterates what we talked about today, or goes into deeper into the field, let me know, and I'll put something together.
Well, on the real side, I'm into fusion, man. I mean, yeah, fusion. That's what we talked about the other time, where you bring it together rather than split it apart.
Yeah,
Fission is splitting.
That's a long way off. That's a long way off.
Not according to what I was just watching the other day, man. I'm seeing some of these people got that thing right in front of them. I mean, they doing it. Maybe the eloquence or the cooperation or the control and the proliferation is a long way off, but it itself is right in front of me. I'm watching it. They telling me, I'm showing me and stuff. So it itself is right in front of me. Now, all the control, like I say, and the publicity and the popularity and all that stuff may be a long way off. Everybody don't got a fusion car or a fusion thing in their house or something.
The biggest thing about, it takes more energy. You have to put more energy into it that you can get out of it.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that's
wow.
why
I need to go back. Yeah, I need to go look at that again because
it's driven by money, right? Money, profit. Profit drives research, and so right now, where the fusion nuclear energy is, it costs more to put into it than you get out. So it's a long way off from actually being a reality.
Yeah, that's what I mean for being popular or something, totally useful and whatnot. But it's actually exists today. Yes, it does actually exist, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't exist economically, right?
I got that part.
Right. So, and if it doesn't exist economically in a capitalist environment, it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is that when you got to put more money into it than you can get out, it's dead in the water.
Okay, that could be just simply a matter of marketing. I wouldn't go into it though. I'm leave it alone. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying it's all. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. I'm just saying the value
of the topics, man. Let's finish up the nuclear topic, yo. We good, man. Good.
The value.
Everybody ain't got to know about every topic, yo. It's all right.
The value of a product is how much a person is willing to pay for it. And as you're saying, investment wise, that's not a fast investment. I get all that.
No, okay. You talked about how you have to bring sort of splitting atoms, you're fusing atoms together. It takes more energy to fuse them than you get out of them. So you have to put more energy into that process than you can gain from that process. I mean, because the big thing about even with the fission reactors is that you can take that thermal energy that you put very little energy in and you get massive amounts of energy out in the fission process.
Okay. Right.
That's not the same with the fusion process right now. You have to actually cause that fusion of atoms. You have to put a lot of energy in and you get less energy in than you get out. And so it's not.
Yeah.
That's what I mean when I say it's not
economic. You mean more energy in than you get out. You said less, right. But I'm following you. I'm just letting you know I'm following you.
Thank you for So more energy in than you can get out of it. So from that sense, it's not economically feasible and it's a long way off from being a reality.
Yep. I get you. No problem about that. That part. Really, I do. I didn't get the part about it costing that much more, though. Or you know what you're saying about you put in more than you're getting out. I didn't real. I need to check on how that
I mean,
goes.
you can pull it up. It's easy.
No, I know that part, and I mean, I have to direct my head toward that. I put that in queue, and I might get to it next week Thursday or something. But it's in my queue now. I'll get
Right.
to it.
Right. Hey, so I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you two questions. Is that cool?
Bro, yeah, man, all the time.
Okay. So the first
I
question
like
I want to ask you is, um, okay, I'm going to ask you the most important question first. And, don't take this the wrong way, man, but I got to ask you, okay? Or I don't know if you mind me calling you man. I just call you sir. Okay, so my first question is, given the state of uh, of black people on the planet, including the United States, in the diaspora, in Africa, do you think? Please don't take this the wrong way. I'm asking you this. Do you think that we can move forward, do the things that we need to do individually and collectively if we're getting high?
Do I think? Oh yeah, ain't no doubt. You're talking about weed. If you're talking about weed, I say undoubtedly, undoubtedly. If you're talking about weed, if you're talking about drugs, there's a whole nother question. I can't have to answer that totally differently. But if you're talking about weed, I say indubitably. Yes.
Okay. So what distinguishes weed that you get today from any other drug? I mean, the weed that they sell is laced with chemicals. You
But
don't know
that's
what
mean that
you don't know what's in it.
cousin, I'm agreeing with you on that. I don't smoke that stuff.
Okay.
I smoke ital. That's what everybody around me smokes ital,
What
which
is that?
means that means pure and natural. And that's a culture that I'm in and a group association community that I live in.
How do you how do
Everybody,
you how do you get that stuff? I mean,
what ital?
yeah.
Yeah, you just
Not that
don't
I would
use no.
smoke it. Not that I would
No,
smoke it, but I'm just asking, how do you get it?
you grow it without chemicals and stuff
Oh,
like
you
that.
grow
We
it
use,
yourself.
yeah, the people I buy it from, they grow it,
Okay.
and they
Okay.
grow it. Yeah, they use what they call it, natural fertilizer,
Okay.
and no, not all that Monsanto and chemical stuff, man. Like you go to the dispensaries, you might get anything. I don't know what they got in there. Nothing
Right.
synthetic about the herb I smoke,
Okay.
and it never has been. A
Okay.
drug is a pharmaceutical. Automatically, it's a synthetic.
Mm-hmm.
Even like cocaine or something like that, I understand they have to mix turpentine or fucking gasoline or kerosene with. Come on, man, I ain't messing with that.
Right. Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's a drug. I ain't messing with that.
Right.
But I mean, I understand the people of Peru, let's say, as a South America, some places in South America, they've been dealing with the coca plant for centuries,
Mm-hmm.
centuries.
Right.
And they've been functioning as a community. They got all their stuff going and doing this. They got their books, whatever their records and stuff is, and they're happy and alive
Right.
because it's natural. I'm talking about natural stuff is different to me
Mm-hmm.
than synthetic stuff. And that goes all the way through, yes. I've heard that question before many times, actually, in my
Okay.
lifetime.
I wouldn't argue with that either, though, as far as the weaponization of it, and the weed from, I definitely wouldn't. Yeah, it's definitely
You
true.
know what I heard? This is what I heard, and I'm gonna stop after this. I heard that first of all, I don't support that just because I've seen so many different people ruin their lives behind, you know, smoking stuff that's been laced with.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I done seen some crazy stuff, man. That's just, yeah. I don't condone it because it's just it's too dangerous. But because you never know what they put in. But what I'm hearing is that a lot of the uh, marijuana that's being put on the streets now is laced with all types of stuff, including estrogen, which is changing the hormonal balance with the men that are smoking this shit. Excuse my language.
I would say though, I would say as far as estrogen is concerned, I found that baby formula. Are you familiar with baby formula, right? Well, I got really familiar with it here lately. Baby formula is a 50-50 formula. However, a mother's milk is not ever a 50-50 formula.
Okay.
So, in baby formula, they'll put 50% estrogen, 50% testosterone in it. But when a mother has a baby child and the child is a male, they have almost no estrogen in the mother's milk.
Wow.
The same
Wow.
about female. When the child is a female, there's almost no testosterone
Wow.
in the actual mother's milk. But in
Wow.
formula, because like you said, capitalistic concepts, right? We're dealing with capitalism now. In the formula, though, you get 50-50, and that's how you go. So now we've been feeding baby formula to our children for at least 30, 40 years. And now we're
Right.
starting to see the results of that where they got man boobs. I saw a dude with man boobs. I was like, what is that?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. To me, it's an aberration. Is that right, Aber? Anyway, it's
Abomination.
it's not it's
Abomination.
not it's not natural.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm just saying, as far as the estrogen, I would look there before I look in the weed for estrogen. Other stuff, yeah, but estrogen, I would look in the baby formula first because it's like a silent something. You don't even look at it.
Right.
Well, he's right. Well, it's a lot of it's info out there that that definitely corroborates what he's saying. So,
what's your second question, though, Mike? Because the first one was a good question, man. I appreciate it. What was it though?
It was inside of the question that I asked you. I was going to ask you how do you know what's in the stuff that you consume?
And I recommend to everyone that they find a safe supply or grow weed themselves, especially now that you can. Get with people that you trust. Don't be buying from every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there and be smiling and laughing and it's not that kind of party. Like you said, it's laced with this, that, and the other. They're already talking about bringing that stuff in from the Congo with bone marrow in it or something they smoking over there. You heard about that one? They calling it Buddha or something. Anyway, it's got the bone marrow is in it, and they're getting high.
Yeah, I seen that.
And
they're smoking.
They're petrified. They are petrifying themselves with that. I see it over in what's the name of that joint over there? I'm trying to think of two things at once, so I'm gonna just go with one. Philadelphia, on the east side, northeast side of Philadelphia, it's called Kensington area of Philadelphia. They are petrified, man. They be walking and then they'll just stop for 10 seconds or 10 minutes. You don't know. They petrified. That's drugs, dude. That ain't weed. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. So we know it's out there. I suggest that everyone to eat, preferably grow your own. Secondly, find somebody that you can trust that has integrity with herb. Like the people I deal with herb, who grow herb, it's like a religion to them.
Bad man.
it's like a religion to them. They want the herb to be pure and clean because we doing like shamanistic stuff. You know about shaman, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to keep our levels at a shamanistic level, not just at a giddy, I'm high, let's go to the club level. We're not doing that.
I don't know why that's hilarious to me. He said, "Not a I'm getting. Let's go to the club." You a Nip? Then he tried to tell Nip, "Stop clapping." I'm gonna keep clapping. What you mean stop clapping? I don't listen. I don't know when niggas tell me stop clapping. What you mean stop clapping?
So yeah, I know like the herb, just like the religion, Mike, the herb, just like the religion. My religion offends people because I practice, I do voodoo. I don't say I practice, I do voodoo, and that turns people right away off. And so people, that's why I smoke herb all the time. It don't matter when or where no more, because I've transcended that. Because I know right away people are going like, oh, I can't take a word you say. You smoke.
What you say? Hold on. What
I
you
was,
say?
I was smoking
Rewind. You said you smoke herb. What you say? You
all
said.
the time.
Oh, okay.
I was talking for almost a year with a professor of culture. He was a professor of culture at the University in North Carolina. His name escapes me at the moment. But I was talking to him every week for almost a year. We would talk for about 2 hours every session, almost a week, almost a year. And one day he realized, because I was on there talking, just la-di-da, and he heard somehow that I was smoking. He said, are you smoking weed? I said, yeah, man, I'm always smoking weed. He said, I can't talk to you. He hung up and I never heard from him again. And he used to initiate the calls. He used to call me.
Hey, real quick, there was a couple of there was a couple of questions in the chat that didn't get asked. So I'm gonna go ahead and answer them real quick. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There was one that said okay, they asked about the enrichment process. I kind of explained that a little bit. Then someone asked, Bro Rob asked, 0.7 enriched is it radioactive yet? And the answer is no, not really. When you talk about 0.7 enrichment, that's this uranium-235 enrichment in uranium-238, and that's a pretty stable isotope. There is some decay, but not a lot. Okay. Let's see. So 0.7 enrichment in uranium is what you naturally find, when you dig it up at first. But that's uranium-235 enrichment. The rest is uranium-238, and that's pretty much stable. There is some decay, but the half-life is very long half-life in uranium-238. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's tight, ain't it, One Love?
Somebody said something about enrichment's not done at the plant. Let's see. That's true. There's enrichment facilities that are different from nuclear power plants. Do you guys use aerogel for insulation? Not that I know of. In the not that I know of in the applications for insulation that I know of, I would say no. And I think that's about it. That's the only ones that didn't come through, I think. Oh, here's one. Sure, always half-life of uranium. Okay. Carbon, no, it's not really a question. All right. I think that's it.
All right, we're gonna get into the prime time, just across the 9 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Friday the 13th. Everybody getting set for the anti-Trump festivities tomorrow,
That's
except
crazy.
for Washington D.C.
That's crazy. So when is he supposed to have his birthday parades? Is
I think it's
that
supposed to be 10 o'clock.
tomorrow? That's crazy. And
Yeah,
I can't believe, I can't believe the generals, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the generals are allowing that. Then the admirals are allowing that. I just can't. And
it's
then,
council. I haven't been keeping up. Somebody said it's council, but go ahead and clarify the when you say the word enrich. What is being enriched?
yeah. Okay. So enrichment. All right. So uranium, right, is it's an element that it's normally, it's a naturally occurring element on the periodic table. So you can actually go out and where you have uranium deposits, um, bunch on the continent of Africa. There's some even in North America. Uh, when you dig that uranium up, it's going to have the vast majority of it's going to be like 99.3% of it is going to be uh, uranium 238, that particular isotope. But the 0.7% of that is going to be uranium 235. So to the extent that uranium has the uranium 235 isotope is the extent that it's enriched. So you can go through certain enrichment processes and this is what typically happens in the commercial reactors, that you want to increase that enrichment between 3 and 5%. So the amount of uranium 235 isotopes should be 3 to 5% of the total uranium atom, and the rest of it will be like uranium 238. The reason why uranium 235 is the standard for enrichment is because we're talking about thermal reactors. When the reactors that actually produce electrical power, thermal power through fission, that's converted to electrical power and put out on the nation's power grid, are thermal reactors. So they maintain the fission process, the fission reaction process, through a thermal neutron flux. Thermal neutrons cannot fission uranium 238. Thermal neutrons cannot fission uranium 238, but they can fission uranium 235 because it's a fissile. It's a fissile isotope. So we want to maintain our reactions off of a thermal neutron population, and that's why they're rich. That's why the amount of uranium 235, which can be fissioned by the thermal neutron flux that we use to maintain the fission reactions inside these cores. That's why uranium 235 is the standard for enrichment. That fissile isotope. Did I answer your question?
I got a question about your answer just now. The 238 is what's called residue or waste or something of that nature, because you said that it's a lot of it. So I'm asking, is that what the waste is compiled of, 238?
I mean, there's 238 in there, but there's I'm not going to call it radioactive waste. I'm just going to say spent fuel. When the fuel is spent, when you cannot cause fissions in that fuel anymore in a thermal reactor, then you store it for decay. And those uranium 238 atoms, even if they're not fissioned, they don't break apart when the neutron flux comes in. They do actually gain neutrons where they go to plutonium 238 eventually. They'll go from uranium 238 to uranium 239. You'll beta minus decay. There's different chains that goes through. So you produce transuranic isotopes. Transuranic isotopes means that you go past the uranium isotope and you go to like plutonium, you go to plutonium 240, 241, 239, 238. You go to those types of isotopes, and that makes up your spent fuel. The good thing about, go ahead.
I just wanted to know, was there a value in this transitioning? Is that it creates a value?
What do you mean a value?
When it changes from 238 uranium to 238 plutonium, is there a value gain or usage gain? Something you could use out of that?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's what I'm getting to. Yeah, that's a good question. So as far as the thermal neutron flux that's used to operate these modern reactors that are commissioned in the United States, the thermal neutron flux can't do anything for you in regards to producing fission in those fissionable materials that are like uranium, plutonium 240, uranium 238, or uranium 238, plutonium 238, 240, 241. You can't really, you can't produce, well, the even number isotopes, you cannot produce fission in those with a thermal neutron flux. So it doesn't do anything for you. You just got to store them for decay. But there's research that's being done right now on fast fission reactors where these reactors are going to be designed, and they already exist, but they just don't exist here in the United States as far as power production, electrical power production. But there's going to be fast fission reactors that are coming online for the purpose of using up that spent fuel, because fast fission reactors have neutron flux that maintains the fission chain reaction with a high energy neutron. An energy neutron is the neutrons typically, when you have a fission, is born at 1 to 2 MeV, mega electron volts of energy. Typically, those have very low cross sections, absorption cross sections, fission cross sections of uranium 235. But when you get to plutonium 238, plutonium 238 or plutonium 240, those type of transuranic isotopes can fission off of a fast neutron flux. There's enough energy there in the fast neutron to fission them. So you can actually use that spent fuel to both create fissile isotopes, which are isotopes with that odd number, 235, 239, and also fission the fissionable isotopes, which are the isotopes that are in spent fuel that are like 240, plutonium 240, things like that. So and uranium 238. So you can use that fission, that fast fission flux to produce those type of fissions in spent fuel. So that spent fuel, instead of building up in the dry fuel storage locations that we have, it can be used and converted to thermal energy and then electricity and put out on the grid. I don't know if you follow me on that.
Oh, completely, man. I asked the question. I could follow the answer. Hey,
okay.
Completely.
Well, I don't.
What you're saying is, even though it's spent fuel, it has a gain value. It can be a gain value if you have to process, pull it out. There's a gain to be valued. I mean, a gain of value
exactly
that can come out of that. Yeah, I'm understanding you correctly, man.
Okay,
I don't
good.
see
And
any difficulty.
I'm not making any type of don't get offensive, bro, because I'm not, or sir, because I'm not making any type of, I'm not trying to make any type of inference on your intelligence. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is, hold on. I'm saying I know that I don't communicate well sometimes, so I could be saying it in a way that's confusing to everybody. So that's what I'm speaking to. Am I actually communicating it well, or am I screwing the communication piece up? I'm not making any inference on your intelligence. All right.
And neither did I see that to be so.
Okay.
I didn't even think of that. Actually.
Right. Okay. So like you said, it is usable, but it's only usable in that fast fission reactor design. So that fast fission reactor design is yet to be developed and licensed in the United States. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission,
Something
NRC,
you
has
can
done.
use regularly. La-di-da. It's not online, as they say.
Right. Yeah. And so if yeah, and but the research is being done. One of the areas of research is the coolant that's going to be used in these in this fast fission reactors. Right now, there's a liquid lead. This liquid lead research is being done. Liquid lead is going to be used as a coolant in these fast fission reactors because lead is not going to because its atomic number is so high, it's never going to have anything other than an elastic collision with the neutrons. The masses are too different, so there won't be any transfer of energy. There won't be any transfer of energy from the neutron, which is very small, to that lead atom. That's going to be the coolant. So the neutrons will maintain their fast energies, and as a result, they'll be able to fission those plutonium 240, uranium 238 atoms that are in the spent fuel and use those up. So basically, they'll never reach thermal energies inside those fast. The neutrons will never reach thermal energies inside those fast reactors. And that's why liquid lead is being researched right now. Now, when you talk about the thermal reactors, you got water in there as the moderator that slows the neutron down. The reason why water can slow the neutron down because the mass of the hydrogen that's in the water is the exact same or very close to the mass of a neutron. So you have the transfer of energy because the masses are so close. So as the neutrons collide with the water molecules or the hydrogen that's inside those water molecules, it slows it down incrementally until it gets to a energy of 0.025 eV that allows it to fission uranium 235, which has a very high cross section for fission at those low energies. You don't want to slow the neutrons down when you're in a fast reactor. You want them to maintain their energies even after those collisions. So you use liquid lead as the coolant. And so that the research on that is being done as we speak.
I have a question. I don't know if it's something you would be willing to answer, but that thing about hydrogen and the hydrogen molecules are similar to the neutron that's moving, and therefore it absorbs some of the movement of it and slow it down a wee bit. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to be sure I got. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's what you want. You want your neutron that's born at a very high energy at like 1 to 2 mega electron volts. You want it to slow down below 0.025 electron volts so it can cause the fission of the uranium 235 in the current design of the reactors. Yeah.
You know what you just taught me too. It's sort of like the highway system in the highway system. The even numbers go north to south, and I mean the even numbers go east to west. And yeah. You understand this? Right. That was funny.
So yeah, y'all done? I didn't want to interrupt. You know what I'm saying, niggas?
I am.
Yeah,
so
I'm done.
What I was talking about. So yeah, so let's get some. You bet some you don't know what you're talking about. So what's the problem with the military parade now?
Who you talking to?
I'm talking to you.
Hey, I hear you, Mike. You did laugh. Man, I like the elevation you bring to my conversation. I really appreciate that, man. I want you to know that from me to you. One love.
No problem. I mean, I show respect for, I mean, you're older than me, and I was raised correctly. I'm gonna give respect to every man, but I'm definitely gonna give respect to men that are older than me, that live longer, because I've heard you speak, and it's obviously that the wisdom of life. You have that, so yeah. I'm gonna do my best to give you the respect that deserves. So anyway, I don't know what your question is exactly. You saying what's wrong with the parades?
Yeah, like because you was getting ready to go into what you saw was wrong with them, but
I don't think we should be spending money on a parade for Donald Trump. And he's proven himself to be not only a habitual liar, a racist,
You know what I mean? He's a habitual liar because he lied about not having anything to do with the Project 2025 agenda, and that's all he's been executing since he's been in, or allowing the people who are behind him to execute. So he's a habitual liar, and he's proven himself to be that before anyway. But he's also a racist, and then on top of that, having the military go out and throw him a parade, and he was a draft dodger. And for me, being a military vet of a couple of decades, I don't respect draft dodgers.
So what year did you go in?
1991.
Oh, the year of the last military parade was when you went in.
I don't know if it was a parade then or not.
It was the Gulf War parade, June 9th, 1991. Almost about the same time about back then.
Okay, what's your point?
Well, I don't understand why now the things that y'all went into the military, you were cool with it, it was fine, and now it's horrible. It's the horrible, oh my God, I can't believe Trump this, racist that, blah, blah, blah. You went and fought when Bush was in office. You joined the military in the middle of a military parade. So it just seems like it's part of the Trump thing as opposed to just really standing on something.
Okay, so you got to look at the age difference, man. I was 17 years old. I was a kid. Right. So, I mean, only thing that I was thinking about at that time was that, I got out of high school. I didn't have money for college. My dad already told me I ain't paying for your college, and which I didn't want him to anyway, but he let me know that. So I had a couple of options to be out on them streets, working minimum wage, or take my ass to the military. And unfortunately for me, that turned out to be a decent option. So I did it.
Yeah,
now,
no doubt.
Me at my age now, right? At my age now, I mean, obviously I've seen a few things in my lifetime. And so, now I've got a holistic perspective. And what I've learned is, I don't respect liars. I don't respect habitual liars. I don't respect racist. I don't respect that. I don't respect racism. And I don't respect draft dodgers.
I mean, I get it, but that didn't make you leave the military. You were under a draft dodger when the next president came into office, Clinton. I get what you're saying, like, oh, I was young and blah, blah, blah. But don't you think maybe we should let some other young folks make mistakes the same way you wouldn't call your service and what you did with your life a mistake? So when you're saying Trump and right. So when you're saying Trump and all of this, draft dodgers and liars, yeah, but fam, them the people that you serviced. Those are the people who you were under when you were in the service. So if the next young man goes, joins, and all of that shit, I don't understand why.
I'm not telling anybody not to join. I'm not saying that.
Right.
This has no reflection on the military service men and women, because I already know what they're about. I did it. I know what they're about. I know fundamentally what they're about. I mean, not unless the military's changed that much, right? But I mean, those are good people, man. I mean, I'm not by any means. They do a very sacrificial job for little to no pay in retrospect and in comparison to their civilian counterparts. So I'm not being critical of my fellow service men and women at all, because they just trying to survive just like everybody else. So that's the criticism that I'm having is not towards them or the military, really. I mean, because those are good people. What I'm saying is that I don't like, except for the racists that are in there, the extreme racists that have infiltrated the military, except for them. But as far as I'm referring to this clown, this 34 times felon, habitual lying racist that is up there, making decisions that's making the world a much worse place rather than a better one. The difference between me and him is when it came time to go, I volunteered. When it came time to go, he claimed he had bone spurs. So when it's all said and done, we ain't even made of the same cloth. And so for me, I look at him and I go, I don't have no respect for that, man. I don't.
No, I can see that though. I mean, that's understandable right there. I just was wondering, 'cause like I say, it seems like most of the people that went to the military went during, and I'm saying right now in this lifetime, they went during the crack epidemic. They went during a bad presidency. They went during Bush and Clinton, and I'm saying, all these people who really had it out for the black community. So
Mm-hmm.
I just, I question now when you come home and you say some of these things, what was, and when you say you were 17, I mean, obviously that's reasonable. But I often wonder, like, how did we get so caught up in the system then if we weren't going to be happy about the results? You know what I'm saying? So many people went, but then they come back and give a negative message about it. You know what I'm saying? But they don't regret their service. They don't regret the benefits they get from it. But they talk bad about, the service and, the president and all of that shit.
Ain't nobody talking bad about the service, bro. I already made that point. I'm not
You
talking
know,
about.
I
I'm not
ain't
talking
saying
bad
just
about.
you though, bro. You're not the only one that I had this conversation with before, but not,
Okay.
yeah, I wasn't talking about you. Because you already
Okay.
said that you're not doing that.
Right. Now you're right about me talking bad about him because he don't even have the. He don't. He does. Hey, he don't even have the. He doesn't. In my opinion, I'm gonna be honest with you. In my opinion, he does not have the character or the integrity to be a buck private, let alone the commander in chief.
I don't even know what that is.
Let alone a buck private is you ain't shit. I mean, you don't even have a stripe yet in the military. That's what a buck private is. In my opinion, it
You
takes
might have
integrity.
cleared. You might have cleared boot camp.
Yeah, you ain't even got out of boot camp yet. I mean, you're not gonna make it through boot camp as a. You what I'm saying is, I'm saying that he doesn't have the integrity. He does not have the integrity, uh, or the courage, or the commitment to the country to be a buck private, let alone the commander in chief.
So let me ask you: you were respecting though if he wouldn't have went to the military, just not draft dodging? It ain't about service; it's about draft dodging, or is it about serving?
That's a
Some people
good
don't believe the
question.
president shouldn't. Some people believe the president should have to serve in the military. So that's why I'm asking that.
I would say that if you're going to be be the commander in chief of the military, you should have the requisite qualifications for that. If you did not join the military, then because really, I'm gonna be honest with you, one of the things that the military teaches, especially the service that I was in, but every service has this type of a mantra, is the thing was we had courage, uh, integrity, courage, commitment. Devastating, you help me out with if I missed something there with the Navy. Uh, um, Courage, commitment, integrity. And so basically, you run. Hey man, those are just the basic things that we live life by. So if you had integrity violations, especially on those submarines, they got rid of you, bro. If they caught you lying, you said you went and did something. You said you went and did some maintenance, or you tagged out this particular seawater system and did the maintenance on it before we took that submarine out to sea, and they found out that you didn't do it, you're out of there. You're gone, because that breach of integrity can potentially cost lives on those submarines. You you kind of live your life under those type of principles. And when I look at a guy that's just a habitual liar, just because all types of criminal activity and records, and even beyond that, just a straight up racist.
And he has no integrity. None.
No integrity, man. I just it's hard for me to respect that. I mean, it really is. I don't, you know, I don't believe in that type of stuff. And it's not, yeah, I just don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. I don't support it. And I voted for the guy. I actually voted for him. I'm ashamed to say I did. because I was so sick of this whole, LGBTQ agenda. I was sick of that crap. I was sick of all this,
Wait, bro. You voted for him 6 months ago, you saying?
Yeah, I voted for him. Yep.
6 months ago?
Yeah.
This cycle?
I
Oh
voted for
man.
him. Yeah. I didn't
Oh
vote for him the first time, but I voted for him this time.
now, bro, wait a minute, bro. You voted for him this cycle and you already done gave up?
Well, because he's shown himself to be a liar.
Bro,
I
he
mean,
showed
has
himself
hasn't
to be wait, come on, Mike. He showed himself to be a liar in his first term. Like,
That's
come
true.
on, man.
But here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. What I was thinking, and I'll be honest with you, I thought that the dude was gonna come in and correct the economy. What I mean by correcting the economy is I thought he was gonna come in and get rid of all this price gouging, all this corporate greed and corporate abuse and misuse of their power and their connections to Congress, where they're passing all types of laws that just make them more and more and more and more profit, more and more and more profit, bigger, larger profit margins, and put more people under economic oppression. And what I mean by that is, you know, what I'm saying is I thought he was going to come in and right some of these wrongs because that's what he was talking about doing. I also, I was in agreement with, this mass abortion stuff that was going on. I didn't agree with that. I didn't agree with all the LGBTQ stuff. And it was okay for grown people to make their own decisions. But when I saw that this dude, that they were taking this stuff into the children's schools, I'm seeing grown men in tights twerking in front of kindergartners.
Yeah.
Seeing that shit on TV, I can't get down with that, bro. I can't get down with that. So what I said was, okay, even if hopefully this dude is telling the truth because they're telling him the right things to say, whether he's saying it or not, whether he means it or not. So when he started talking about getting rid of that LGBT agenda, getting out of schools, righting the economy, bringing down food prices, stopping the damn price gouging, which has not stopped. So he lied his ass off. And then he claimed he had nothing to do with the Project 2025 agenda. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get a dude a chance because what I was not down with was where we was headed in regards to because the price gouging and all that, the corporations had already taken over. So they bought up all the damn houses, bringing a bunch of illegal immigrants to take the resources out of the black community. They was doing all types of sabotaging shit towards black people. Sabotaging black manhood, that was not acceptable. I mean, whenever you saw a black dude that was in the limelight in that administration, 9 times out of 10 he was a homosexual or a transgender. So they were ruining the reputation of black manhood before the international scene, and then on top of all of that, uh, you know, they had no intentions of stopping that paradigm. So I was like, I can't deal with this. I'm gonna get a dude a chance because what I thought was he was actually gonna come in and right the economy, make things better for everybody by bringing that price gouging down and the corporate greed down, and that break some of those corporate connections corporate connections that exist with the U.S. Congress. Because right now it's illegal for you in most states not to have insurance. And these insurance companies are making same thing with pharmaceuticals, man. They're poisoning our food supply to get us all sick. So we got to be on these damn pharmaceuticals. When it's all said and done, I thought that those things he was going to break those things up, bring back up the lower middle classes. So, there's more money that can be spent on recreation because he that deals with the recreation sector with his hotels and golf courses and all that. So I thought it was in his best interest to bring up the middle class and lower classes so that they can have more residual income and spend that money in those vacation sites that he owns. But he lied. It turned out to be that the Project 2025 agenda, that Heritage Foundation, they were behind it all. They're actually pulling the strings behind him, and he's executing a racist agenda in accordance with that project. And so he lied. He lied. He has no integrity. You know, and beyond all that, he's a draft dodger.
And
So
so okay, so I don't think all of that is like completely crazy or nothing, but like, so I don't think it's a lot he can do on the alphabet front. And the reason I say that is because that a lot of that when you start talking about kids in schools, a lot of that is happening on a state level. You know what I'm saying? So from his executive position, he's done the few things that he can do, kind of wipe them out of celebration and whatnot.
right,
He
I
did
agree. I think
he
he's
made
done a
some
decent
threats.
job with them. Go ahead.
I was gonna say he made some threats in regard to like pulling funding for gender affirming care and all of that. So I don't think that's the agenda he hasn't come through on in terms of the LGBTQ. Now some of the other things I would agree with though, and I do think a lot of it is just I don't know how you could vote for him if you like, bro. To me, Trump was already a bad idea. Like it was
Right,
like it didn't look good coming through the door for the second time. So I'm just wondering because it seems like the first time would have been the time to roll the dice. The
right,
second time you knew what you was getting though. So I don't. The first time was like I don't think it's much to say if you voted for him.
right.
But the second time is like, bro, how did you ignore the
I didn't
first
vote.
time? I'm saying.
You know what made me ignore that, man? And I thought about it too. I mean, I got family members that are mad at me and shit because they know I voted for him. But hey, I will say that I just wasn't down with that homosexual shit, man. I wasn't down with that, and I wasn't down with all the price gouging and the corporate greed that was driving the country under. What really turned me off, the three things that turned me off to the Democratic Party is the LGBT agenda that was so strong, and it was attacking children and the black community, black manhood the most. Uh, that was one of them. The other thing was, and that was a major hit. The other thing was, and that's something I couldn't deal with anymore. The other thing was the corporate greed with the price gouging on food prices, uh, the housing crisis where they let all these huge J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs come in and buy up all the damn residential housing, and they pitted working class people against the hundreds of billions of dollars that these multinational corporations have and these hedge funds. Those when they did not lock them out of the residential housing, so they bought up all the housing and drove the housing prices up by 100% damn near, where rent and housing has almost doubled when they were in office. Food almost times. I couldn't sustain that, man. The thing is for me, so that was the other thing, and then the last thing that I didn't like was them trying to push this this abortion thing that got knocked down, but the murdering of innocent children, um, I wasn't down with that. So
That's the
uh,
Supreme Court, though, ain't it?
yeah. But I mean, you know, um, I just didn't want. I didn't want to see another 4 years of them battling the Supreme Court decision to reverse Roe versus Wade decision. Um, so I just thought that the agenda of the Democratic Party is basically two sides of the same damn coin. Though it's two sides of the same coin. It really doesn't matter. Each coin is gonna be screwed up. Each side of the coin is screwed up. It's the same coin. You just got two sides of it, two different approaches. Uh, so. But I was tired of that. I was desperate, and I didn't want to see uh, the corporate greed just drive the country into the damn dirt. Economically, financially, but even now, people can't afford to buy a house, man. If you work 40 hours a week, you
I
work
don't know
40
though,
hours
man.
a week,
Just running
people
a
can't
couple
afford to
stop
buy a house.
signs. Now,
What's
now
that?
when we start talking about some of those agendas, some of those would, like, for example, Kamala. That like it's like Did you just not like her?
No, I
I mean,
didn't.
that's what you ran against.
No, I didn't. You know why? Because of her history. Her history. And then I'll be honest with you, man. I thought she was a bed wench, a sellout.
but but would she run the country better though, bro? That's the question.
Well, I mean, to run the country better, you got to make things equitable, right? I would think you got to look at the inequities that exist in society. That's what I would think. And, you know, even if she wanted to right the wrongs that are being done to black and brown people in the country, you know, she's spreading her legs to a situation that opposes that by design. What I'm saying is that, you know, no matter if she did have a heart to right those wrongs, she's under submission to something that, you know, ideally and naturally opposes.
So then you view her as cis, like you see her as a black woman.
No, I don't.
What you mean? Why does it matter who she fucking then? She should be able to fuck the white boy if she ain't one of us. Who cares?
No, I'm saying when it comes down to it, you know, she portrays herself that way, but I know she's East Indian, you know, but the bottom line is she may have used that and rode that into the positions in government that she's achieved, but at the same time, she doesn't really identify that way, you know. So I'm saying that I didn't really see her as an authentic person. I saw her as somebody who was, you know, willing to take advantage of each and opportunity to move up and get to where she was going. And
oh, that's come on now, man. Trump did that since the 70s, though. Bro. That's crazy now. Trump has stepped on a lot of people to get to where he going, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I ain't, you know, I agree 100%. I'm the type of person, you know, I can admit I was wrong, and I shouldn't have voted for no. I should have just not voted. That should have been what I did. I shouldn't have voted at all.
That's the conclusion I came up with, bro. I couldn't fuck with it, bro. I don't like neither candidate, so
right.
I just didn't do it.
I should have dismissed myself from the whole process, you know. So, but I didn't, because I wanted to get the ones that were in there. I wanted to get them out, man. You know, and it wasn't even really about me in particular. I was thinking about the country as a whole, because I'm seeing people suffering. People can't afford to buy houses anymore. Food is just out the, you know, the price of food is just ridiculous. You know, the price gouging and the homosexual agenda, that LGBTQ agenda, when it started reaching out to kids, that's when I was like, nah, I can't support that.
Yeah.
We got 3 more
years.
You
know what? I think too that it was a big like a con game to like a shell game to move Joe out and put Kamala in and think everybody just gonna fall over like dominoes, man. That was a whole different structure, man. They slipped her in like, okay, well, you're going this way, just keep going. And people were like, no, that ain't the same projection we were using. Now this a whole nother projection. This ain't. She didn't never be primary. She never did all of that stuff that you're supposed to do to get us ready to say, to get people ready to say they're willing to back her. They just put her in. They say, yeah, what, like a sleight of hand, something. Watch this. And they sleight of hand, put her in there on your way to voting and stuff. They just replaced it. And you thought, I'm at the poll. I didn't know they changed who it was. It was a surprise. People were like, no, that ain't the game I'm playing.
Right.
And that's why she lost.
But I think even that one, though, Wale, the Democrats are kind of responsible for that themselves in that sense, because I personally thought they should have just ran Joe Biden, took the hit. People saying he's unable to do it, whatever. I don't think you take him off the ballot. So I agree with you on that. But on the flip side of that, I don't think that should be the disqualifier either for Kamala, considering she's running against somebody who's already failed at president. He's already been impeached twice. He's already been convicted of 34 felonies. There was so much working against him. Kamala should have actually at least been in the running for a shot at it. You know what I'm saying? It's like reasons to not vote for her.
I get what you're saying, but watch what I'm about to tell you as a, you know, for yourself the facts. 70% of the country voted for Trump. And I don't think Mike little 1 or 2 votes, them little 3 or 4 niggas that voted for Trump made that big a difference. 70 million vote or whatever. And that's a high percentage of people that even vote for anybody. You know, most of the time people don't vote. There's a high percentage of people who don't, like 40% of the American population don't even bother with voting at all. But I'm saying that was a landslide versus Kamala, no matter what. And people were, the people that voted for Trump were devoted voters for Trump. People who voted for Kamala was like, well, I gotta, you know, that's what that was. Especially with the switch. Especially with the switch.
That ain't what the data says, though. That ain't what the data says. The data says a lot of people.
Oh, Trump didn't win the vote.
No, he won the vote, but what it says, the data says that a lot of Latinos flipped over from voting Democrat to voting for Trump.
Okay, whatever. It don't matter. I'm just saying whether Mike liked him, don't like him, knew last year what he did last weekend or nothing. He said he shouldn't have voted at all, which would have still meant Trump would be president. There's no way around that. I mean, you could, you know, but hey.
Yeah, I mean, but we're discussing it under the understanding that maybe he made his decision in haste and didn't give the other candidate a legitimate shot at it.
And what's this landslide you're talking about? The percentage was less than 1%, 48 to 49. What you talking about?
I think he made his decision. What am I saying? I think he made his decision on the facts of what he said.
Oh,
that gay stuff. No, the gay stuff and stuff like that was just a no-go for him, man. Some people just was like, nah. That turned a lot of people just they just went up too far, man. It got ridiculous. You hear people saying it was too woke. That was just a terminology, but that was, you know, it went too far. Now we got our children fighting, playing sports with a boy. I got my girls playing sports with a boy. What kind of thing are we
doing? Issues, though.
Huh?
That's the trickery involved. Those are state issues. Donald Trump can't
stop
that.
Those were democratic issues, not state.
But they're state issues, though. Donald Trump can't do shit to stop nobody playing in no sport in no state. There's nothing he can do except threaten federal funding. That's the most he can do. He has no control over those policies. Those are local state policies that's doing that.
I get what you're saying, and I think you understand exactly what I'm saying, but I understand you like to debate. So go ahead, man. I
understand that you're wrong. That's what I understand. Like I was just telling Mike, that agenda really don't fall on him. And the part of it that falls on him, he did react to it. He did the thing in California, 2 weeks ago, when the transgender was out running all the girls out there and shit. Threatening to pull their funding for that shit. We're just not talking about it because we're talking about this other shit with California.
Okay, you're saying, I'm saying what the guy was saying, Mike was saying that the Kamala people were pro all of that stuff. And the Trump people, whether they had position, it's a state issue or an issue, private bedroom issue, all of that stuff don't really matter when they pro-life, pro-abortion. That ain't nobody issue. They ain't got nothing to do with me. Yet people vote on that issue because of what their opinion of the issue is, being the president. And his opinion was, I don't like it either, which jailed with other people, man. That made people was like, yeah, at least he don't like it. I can't go with this.
Right, but that's
a regular thing.
Understanding of this works at. We have to know that, yeah, he's just capping on some of that shit. We can be against the agenda, but we got to go against governors. We got to go against school districts. If we're going to go against the agenda, we can't just go against the president who has the least control over the agenda.
Okay. However, as far as the least influence, is not the least influence over the agenda. It's the least control. Yes, we can agree, but not the least influence.
That's a fact. But now that becomes a problem again, Wale, because now we're talking about where we're going into the booth, not knowing what we're voting for, not knowing.
Not me. I know exactly what I'm going in the booth voting for. Absolutely nothing. I ain't going in the booth. And you know what? I'm enjoying this Trump presidency, man. I think it's beautiful. It's an excellent chance for people to see just what can happen. This thing about I did a tape on it yesterday. I'm gonna put it on the YouTube about this strategic uncertainty that he got going on is a code name for fear mongering, because uncertainty, have it work. It's spelled. I'll look at it again. Is fear. That's what makes fear uncertain. I'm uncertain. I don't know what to do. That's fear. That causes all them spike things to happen. Cortisol, cholesterol, all of that stuff in your body start making chemicals and stuff from that uncertainty. So he's doing it strategically, which when you do it strategically is fear mongering. And then he got people wondering if they're going to even come back tomorrow from going to school today. I'll see you at 4, baby. All right, mommy. And then never see him again. That's fear mongering. You get what I'm saying? That's like, yeah, I scooped him up. At school, yeah, at school. You'd be like, whoa. See, that's fear mongering. The thing that I'm saying, though, it gives us a beautiful chance to realize that every day is a new experience. We get into this whole drum, just another day. But every day is unique and new. That gives us that energy of that uniqueness and newness, because we don't know what's going to happen in an hour from now. The guy got tanks going up and down here. They're dropping bombs over there. This thing is exciting to me. You get me? And it means people are on the verge of reality instead of being on the verge of just laying back all comfortable and fagged out, doped off and stuff. People got to be uptight and alert and available.
So I disagree, right? I think people get in more of a mode of paying attention, and now it pisses you off when it's a Republican, right? But if we actually paid attention to every president, I think we'd be pissed off. I think we're only willing to pay attention to certain presidents. We don't view them all through the same lens. Because I think if we viewed them all through the same lens, we probably wouldn't vote. None of these conversations would ever stop, because none of them would get a pass. All of them would be viewed the same. I kind of think that's where the issue lies, that we look at them all and we don't use just that simple pro-black conversation of none of them is for us. So if we're going to find something in there, let's find whatever little bit would be in there for us. And sometimes I think we maybe do too much in terms of, like, cause even with Mike saying he already tapping out on Trump. If you voted for him, hell, he only 6 months in. You don't have no faith that he can turn it around in the next 3.5 years. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think he's gonna make it that far, man.
The reason why I said that is because it was obvious to me that he told a bold-faced lie when he said he had nothing to do with the Project 2025. And the things that they're doing right now are right out of the manuscript. So I mean, that most of the executive orders he's written, the vast majority of them have been a direct attack on African American people. A direct attack. So yeah, it's obvious that he's but that's the thing. You got a scumbag, right? If you got someone who doesn't live like that, who doesn't live their lives telling lies, then they expect, that the average person is going to have a similar disposition, not exactly the same, but they're gonna have an idea that, okay, there's a good chance if this person tells me something, I can believe that they intend to do what they said, or they're telling the truth. But when you got someone who's of that mental and spiritual disposition, man, you know you can't believe nothing he says. Can't believe nothing that comes out of his mouth.
What I would say that you would say is directly against black people? Which one that he passed? You saying directly against?
I mean, all the monuments that he's talking about. I mean, I think he took away funding in the Smithsonian for the African American history display. Whatever, the funding. There's a lot of different things. I mean, even the decision he made when he fired that 4-star general, that brother that was Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they fired him and then put a dude, or he was up for Secretary of Defense. There's another 4-star general brother that's Secretary of Defense, fired him and put in a guy that was a major in the National Guard. In the National Guard, I mean, man, he wasn't. That was just. I think you showed that the Secretary of Education, Vince McMahon's wife or something. I think you showed that. I mean, obviously, the dude has no real intention of having improvements done to the United States, because he's hiring a bunch of people who are underqualified, not even close to being qualified, and are just there to be his cronies, to do what he tells them to do. Yeah, he's not hiring the best talent. He's not hiring the best level of experience, education. He's not doing that. He's hiring people that he can control, and they're severely unqualified, and that's the way he wants it, because he doesn't want to be surrounded by intelligent people who can call out the fact that he's a moron.
I mean, I would agree if this were the first term, but I mean, it's the same dude who hired Betsy DeVos, and you know what I'm saying? Like, the type of shit he was doing in the first term is like, yeah, that's how you get down. So I get what you're saying, but
like I said, I was desperate. I was desperate, man. And one of the things that made me desperate is the way that they were doing that LGBTQ thing around these kids. Yeah. Around these kids, I didn't like that. I mean, when you got that type of orientation and you're among adults, then I can't really comment on that, because that's those are grown people making those choices. But when you putting that in front of kindergartners and first graders and all that, and you've got transvestites twerking in front of first graders and kindergartners, hell no, man. I ain't down with that.
Anybody twerking in front of children like that?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not down with that at all. So that's something that I can't. Nah.
My only issue, like I say, man, is that's a state issue. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing content on it right now. Some people might not even think you know what you're talking about with that. No, that was happening, fam. They're actually having a whole bunch of little sessions where they're bringing the kids to a public library, have a couple drag queens come in there, read to them, all this paid for with public funding. You know what I'm saying? But those are state issues. That's the state doing it. That is just not Trump, not federal. It wasn't Biden. So that's my only issue with that argument, because I'm not here to tell you you're lying.
You're wrong about that, bro.
But it's state.
I gotta call you on that. You're wrong about that. I mean, because Biden and Harris were up there calling Easter Transgender Day, the Easter before they got booted out of office, where they brought in a bunch of transvestites and then refused to allow the kids to put any type of nomenclature of Yeshua on the eggs or anything that celebrated Easter. But they put that LBGTQ flag up and called Easter Sunday Transgender Recognition Day or something like that. So I don't agree with you on that, boss.
All right, so let me. Is you there, Dev? If so, share my screen. Because for real, what you're talking about is the Transgender Day of Recognition. It's like a fake ass fucking holiday they made up for them. Like, and I get it on a federal level that was pushed, but I'm talking about what they're doing with the kids, bro. I really don't get all deep into the conversation about the adults because people grown. But this drag story hour thing though, but they've done this across the entire United States in the school systems and
No,
whatnot.
what you said is that the federal government and the Biden administration wasn't behind that.
Yeah,
And
they not.
what I'm saying is that behind the agenda. And what I'm saying is that the one and only data point that we need to refute that stance is what happened with that transgender that you just mentioned, the transgender day that I brought up.
Right.
That was that when you look at the typical day that they had during every Easter at the White House, it was a kids celebration of the resurrection of Yeshua, and they had certain Easter egg hunts. What?
You say who? I don't know them. I don't know them, dog. That
Yeshua.
Who is that?
That's the Hebrew name for Jesus Christ, for Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I don't know nothing about
Yeshua. Okay, so at any rate, my point is this. I'm saying that particular celebration involved kids, Easter egg hunts, and all that type of stuff that would go on. It was for the children. And they took that and made sure that the kids didn't write anything that was related to him on their Easter paraphernalia, their Easter baskets or whatever they had. And then they also called it Transgender Recognition Day, which is
the day of visibility, I think is what it's called. Transgender Day of Visibility.
Yeah, whatever it was. I mean, it was wrong. It was wrong. So I mean,
yeah, I agree.
I wasn't down with that.
You don't need no visibility. I agree 100%.
I wasn't down with that. So yeah, and that was so I don't buy that they didn't have anything to do.
But those are adults though.
Yeah.
Still make sure we, stay clear on that. Those are the adults that I would argue we ain't got nothing to do with. Like they can live their life. Like if if they want to go and march in the streets and all that gay ass, whatever, like let them do that. But
no, I'm saying that
argument is strictly focused on putting it in the schools.
No,
it's hyper focused on putting it in the schools.
I'm saying that recognition day that they had at the White House derailed the traditional Easter festivities that were put on for the children. That's what I'm saying.
Now I didn't know that. If they intertwined it with Easter, that's crazy. I would agree with you on that.
It was on Easter Day that they did it.
Yeah. If they intertwined it with Easter, that's wild.
Oh yeah,
I definitely agree with that. That's wild.
Yeah, so I wasn't down with that, and that's too much, man. That's too much, and I damn sure don't agree with.
I want you to glance at the chat though, right? So you have a bunch of pro LGBTQ men that hide their stance behind not talking about the subject matter, right? So me myself, I mean what I'm saying about the kids, right? I don't just say, yeah, let's protect the kids from that. No, we have to protect the kids from that by understanding what's being put into the school systems. We don't benefit by having that conversation on a federal level because so many people don't know how important this is on the local level. The federal level don't even matter as much in this conversation. This is a local conversation, and it's too many local places that are actually accepting of it. They pushing it. It's not. I get what you're saying about the federal level, but that's not where they get financing from. That keeps this in schools. That's not where a lot of this happens at. This is all state. This is all local. This is all school district. This is where you got to pop up in the school district and cuss the superintendent and them out. But this ain't a federal issue, though.
Yeah. I can tell you one thing. Yeah, that just, I wasn't down with that.
Yeah, I ain't down with it either. I'm glad my kid's out of school. But like I say, if we're gonna vote against that agenda, it would have to be local. Right? If you voting for the president about that agenda, fam, it's over. You done already missed out.
Right.
Like a lot of that just depends on what state you live in. It's states that ain't going with a lot of that shit. In you know what I'm saying? It's already outlawed. You can't. They're not gonna have no transgenders running against no girls and none of that. So the states are somewhat divided on that issue. So I don't think you can vote that out at the federal level because the states are divided on the issue.
Right. Yeah. Well, I would just say, it's just, if I had to do all over again, I wouldn't have voted. But I damn sure didn't want to see that come back in office. I didn't want to see that.
But she would have been a new term, though, bruh.
Yeah.
I mean, because it ain't guaranteed that she's going to be an extension of Joe Biden, but Trump was guaranteed to be Trump. That's you know what I'm saying. That would be my pushback.
The other part of it is, her history, and then she already said, "I'm not going to do anything for black people." She said that. She said, "I'm not going to do anything for black people."
Wait, did Trump say something different? Because you're using stuff against her that Trump didn't say or do either. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even a fan of hers, but it's like, wait, bro, like it ain't like Trump had
out for black people. This is what I'll say, man. I mean, I think Trump played his cards well because when he got invited to come to like that black, I think it was black people that are in black media, like a black reporters. I don't know the exact nomenclature for it, but when he got invited to go speak to some of the black media, he did that. He went to go speak to them. He actually gave the impression that he was going to come in and try to, because he denied being involved with that Project 2025 crap. He actually went and talked to, some of the black media, and he gave the impression that he was going to come in and be fair and try to do things right. Then, of course, he actually made his ties with certain celebrities and black celebrities and all that type of stuff. So he was trying to present an image that he was going to come in and he divorced himself from the Project 2025 agenda, lied through his teeth. And then, I thought he was going to come in and get rid of all that racist bull crap and try to, come in and be equitable. But I got fooled, man. I got fooled, and I admit it. So there you go. I got fooled. So, but that's just because, I was desperate to try to do something, see something different happen other than.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Other than what was going on. So I admit, if I had to do all over again, I wouldn't have voted. I would have just stayed at the house. But then I don't know what I would have done if I'd have continued to see a bunch of transvestites twerking in front of kindergartners.
You have to move to a different state where that ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? What state was that I just did? I think I did I think it was Arkansas. That actually banned that from happening. So you can't do that at public facilities no more. You know what I'm saying? Different states got different issues in regard to that. That's why I say you do have some pushback coming on that, but it depends on where you are. It's not a federal issue.
Right. Yeah. Well, I've been on here for a while. It's obvious I'm on vacation. Shit. I've been on here for a long time. I think I'm gonna get off here. Oh, the game's on too.
Yeah.
I think Pacers are winning. If Pacers win today, it's over. Pacers win tonight, it's over.
Yeah, I agree. 3-1 is
that's
only
it.
LeBron can come back from that.
Only LeBron. You think he's done?
Last year, I mean, I think he want to do a little Kobe type tour where he gets celebrated before every game and shit. But yeah, as far as like going out there trying to perform at the top of his game and shit, yeah, I think he's over.
I heard some dude get online and say that LeBron's got that Boule insignia on his chest. So they're worried about him, being taken out like Kobe was.
What is Boule insignia? I don't even know what that would be.
That lion.
Type of that lion, yeah. Yep.
That lion.
That's crazy, man. I ain't like that. Like, why are we looking at that nigga chest like that? Everybody got tattoos and shit, bro. Like, I don't be paying no attention to these niggas' tats, bro. Like, you don't think it's kind of a reach to look at a nigga tats?
Yeah, I don't have no tats. I don't have any tattoos. I don't have any tattoos, but they're saying that one that's on that Boule, I mean, it covers his whole chest. It covers his whole chest.
Oh.
It's big, huge. So they're saying that is going to be.
Bro, we can't be talking about no agenda. Hold on, though, bro. We can't be sitting here having an in-depth conversation about that agenda, and then you leave that conversation and start talking about a nigga chest, bro. That's crazy, my nigga.
Nah, we talking about basketball, right?
Bro. You talking about that nigga chest in the Boule.
We're talking about basketball.
Basketball is statistics, scoring points.
They go down 3-1. If they go down 3-1, it's over. Then I think someone said only LeBron can come through that. And then that's when I mentioned that LeBron was going to last. And then you said that, this is going to be his last season. And so I bring up the fact that there are people that are talking about that when LeBron retires, something similar that happened to Kobe was going to happen to him because he's tied up with that Boule shit. That's what I. That's
hey, my fault. My fault to interrupt, but Taz, you a dickhead, bro. You a dickhead for real.
So.
Yeah, nah, bro. Cause niggas sit on here. You can sit on here and make sense when I ain't on the motherfucking panel, but when I'm on the panel, niggas go full dickhead mode. But it's cool. It's cool. Nigga been talking about, but Trump didn't say nothing. He was gonna do nothing for black people either. Oh, really? He said that, nigga?
Hey, bro, you ain't even supposed to be involved though. Like, Friday, bro. I know you got something to do, bro. You a young man out here, bro. Go get out there in the streets, have fun, bro.
Man, nigga, I just got off work. I'm going home. Shit.
I ain't got nothing to do.
I'm going home. I'm like, and it's Father, nigga. What you mean hit the street? It's Father's Day weekend, nigga. It's all family, all nigga weekend.
Oh, you still got a baby, fam. That shit dead. You get to a certain age, Father's Day, okay. Like my son got a whole football game. Like, you don't give a fuck about no Father's Day.
Hey, what's your What's your dream ride? If you were able to get any car now, I would that within reason. What would you get? Any
Any
vehicle?
car now?
Yeah.
Hmm.
If you're able to get any vehicle right now within reason, what would you get?
I had to look at the selections, dog. You know what I'm saying? Because some of them 69s and 77s, you know what I'm saying? I had to look at the selection. I don't really had no dream ride though, like for real. I just like cars, so you know what I'm saying. I would have to almost look at a nice selection of them and say that one.
Okay. What you got?
Yeah, I ain't
Like it wouldn't even be fair. My dream car would be Kit, nigga, from Knight Rider, the original Kit. You know what I'm saying? That's my fucking
this
dream
nigga
car, nigga.
this nigga said kid. It's like a nigga
Yeah,
saying the
Kit,
Night Rider.
Batmobile. My dream car is a Batmobile, nigga. What did you mean? In there, huh? Shit.
Nah, Kit was better than the Batmobile though, nigga.
Hey, hold on. Hey, it's a debate tonight?
I've been looking and checking to see, but it looked like it's either been changed or something because I don't even see a preview or nothing up there for it. I thought it was.
Yeah. Well, I'm calling it quits, yo. I'm out.
All right, have a good night, my brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Same to you fellas. I mean, I for me, I'll come back on. I mean, if somebody, like I said before, they put in the chat, they want to talk about some stuff dealing with my field of endeavor, then just let me know. I'll do it.
Nah, they just want to spend all their time talking about my field of endeavor. That's what they want to do.
Politics, political science.
Yes, sir. They want to act like they me. They want to be dumber.
Right. Yeah. Well, you definitely know what you're talking about, man. For
Yeah, I
sure.
appreciate that.
I've learned a lot listening to you, for sure.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, say when niggas start talking about isotopes and half-lives and shit like that, nigga, I'm shutting up.
Yeah,
I'm shutting
So
up.
when did you come to the conclusion that he know what he talking about?
A while back.
Because that nigga said don't vote for Trump.
Well, I mean, obviously he knew what he was talking about.
Hey, tell him again.
He was right.
Hey, that was a oop. That was
Yeah,
a oop.
yeah, it's an oop, but it definitely is. Cause I just wanted to hear him say it. Like, yeah, I went against it.
He was right. He was definitely right. So,
Hey. Yeah, appreciate it. But yeah, you be easy, man. Enjoy your time off. You know what I'm saying? At least somebody willing to be honest and be like, damn, I was right. I'm on some bullshit.
Well, he voted for the nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit. I'm debating points. He actually went in there and stamped that nigga, bro. Like, shit. That's a whole different conversation, bro. Like, and no matter what you say at the end of this shit, nigga, I ain't vote for that motherfucker. So,
Yeah. Man, that nigga was help put that nigga in office like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I definitely ain't stamped that motherfucker now. God damn, that's something different. That's a whole different conversation. But I do respect his willingness to come and say, nah, I wish I wouldn't have did that. You know what I'm saying? I respect his willingness to do that. I just think it's kind of early. You only a half a year into the term. You know what I'm saying? So it seemed like it's kind of soon to be tapping out.
Hold on. J. Cal said Rob moved to the next round. What happened, J. Cal?
Nah, hell no. I don't believe no shit like that, B. Oh shit. Attention debaters. An update on the Neo Bro Rob debate. Due to unfortunate circumstances, Neo was unable to attend tonight's debate. Since this would be her second time, we have to move on with the tournament. So the final four is Taz, Damo, Bro Rob, and Chris Harris. Damn. All right. All righty. Yeah, that's on the SDDL community wall. So uh yeah, it ain't been a debate. There's been two debates in the last month? That's crazy.
Damn. But you know what? Like I'm glad we doing the tournament shit before the season start. So when the season start, like niggas can know what's up, bro. Like all of this, like the quitting or not the quitting, but the rescheduling and all that other shit, man. Like we gotta be on top of all of that. We gotta be on top of all of that. We gotta be on top of all of that. But now it's time for me to get my revenge. Now it's time for me to get my revenge.
Said, what's the odds on Bro Rob running the table? I might want that bet. Yeah, well, on this side of the bracket is where the champion will be, is what I tell you.
Shit, hey, I ain't even gonna argue with you on that one. Shit, I ain't even gonna argue with you on that one. I feel like, listen, I do feel like whoever get out, come out on side, yeah, you gonna have to. Cause look, I'm that nigga. So anybody I see in the finals is done. And if you beat me, but nah, because if you beat me and then lose in the finals again, bro, like, yeah, I can't. I don't know how. I wouldn't be able to deal with that. We couldn't be cool after that, bro. Like if you beat me again and then lose to either Brother Rob or Chris, it's like nigga, something's just off.
Yeah,
Something off.
bro, I ain't going, bro. I ain't going.
But just to make sure we ain't got to deal with that and keep our friendship intact, like, I'm gonna just kick your ass. Make go into the final.
That's crazy, bro. It's crazy you think that it's just that easy. And again, like I say, that's what happens when you walk into a nigga wheelhouse. You got all the confidence in the world, and I think you're supposed to. But nah,
Yeah.
ain't no rescheduling. I ain't running. I'll be right here, nigga. Ready.
Nah, shit, nah. Neither one of us. Neither one of us are those type of niggas, bro. Neither one of us are rescheduling ass,
I've never
not
rescheduled a
showing
debate.
up as niggas.
I don't think I've ever.
Shit.
Yeah, I ain't never rescheduled or none of that shit. Hell no. I said it. It's a date. But no, I was sitting here listening to that Mike nigga talk about the that nuclear shit, bro. You know what the fuck he talking about on that shit? That was some deep, knowledgeable discussion within that realm. But then we get outside of that realm, and that's what kind of scares me because your political understanding is that far off. And so one listening to you they might respect you for your superior intellect in the field of nuclear physics and whatnot. So when you start talking politics, there's an automatic assumption that you still know what you're talking about. That's the fear I have of that. You know what I'm saying? Is somebody with that much knowledge about a subject matter that really can talk over everybody's head with his knowledge. But then when you start talking about politics, I think the average person that does not know him and doesn't know politics themselves would be inclined to listen to him because he knows so much other shit.
Yeah, I mean, man, the nigga's a PhD, bro. The nigga's a PhD. I don't know about I respect scholars. I respect, you know what I'm saying, niggas that didn't put in that work. 'Cause that's what I'm trying to be. So, Yeah. So you are. It's like it's like automatic legitimacy you get for just getting a doctor.
Yeah,
Is what it take to
automatic.
get that motherfucker.
Yeah, it's automatic.
Yeah.
And I ain't even saying that's wrong. I just, you know what I'm saying? I do think though that there's an inability to receive necessary correction at times though. Because you know what I'm saying? I'm literally just sitting here telling him, but like, nah, that agenda, that's more of a state agenda. You know what I'm saying? And because I'm so hell bent against it and do so much content about it, I do know that it's capped to put that at the federal level. It's not that conversation. So I was trying to get him to get deeper into that part of it, but I don't think he wanted to receive that, or it's just something he can't really understand because he's not really into the politics like that.
Nah, and it's usually, especially usually motherfuckers is in their field. You feel me? Like if you reading all this shit on nuclear he's at fission, right? Nuclear fission. Like if that's what's soaking up your, you know what I'm saying, your brain space, you ain't out reading books on political science. You are not wasting your time with that shit. Like it's,
Yeah, that's the
you know what I
norm.
mean?
I told
You
him
know
that
what
a
I mean?
year
Like
ago.
your shit is like, nigga, you know what I mean, your shit is science, chemistry, physics, that shit. Like and that's why it's like me. I'm a social science nigga, and I embrace it wholeheartedly. I study people, human behavior. You know what I'm saying? Society, mindsets, culture, that type of shit. That's my shit. Now, anything past long division, shit,
Hmm.
algebra, you not about to. I can't do it.
No
I
scratch
ain't gonna lie
paper.
to you. This shit, fuck that. Like, I'm gonna need a whole calculator, nigga. Shit, one of them T150s or whatever they call them,
Yeah,
Texas
yeah, with the
Instruments type
green
joint.
numbers and shit.
Mm-hmm. Like, I learned at an early age. I'm good at. Like, I can do this talking shit. I read a lot, and I know how to break shit down, nigga.
Yeah, I was ready to tap by then, fam, when they started putting all the numbers and shit and
You know what I'm saying?
the numbers and the math. Yeah, I was ready to tap by then. Like, nah, I ain't doing nothing with math. I can guarantee you that.
One of them double chalkboard chumpies.
Nigga, I went to shit, and it ain't like I went to a school that fostered, you know what I'm saying,
Right.
appreciation for the sciences, and you know what I'm saying, shit like that. So, yeah, shout out to that nigga. Though. Shout out to that nigga. I
Shit,
want
yeah,
that weak ass nigga Aaron to join the league though. I think Diddy should join. I don't even invite a lot of people because I don't feel like everybody should be a part of it. But I think Diddy should join the league, join the debate leagues, us television debate league for niggas that don't know. Because I want him to all that reading and shit he be doing on panels. I need that nigga to put that in a presentation
with the energy behind it.
with the ending, all of that, bro, all of that.
Yeah,
Nigga be like, cause he remind me of Ak Malak as a debater.
don't do
So
my
you
nigga.
take out the
Don't do
heat.
my nigga
Nah,
like
nah, not like trap. I'm talking about the energy. I'm talking about the passion. Like he got the
that.
passion, but not like a Hebrew. You feel me? So if you put Diddy on the clock and have him breaking his shit down and reading this shit, and he can't read it out the book. You gotta know how to put together presentations and shit. But for niggas that like to read, what's dope about the league is like when you doing research for your debates, you also like if you're doing it right, just be fair. If you're doing it right, you read. And not only are you reading it, but you're able to synthesize the information in a way to create like a unique, independent argument. You know what I mean? I think Diddy got the potential for that shit. He's got to be a little bit more organized, a little bit more structured. I think he got the potential for it.
Yeah, it takes.
I think that nigga Aaron, I think he's smart enough for niggas to beat up on him. Like he not Madon though. You know what I'm saying? But he's smart enough to where it's like, all right, it could be a decent debate, but he probably gonna get beat up on.
I think it will help Deity formulate his arguments better. I think it'll take like 2 or 3 debates to truly like understand the structure. And after that, I think he'd be a fucking problem, bro. I just think he would have to learn the ins and outs of debating and whatnot, and how to formulate his argument, put his premise and shit together, lay it all out. Once he learned all of that, though, yeah, I think he would be a serious problem, bro.
Yeah, I see it in him. I see it in him.
Okay.
I see it in him. And look, and this is with him cussing me out a few times. Shit. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, yeah.
Like I said, I
Get it
think
in.
even like because COS says he get too excited, right? And I do agree, but there's a structure for that. Shit, I get too excited. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? There's a format for that. I get way too excited. But the transition
Mm-hmm.
out of that and still give information is the issue. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
if you can transition out of it and realize, like, wait, I'm still in the debate. Let me calm my ass down. Once you
Yep.
get that part of it, yeah, fam, you fired. You know what I'm saying? And he has that. He's already there. He's got the fire part of it, which is what I think a lot of debaters lack. He already has the fire, the passion. Let's get it. You know
The
what I'm saying?
passion.
So
Yeah, he gonna put on the show. He gonna put
yeah,
on the show. You gonna have to feel him. Pause.
yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, so yeah, that's why. And listen, I don't think everybody should join. I don't think we should be like, hey, you should do it. You like some niggas is like, nah, you a panel nigga, stay on the panel. Some niggas got potential though.
Are you gonna call Oprah?
Yeah, J. Cal, he'd have to clean that up for sure.
You have to clear what up.
The stutter. You know
Ah
what I'm
shit.
saying?
I mean,
You know,
I be stuttering.
nah, but I'm saying sometimes Diddy get the stuttering within excitement. You know what I'm saying? It's sort of be like, and this right here, this. You know what I'm saying? You know, we can't, you know what I'm saying? You got to clean some of that up again. Remember, you on the clock, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
I
But
see
no,
it
that
though.
definitely got potential for greatness, nigga. I would love to see it. I didn't even think about it like that, but he is one of the few that I would say, yeah, brother, like that. That should have probably worked wonders for you, even in how you research. You know
That's
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying?
telling you.
How you
Yeah.
get information. You know?
And yeah, for real. And how you interface with
Bro, hey,
people?
no bullshit. This Diddy. This debate just helped me with a class. Nigga, I had to pick a book. That I got to do a concept map over, and I had to get the book approved. And I was thinking, but it got to be a book from the last like 12 years. And I was thinking about some older shit that I was gonna read. And so while I've been doing research for the debate, I came across this book, and I was like, oh, this shit kind of tough. And as I started reading it, I was like, shit, I might as well do this shit for my concept map for class. And so now, while I'm doing debate work, I'm also doing schoolwork. Same time.
Simultaneously.
Same time. Wait, telling Taz, when I read this on this nigga Taz, he gonna be hot. He ain't gonna get it at first. But when them punches start landing though,
Shit, how long you think you got? You only got 15 minutes. What's that? You know what I'm saying?
bro, hold on, but see, here's the thing. What you mean only 15? Like, what you mean? Like, I was thinking we only gotta do the 10. When you said 15, I'm like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's
Well, yeah,
nothing.
I need you to lay out your complete argument. You know what I'm saying? And I think I would be constrained within a 10 minutes. So yeah, I think my argument goes beyond 10 minutes. So yeah, I don't want to be confined to the 10 minutes. But yeah.
Yeah, nah. I mean, and look, I'm putting it on myself now. This is the penultimate DEI conversation. You're not about to find like with the conversation I'm about to bring. You're not about to find it. That's why I have to win, bro. Like I have to win. This is it. This ain't even just about the tournament, nigga. This about the mission. I gotta win this.
And don't put it so of such high importance like to win because you're not
I got
going
to.
to. And
I
at
got to.
times, like I think the letdown that comes along with believing that you're going to win such an impossible debate to win. what I'm saying? You got to relax, bro.
You think it's impossible
to beat me? To beat me? Yes, I do.
I mean, maybe if I was debating you on some.
Look, no credit given. That's crazy.
Nah, I stopped. I stopped. I stopped. I didn't do it. I didn't, you know, because you knew what I was about to do, but I stopped. I stopped. I stopped.
But now, let me ask you this though, because I ain't hear you speak on it. What you think about the Padilla incident, bro?
Political theater. It's like it's performative. Like, bro, you yelling at Christy Nome, who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Like that. That's just really how I see it. Like that type of shit. Like I'm so uninterested. I mean, I saw it, but I'm so uninterested. When I read about it before I watched the video, that I just haven't watched the video. I ain't even seen it. That's just, I mean, because again, it's for me, like, what's the outrage, bro? So what? The nigga flipped out at a press conference or whatever and got arrested.
Yeah, they
That shit,
tried to
like
spin
anything.
it though, man, like as if he was in the right or anything, bro. It was just kind of crazy because, like I say, it's like if you sitting there watching any of these press conferences and somebody just blurts some shit out, I mean, you know they're gonna get removed, senator or not. You know what I'm saying? So I just did, like you said, it was a lot of theater with that, man. And I know they trying to get headlines for California against Trump, but that was weak though.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, I keep saying it, and you right. Like this one of the instances where I will give you, like they pushing the narrative for real when it come to this shit. Um, and I'm uninterested. I really don't give a fuck. The only people that could get me to pay attention, you know what I'm saying, if they got arrested or if it was something going on with them, Ayanna Presley, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jasmine Crockett, Karen Bass, motherfucking Westmore, you know what I'm saying? Like them people. If they
I
do
don't
something,
know.
I'm like, all right, let me see, let me watch. Like
But
let me
if they arrest Gavin Newsom, nigga, you had something to say, bro.
I wouldn't know. Like I was never really a Newsom nigga, bro. Like I was never.
No, you're
That
not.
Newsom nigga.
I don't think that you would say it based on it being Gavin Newsom. I think more so the overreach that it would be to go and just arrest the sitting governor. You know what I'm
No, I
saying?
mean, bro, but yeah, well, like it depends on what was he doing. You know what I'm saying? Like what was he doing?
What's the charges?
You feel me?
Talking shit?
Like for example, I mean, I'm pretty sure you seen this video. It was like a alderman or like a city councilman somewhere, and all he was doing was recording a traffic stop, because it was a traffic stop involving the police and some black men, I think. And so he was recording it, and the police they said something to him about recording it. After he started, they told him to move. He moved and went somewhere else, kept recording, and then they ended up arresting him. Right? That's like, all right, to me, like that's crazy overreach. That's wild. If Gavin Newsom showed up at a Christie Nome press conference and was interrupting the press conference, then and he got arrested, then no, I would actually that would actually make Gavin Newsom look worse in my eyes.
But no, I'm
Padilla was
not
just like,
saying
all right, whatever.
that. Nah, hold on. That ain't the scenario I had in mind, nigga. Nah. The scenario I had in mind was the one where Trump was talking about arresting me over the National Guard. Where he
That's
threatened him
overreach.
with
That's
right.
overreach. That's overreach.
Right.
For
For
sure.
talking
Yeah,
about
you
it?
definitely hear my mouth though. You would definitely hear my
You're
mouth.
gonna
Yes,
say
yes,
something
for sure.
about that is
For
all I'm saying.
literally talking shit. He gonna get arrested for talking shit?
You know, yeah, that's wild, bro.
That,
Right.
yeah.
Bro, I'm just
I mean,
saying.
and this is from the free speech people. This is
That
why.
way we watch that. That's all. That's my only point.
Oh
Saying
hell
that
no, and fuck Gavin Newsom, and fuck Gavin Newsom. But bro, you locked that
right.
nigga up because he the way you don't like how he talking about your pot. Yes, bro, that is. But we already know, like Donald Trump said, this was this type of shit he was gonna try to do. That's why he got the immunity shit. had the immunity case. Now, because trust me, if that immunity case would have went any different, because and this is where I was pissed off with the media too, because with the immunity case, they made it seem like the Supreme Court just gave that nigga carte blanche immunity type shit, and that's not what happened. They pushed it, they kicked it back, they are what they reinforced a lower court decision that was just like, you got to review it. When it happens, you got to look at the situation and see whether or not immunity applies. Right? Simple as that. So, but if that case would have went where like Donald Trump's way, bro, niggas like Gavin Newsom would be being in jail would be the best thing that they would have to, you know what I'm saying, that they would have to option that they would have type shit. Because Donald Trump would have niggas all the way out of there if he could, bro. You talking about sending the Marines to quote unquote protect the fucking National Guard? The fuck is going on here?
Oh, they ran down on the motherfucker today though.
I
thought the Marines was going to protect the federal building.
Man, they ran down on that motherfucker, boy.
They still look. My boss was talking. She's talking about going to the. She got opera tickets. She got to go by downtown. She ain't trying to deal with that shit.
Run past some motherfucker.
Yeah, but nigga, they are having these no king rallies tomorrow.
Yeah, that shit gonna be. Oh man, somebody in the chat said it was canceled. I don't see nothing why that shit canceled. Shit, motherfucker said that shit gonna go rain, shine, or snow.
Yeah, I looked at that shit too, damn. I ain't see no cancel, bro.
Hell no, they spent a good 25 million, whatever million on that shit. And
Trump gonna be hot too, cause this giving the media opportunity to be like, look, we got some other shit to focus on. Look at all these different protests across the country. While the president stages the military. Fuck out of here. Y'all niggas is wild, bro.
Man, go on break one of them damn long ass missiles out, man. That parade ain't gonna be shit. I don't want to see no goddamn tanks, nigga. Break one of them ICBMs out.
Hey, like they used to do, nigga. Like they used to. But I'm just saying, bro. I'm gonna be for real. You know how you always like watched movies and TV shows and be like, damn.
Yeah.
How did society get to that motherfucking place? Like,
yeah,
how
morality.
much this shit collapsed to where niggas was like, niggas lived in it, and then it's really like niggas is kind of sitting like, oh, okay, yeah, this is how we get there.
Yeah, you showcasing. What you showcasing? You supposed to be bringing out your fucking best. You supposed to be like, yo, anybody on planet Earth fucking with us? Look what you're gonna have to deal with. Like Russia and China be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, now what? Big long ass. I didn't even see the end of that motherfucking missile. I'm still got that image in my head. I'm like, damn, that motherfucker rolling downtown with a missile and shit.
On some North Korea type shit, nigga. I'm talking about like shit that niggas like they'll let that shit off today. Like these niggas got tanks fucking up the streets.
Shit, when I was a kid, I thought that was what it was. Shit. Man, I was like 6 or 7 years old when I seen that shit. I was like, damn, what the fuck they doing rolling down the street with a big ass missile and shit?
But I mean, the crazy part about it is the shit not gonna really get crazy until Trump get out of this motherfucker. It's just like that nigga has created like his absence and his like viability. Like Donald Trump has been associated with the presidency since 2010.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like every presidential conversation has had Donald Trump's name in it to some degree since 2010.
Oh man,
when Donald Trump ain't like,
I'm calling cap. You putting the birther shit in that conversation, bro?
Yes, nigga. That's what got him to where he at. That's the reason why he here. What do you mean?
It wasn't getting no credibility when the conspiracy motherfuckers was doing it. Because it had been out for a hot second, but it didn't really gain traction until he started saying the shit.
When Donald Trump attached his name to whether or not Barack Obama was really a citizen, bro, that meant he immediately, And then because what happened in 2010, nigga, it was a referendum on those quote unquote fiscal conservatives. Nigga, they got them fiscal niggas the fuck up out of there. Tea Party
So
niggas.
Yeah.
And then but then hold on, but then here it go. But then they fucking lose again in 2012.
Back to back.
And what niggas and what most people completely ignore is that in 2012, the after Romney and Paul Ryan lost, the Republican Party literally had a come to Jesus meeting where they came up with a report on how to move forward and start winning elections. Everything in that report, like softening up on racial issues, right? Be like taking another look at gender, all that other type shit, right? All that shit got completely dismissed in favor of Donald Trump. All of it. That report has never been spoken of. I haven't heard anybody ever talk about the little diagnostic that Republicans did after 2012, where they really kind of thought about the possibility of going more center, and then literally Republicans used Donald Trump to go to the complete opposite, nigga. The complete opposite. Yeah, bro. The birthday. We don't have President Trump without the birthday conspiracy. I stand on that.
Oh, you talking about birthism? Sorry.
Like the Obama birth certificate, the Obama birth certificate controversy.
Yeah. Birthism. Yeah. Okay. Obama.
Yeah. He not there, bro. I stand on it.
Because I think if you put a different person up against him in 2016, he loses. I think that was Hillary that made that easier for him to win. I think if that's somebody else, he loses.
Nah, I don't think so, bro. I don't think so.
With that John Kerry?
Hell nah. He got watched by Bush.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Who was the reigning motherfucking candidate? I mean,
exactly.
Democrat. Yeah.
Who else was it supposed to be? If it was supposed to be anybody else, it would have been Hillary Clinton.
And I would agree with that, but I feel like they created Barack Obama. Like I watched him shoot to stardom from nowhere, and I feel like they can always do that. They can always create the candidate that does that out of nowhere. But
I think, and this is what we're dealing with now, though. I think that the juxtaposition to Obama coming out of Bush made Obama more possible. You feel me? Like that. So with the way that the Democratic Party was set up, the baton rightfully, quote unquote, so was supposed to go to Hillary, because remember, it was supposed to be Hillary in 08.
Right. No doubt.
Obama washed her.
Guaranteed victory.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's like if anybody else was supposed to win that election that wasn't Donald Trump, it should have been Hillary Clinton.
I still think she is the most qualified person to ever run and lose in the history of the country. And I'll debate that.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point, but I don't know.
The most qualified what?
The most qualified person.
Clinton?
He not wrong.
And lose.
But is her proximity to her husband is what qualifies her? Like, cause she
nah, bro. It's like, bro, she was a senator.
Yeah, she's an attorney, right?
She was a senator, Secretary of State, and First Lady. You feel me? Like that right there. Like, especially being Secretary of State, like, is like, yeah, who else? If it ain't Joe Biden, it's Hillary.
So why did black women still, like, I mean, she literally said Margaret Sanger was her, or she said that she admired Margaret Sanger in her works. So I'm just trying to see, like, why would black people, or just black women in particular, would be still, like, vote for her overwhelmingly? That, I don't know. That's a whole other topic, right?
Well, nah, see, and this is where I argue I might be, I might piss some niggas off with this one. This where I'll argue that, like, it's a perfect example of how misogyny is a very, you know what I'm saying, strong ideological force in U.S. politics. Because think about how racism structures America, right? And this kind of give credence to an argument with that argument we was having the other day about, white women benefiting from shit more than black men, because it's like a nigga was able to be president before they elected a white woman. A nigga. Hold on. Not only a nigga, a mixed nigga with a white mama was able to be president before they put a white woman in that motherfucker. That's crazy. The whole nigga, they have not been able, that whole breaking the glass ceiling shit. Nah, fuck no. What niggas don't
It's
niggas
still
don't
hard
want,
at the top.
man, hell no. That shit is like, it's straight.
Reinforcement, yeah.
Yeah, it's straight. What, y'all thought y'all was gonna win an election on win an election on abortion?
Mm-mm.
That, because that's what it was supposed to be, Taz. It was supposed to be,
What,
women was supposed to show
2016?
up. Nah, 2024. Shit, this past 2024.
Oh, you talking about this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Women's issues cannot be the centerpiece. That cannot be your strongest dynamic. And I'm not saying that because I think it shouldn't. I'm saying that from the standpoint of that's fucked
From
up.
yeah, and this, I mean, for the job of the president of the United States, yeah, you're gonna have to come from something other than.
I'm saying you
Well,
can't do that in no regard as a man, though.
What you
Not
mean?
without having to argue with some motherfucking men.
hmm?
What you mean?
It's something out there. Shit.
That's that misogyny conversation, though. Misogyny can't exist without male dominance, and I mean that means over other men too. So you become a simp, you become a feminist, you become a bitch ass nigga if you
Oh
start fighting
yeah.
that misogyny.
Yeah, nah, fuck them niggas. That's why I'm
Peace,
like, fuck
y'all.
them niggas. Yeah, I talk about misogyny. What up, Lou?
Peace,
Yeah,
peace.
yeah. I kind of agree with that point you making, Domo, but the only pushback I could give is that like it would take away from such a bad campaign that she ran, man. Like she had a
Who?
literally
You talking about Hillary?
Hillary Clinton. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know
She
what
did
I'm
run a bad
saying?
campaign.
Like,
Yeah,
man,
she was overconfident. She definitely was overconfident. Way too
she
confident.
kept shooting herself in the foot.
She died on that hot sauce
I
shit.
mean,
Oh man.
no, I'm talking about, which election were you talking about, Domo? I'm talking about election, like running a bad campaign. I think her versus Obama. I think that was more about Obama just being a great, you know what I mean, a great orator. You know what I mean? Like, because I don't disagree with you, Taz, with him coming out of nowhere.
I mean,
But
listen,
you got
I
to
ain't gonna
admit
lie.
that he did have the chops
Obama
to make it a
cool,
life.
bro. Obama cool, bro. Obama, it was he had the swag to him. Like he had the
Right.
energy. You feel me? Like
He had
he
the
came
spirit. He
off
had
like a
the
nigga,
spirit.
and I give him that. I give him that. But that's what I'm saying though. Like when the country, like motherfuckers that was willing to vote for Barack Obama was not willing to vote for Hillary Clinton. Let me put it like this: white women who were willing to vote for Obama was not willing to vote for Hillary Clinton. Was not willing to vote for Kamala Harris. Women.
So which one do you think was her worst campaign, versus Trump or versus Obama? Because I'm saying Trump.
I would say Trump too. But
That's what I was talking about.
I'm saying regardless of how bad the campaign was, like you cannot, with the way identity politics shape our electoral politics, you cannot center, like for example, like women's issues in a national election as a candidate and win. It gotta be some other shit. Like because ultimately, from a liberal perspective, with the overturning of Roe v. Wade and the controversies associated with black women dying from not being able to receive certain type of like reproductive care. Like that was we had real world impact. Right? If we just talk about issues that should have shaped the election, you had real world impact. Women were actually dying from this shit. Like that shit was not made up. It was not fear mongering. It was creating it was creating all types of legal and what like legal and policy issues to where like between states to where it's like, oh, if you go into another state to get an abortion and try to come back, we're gonna arrest you if you find out. Like you got doctors literally talking about not fucking with reproductive care at all because of the type of liability I get placed under trying to deal with this type of shit. So like the issues associated with overturning Roe v. Wade permeated through real parts of society and real like what like how like you know what I'm saying, like real life type shit. And that shit still was nowhere near enough, got anywhere near enough social attention. It didn't captivate. It wasn't pulling on any heartstrings. I mean, like they talked about it. It wasn't like, I mean, even the crazy thing about it is in places like Kansas, for example, you had states that had national or state-based referendums, and super conservative states were voting um to protect reproductive rights and enshrine them in their constitutions. So you got all these states, these conservative states that's shocking motherfuckers like, oh shit, y'all protecting abortion? That's crazy. So you had like one would assume that okay, so there was a shift in these states that made them lean. No, fuck no. They was like, yes, we'll protect abortion, but make America great again.
Yeah, I hear you on that one, man. But let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this again, and it's just from out of curiosity, 'cause like as feminists, and I don't mean radical feminists, but just feminists in general, as bad as they believe that patriarchy is, do you believe that there are like some redeeming qualities that may should belong when it comes to patriarchy? I'm not talking about overt misogyny, but just from the aspect of
But
being a protector, that sort of thing.
I don't think being a protector is patriarchy.
Mhm.
Patriarchy is about dominance, not protector.
So that like it's not even there's no holistic balanced view of that. It's just only the bad stuff. Because I agree
Nah,
that
nigga, patriarchy is the bad shit. Yeah,
okay, okay.
patriarchy is the bad shit. You feel me?
Because
Like it's
like
like
when
you
you
have
think,
concepts like masculinity, right? Like
right,
masculinity, there's certain traits associated with masculinity. Those traits are inherently bad, right? Patriarchy
right,
is when those traits are attached to dominance and control.
okay. So
So
like,
you know what I'm saying, like that. So yes, if we talking about being protectors and being providers and doing that shit, yeah, that's some masculine shit to do. That's
so
some
it's
male
just
shit to
outside
do.
of
That's some
those things. So those things are outside of patriarchy, and it's only the bad stuff. The like,
patriarchy is the bad
the
shit. Yeah, like the
the
idea that
viewing women,
the idea
the
that if
view
I
of women,
protect you,
right? The
yeah,
viewing
go ahead.
women, like the viewing women through a lens of chastity and all that. That. So it's only that stuff. It's not the like I kill you if you touch my wife type shit.
Yeah, that's not patriarchy. Yeah,
Okay.
nah, yeah, that's not patriarchy.
Because I tend to look at all uh, these social ideologies and things. I tend to look at them as like things that was like created through like human evolution. Since being hunter gatherers, total like through from the primal nature of man, quote unquote, and then we just labeled them as we got more and more advanced through evolution, and
But
then,
yeah,
then we
but
just
that's what I'm saying. We also develop things like was we also develop things like social contracts and like social exchange. You know what I mean? And like as we came to understand these things, we learned how to develop them in ways that aren't as primal. You know what I mean? That's why like that's why like acting out in like those base level that base level mindset doesn't
Right.
it doesn't serve you well in society. It's not a productive thing in
Yeah, but
society.
then what happens? But what happens is, you get a political tag. It gets tagged through a political lens, and then it becomes like this boogeyman. Like that's the part that I'm trying to like separate from what the actual term uh,
Well, nah, but
is.
see that, but that's the thing though.
Yeah,
It's like
academically.
there's
Yeah,
people that use it as a part of narratives, and there's just really what's going on, right? Like so, for example, Democrats use the like racism as a narrative, but racism is a real thing. Like it really happens outside
absolutely.
of
Yeah,
the Democratic narrative. So it's like the relationship, like how we should view women, and the relationship that men are socialized to have with women. There are layers and levels of patriarchy that exist in that are demonizing in ways that we don't understand because it's normal, it's socialized. Like we don't pay attention to it. You feel me? And
absolutely.
so it's like
But even
it's so
racism. But once you agree that like even racism is really based on classism and it's a
nah.
part of
I mean,
that, and then it just
I
separates.
think even if
Yeah,
it's based on it though, even if it's based
yeah,
on it, it's still it's still its own thing. You feel me? Like you are based off your parents, but you still your own person.
absolutely.
You feel me?
But then
So so
but like what I'm asking, I guess, is like because that white people decide to tag a certain group of people and put them in a permanent class based on biology, then that's when it becomes a thing
no no
separate
no no
from the
no. You stop.
classism.
You stop. No no
Yeah.
no no. You stop. You stop too early. And then
Okay.
they ingrain that understanding into every aspect of society, and they reinforce that understanding in every aspect of society, and then they teach members of that society to look at those people, even those same people, to look at themselves through that same lens. It's an active
I agree.
process.
I agree
Yeah,
with that,
it's an
but that's
active
only because right, right. I
it's
was
an
going to
active
say
process.
but that's only because it became financially incentivized. You know what I mean? Like without that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Then
I mean,
it's
yeah,
just
but it's still, but at the end of the day, though, once that
yeah,
financial attachment, because poor people like that, because you got to think about it, bro. Poor white people have more in common with poor black people than they have with rich white people. So economics are now out the window because white people embrace, like they think their racism and their race is more valuable than their actual economic status. It
yeah,
is
I would
no
agree.
longer about. It is no longer centered on, and that's why I say at the heart of the conversation of especially anti-black racism is capitalism. But what spawned from that is much more insidious than capitalism.
Yeah, it's free labor. Like it would, so that would be the capitalist incentive, but uh, like to like trying as like trying to gain power and everything else, like in order to become like uh, an empire, so to speak. And I don't know that they envision imperialism that way, but yeah, but like I would just say, like looking back through history, like you haven't had an empire without cheap or slave labor, so to speak. So like it just don't exist, at least in my opinion. You know what I mean? What you think, though, Chad? Are you still there?
I'm here, but I
Yeah.
had kind of tapped out. I don't even know what y'all
You
talking
watching
about.
that game? You watching that game? You saw OKC catch up real quick. But
I heard pieces, but not everything.
yeah, but it's interesting, man. It's interesting, because like when you hear these terms, patriarchy, and you know what I'm saying, like I think it gets muddled and stuff when it, through politics and stuff like that. But I don't disagree, Domo. I was just curious because like when you hear patriarchy, it's always a bad thing, but yet you got a segment of women who actually uh, you know what I mean. They don't push really back on patriarchy. So very interesting. What's up, Dad? What's up, Didi? It's Q.
You said the women don't push back. Is that what y'all was talking about? That the women don't push back against patriarchy?
No, I just made that like as a, and not in totality. I just said a segment of them don't view patriarchy the same way. As like a oppressive type thing.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Though they don't. I agree with that. A
But
lot of
I thought it was interesting when he said it's only the bad misogynist aspect that actually is patriarchy, aside from the protection side. You know what I mean?
yeah, I think they took that conversation and turned it into some good men, bad men shit. Bad
Right.
men in the country. So that's patriarchy. Like I hate TikTok, man, for real.
It seemed like Domo would agree. I, yeah, that's why I was. That's where the conversation was at. That's why I was asking like what you think because like I believe like there's just a certain aspect that's not inherently misogynist. Like if you took that shit away and it was just what I mean, green light, and I'm trying to picture how that would look in society of like this. That's because as much as we say like that men are misogynists and don't protect women and things like that, if you took it like holistically, just green light now and just every man for themselves, so to speak, and like I'm just trying to picture how that would look.
Yeah, that look bad.
You
Sound
know what
like
I'm saying?
that sound like anarchy.
Yeah. Like I always make an example because like when I don't like to use like TV shows and movies and stuff, but I'm a don't gonna do it because like this show called The Walking Dead. I'm sure some people familiar with it, and it's kind of like a dystopian, like post-apocalyptic type of life. And you have like some women who's in charge and everything else. And there was this one scene where like a tree fell in the middle of a road. And then everybody came out and the woman was in charge and she was like, all right, guys, we got to get this out of the road. And then all the women went away and then the men just picked, did the physical labor to get the log out of the way. And I kind of felt like that it didn't look right in terms of like that's just watching it on TV, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like how would that actually play out in a post apocalyptic world? Like
Yeah, I remember hearing a lot about The Walking Dead. I never watched it and got into it, but I know a lot of people did. It was a big hit.
uh, after season two, it was downhill. Like so, I don't really recommend that, but you know, did y'all actually get a date yet for y'all debate time?
Yeah, it's next Saturday.
Your ass been promoting that shit low key, man, like a motherfucker. Next Saturday,
Yeah, high key promoted. Not even look.
high and low. You know what I'm saying? Almost got Arthur ass because I saw like I know what you be doing and shit. Like so, sometimes like you can't do that with Arthur, man. That motherfucker gonna jump off the mountain, bro. Like you can't,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
all
I
right,
mean,
bruh.
You know. But all right, though, man. I'm gonna get back to this game, man. I'll let y'all have it, dog. Y'all got it.
All right, bro. Yeah, let's stay.
All
Let's
right,
stay.
dude.
They got this one though. Let's they blow it. Crazy. I definitely had OKC winning this series, but man, that looked like a bad selection. Real.
Definitely appreciate that tidbit of information, man. That feedback on, on my potentiality and being a good debater. So to heed to that.
Yeah, hell yeah. It's a lot of it is just like I say, a desire and a thirst for knowledge. If you got that, you already halfway home. You know what I'm saying? For real, half of the battle is wanting to know some shit and being willing to go read and study some shit. Study some shit you may not, be knowledgeable about all the time. You know what I'm saying? Take a chance with shit. As long as you like chasing information, yeah, you'll definitely work as a debater. Fact.
So this is what's this? This is you said OKC playing right now, and they went in or what? What's the
It's 103, 102. It's a damn close game.
Oh, it's damn close. Yeah, for real.
That's where everybody at.
Put no gold down.
Just that quick, these niggas done took the lead. I'm sitting here
Hey,
foolish.
how many steps did he take?
Hey,
One, two, three, four. God damn, it took 4 fucking steps.
oh damn.
Huh?
Type of nigga you don't want to be watching the game with. Loud in the motherfucker. Mad as hell for nothing.
I can see 3 steps, man. You said the motherfucker took 4 goddamn fucking steps, man.
The game has changed, but they let them do that shit now, bro.
God damn.
Straight up. I would agree though. Like it's yeah, but definitely three and a quarter.
I'm trying to make the face of the league.
Yeah, I mean, I think they wanted Ja Morant to be the face of the league, and he kind of blew it. So
Yeah, he blew it.
Shea Sink might be up next. But shit, Tyrese Halliburton throwing his name in the hat after this playoff performance, though. He did his thing these playoffs.
Yeah.
Win or lose, like shit. Tyrese put his name on the map.
Says poor health in the black community has been deemed endemic with an ahistorical lens on the precursor. Let me see something real fast. Let me see. Okay.
And it shifted the momentum. Damn, I came back. Shifted the momentum. I ain't put nothing on. I'm just sitting here watching like a fucking like, God damn.
Yeah, I got that last link, Dr. Lamb. I'm checking all that out.
Race base, race base. Everything is race base.
Do it right there.
Huh?
No, I'm still watching this game. I said that might do it.
Yeah, man.
The ref win every game.
Mm. Yeah, they got bailed out. That's I need OKC to win the series, so I got a future bet in.
Hey, Chad, what you know about the Kerner Commission?
The Kerner Commission. What is that? 70, like 70s.
Yeah, 67. Yeah, yeah. 67.
I don't remember which one that is, to be honest. I don't remember which one that is. Tell me which one it is first.
Okay, so basically, because he's this chapter is talking about so this is learning from past experiences and yeah, learning from past experiences with reparations, and he just he has the Japanese in here, but one of them is so urban uprisings in the Kerner Commission. And he's I'm just gonna I could read it, but basically he's talking about the all of the riots, the uprisings in Detroit, the war, all that. And then so right here he says, while the Kerner Commission was not established to develop a black reparations program, while the Kerner Commission was not established to develop a black reparations program and did not create a blueprint outlining the scope of a redress plan, it did recommend a set of policies intended to target and improve the well-being of Black America. Those remedies included large-scale investments in the creation of greatly expanded public service and private sector employment for Blacks, initiatives to confront and reverse de facto segregation in schooling, provision of decent housing, and expanded investments in institutions and services in urban Black communities. National Advisory Commission 68, 2016, page 420. Although the although the uprisings were executed by blacks, the Kerner Commission concluded that they were, but the Kerner Commission concluded that they were precipitated by the cumulative abuse heaped upon. That's let me be real. Hold on. So, although the uprisings were executed by blacks, the Kerner Commission concluded that they were precipitated by the cumulative abuse heaped upon Black Americans. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. praised the report, calling it a physician's warning of approaching death with a prescription for life. Hold on. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. praised the report, calling it a physician's warning of approaching death with a prescription for life. Interesting. A month later,
Yeah, yeah,
go ahead, bro.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. That's interesting, though.
I know which one you're talking about now. That is the one where they were saying that the riots are destroying the black community and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's that one. And so I think yeah, I didn't really like how that played out in the black community because in a lot of ways they were blaming the riots on us. In a lot of ways, the riots were pointed to. It helped Dr. King's argument as opposed to the one that says, fighting back in your community means something. And now you have a report saying that the causes of the riots were not necessarily the racism, but more so economics and some of the other things that I just would disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do remember that now. But that was the one that it was in the wake of all the riots. It
Yep.
came after all of them. The only thing that happened after that, I think, was the Days of Rage in '68. So it was, but again, I still think any study on those racial riots at that time period is false because they're not really race riots. Like this really is still the white people coming in, putting their foot on black people's neck, and now it's not the Klan no more. Now you got white people doing it, trying to enforce integration in some of the communities. So I do think it's a deeper conversation.
Okay. Definitely. Okay. Yeah, man. Um, that's interesting though, as far as within that report that they're admitting that that the riots were precipitated due to the societal load that's heaped upon us, based off anti-black racism. So that's interesting though, as far as I hate that these reports come out though, and there's no these studies. We find it. What's the solution then? What's the shit? Reports and shit. But yeah.
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 What up, Q?
What's up, brother?
What's goody?
Power nap.
Hey, I was getting ready to ask a question, darn it. Mo, what's good? He says. Hey, I was getting ready to I was getting ready to ask deity or any of you all a question about the reparations because ever since y'all been having a conversation, I never really looked into it before, but I've been actually looking. So, my interest is the type of surveys that are being done in the commissions for the reparations in the different places. And so far, I only seen three. Um, one on business climate, a business climate survey, and that was the Illinois. And then the other two was a racial climate survey. So I was gonna ask you, deity, in the book that you were just highlighting, does it share the surveys for any of the studies?
For the studies, you talking as far as
Yeah,
the studies that they done on. You talking about as far as
in any of the reparations. So when they put the commission together,
mhm.
they're actually surveying the people. Either they're doing qualitative, quantitative, or they're doing a mix. Where in order to gather the data to come to a conclusion, they put together some type of survey. Um, so that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to see what are they asking, what type of information are they.
gathering? What type of data collection is coming out of these results of are yielding these results?
Okay, in
And
regard to like what HR
to get
40 exactly,
no, just
or
in general. So there's about 11 states that are doing some studies, right?
Mhm.
I didn't look for the HR for it. I guess I should look for that to see what type of study that they were going to do. I'm just trying to understand in order to get to and the opportunity of achieving reparations, what the people who are put together to do this commission to actually do a study, what are they studying? Like, what does this survey consist of?
uh,
To gather the data. And I guess I should have started with the one that Tass mentioned before that was actually presented, but they was trying to figure out how they was going to fund it. Did I say that right?
HR 40. I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Mo.
Remember you said that was a reparations, that was a case that went forward and the guy actually presented it um in Congress. I'm gonna look for it. I'm gonna find that video.
I don't remember what you're talking about. You know, telling for real. But yeah, it depends on what you're talking about. I just don't remember, Dr.
Yeah,
Mo.
they're not all gonna have the same format. So I think the states, most of the states are selective. It's not gonna be every black person.
Right. I was just looking for what angle are they taking, you know,
and
and and is that
part of the problem
approach?
though, like it's critiquing their angles and who they're including. People like In Cobra and Narca, like they're on some, everybody should, has a stake in the U.S. government reparation claim, and that's not true. So it's there's a lot of he's critiquing the HR 40. He's critiquing many different, he calls it off ramps to reparations. They're an off ramp, meaning it gets you get it's not an actual true format of reparations. And it's four off ramps, and HR 40 is an off ramp. The term a true the term is more than just a check. That's an off ramp to reparations, meaning off ramp means it doesn't. There's no. It's off the ramp. It's off. It's off course of what a true reparations is. And
Nah, you got to translate that, Diddy.
off ramp. What does
You
off
got
ramp
to.
mean? Off ramp, being off ramp is it's a stray from the course. If you're going off ramp, that means you're no longer on the proper course. Off ramp. It's an off ramp. It's a placeholder. HR 40 is a placeholder, meaning that it's been around since the 89, and it's been revised multiple times, not for benefit, or not in our best benefit. So it's a lot. It's a lot. So when it comes to the commission and how they do things and how they're paid, a lot of elements is critiqued. Like they shouldn't be paid $200 some thousand. Like, why are you paid this much money if you have a
And
mission?
now you talking
A lot
about
of I'm talking about the
how much the staff members are going to get paid.
yeah,
That's one of the issues that I was talking about.
yeah. That's a discrepancy. Yeah, that's an issue. Just to simplify it, as far as getting politician money, you shouldn't be incentivized. You should be paid for your for your expenses, but you shouldn't be paid anything beyond that.
Hmm.
As it pertains to when you're trying to critique as far as the methodology and how they do it, that's part of it. They need to be identifying the eligible recipients, like he says, identify who's eligible, and so on and so on. Not all this we all are together and everybody. No, that's not true reparations. So,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think also with the commissions, the the reparations is their way of dealing with the facts, but the facts are proven. And I think we should start standing on our square with the facts. Like, no, y'all didn't want to compensate us for reparations, but this validates why we do what we do, which we already know why we do what we do. But this is why we do what we do.
So to answer her question in terms of what is actually the subject matter, like the text of HR 40, number one, compile documentary evidence of slavery in the U.S. Is that able to be done?
Yes.
Oh, they found it.
Number two, the role of the federal and state government in supporting the institution of slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Number three, analyze discriminatory laws and policies against freed African slaves and their descendants.
Mm-hmm.
Number four, recommend ways the U.S. may recognize a remedy the effects of slavery and discrimination on African Americans, including through a formal apology and compensation. Now that's just the heading. Yeah.
Yeah, their remedy doesn't have anything to do with our cause.
Yeah, and
So that
I don't know. Me and Taz might have to have a debate because I know me and Taz we disagree. And what solidifies my notion that the federal government owes is, of course, reading. But the federal government has sanctioned a past and present of American white supremacy. Therefore, the federal government bears the responsibility for the act of redress. And he just goes into, moreover, with respect to capability, the combined budgets of all state and municipal governments in the United States amount to less than $5 trillion. It is infeasible for them to meet the reparations debt. And if a mix of private donors put 1 billion monthly donations into a reparations fund, it would take a millennium. It would take 1,000 years. If public people and universities monthly put 1 billion in a month, it would take a millennium. He says for them to even reach the 14 trillion threshold. So it just goes back into emphasizing the federal government who's capable and culpable, and they implicitly and explicitly. So it's the federal. Yeah, but go ahead, Ted. I don't even want to say something though.
No, I ain't talking, bro.
Oh, okay. As far as yeah. So yeah. Yeah. When it comes to the federal, when it comes to the the hierarchy, it's the feds, the federal government. But yeah. Take a millennium. It said if they donated 5 trillion, if they donate, well, he said if it's infeasible for them to meet the reparations debt, and if a mix of private donors put 1 billion monthly donations into a reparations fund, it would take a millennium for them to reach even the 14 trillion threshold. Just emphasizing how states don't have the financial wherewithal to even, to even meet it on a local level due to their budget in a lot of these states. So it's so I see why he said it's infeasible, and I understand why states should be culpable for it, but it's like you said, the federal government, like like they sanction it either implicitly or explicitly. So it's like I don't know. But I understand the state argument though. I do, as far as state powers, government powers. So yeah, it's
the government just doesn't want to pay.
huh?
I said the government just doesn't want to pay. I didn't
Yeah,
see any.
COVID should have taught you about that, the inability to pay. I mean, like
Yeah,
in terms of the government not having enough money, like I've never heard that in my lifetime.
like you said, the government, like you said, COVID-19 showed you that it demonstrated that it can mobilize and spend huge sums of money virtually overnight without raising taxes. In fact,
Oh,
the
they
federal
just printed.
government is not In fact, the federal government is not a tax revenue constrained. The only barrier to additional federal spending is the risk of inflation. And like he said, as we proposed in the final chapter of From Here to Equality, reparations for Black Americans in the 21st century, a reparations plan can be designed to inhibit triggering significant inflation. Come on now, Derek, give him the sauce. The issue is raised by Trayvon Logan in Chapter 7 of this volume. Still, even if the federal government chooses to finance its reparations plan by borrowing, there are a variety of ways to do this that are comparatively painless. Come on now, methods examined in the final chapter methods examined in the final chapter of From Here to Equality. Thus, this is the true. These are the four pillars of true reparations. Eligible recipients must be Black Americans who have ancestors who were enslaved in the United States. One. Number two, the reparations plan must be designed to eliminate the Black-white chasm in wealth. The vast majority of reparations funds should take the form of direct payments to eligible recipients. The federal government must finance the reparations project. And the chapters that follow expand upon the foundation these pillars provide, describing the thoroughgoing nature of injustices perpetuated against Black Americans in this country, and unequivocally stating that any true reparations plan must be just as thoroughgoing. Facts. Come on now. Any reparations plan must be just as thoroughgoing. That why I love that word, thoroughgoing. Thoroughgoing. But yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't even know South Carolina had a reparations conference.
Yeah. South Carolina.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You think that if the states came together on it to pressure the federal government, like the states
I
all
think
came together, that it could.
that's a proposition. I mean, yeah, I think that's a high probability. I mean, it's possible. It's possible, but the probability of it happening, I don't know. Um,
I think we went
too far.
because the reparations is after the damages have been assessed.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should focus on the damages. The
Mm.
assessment of damages and the validation of the fact that these damages occurred.
Check this.
I
Yeah.
think they're trying to backwards hustle us with it because they're a lot of the information I read. They're saying, well, how we gonna pay for it? Well, I well, should we pay for it? Like it's like they recognize it. They know they should, but they don't want to. So they figure like, wait, why we got to put it together? Where the plan was already done and how it could be done. That's why I say I wonder if the states came together to push for it. Would it get more traction?
The brother guy, like I said, he has a whole equation. He has cost of slavery is CS, CD is cost of Jim Crow, segregation and discrimination. EL is value of labor expropriated. LC is value of lost opportunities to acquire capital. RL is reduced value of labor due to discrimination. RC is reduced value of capital due to discrimination. LF is value of lost freedom. PS is pain and suffering facts. And T is year in which it occurred. Like a whole mathematical equation about, you know.
Has has these past few years been the only time in history where states have addressed it and starting to do something about it? Like are
Washington State doing. I'm seeing a lot of states like Washington State. I was reading an article to Taz and Dom a couple days ago about Washington State conducting a study
study?
pertaining to reparations, but they did use a very questionable term. They was talking about African Americans, but they did say persons of enslaved, or they didn't say, they used the word they was using. So we was talking about how that terminology, just certain terms that they throw trick bag terms in there. You got to watch out. But Washington State's talking about doing a study specifically about the Black exclusionary laws, the restricted covenant laws because they, Jim Crow. They had Jim Crow out here too. People think that somehow this state didn't have Jim Crow. I don't know why people think the North is just there's no racism over here. No, they popping over here too. But yeah, so they're a commission and the brother Jesse Wineberry, OG in the game and talking, just talking about, he's actually got to pass out checks to Japanese people. He's a politician. He's a representative, and he was talking about passing out he was actually literally passed out their money to them. He was talking about how he was crying because shit, here he is. This is somebody that's in a political field. So he's talking about how he was basically in tears because here he is a descendant of American chattel slavery. And he ain't, he got zilch. So, but yeah, it's interesting. Yep. So a lot of states are starting to pick up that mantle though.
Yeah,
So
it says 11 states and 22 localities. Okay, I'm learning.
See, look. So it says there are several methods to estimate the historical losses in wealth to African American descendants of the enslaved living today. Swinton, 1990, provides formulas to compute the complete cost of slavery and post-slavery racial discrimination. He writes, complete formulas to this is pardon me provides formulas to compute the complete cost of slavery and post-slavery racial discrimination. He writes the cost during slavery not only included the value of appropriated labor services, but also the economic value of the lost freedom, as well as pain and suffering. Facts. The theoretical appropriate method of evaluating these costs would require determination of the amounts required to pay a free individual to submit to permanent. Okay, so we're going to have to analyze. So a person in the context of being free, take what they're going to make and apply that, like he said. So theoretically, the appropriate method of evaluating these costs will require the determination of the amounts required to pay a free individual to submit to permanent slavery. The cost of Jim Crow discrimination and segregation to the black population are similar to the cost of wait. The cost of Jim Crow and the cost of Jim Crow discrimination and segregation to the black population are similar to the cost of enslavement. That's deep. The economic component consists of value. The economic component consists of lost value from denied opportunities, both capital and labor. In addition, there is lost value from restricted opportunities to acquire human and physical capital on the same terms in the same conditions as whites. That's deep. This 1990, Swinton. So that's what I'm saying. This, like Q said, this it's out there. There's been like all these studies. Yes, the information's out there, man. There's so much literature and data and legal scholars and opinions and perspectives and there what's the word there's seminal works, seminal literary works, when it pertaining to just this dude sound like he white. I could be wrong. I'm gonna look him up real quick. Swinton.
Young Deity.
Yo, what's going on? What's up, brother Moses?
And that's how you like to be addressed, as deity or young deity? Which one?
Still learning. It don't matter, man.
Still
learning is better.
Is you in Florida or?
I'm in Seattle.
Seattle, Washington.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Holy shit! How you like it out there?
It has its ups and downs, man. Its ups and downs.
I ain't been out there, so what's the ups and downs in Seattle, man? It always rains, or something, man. What's
well, besides the climate, man, the people up here, the black people up here, are definitely disenchanted. They're disconnected from a lot. I'll say
I would have thought Washington would have been one of them places that do a reparation study pretty easily.
Well, like I said, unbeknownst to me, until a couple days, a couple days ago, they're just now, literally just declared that they're about to do a reparation study out here, specifically pertaining to the descendants of American chattel slavery. But like I said, the article got some language in there. We got to be critiqued, but yeah.
Right. I like when first of all, let me give you a compliment, brother, because you be on my wavelength so many times just with the fact that you say I like to stick with what I'm reading, and then you done opened up with what you reading, and then you also start to share what you read. And so you ain't one of them stingy, still learning young brothers. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And then secondly, when you join the panel, man, damn near everybody that I've met then always gave you respect to shit. So I appreciate that shit too, because sometimes we done been in these online spaces and ran across some straight goofies, man. So thank you for keeping your head up out there in Seattle with the ups and downs. And in this conversation, I like what you brought out on one of the last sentences you was talking about, or that the author said, lost value to capital as well as to labor. And so I like to start the conversation or continue the conversation right there. When we think about reparation studies, that has to be in there, the economic feasibility of, because one of the things that we're not, when we say land comes with opportunity, and essentially what land are you referring to? And when people start to identify what lands they're referring to, then they can start saying what commodities might be extracted that are there now, as well as when they're talking about state or federal land, they pretty much know how much lumber in much of their places, and a lot of their places they don't. I would go as far as to say if you went to every state, they have not stood up the technology and the teams to effectively map out every acre and see how much lumber is actually worth it on their land and how much this and how much that. I would go to say that far. And even if they haven't, those areas of opportunity are what I think need to be brought out, because by taking the talented from us and essentially ladening us with educational debt and not really seeing the true value in where we could be otherwise essential other than just a workforce. You know, we have a lot of folks who work for the federal government doing something anyway. Then if that's the case, then why not, they're used to being a federal government employee, become a steward of so much fucking land that America is just sitting on anyway. And I've taken a lot of road trips. And when you take those road trips and just look to the left and look to the right, you would identify that there is so much opportunity out there that when Trump said opportunity zones, he wasn't even really scratching the surface. And what I like about the Homestead Act, which I put in the chat, is that it's multiple of them, even the 1890, but before, is that they set the precedent for large distributions of land to American citizens as those folks were filling out that work. And so it's not like we're not asking for an economic opportunity as Americans here. And once we have those states or federal government employees or people, political minds who can start to match the economic feasibility and the viability of utilizing said land in the same manner as those of the greatest generation and before, those land grants and those opportunities. Now, here's one thing that Taz might say. They could do the same thing as it was written towards the field order 15 or the special field order 15 or the 40 acres and a mule argument, but the technical language of it, as it was pointed out, not only was it, something like, okay, we already have American, veterans, black veterans who can have access to, VA home loans and things. So that's not new. But what we're saying is the precedent of the issuing of those lands for a specific group. And what that HR 40 or the 40 acre on a mule argument kind of leads towards is that the designation of those lands and how are they determined? Is it an actual title or are you just a tenant? And that's where I think as we go back into the older generation and even some of the younger folks, telling me that I have an opportunity to become a quick rent owner of 160 acres of land that currently aren't yielding any benefit. Maybe they have some trust for the lumber, things like that. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. But no, what is the actual, the underside of the capital is the labor. Once the labor is put to that land, and it starts to turn whatever minerals or resources are there. I don't know if it's water or if it's just going to start to convert into energy like they're doing with solar. I know once they opened up some of the marijuana equity licenses, they just went to damn near everybody in places like California. I'm talking about celebrities and shit. So even though we've found different vehicles that would be economically feasible models towards reparations and making whole Black Americans, I don't think that we have the states yet that have pushed forward that economic feasibility model in a concise manner yet. And I'll also include right here, when I was listening to the California ones, the San Francisco's, the dude was there and he said one that at least it leaned towards an economic vehicle when he was saying gold coins. And because that actually deals with one source of mineral, but there's other minerals as well. But I like it. I liked his idea so much. I even bought the 2017 Lady Liberty coin, which featured the Black woman with cornrows in her hair. I was like $3,000 for one fucking gold coin, but it was 99% gold. But that just happened. It was stimulated. That purchase was stimulated because of the reparations argument. And so there are so many other ways that the economy would be stimulated. And if this dude wants a golden age for America, especially the Made in America brand, then that is one way that we recognize that goal. And we recognize that it aligns with some of the policies that he's previously pushed, such as opportunity zones. You feel me?
Definitely. You hiding on land. He did. As I said, this brother did his job. He got a segment on here talking about wage based. I mean, not wage based, but not wage based, but yeah, some land based estimation. And he goes into reparations estimates based on land. 40 acres and a mule, originally inspired by General Sherman's Special Field Orders number 15, 1865, and Representative Thaddeus Stevens' Reparations Bill of 1867 take land values into consideration. General Sherman's Field Orders number 15 provided not more than 40 acres of tillable ground designated for the settlement of the Negroes now made free by the acts of war and the proclamation of the President of the United States. General Sherman's field order was a war measure that set aside 5.3 million acres of land for the freedmen as a first installment on at least 40 million acres. On lease 40 acre on at least 40 million acres commitment. However, only 40,000 freedmen were settled on 400,000 acres before President Andrew Johnson returned the land to the former slave owners. Nevertheless, the promise of 40 acres of mule remained present in popular memory, especially among African Americans. It was the base for Sojourner's Truth's demand. That's interesting. I didn't know that. It was the base for Sojourner's Truth's demand for land redistribution. And then it just goes into it has a citation in the late 1960s. The Black Panther Party renewed the call for 40 acres and a mule, stating that for slave labor and mass murder of Black people who accept payment in currency. African American businessman Dempsey Travis developed the proposal for a new Homestead Act in 1970 as a form of reparations based on a current land value of 40-acre plots. That's interesting. So William A. Darity writes, the unfulfilled promise of 40 acres per family provides a means to gauge the magnitude of reparations owed to the descendants of those enslaved. He estimates the price of land in 1865 at about US $10 per acre. He notes that an allocation of 40 acres to a family of four would provide 10 acres per person, hence a value of 100 per ex-slave in 1865. If we also take as a conservative estimate the total number of ex-slaves who had attained emancipation at the close of the Civil War as 4 million persons, 40 million acres of land valued at 400 million should have been distributed to the ex-slaves in 1865. Darity proposes to compound that sum of money from 1865 at 6%, 5% for interest earned, and 1% as an I love this brother as an inflation. I love him for that. I love him for that as an Darity proposes to compound that sum of money from 1865 at 6%, for interest only 1% as an inflation adjustment to the present using the formula for compound interest. RY equals R 1865 1 plus I, whereby R represents reparations, estimates in year, and Y. Oh, we got a whole bunch. And the interest rate.
My bad. Damn, I thought I was on mute.
You good. The estimate for 2019